to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey.
What's up, H-Town? Nick Chubb here. Super excited to be here. Let's get to work.
I stepped on Nick Chubb right out of the chute. I knew it was going to be a rough day today when I grabbed him.
You stepped on a man who's recovering from a broken foot.
I just stepped on his foot. I did.
Like, hey, nice to meet you, fella.
Yeah.
Chunk.
I know. And I put that in there too. I wanted to bump in with Nick Chubb. Ben, can we start over? Can I get a redo today? Can I get a mulligan? Like we're golfing out here. Seth and I are out here on the first hole, and I just duck hooked the open to the show into the woods.
You know what you just did?
What's
One
that?
time with the Texans, we had a year where a bunch of the young defensive linemen were just idiots, and they didn't know their stuff. And we got to a point where I kind of got up in the meeting and was like, listen, guys, I gave them a speech about how it's simple. You gotta be working on this on your own time. You got to do walkthroughs on your own. Just mentally rehearse everything. We go out the next game. First snap of the game. Mental error, Seth Payne.
Oh no! Yeah, that's kind of, it's funny because yesterday we had one of those panels up here where they brought in a bunch of interns from one of the advertising agencies in town, and they picked a few of us to kind of impart wisdom on them. Kind of a similar thing, right? I mean, I'm sitting up there. I'm one of like 4 people up there. They're asking, what advice would you give? What's the best advice you've gotten? What's the best advice that you would give? Things like that. And I'm up there, and I'm doing my thing. I'm bebopping and scotting up there. And then I come in today, and we got Nick Chubb opening the show, and I step all over his broken foot, man. That's it. I was Seth Payne, basically. I
didn't realize that was such an insult. All right.
In this case,
we're off and running.
In this case, it is.
Yeah.
I was ME.
You got up in front of a bunch of advertising interns, and you said, yeah, you sponsors. I drove here today in my Miata, straight away from my. You don't endorse Miatas.
I don't. No, I don't. I do not. Never have. Never. Well, I won't say never will.
Do they still exist?
I don't know. I don't think so. I remember them when they had. Hey, Ben, can we start over?
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
What's up, H-Town? Nick Chubb here. Super excited to be here. Let's get to work.
Let's get to work. Let's fire up those H's, man. He got his H up and everything on that video.
If there's one thing you can read too much into with that little social media thing he did for the Texans, it's that it sounds very consistent with everything I've heard and read about Nick Chubb, and that he's not in it to be a social media star or anything. He likes playing football. He likes being around his teammates, and that's about it. He's the real deal when it comes to just being understated, humble, polite around the building, all of those things. You're not going to get something like, what's up, H-Town?
H is right up in the camera.
Yeah.
He flashed the H. He did flash the H. Yeah, it was funny yesterday. And in case you're wondering, the Nick Chubb signing, official, announced by the team. Social media graphic is up. We've got the numbers and everything else. It was along those lines, Seth. It was really funny. Yesterday, I was listening in the loop while I was out on my walk. I was listening to Figgy's mixtape that he does.
Very good segment.
Very good segment. Figgy does a great job with it. It was really funny. They were talking about Nick Chubb, and Figgy goes, here's Nick Chubb mic'd up. And I'm on my walk. I'm like, oh, cool. I can't wait to hear Nick Chubb mic'd up. And it was like 20 seconds of like him just running, no words. And Figgy's like, it was the most boring mic'd up of all time. He doesn't say anything. Yeah.
I want guys who have boring mic'd ups.
Well, we've got enough that have exciting ones. We don't need more of those, Like,
right. And the ones that are the worst is when you can tell that a player that you really like is really hamming it up because he's mic'd up. And you're like, I don't think this is him. And now, why is he allowing this distraction in? This is why I never liked. I never liked. I turned down every request to be mic'd up. I didn't want. I just don't like. It's one big huge variable. God forbid you're my shortstop and they mic you up, and they're having a conversation with you as you face Mike Trout. Remember, Payne had a couple of blips that one night.
He did on Apple TV. I remember it well. Yeah, I do. I absolutely remember it well. I bet you got asked quite a bit to do it. I mean, you've got a big personality. I bet you got asked quite a bit.
I did, but I swear too much. As a football player, I swore too much. I don't swear. I didn't swear much away from him, but I wasn't fit.
On the field, you were a sailor mouth.
And I also, again, I didn't like having that extra, just whatever that is, a little fly in the ointment in my game day preparation.
Yep. So the Nick Chubb thing is official, and it's 1 year, $2.5 million. You were right in the $2.5 million with incentives for Nick Chubb.
I thought the base might be a little bit more, but I think it's indicative. When you look at the contract, it's kind of the reminder, not to rain on anybody's parade or anything, that they're getting a distressed asset. And he's 29 years old. Most running backs who have a devastating knee injury like that, it's an uphill battle to get back to where you were. I was thinking about who are the most encouraging examples, and I think Willis McGahee is probably it, because he had a devastating knee injury before he ever entered the NFL. Now that he was a very, very young man, but he ended up playing a decade after that.
Yeah, he sure did.
So that's Adrian Peterson is another one that, yes, it was quote-unquote just an ACL, but it was an ACL for a running back who at the time, I believe, was in his late 20s. And
he was like 5 years in, however old he was.
Yeah. He came back very quickly, and he's one of the rare running backs that was still very productive into his 30s. So that's the reality of the situation. What you hope is that, he did play last year, and when they brought him back, as you pointed out yesterday, they used him pretty heavily on a bad team. And he was a shell of his old self, but he did some good things. So really, it's all right. Can he be more of a Willis McGahee than Steven Jackson or some of these guys that have had injuries late in their 20s that just never come back? It's a huge wild card, and I am all for it. I mean, $2.5 million base salary. I don't want to say it's nothing, but you're paying more to some guys who are just journeyman, backup offensive linemen. It is tremendous if you can get him to where he's close to his old version of himself, but he only needs to get 7 or 8 carries per game on average. Yeah. Maybe a heavy dose every now and then if Joe Mixon is injured. That's the sweet spot right there.
I think so too. What I had in my notes coming into Monday was that if this is a Trent Brown kind of contract, then let's go. Let's do it. And Trent Brown signed for 1 year, $3 million. This is 1 year, $2.5 million, and Nick Chubb's going to make more than that if he provides more than that. So I'm totally cool with it. I think he's going to be a great guy to have in the building for sure. From a leadership standpoint, maybe something you and I didn't totally dig into and examine yesterday was, do you view this signing, and Nick Chubb wasn't the only guy they were kicking tires on. Reportedly, there have been talks with J.K. Dobbins as well. Mm-hmm. They've been looking at running backs. Do you take this as any sort of sign of concern over where Mixon is physically right now?
Yes. Yeah. As you know, this time of year, I take everything as a sign for concern.
Okay.
I'll be a nervous Nelly, damn it.
Yeah.
The key is, with a football team, you want to be a nervous Nelly as much as possible, but then also be able to squash the nervous Nelly when it's time to go play football.
Absolutely.
And that's where, if you look at the Texans last year, right? Especially when you're leaning into Joe Mixon as heavily as you are. He goes out on a hip drop tackle that was curiously not flagged, despite it being a point of emphasis. Oh, actually, they never flagged them. They would find guys afterwards for the hip drop. And of injuries and how all of that factors into it is you love having a big, strong, all-purpose back like those guys every week. You don't necessarily want to go into a game where, Joe Mixon is gone. You're not sure what you have in Dameon Pierce. So now you've got Woody Marks and a bunch of other undersized guys potentially.
It was just weird. We got asked more about Pierce yesterday than we did Mixon by the audience. Like the text we got and the interaction we got in the chat and things like that was way more about what does this mean for Dameon Pierce than what could this mean about where Mixon is physically. And we should point out for people who haven't been keeping up, Joe Mixon has not practiced at all yet in the offseason, and he's reportedly been in a walking boot at times this offseason.
This is where I am. If they had a genuine, serious concern about Joe Mixon, the move would be more aggressive than Nick Chubb. Because Nick Chubb is a huge headline. I mean, the amount of media that's been generated because Nick Chubb is coming here is based on his name, really. And
totally,
like the Texans, by virtue of the contract they gave him, you're not leaning into that guy. It was like when EJ Speed got signed and people thought, "Whoa, wow, you can pencil him in as the starter." No, they gave him a 1 year, $4 million plus incentives
three
deal.
Plus incentives, yeah.
Three plus incentives deal. The team isn't looking at that guy as a genuine bona fide starter. So I think that if they were really worried about Mixon, there might have been a more aggressive move made or a trade made already. I think this is hopefully betting on potential upside and then hoping maybe that Damian Pierce shows version during training camp.
Yeah, my feeling after thinking this through yesterday, and I put up a video on Twitter yesterday with kind of my thoughts on this. I
retweeted it.
Thank you. I saw that. I appreciate that. Well, I copied you on it. I tagged you with hopes.
I don't know how that works, but okay. Yeah,
it's really easy. Anyways, I think the way this plays out because they've got a logjam now. You know, they've got more bodies.
Yeah.
They've got more bodies at that position than are going to make the team if everybody's healthy. I think the initial battle is Nick Chubb against his foot and his knee. How does he look, right? And if in camp he looks like, I don't think he's going to look like 2022 Nick Chubb maybe ever again, based on the severity of that knee injury and just the compounding of everything. But if he looks like he's well worth the $2.5 to $5 million, he's going to be on the team. And then I think what it comes down to, I think Woody Marks is going to be on the team because you used a pick on him. Joe Mixon obviously is going to be your starter. Again, this is if everybody's healthy. I think it is a Damian Pierce versus Dario Gumbawale battle, and it's a weird battle because they bring very different things. Pierce is a hammer that runs downhill and returns kicks. Dare is an okay third down back that provides services on all the special teams. Yeah. And so I think it's going to come down to if Nick Chubb is healthy, I think you got a Pierce versus a Gumbawale. And if I had to handicap it, I would say Damian Pierce gets traded for a day 3 pick at some point.
My one little thing, just a quick nugget about all this and how I'm approaching it, I otherwise would be, because when you have really serious knee injuries like that, one of the biggest concerns is how much cartilage damage was there, because there's only so much you can do about a destroyed meniscus and what have you. So a lot of times guys will have these devastating injuries, and sure, the ligaments and tendons heal, but you just don't have any cushion in your joint. Mm-hmm. The fact that the Browns were able to use him as much as they did as soon as he came back last year, and that he had an unbroken string of playtime until he broke his foot, that I feel good about that. So that's a positive indicator. It doesn't seem like he was probably dealing with a whole bunch of swelling or extreme soreness after games.
Yep. I like the signing. We'll dig into it more. 7 o'clock. Seth has 7 things on this signing that he will bring that he likes.
7 things I love about it.
That you'd love about
and I
it.
guarantee you afterwards we'll still have 33% of texts will be like, Seth, stop being so negative.
We wanted 11.
All right. Yesterday I was in a social media battle with people who were insisting that he had already signed when there was no report of that he had signed. And then after it was reported that he had officially signed, they were all like, told you so, told you so. I'm like,
It's all right,
man. People.
Yeah.
Love Nick Chubb.
Yeah,
hate people.
Love Nick Chubb. Hate people. Not you guys that are listening this very moment if you're up at 6:13. All right. OTAs, mandatory minicamp, not OTAs. Mandatory minicamp starts today. I think we know what the one big question is, but I got a few others. 4 big questions for mandatory minicamp for the Texans today. We will get to that coming up next. I have a question.
610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It's 610 Day. Yeah.
Yay!
Happy 610 Day.
Happy 610 Day. And then I think you and I, what's our anniversary for when we started working
July
together?
22nd, 2019 was our first show together.
Wow.
So, yeah.
It doesn't seem like that long.
It's going to be 6 years, man.
We've been through so much.
We've been through a pandemic.
We've been through David Culley.
We've been through David Culley. We've been through a pandemic together. We've been Jackie. We've been through 24 lawsuits.
Yeah. I thought you were talking my own ones. I was like,
No.
You're vastly undershooting the number of times I've been sued.
we just refer to the Deshaun Watson situation as its own proper noun. 24 lawsuits. Yeah, that's been through that. Been through some ups and downs with the Rockets. We won a World Series. You and I
did?
In 2022. You and I won a World Series. So.
I remember that. Yeah,
it was good.
Boy, we really pulled it out.
Oh man, people hailed us as we walked down the streets of downtown in the parade. It was it was really amazing. Thank you to all of you out there. I know it's been 3 years, but thank you.
Remember, this was before we started working together. Remember that time during the 2017 parade when we were in the parking garage and you were above me and you had dropped your hat and I caught it at the bottom and then threw it back up to you?
I do. I remember it vividly.
That was a notable moment in Houston sports history.
It was a notable moment. And I'm like, I'd love to do a show with this guy someday. You know, we got this hat thing down. I would love to do morning radio with this guy.
Hey, I never told you this before. I spit in the cap.
Hey! HR. What's the statute of limitations on unwanted saliva? Probably quite a bit. Probably pretty extensive.
You're going to have to
long.
Never mind.
It's long statute of limitations. Long statute. That opens up a can of worms.
Yeah.
All right. Mandatory minicamp starts today. And I've got 4 big mandatory minicamp questions. And the first one is...
This is how you know you're edgy, by the way.
Yeah.
You should always do things in groups of odd numbers, but you got 4. Ideally, it would be 3. But
I go for big things, man. Yeah, because it's an easy hand gesture. 4.
Mm-hmm.
4 big questions. Is that true? You should go odd numbers? Is that?
Yeah. People like things in groups. It's more appealing to our brains for whatever reason.
Really?
If it's in groups of 1, 3, and especially any kind of list. 3 is the sweet spot.
Is it?
Anytime you go or more than 3, it starts to get a little bit more. 2 people like they put up a mental blockade. They're like, that's too much.
Okay, all right. That's really interesting. Okay, I'll have to take that.
So if you said like 3 plus a bonus one, people take that and they're like, okay, now I'm really intrigued.
They're getting something. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm going to go with 4 for now. 4 big questions for OTAs. I guess the first one is everybody going to be there? They're mandatory. Do we have anybody that we feel like is in a situation where they would be trying to poke the bear by not going to mandatory minicamp at all?
There is one, but we're going to get to him, I think, with one of your other questions.
Okay.
I don't... mandatory minicamp and guys who might sit out. I think the biggest one, going back to recent years, where you might wonder, okay, are there any brewing issues or anything?
Right.
There was a brewing issue with Steven Nelson a couple years ago.
We
just didn't realize it until right before training camp. It was because Malik Collins had gotten extended. We find out later Steven Nelson was very agitated that he didn't get extended.
Yeah.
So, no, I'm not anticipating any big news about like anybody missing voluntary minicamp.
Mandatory.
Mandatory minicamp. We had a bunch of veterans sitting out, especially on the defensive line, which that's the position group coaches. In some ways, coaches, I think, are kind of happy when veteran touring camp because it's there's like there's a lot there, but there's only so much a defensive lineman can do without pads on.
Yeah.
And then you end up with young guys going against older guys that are working on tape. That's where you end up with guys on the ground.
Yeah.
So you got some young, eager offensive linemen that cut blocks of veteran defensive linemen.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really no big deal when veteran defensive linemen miss voluntary stuff.
Yeah, I have 0 predictions on who would not be there at this mandatory minicamp.
Yeah.
None.
None that would be. I don't think none that would be earth-shattering or a statement.
Yeah.
It'll be a surprise if there is.
I agree. It's a good way to put it. All right, so I think I'm guessing everybody's going to be there. So that's number 4. Number 3. What will the C.J. Gardner-Johnson experience be like? We played some audio from him yesterday. This is one cut we didn't get to, but C.J. Gardner-Johnson did a sit-down with Aaron Wilson of KPRC Channel 2, was asked, what does it mean to play for DeMeco Ryans?
To be honest with you, it means a lot, but guys like me, I embrace it. I understand what it means. I just don't know. Like I said, I can't speak for everybody, but I know that we're going to down there be at the top at the end of the year and have a chance to compete for a championship. So I think that's why I'm here. I'm proud to be a Texan. I think I'm proud to be with every team I play for. I got a job. Other than that, I just want to make Coach proud.
There you go.
Make Coach proud.
Look at that at the end, man. He got asked about DeMeco Ryans and didn't mention DeMeco at all during that 28 seconds worth of answer until the last 2 seconds. He's like, I want to make Coach proud. I'm like, that transcends the professional aspect of this. That's a kick there.
I talked to that person up in Philadelphia who covered the Eagles last year, who was very much, said, yeah, like I wouldn't worry about the personality stuff and everything. And the sense I got was that he's very colorful as a personality. And as I've been listening to him, I think he kind of does a stream of consciousness philosophizing as he's speaking. And I think it yields really good sound bites and or headlines at times to where I think he's just kind of pontificating and he doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot about it. So like right there, he had like 9 little different things he said over the course of 3 sentences.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
I do too. I do. I'm
now.
Right. Right. I am excited for the C.J. Gardner-Johnson experience. In watching Stefon Diggs operate in camp last year, Seth, I'm going, if this is only a 1-year relationship, there will be an energy vacuum that Stefon Diggs leaves behind. I feel like C.J. Gardner-Johnson, different position, different side of the football, but I do feel like he will sufficiently fill that energy vacuum that Stefon Diggs leaves behind.
With C.J. Gardner-Johnson, the part that intrigues me about him is that, man, he is really good in coverage. The one downside is that sometimes his aggressiveness bites him. So sometimes in zone, when he should be a little bit more conservative, he's coming up with eyeballs, like trying to take out Xavier Leggett's kidney like he did last year.
Oh, yeah.
So like there's that part of him, which is a problem. Which is a good. And I think DeMeco likes trying to manage that. The only, I guess I might add this to, kind of your first question of, is everybody going to be there? Are there any kind of maybe lingering contract disputes or anything? From listening to C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I feel like he feels like he's worth more money than he's paid, but he's kind of at peace with where he is right now. And he got traded for. So sometimes when you trade for a veteran, those guys show up basically saying like, hey, man, all right, let's tweak this contract. Yeah. That's one thing I'm interested in. Is he expecting, or is there going to be any kind of a demand for a tweaking of the contract?
Yeah, that's interesting. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that the contract he was on he's got 2 years left on his deal at about $19 million or so. So he's making about $9.5 million, which that's decent.
In baseball, you say 2 more years of control. Yeah. But because the NFL and the NBA just have decided that contracts aren't worth the paper they're not even printed on anymore.
Or the agitation that you can make about your contract isn't worth contesting.
Yeah. So he's got 2 years left on this year and next year on his contract. Yeah. Control.
Air quotes around control.
Yeah.
All right, so that's number 3. Number 2, which rookies will continue to impress? Just based on the stuff I've been reading, I was on vacation while OTAs was going on, so didn't get to see it, but it sounds like the 2 wide receivers are really impressing. DeMeco has gone out of his way to praise them. It sounds like Ursary is making progress. You could tell just from the way DeMeco was talking about him that maybe some struggles out of the gate, but he's been improving. Woody Marks operate as well. Mm-hmm. I think even with the signing of Nick Chubb, I think Woody Marks was brought in to bring a certain skill set to that position. Yeah. So those are that's the big 4, and then I'll throw Jalen Smith in there too, because there is a spot at third corner right now to be had on this football team behind Lassiter and Stingley.
Jalen Smith is a big one, and Jalen Smith again, he's kind of got that. Man, boy, he's good in press coverage, and he makes a bunch of plays behind the line of scrimmage. Can he develop into a complete and total defensive back? And I think that working in the slot, especially for times when you want more of a cover guy in the slot than, say, Jalen Petrie, that's where if he comes along, it gives them a lot more versatility as a defense. Mm-hmm. The other, when we talked to Clint the other day, he was making the comp between Nico and Jaden Higgins.
Yeah.
And how physically they're so similar in some ways. But Clint made the point that, man, when you watch Nico, one of the most impressive things about him is his ability to sink his hips and just on stop routes and his breaks over the middle and everything, that it's rare for big guys to be able to do that. And Jaden Higgins isn't as good at that stuff as Nico is. I tend to look at Nico and, think, man, that's something he's developed over time.
Yes.
He does.
Yes.
He moves way better as a big man and as a complete route runner than he did in his first couple years. With Jaden Higgins, I think there's a lot of potential for him to get to that. He's not there yet, but I think there is potential. But it takes a couple years for guys that size. He likes to watch film and study the guys that are maybe a little bit smaller than him and take things from them. So I think it's gonna be awesome for him to look at Nico Collins as a model for how a big man can move.
Totally. We played that audio of DeAndre Hopkins yesterday on Dos Congos podcast, and one of the cuts we played was DeAndre Hopkins talking about meeting Andre Johnson for the first time, seeing how imposing he was physically, feeling like, boy, I got to get to that. I got to get to that big, and I got to be like Andre and things like that. Andre Johnson's hard to replicate, especially if you're DeAndre Hopkins, who is built differently than Andre Johnson. This is an instance here where Jaden Higgins, they're very similar physically. There is a lot from Nico Collins' path to get from where he was in 2021 to where he is now in 2025, that if Nico's willing to download or upload that information to Jaden Higgins, if he's willing to put his arm around him, this should be really exciting for Jaden Higgins to be in the same room with Nico Collins.
And this, my standing rule with Jalen Noel, as it is with any and every rookie slot receiver, is I refuse to get overly excited about anything I see during training camp, minicamp or training camp, because it's just a whole different world once you start facing complex regular season
real
defenses.
Yeah.
Yeah, and remember how awesome Braxton Miller looked in training camp a few years back?
Yeah.
And then he got into the first game. And he said, yeah, you could tell he watched film. It's a lot different out there now.
Right, no.
So Jalen Noel, I am excited about his athleticism because it's obvious and apparent when he's out there.
All right, I don't know how much time we need to spend on this. We all know what the number one question is. I believe practice starts at 9:45, so we may know by the time we're passing the baton to In the Loop, will C.J. Stroud throw today? Will C.J. Stroud throw a football today?
My guess is no.
It's my guess, too. It was my guess last week, and it's my guess again here.
I think they're taking the utmost caution with him.
Well,
and we'll talk to Nick on Thursday where you will not get any answers. But we're going to ask him.
Yeah, got to. Yeah, Nick, 7:15, by the way. We moved it up. It's usually 7:30. 7:15 if you want to mark it on your calendar. Nick Caserio, last appearance with us before training camp, because after practice on Wednesday, everybody kind of shuts it down. Well, they go into hiding for 5 weeks. Players will still be working out and stuff like that, but no practices, nothing organized or anything like that. But will C.J. Stroud throw? You and I are both on the record as a prediction of no, he will not throw today or tomorrow. And I think, too, if it's something where clearly if they're being cautious with him, if they're resting him, I think it's kind of similar to what the Astros did by resting Lance McCullers on Sunday. You're like, oh, rest him on Sunday. We got a day off on Monday, so it's really like he's getting a couple of days off.
Yeah.
Like, if you've been resting him this long, why plunk him out there now when you've got 5 weeks that he can just get right and get ready for? It's way more important. It is way more important that C.J. Stroud be ready to go when training camp gets here than he's out there throwing in mandatory minicamp today, in my opinion. All right, those are the 4 big questions for OTAs. 3 big questions and a bonus question. I like that. I got to ponder that a little bit. I got to think about my gimmick. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Camp starts. Minicamp starts today, 9:45.
Just your other, and odd numbers tend to be better too. If you're going to go more than 3, ideally, anytime you talk about a group of things, 3 is best. But if you go more than that, it's actually better to go 5 than 4.
Man, that's a lot.
We're weird. We're weird creatures, man.
25% more work. Ugh, yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to headlines coming up next here. The Astros back at it today or tonight against the Chicago White Sox. We'll circle back to Nick Chubb. Seth has his 7 things he loves about the Nick Chubb signing coming up at the top of the hour. Stay there.
Because prime numbers are really good too.
Prime numbers and odd numbers, yes.
Yeah. Well, hey, prime numbers. How about a primo
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to the headlines here.
Sean just gave me some good advice during the break. Can't share. Sean's very smart.
At times. And then I step on Nick Chubb right out of the chute in the show
on
today.
His broken foot. Yeah.
On his broken foot, yeah. All right, let's get to the headlines. No Astros action last night, but they are in action tonight. The Chicago White Sox coming to town. Before we get to the White Sox, the Astros did that little thing you do where your money works for you while you're sleeping. While they were sleeping last night, they picked up a half game in the standings because the Mariners suck.
Good job, Astros.
Yeah, way to go. Mariners lost last night.
That's the way compound interest works.
That's exactly how it works.
Have the Mariners in your division.
That's exactly
It does. It doesn't feel like it at the beginning of the season.
No.
You're like, am I even making any money here? And then all of a sudden, the Mariners start collapsing. And
you fire open that 401k, that Vanguard app, and you're like, oh, green arrow up. Huh?
As long as you don't pay attention to the Mariners every single day.
Right.
But by the end of the year, you're like, oh, compound interest.
End of the year, you win the division. Yeah, the Mariners lost last night to the Diamondbacks. Thank you, Diamondbacks. In 11 innings. How about that?
Thanks, Brent Strom.
Yeah. Lance McCullers on the mound tonight, Seth, against the Chicago White Sox, the very same White Sox team that he had his return start against up in Chicago back several weeks ago, where he threw, I think, 3 2/3 shutout innings. But it was all over the place. It was It was a very fortunate. This is the White Sox are going to be seeing a different Lance McCullers tonight. If we get the same Lance we've got in the last couple games, they'll see a very different Lance McCullers tonight than they saw you a few weeks back.
I think the umpire is probably going to be the happiest about that. Because remember those first couple games, I never saw so many people basically say, I can't blame the ump for missing that call.
Yeah.
Nobody knows where this ball is going.
Yeah.
There's no framing by the catcher or anything else. It's just, man, yeah. Lance has, in some of these outings, I would have to look at it, but on average it feels like he's faced lesser offenses the majority of the time.
It does.
So, and Chicago right now is 26th in runs in MLB. So it's been a little bit of, and maybe that factored a little bit also into giving him an extra couple days of rest. I don't know, but that I'm not complaining about it. It's just he needs every bit of help and support he can get.
Yep, should be fun. I'm going to the game tonight, Seth. Amy and I are going to the game tonight.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
good.
So we're looking forward to that. So that's Astros. Texans signed Nick Chubb. That's official. We'll dig deep into that signing at the top of the hour. But I guess just the basics on this. 1 year, $2.5 million is the contract. It can go up to $5 million. He passed the physical, so whatever was going on with his foot that ended his season last year, the Texans don't see any issues with it.
This is exactly what I had hoped for. It's actually a little bit better. I thought it might be a $4 million base plus incentives. So this is even better than what I had said when I said, man, as long as the contract is right, this is minimal risk with very high upside. I don't even know what the ceiling is on Nick Chubb. That he'll never be the same guy he was before. But especially with guys who work really hard and are physically imposing, there is potential for him to get back to a really, really good level. The closest example I could think of for a guy who has had a devastating knee injury, a multi-ligament/tendon, took multiple surgeries afterwards and come back from it, was Willis McGahee, who had just a gruesome injury. Was a good enough player that he still got drafted high by
first round pick. He was a first round pick,
and ended up playing 10 years. Now he was a young man when that happened. On the other end of the spectrum, I'd say Adrian Peterson. It was an ACL, which is like the equivalent of a Tommy John in football, but at Adrian Peterson's age and the way he came back from it, and then the length of time he had afterwards as a running back. Remember, running backs are different than any other position. And he's a guy who, like Nick Chubb, is a workout maniac, all of those things. Those are the two guys I would look at and say, okay, it could work out like that.
Those are the optimistic ones, right? Yeah, those are the bright side look. Yeah. Adrian Peterson came back to win the MVP of the league. I mean, he ran for 2,000 yards.
And the other big thing is that because when the Browns brought Nick Chubb back last year, they jumped right in, and he got pretty regular usage and double-digit carries in a few games last year. And it would suggest to me that perhaps there wasn't a bunch of cartilage damage. With those catastrophic knee injuries, the tough thing is if you have a boatload of cartilage damage too, because that doesn't come back as well. So be about best case scenario with as bad an injury as he had.
Yeah, and we'll see if he's out there today at mandatory minicamp. I don't know that there's an expectation that he's going to be there. He was in town yesterday. I would imagine, Seth, he'll be present. I don't know how much he'll be doing out there.
It might be like Trent Brown has been out there.
Yeah.
Is in an observational and tutorial capacity.
Advisory capacity, yeah. So we'll see. But Nick Chubb, officially a Houston Texan. Texans loading up in the backfield. That is good to see. Minicamp does start today. The big question, as we just went through, 4 big questions for mandatory minicamp in the previous segment. Will C.J. Stroud throw today? You and I are both on the record predicting he will not throw today. And because we're predicting that, if he doesn't throw today or tomorrow, my alarm level does not move at all. You know what I mean? Like I'm not like if I'm at DEFCON 1 is the highest. If I'm at DEFCON 4 right now with CJ's shoulder, if he doesn't throw today or tomorrow, for me personally, it's not like it goes to 3. I'm not expecting him to throw.
This has been a 2-week process of coming to terms with the fact that it is just June. Try not to worry too much about this. I'm going to remain concerned about it. But even as I was brainstorming my burning questions for this mini camp, et cetera, the easiest one is the last one I thought of, which is C.J. Stroud. Yeah. I've kind of just parked him to the side, and I hope that this is just the Texans being genuinely conservative and careful with a guy it's got some. It's nothing more than that. Nothing to see here.
If you're just, so often we're body language experts. If you're just going body language on C.J. Stroud, there's nothing about his body language, both at OTAs and out about town, that says that he's concerned about this.
And there is a tendency of C.J. to veer towards the morose side of body language, I think. Yeah. He shows it on his face at times. You could see it during the season, his rookie year especially, where he just looked tired and beleaguered at times. You're right. He's out there. He's
doing all the
handoffs. He's messing around. He's at Joe Mixon's camp playing defense. All of those things would suggest that, at least as far as how he feels about it, it's nothing devastating or anything.
Yeah. He's doing all his individual handshakes with each of his teammates out there. He's shooting buckets at the charity basketball game. He's
been cleared for handshakes and free throws.
Yes, clear.
And 3-pointers. That was the big one. He was cleared for 3-pointers.
That's what he's been cleared for by the medical staff. All right, let's get to this real quick. We've not talked much this week at all about Kevin Durant or the Rockets or where that's going. This came over the weekend. This was from John Gambadoro, who's a host on Arizona Sports, on Sports Radio out in Arizona. This is in response to Kelly Iko's report, Kelly Iko, The Athletic, that Phoenix had been in constant touch with the Rockets recently about Kevin Durant trades. Refuted by an Arizona radio host. Take a listen.
A lot of the reports that are out there are inaccurate. And so what I'll say is, as of now, the Suns haven't been in discussion with anybody since February. Now, in February, they did speak to a lot of different teams about trading Durant. Okay. And we know that. But since then, when they didn't have a GM and they didn't have a coach, they weren't actively trying to trade Kevin Durant. So these reports that, the Houston report is just 100% wrong. Phoenix Suns have lowered their asking price for Kevin Durant, and Houston has made several calls to get a deal done. They haven't spoken. The Rockets and the Suns have not spoken since February. Honestly, they haven't. The Suns haven't had a coach. Before that, they didn't have a GM. There are no calls going on to trade Kevin Durant. Now, will there be calls now? Absolutely. There'll be calls.
Okay, unless he's just misspeaking, I feel like he invalidated his entire take when he said that the reports are that Houston is calling Phoenix.
Yeah.
Because
those aren't the reports.
The reports are that Phoenix is calling Houston.
Yeah.
Now, maybe he just accidentally transposed those two in that sentence.
Yep.
But I'm skeptical of the claim that no calls have been made just because GMs are calling anybody and everybody all the time.
Yeah, I think
they're
that's
chatty Cathys.
Yeah, I think that's his general contention is there's been no contact between the two teams, and I'm with you on that. I have a hard time believing that. unless he mentioned that Phoenix not having a GM, that there's a power vacuum there right now. I don't know. I mean, Kevin Durant's kind of a big deal, so we'll see.
What I remember. I had the same concern when the Texans didn't have a GM. And remember, Cal McNair kind of shut us down by saying, "Listen, everybody, there's people. We have people in the organization.
Yep.
People, they know who to call if they want to, work something with the Texans."
They fired Bill Bryan. Yeah, no, that's when that was. The other thing with respect to Durant, we won't get to the audio here, but it sounds like the most smoke around Durant is with the San Antonio Spurs, to the point where a lot of folks, including this Gambadoro, think that the Spurs are the landing spot for Kevin Durant. So we'll see. Hey, for those of you that don't want Kevin Durant here, just know you may find him in state in the division here if the Rockets don't make a deal for him. All right, those are your headlines. Kind of a light headline day. Let's get back to Nick Chubb. Seth has 7 reasons he loves the Nick Chubb signing. 7 reasons Seth loves Chubb coming to the Houston Texans. We've got that for you coming up next. But first, Prize Picks.
FM Access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Hey, programming note. About 48 hours and change from now, 7:15 a.m. on Thursday, Texans Executive Vice President and GM Nick Caserio will join us on the show. A little earlier than his usual hit. Usually he goes 7:30. 7:15, so make a note. So funny.
This video that somebody posted.
Oh, that is funny.
Some guy with a Twitter handle that claims he's an it says it's Brock Corral, ESPN, but he's not ESPN. But it's a video said, hey, this is basically saying this is why the Texans got rid of Laramie Tunsil. And then there's a video of a guy who looks like a 400-pound version of Laramie Tunsil.
He looks like if you ask ChatGPT to add 110 pounds to Tunsil, that's what he would look like.
He's got the 2 earrings, and he's devouring these wings in a car, like doing a food review of it. And he's so fat and sloppy. But it looks so much like Tunsil.
And it is an obscene amount of fried food and biscuits that he's got in front of him. It's really funny. It is funny. That's worth laughing.
It looks so much like Tunsil.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Because he's got like no eyebrows and
yeah. It's really funny.
That's messed up. I do not endorse that type of humor.
No, we don't. No, not at all.
That's why I have to repost it as an illustration of what I
don't endorse. I do not approve of this thing that I just reposted. All right, so Seth, let's get to this. 7 reasons you love the Nick Chubb signing. Nick Chubb, 1 year, $2.5 million. Deal can go up to $5 million. Nick Chubb, very accomplished. Undeniably, over the last 6 or 7 years, one of the best running backs in all of football, especially before the injuries. Like, obviously, the injuries the last 2 years have robbed him of these 2 years, and we'll see, exactly how it plays out for the Texans with the injuries. But you have a lot of reasons that you really, really like this signing. So let's go.
An odd number of reasons, as discussed, because
7 is
ideally
an odd number.
3, but there's so many reasons I like this that I have to go with 7.
7.
Best to do it in odd numbers.
Yep.
1, sheer pettiness. Sheer pettiness
Yes.
that, hey,
Yes.
I think everybody I've heard from the Browns understands that Nick Chubb it's an uphill battle for him to get back to where he once was. They understand where he is in this career, and yet they love him so much that it's devastating to them that the Browns they are stuck in this purgatory where they're not quite rebuilding, but they're not quite going for it.
Right.
They're upset that Nick Chubb is leaving Cleveland. You found a Cleveland fan who lays out perfectly just how much the Texans have destroyed the Browns franchise.
I will credit a listener of ours, Pedro, who sent this to me on Instagram. He sent Instagram that's done by a Cleveland content generator by the name of Max Loeb, who lays out exactly how the Texans have ruined the Browns franchise over the last 3 years.
How is this happening again? I can't believe this. The Houston Texans have physically and emotionally dismantled the Cleveland Browns more than any other team in the past decade. Nick Chubb, now a Houston Texan. Not here to talk about if that was a good or a bad move for the Browns to move on from Nick Chubb. The reality is the fan favorite in Cleveland, gone to Houston. Gone to Houston 2 years after they beat you by 31 points in the NFL playoffs. They destroy you. And all of that is after this trade. Will Anderson, Tank Dell, Kamari Lassiter, Caden Bullock, for Deshaun Watson, and a pick that got Jerry Jeudy, so maybe there's some positive. No. I'm literally asking you, has there ever been an NFL team that's taken a fan-favorite star player, absolutely dismantled them in the playoffs, and then pulled off the heist of a century in a franchise-altering trade for both sides? No. The answer is no. Now, there's really only so much you can do. You almost have to tip your cap to Nick Caserio and the Houston Texans. But the Houston Texans have physically and emotionally ruined the Browns fan base for the past 5-6 years. And don't forget, they made another trade in this year's draft, too.
Yeah, they did. They made another trade. I forget what it was.
Yeah, so we'll see. There's still more. We can put a cherry on top of that.
Yeah, man.
I think my favorite, despite obviously Deshaun Watson being the big coup in all of this, I mean, that's the body slam.
Oh, yeah.
Chokehold, like, you're done.
Yep.
Is popping the Joe Flacco bubble in the playoffs,
underrated,
and then
yeah.
the Browns still yet again going back to the Joe. Like they reached like, oh, all right, well, it's still I could still use it to I could use this deflated balloon to tie something up. I suppose.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah. Yep. That's underrated. You're right, because they were all in on Joe Flacco.
Yes. Number 2 reason I love this signing of Nick Chubb. And now I wrote this before I knew what the contract details were. The contract itself. As Diana Rossini had pointed out, she says that Chubb was willing to play for the Texans for less than what other teams offered. And it ends up being less than what I had deemed acceptable. Ends up being $2.5 million, worth up to $5 million with incentives. That is the sweet spot of, hey, we're paying guys that almost definitely aren't going to make the team as linemen and what have you, more money than that.
Yep.
That's as close as it gets to just pocket cash in the NFL. The upside being that, man, the guy, if he can get back to 75% of what he used to be, that is a hell of a backup running back you have.
Yes.
And what I would add on to that, too, it's not one of the main points, but I played against this guy when he was an aging short yardage specialist, Marcus Allen. I mean, Marcus Allen played forever as a short yardage specialist after he wasn't a peak running back. And I could see an avenue where maybe Nick Chubb at some point doesn't have that same breakaway speed or explosiveness, but is a big, strong, smart dude that can get 2 yards for you on the goal line.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I just, for some perspective on the contract, the base contract, 1 year, $2.5 million, that's $500,000 more than Dario Gumbawale is making. It's $500,000 less than Trent Brown's getting. As Seth points out, it can go up to $5 million. I'd be very curious what the incentives are. At some point, Aaron Wilson will tweet out every detailed chapter and verse of the contract. But
that would be the only part where it might cushion it a little bit, but the fact that it's still incentive-based is if the incentives are simply being on the active roster or playtime or what have you, that's where I guess, ideally the incentives would be you rush for 1,700 yards, but it's still, even if it was 1 year, $5 million guaranteed, I still would have been okay with that contract.
Sure.
$5 million was kind of my limit. So, this is a very good contract for the reality of the situation.
For sure. I would guess that they probably skew towards just being active on game day. For the reason you brought up yesterday, you brought up as an enticement to Nick Chubb, possibly being that he doesn't have to be the bell cow guy here. You've got Joe Mixon already. It's almost unfair that if you're coming in with that sort of role and that sort of mentality to say, oh, yeah, that's cool that you're cool being here and getting 10 carries a game. You have to rush for 1,250 yards to get this $1 million bonus,
Right.
So I think his role, if I had to guess, we're kind of parsing nuts here at this point, but it's bottom line. You're absolutely right. We're parsing nuts with Chubb. The bottom line is this is a very, very good deal for the Texans.
Yeah,
absolutely.
very good deal.
Yep.
Third reason I love this is, as alluded to previously, according to Diana Rossini, Chubb chose the Texans despite being offered more money elsewhere. Which is a stamp of authenticity from Nick Chubb on the Texans organization. And even after the situation where he's got a young quarterback that I'm sure he thinks that he likes a lot. He's watched him in person dismantle the Browns. And I think Joe Mixon is a selling point there.
Yeah.
I think Nick Chubb doesn't need to be the bell cow right now as he's still trying to come back from this devastating knee injury. And being alongside Joe Mixon, and I would add into that, I think Joe Mixon is probably happy about this. I don't think Joe Mixon knows that the key to having a long and fruitful career as a running back in the NFL is to have some version of running back by committee, and they didn't really have that.
They had nobody they trusted other than Mixon last year to carry the football. They just didn't. That's borne out in the box scores of the games that you go look at, especially in the postseason.
The other part about this situation being attractive to Chubb, I'm sure, is that the Texans have shown that they've signed guys to one-year deals, Dalton Schultz, Malik Collins, Mario Edwards, etc., that the Texans then extend. That you don't have to, that they're willing to, that prove-it contract doesn't have to be a, hey, prove it in Houston, then go elsewhere. No, we'll pay you if we like what we see.
That'll be an interesting one. You're absolutely right about the guys you just listed. This will be an interesting where the rubber meets the road situation, given that he's going to be nearly a 30-year-old running back when that decision will have to have been made.
They've done it with, I mean, they redid Joe Mixon's contract, where you might raise
traded
an eyebrow.
for him.
Right,
yeah.
and you might raise an eyebrow and say, well, wow, boy, that's money you're giving to an aging running back. I think as it is with Nick, he's really cool with spending a lot of money in short-term doses.
Yeah.
And if it works out to the absolute best, a lot of guaranteed money over a short period of time.
My wormhole today, before we get to reason number 4, we're in the middle of Seth's 7 reasons he loves the Nick Chubb signing. My wormhole today might be to go back and look at the day the Deshaun Watson trade was made and what were people saying about the Texans and what were people saying about the Browns. Because Deshaun Watson was viewed as the finishing touches on a Super Bowl caliber roster that day. That's undeniable. And in a culture that people feel like they'd gotten out of the losing in Cleveland. They were on their way to big things. The Texans hadn't even drafted Derek Stingley Jr. yet when the Deshaun Watson trade got made. They were less than a month in to the Lovie Smith era at that point. Maybe it was like mid-March. I think they hired Lovie in February that year. So it was still. I mean, you were 2 months removed from the David Culley era. To go back and find articles back then, opinions of people, what they thought about each of those franchises, and that now it's clearly been flipped on its head. The Browns are viewed back how they were viewed before, back in the Hugh Jackson era, and the Texans, to your point, Seth, are viewed as a place where one of the Browns' faces of their franchise for the last 2 decades, decided to come here and play for $2.5 million as a backup. It's just, I want to go back and just see what the receipts look like from 3 years ago. 3 years ago, that's when that was happening, man.
Number 4 reason I love this Nick Chubb signing.
Yeah.
He's the right kind of guy. Swarm tendencies abound with this one,
RKOG, yes.
The swarm is strong in this one. Test they do on the young potential Jedis. I feel like it would come back with whatever those little micro bodies were or whatever.
Yeah. They're called midichlorians, Seth. Yeah.
Okay, yes. Yeah. He's got a lot of swarmachlorians in him.
Swarmachlorians, yeah.
So he's swimming in a pool that's rife with swimachlorine.
Yes.
So swarmachlorine. I asked ChatGPT to go through 57 articles for me, all of which I had read completely. But just to summarize, let's see. These are his character traits: hardworking and determined, team-oriented, polite and humble. That's not even a swarm characteristic, but that's I like that. I just like it. Resilient and courageous. Courageous, Sean!
Courageous.
Yes!
The C word.
As we careen towards World War III, we desperately need courage, quiet leadership. Sting. That's the Andre Johnson factor. Then on and on and on. I think the biggest thing is really, everybody from Cleveland just gushes about his football character and around the league, going back to his college days. So that part is just a no-brainer. I
like that a lot. This was, when guys come on new teams, they do videos where the social media team hands them a phone and they go for 15 seconds about how excited they are to be there, and they get all animated and things like that. To your point, this was Nick Chubb's intro video.
What's up, H-Town? Nick Chubb here. Super excited to be here. Let's get to work.
That's it, man.
That's it.
Super excited.
Quiet, unassuming. Yeah.
Get to work, and then flash it. You didn't see it because it's audio, but he flashed his H's up. So he knows, and he had a jersey on too. So he was doing the media stuff yesterday in the building there where they shoot the stuff for the Jumbotron and whatnot.
Uh-huh.
So that must have been what they were doing, yeah. That's why he had the jersey on.
5th reason I love this signing, and this is one, I don't think you signed Chubb for this specifically, but I think it ends up being a great situation, is Chubb, twice in his career, he had a devastating injury in college where he had to have multiple ligaments repaired. So, he's come back from that once before, but then he has another devastating multi-surgery injury, and it's been a 2-year process coming back from that. It's a good resource for Tank Dell.
Yeah, for sure.
Tank Dell's been Tank Dell will be in the same building with Chubb. There's probably, there's times where you get down because the progress isn't necessarily where you want to be. You get frustrated. I like that he can be there, not just for that, but just for the actual nuts and bolts of a rehab, how to go about it, how to be careful with this or aggressive with that. I think that's a good kind of ancillary benefit to this.
Yeah,
signing.
almost like not advisory, but just a sounding board for Tank if he's going through certain things when it comes to the injury. Do you think that's part of the extra $2.5 million that he can get up to 5 with? Is if he charges Tank by the hour?
He should.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Or it should
submits an invoice to Nick Caserio.
Tank Dell, there should be a little extra bonus in there. If Tank Dell plays this year, you get an extra $1 million.
Yeah, that should be part of it. Yeah, as Tank's therapist, that's what he should get, 100%. All right, so that's number 5. Number 6.
Number 6 reason I love this signing of Nick Chubb, the added competition in the running back room and giving you options in the running back room. I think immediately, as soon as this became a rumor, you and I were asked most often about Pierce. I don't think it really necessarily affects Dameon Pierce directly other than with the numbers game because they're two different scenarios. With the Texans, it's a very, very low-risk signing. And with Nick Chubb, they're going to see exactly how he looks physically during training camp. And there's a chance that maybe he's on the PUP to start the season because he's coming off that broken foot, too. So they know the upside of Nick Chubb, but they can't depend on it right now. Dameon Pierce is more of a young guy that if we like how he looks in training camp, there's a very good chance that they like Dameon Pierce in week 1 better as the number 2 running back than they like Nick Chubb.
Yeah.
So they're kind of separating them by two different sets of standards. I think that the numbers game is real, and there is extra competition now, but Dameon Pierce is more in competition with Agumbawale, Woody Marks, and all the other young running backs.
I agree. I think initially the competition is Nick Chubb versus health. How does he look? Does the foot look good? Does the knee look good? And if he looks good, if he looks healthy, we know Mixon will be on the team. We know Chubb will be on the team. I think Woody Marks is going to be on this team because they traded a pick to get him, and he's got a specific skill set. I think health for all. If everybody's healthy, I think this is a Pierce. I'm with you. Pierce versus a Agumbawale situation.
Honestly, for Pierce to make the team, it's in competition to just make the roster with all those other guys. But then I think there is a competition for second string running back.
For sure.
And yes, I know it's Nick Chubb. I get it. A broken foot from last year and a devastating knee injury 2 years ago. So who do they feel most comfortable getting a bunch of carries if Joe Mixon gets injured in the first snap of the first game?
Yep. All right, last one.
Number 7, I cannot stress this strongly enough. No, this is not an Ahman Green situation. I understand the hesitancy when you saw Ahman Green in 2007 come in and just was never the same version of what he was in Green Bay. This is the difference. They signed Ahman Green to be the bell cow. Yeah. They gave Ahman Green a 3-year lucrative by 2007 standards.
I'm looking at the article. 4 years, $23 million.
Yeah, which back then was a lot of money for a running back.
Yes.
So it doesn't even remotely approach the Ahman Green situation.
I agree.
Ahman Green, you were depending on Ahman Green. Right now, Nick Chubb is a potential bonus at very, very, very low risk.
He's a scratch-off.
They're not looking at him as a guy who's going to displace Joe Mixon. So just as a way of shutting that down, there are very, very few similarities to the Ahman Green situation and the Nick Chubb situation.
I saw someone mention Ed Reed, too, that situation with Ed Reed. And again...
Yeah, Ed Reed, they thought Ed Reed was going to come in and teach guys how to be a champion.
Yeah.
And then he ended up not being a good fit. He was going to be a day one starter, obviously, all of that. The similarities are that, yes, they're aging players that are on the back nine of their career, but it's not the same in terms of what the team is expecting of them or paying for.
Paying for and expecting and the risk factor. This is an extreme risk factor compared to not that the Ed Reed and Ahman Green contracts were like going to ruin your salary cap for years, but we're comparing it to Nick Chubb. We're not comparing it to the high end of the salary cap. So, yeah. Agreed with all that. That was good, man. 7 reasons. So you love the Nick Chubb signing. That's good.
Yeah. Right after I told you that, whenever you present a list, it should be in groups of 3. You teased that, hey, we'll have 7 reasons coming up.
You just said you said 3, but you also said odd numbers.
Odd numbers, yeah.
So you're good.
I sent you a little blurb about why people like odd numbers. Yeah.
Good. Few people weighing in on the whole Cleveland-Houston dynamic. Don't forget that they also traded Brock Osweiler to Cleveland. That was, I would say, Cleveland probably won that deal. They got the second-round pick that they used to draft Nick Chubb in that trade.
Right. And Cleveland never expected. Remember, that was an NBA-style salary dump.
Yep.
And I'm still kind of amazed that the NFL allowed it because supposedly they don't allow that kind of stuff. Like, Cleveland had to act like they liked Brock Osweiler for that deal to not to not get negated.
Yes.
It's he ended up being gone from the team in less than a year, less than a season.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So
yeah.
they said they basically bought a pick with that.
Yeah. No, he was on Miami a year later because I know that because he came here and played on Thursday Night Football against the Texans. Old Brock's return to Miami back then. You can text the show 713-572-4610. That was good. Nick Chubb, a Houston Texan. Minicamp getting started a little over 2 hours from now out at the Methodist Training Center. So this was interesting yesterday. We know Aaron Rodgers signed his deal with the Steelers. It's 1 year and $13 million and change, up to about $20 million if he hits incentives and whatnot. Adam Schefter reported this yesterday that Aaron Rodgers, this will be funny to see how Aaron Rodgers takes all this, that he was actually plan C for the Pittsburgh Steelers this offseason.
This was the best move that the Pittsburgh Steelers could make right now. But let's also remember that this was the third option for the Pittsburgh Steelers. They were in on Matthew Stafford and couldn't get done a trade. They tried to re-sign Justin Fields. He opted to go to the New York Jets, where he will meet Aaron Rodgers on opening day. And after they couldn't get a trade done for Stafford and couldn't get Fields re-signed, they pivoted to Aaron Rodgers. So Aaron Rodgers right now was their third choice, their best choice right now, but their third choice, and he becomes right now the third best quarterback in the AFC North.
Okay. I think Aaron Rodgers probably read well, I don't know, maybe not.
It's not like this would be a revelation to him or anything.
Yeah,
I don't think
he read
the timeline
news.
is everything that Schefter reported. He didn't. He encapsulated the reality of the situation, which was stuff that's already been publicly reported.
Yeah.
So I don't think Aaron Rodgers, for one, I don't think he's, who knows, maybe he is. I don't think he's scrolling Pro Football Talk every single day and everything. The way he puts it, he finds out things when people tell him that stuff has been said.
He either scrolls it every
and I think he doesn't scroll it at all. And that's why sometimes he goes after the wrong people sometimes in the media because somebody will tell him that somebody said something and you're like, wait, no, Aaron, that's not what they said. But Aaron Rodgers theoretically probably knows all of that. He knows that Aaron Rodgers might have a huge ego, as you want your NFL quarterbacks to have, but he also understands the reality of the Steelers have been looking for a quarterback, and this is just the way that it worked out.
Yep. I'm anxious to. I kind of wish the Steelers were on the Texans' schedule this year. One, to get back at Aaron Rodgers for last year, but two, just because I'm totally intrigued by this Aaron Rodgers thing.
I don't want them because if there's one thing you can say about all the great things that the Texans defense has done in the last couple of years with D'Amico Ryans, the one curious thing is they allow various nondescript quarterbacks to have the best game of their season.
Fair.
Aaron Rodgers last year, Zach Wilson the before, Desmond Ritter with the Falcons, all over the place.
Oh yeah.
So no, I don't want to face. I want to face as few nondescript, non-divisional quarterbacks as possible.
That's fair. So Eric Edholm had a piece on NFL.com. 12 teams. There's 12 teams in the NFL that have never won a Super Bowl. The Texans are one of those teams, and he ranks them based on the likelihood, or his prediction as to the likelihood as to them winning a Super Bowl. Each of these 12 teams ranks them on likelihood, and the Texans are fifth on this list. Why should the Texans be behind, or what ahead of them? The four teams that are ahead of them, then I'll pose the question, are Buffalo number 1. I don't think there's a ton of argument with that. Detroit number 2. Minnesota number 3. And Cincinnati number 4. Are you disrespected, Seth? Do you feel disrespected as a Houston Texans fan about being behind any of those 4 teams in terms of the team's likelihood of winning a Super Bowl this year?
I want hell to be disrespected by Minnesota being above them, since J.J. McCarthy, for all intents and purposes, a rookie is gonna be starting for them this year, and yet the Texans faced Minnesota last year with a quarterback that nobody thought much of before 2024, and Sam Darnold. People thought a lot more highly of J.J. McCarthy going into 2024 than they thought of Sam Darnold, and yet the Sam Darnold and that Minnesota Vikings team just completely and thoroughly dismantled the Texans. So as much as I'd love to, I can't be offended by that.
Okay.
I can't.
Okay. What about Cincinnati at 4?
That's Joe Burrow. I think Joe Burrow and that offense in general, and then some hope that if you look at just how drastically bad the Bengals defense underperformed last year, that it makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Are you offended?
By the Minnesota one, I am a little bit. Just that's a lot of that is a lot of equity you're putting in J.J. McCarthy. Sam Darnold at least had been around. You know, like J.J. McCarthy, the speed of the game is about to speed up big time for J.J. McCarthy. Look, if I were to sit here, if you threw me in a court of law and I had to argue Minnesota versus the Texans, it would be a battle for sure. Cincinnati just doesn't have a defense. I just don't know that they're going to be. I don't know that they're going to win enough games to put themselves in position to win a Super Bowl. You know, like that's a bad defense, and they haven't re-signed. You know, Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, what is going on with Hendrickson? Has it been radio side? We haven't checked. Nothing headline grabbing.
Nothing.
Or anything.
Yeah, and he's threatening to sit out. He's saying he'll sit out the year if he has to, which is the dumbest thing you can do. He's set to make like 15, 17 million. If you sit out the year, your contract just tolls for another year, and you're a Bengal again next year.
This is where I would look at, if you're looking at it as objectively as possible from outside of either of those two cities, you look at the Bengals and you say, hey, offense is doing everything they need to do. The defense sucks. If you're looking at it objectively from outside Houston, you look at the Texans and you say, well, defense is doing everything you expect them to do. The offense was bad last year.
Yeah.
And you got offense trumps defense in any given year in the NFL. So that's where on the very 35,000-foot view of things, it makes sense.
The funny thing is about this list is that the two teams that are at the very top, Buffalo and Detroit, who you and I haven't even mentioned here in terms of comparing them to the Texans, granted both the games were at home, but they beat Buffalo and probably should have beaten Detroit, both of those teams last year. Again, both games at home, so that's that matters. And yet I feel like given where the Texans were offensively last year, until I see it, I have a hard time making an argument.
About this, if you look at those five teams, including the Texans, there's, I think compared to previous years where maybe we were optimistic prematurely or what have you, there's no reason to think that the Texans aren't in that same group, that can't battle it out with any of those four teams that are above them.
For sure.
And as evidenced by the way they played them on the field last year.
Yeah.
And the Vikings, obviously. The Vikings is an interesting one because Brian Flores' defense was really humming, and the Texans' offense was not ready to pass that test.
Mm-hmm.
They just flat out weren't. Brian Flores, the defense coordinator of the Vikings, did everything that would dismantle a bad offensive line, a young quarterback, all of those things. It just snowballed throughout the game. Not to mention, that was the game in which the offensive line had, was it 4 straight or 5 straight?
It was a lot. It was several consecutive pre-snap penalties.
They knocked themselves out of field goal range with pre-snap penalties.
It was 3 because they went from 3rd and 4 to 3rd and 19. So that's that. It's and they had several more during that game.
I think they were
too.
Consecutive there. Yeah, I'm gonna bet. I'm not saying you're wrong on this. I want to say it was 4 consecutive.
Was it? Yeah, maybe it was. Maybe it was. So the Texans 5th on this list, just to round out the list in case you're curious. These are, again, the 12 teams that haven't won a Super Bowl. Texans are ranked 5th on that list of their chances of winning one this year. Chargers at 6. Kudos to Eric Edholm for putting the Chargers behind the Texans. Whereas all these power rankings and quarterback rankings I see have the Chargers and Justin Herbert ahead of the Texans and C.J. Stroud. It's
Justin Herbert, who's somehow even worse than Aaron Judge in the playoffs.
Yeah. Exactly. Arizona 7th, Atlanta 8th, Jacksonville 9th, Carolina is 10th, the Tennessee Titans are 11th. As long as we have the theme of picking on the Cleveland Browns, they are the last team on this list at 12th. So there you go. It's interesting because one of the things that Edholm brings up in this piece, Seth, is DeMeco Ryans' inability as head coach here to beat good teams. And I don't know if it was I don't know if it's an inability to beat all the good teams. They've had some good wins. It's for sure an inability to compete with the Ravens and an inability to seal the deal against the Chiefs in games that you were competitive in for 3 quarters. Like the Ravens and the Chiefs, who, if we're being honest, other than the Bills, those are the 2 teams you need to get through to get to a Super Bowl. DeMeco's had real trouble with those 2 teams, especially the Baltimore Ravens.
Right. Yeah. And if you look at the Ravens, the frustrating thing about that is that the defense in that last regular season game especially just could not compete against them.
Yeah.
It's one thing if the offense can't compete against the defense or what have you. You expect that last year. But, man, every single flaw and blemish and potential bad outcome on that Christmas Day game, you just flat out saw it. That was the biggest letdown in all of that, I think, is how thoroughly – and you look at it and you wonder, again, with the Ravens, man, I still fear the Ravens more than the Chiefs.
Absolutely.
Because it's a physical, punishing, what are you going to do to stop Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry when both those guys are healthy? The Ravens didn't have a good because they had that two-headed monster in the backfield. It makes it a lot easier to be a good offensive line.
Yeah, the Ravens, I will say this, I feel the same way about the Ravens now that I felt during the season last year, which is, the Ravens were the 3 seed in the AFC, but their best game is the most fearsome game out of any of those teams. The Ravens, the Ravens A game is the best. At their A game, they're better than anybody else.
You go into the fourth quarter of the Chiefs game, and there was still a chance.
Yes.
I mean, that was a close game.
Yep.
And the Ravens, it didn't quite feel like that.
No.
Never has.
I'm looking at like D'Amico's 2-year body of work. Yeah, like that's if we're looking at the pros and cons, like the cons are absolutely that the Ravens have been your daddy and that you've been in games against the Chiefs, but largely because of bad offensive line play, you did yourself in, and then the tank injury in that regular season game was a thing, no doubt about that. But for a 2-year body of work, for a guy who took over a team that had won 11 games the previous 3 seasons, I don't look at D'Amico Ryans through a lens where it's like I don't trust him in big games or anything like that. Like this is a franchise that they got turned around way faster than people thought. Mm-hmm. And he's been in the playoffs twice now. He's very much protected their home turf in the playoffs. They had 2 blowout wins against the Browns. They had 2 blowout wins as underdogs in those games against the Browns and the Chargers. And then, he beat Buffalo last year in a regular season game. Went to Cincinnati and won with Cincinnati having a good defense, too, in the year before. I thought the Tampa Bay game was a good win. And he's owned the division, too, which is a big thing. He's owned the division. It's interesting, if you look at how they match up versus the Chiefs or the Ravens, too, is that both of those teams can hurt you with their tight ends, as we've seen. Yeah. And the Texans linebackers not great in coverage. One of the keys to the Super Bowl for a lot of people was, okay, how's C.J. Gardner-Johnson going to do when tasked with covering Travis Kelce? Because if Travis is really good at using your aggressiveness against you, and they did a great job in that game. They did. Covering Mark Andrews, covering Travis Kelce, not allowing Travis Kelce to look like he's young again, all that stuff. Those are 2 of the huge challenges in just overcoming those hurdles. Yep, no doubt. Payne and Pendergast with you, 713-572-4610. People still weighing in on the running back room. Pierce won't beat out Woody Marks. Dare is a lock just because of special teams. They'll go with Woody as RB2. If Chubb doesn't pan out, Pierce's days are numbered. Yeah, and I think that it's very fair to say that, and that's why I'm not trying to cop out of the argument. I think really it's a matter of, man, how good does Nick Chubb look and feel during training camp? Because if he looks and feels great and is anywhere close to what he used to be, that's your number 2 running back. That's your 2 guy, man. If he doesn't, then you got to start operating as, okay, if we can't really rely on Nick Chubb because of his health situation, what happens then? And then that's where there's room for Dameon Pierce. Yeah. So there's a lot of moving parts. The running back room yesterday became one of the most interesting rooms on the team heading into training camp. There's no doubt with the signing of Nick Chubb. Another text. What's up, guys? I've missed the discussion. I missed the discussion this morning, but British Brooks looked pretty damn good last year. I figure he's going to have a say-so in the depth chart of the running back room. Probably a bigger say at the fullback position than the tailback position. Yeah, I think his competition was with Jacob Johnson. Yeah. And I think that they're going to want a fullback. British Brooks' real potential upside there is in his versatility. That I think if he's a fullback on the depth chart, I think they would be comfortable if he's active on game day. If they need him at running back, he can play running back. Yeah. If they need him at fullback, he played tight end in that preseason game. I think they really like his versatility. So if they really want a fullback
but then also have some insurance at running back and maybe save a place on the roster instead of just having a dedicated fullback. That's where British Brooks has a real potential.
Yeah, again, he's another guy coming off injury too. I mean, I think he tore his ACL last year, right? That's what took him out. I know it was a knee injury of some sort that ended his season last year. So we'll see how he looks. Mandatory minicamp today, starting at 9:45. We'll keep you up to speed on everything that we see out there here. Keep it tuned to Sports Radio 610 all day long. All right, top of the hour, we will do the petty cast for Tuesday. Boy, I got some petties. I got a couple of my own, and I got a few that are very, very good from other people. The Tuesday petty cast at 8 a.m. Astros in line to make the All-Star game as of right now, June 10th, 6-10 day. ESPN laid it out yesterday. They went over the number I was. We'll give you the names. Do you agree with this assessment coming up next?
Tarasco's is the absolute.
flag. Happy 6-10 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Pettycast, top of the hour. Stay tuned for that. We got a good one for you.
We haven't done that already?
We have not. 8 o'clock, Seth.
I've been so petty all morning long.
Yeah.
I've been basking in this pettiness towards the Browns.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
cool.
you've just been stretching out your petty hamstrings all morning, and you're ready to go. You're going to be ready to sprint when 8 o'clock comes around today. It's going to be
Tell
fun.
you what, when it comes to warm-ups, Sean, you're wearing your Harvard track and field shirt because your daughter was a cross-country runner
He's
at
a
Harvard.
coach there now, too, yeah.
The most impressive thing to me whenever I've gone to a race to watch somebody or something is like these distance runners who are about to run a half marathon, the really actual distance runners, they're out there doing like 100-yard wind sprints.
It's crazy.
Right before the race. I'm like, what are you doing? Conserve your energy. You could die out there.
It's the stuff they do the days leading up to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just got to get my 10-mile run in because I've got a half marathon. Like 10 miles. I don't know if I've run 10 miles in the last 10 years.
I get the distance part of it. It's they're doing stuff that looks like a wind sprint to me.
Yeah.
Which to them is just like a nice, easy whatever. But they're striding it out for like 10 sets of 100-yard wind sprints right before the race.
No, it is. It's funny. If you ever go to a cross-country meet, like a 5K or something like that, and there's 20 teams there, there's 200 kids just field out. It's crazy. So David Schoenfield of ESPN.com has his sort of early all-star game. Kind of put the NL and AL all-star teams together, starters and reserves, based on his assessment of things. And, man, if you had told me in a season where their pitching staff got 60% wiped out, their rotation to start the year, and that Yordan Alvarez would be out for almost the whole season, and Jose Altuve has barely a 700 OPS, that the Astros would have 5 guys in line to make somebody's all-star team at this stage, I would have said, well, you know what I would have said? I would have said, wow, the Tucker trade probably is working out very well for these guys.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody, I'm guessing Paredes got to be one of these guys, and sure enough, he is. But 5 guys, Seth, that Schoenfeld's got on his American League All-Star team, the number one debate that he has as far as positions go on the ballot for starting is American League shortstop, which you and I talked about last week. We talked Pena. We've been talking Pena a lot lately. My feeling is that Pena is putting numbers together right now that this version of Pena is the best shortstop that this team has been getting, including Carlos Correa during this run here that they've had since 2015, 16, 17 in there. Pena is elite right now. The problem for Pena is Jacob Wilson is elite and Bobby Witt Jr. is elite in the American League. And he lays it out, a great debate here. I mean, the numbers, the WAR numbers, just the counting numbers and the averages are so similar between all these guys right now, and they're all really good defensively too. Like the shortstop position in the American League right now is something to behold. He's got Witt eventually starting, but Pena making the team as a reserve on here.
Pena, I become an extra stat nerd when one of my players is leading in an advanced stat.
Yeah.
And it's like WAR isn't even really considered an advanced stat anymore, but Pena is the 3rd best in all of Major League Baseball at WAR.
Yeah.
And it wins above replacement.
Yep.
As much as however much people might lean into that, which I don't like, the actual voters don't as much. It's just indicative of just how good he's been.
Yeah. The fans, the starters.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
It's
all fan voting anyway. Never mind.
But
lean into it, stat nerds.
No, but it's going to be a battle for him to make the team probably because, one, he doesn't have the equity. Now, neither does Jacob Wilson. Jacob Wilson's a rookie, but he's an amazing story because he's been an incredible player on a bad team. I think Pena's going to make it. The other guys that Schoenfeld has making it, he's got Isaac Paredes making it as a backup at third base in the American League, which is he's probably helped by the fact that Alex Bregman has this quad injury, ironically. Because if Bregman were healthy, it's really tough because you got Jose Ramirez at third base, who we just, we experienced Jose Ramirez earlier this weekend, and you would have had Alex Bregman there. Paredes makes it, and then 3 pitchers are making it, Seth. Hunter Brown makes it, no surprise there. Josh Hader makes Fromber making it as well, and Fromber has pitched at an all-star level for about the last month or so.
Fromber has pitched devastatingly well over the past 6 games or so too, like with a sub-2 ERA. And the one, I mean, I don't even want to talk about like the chance of Fromber getting paid if he keeps playing like this. There's not a chance in hell the Astros keep him. And
zero.
Zero. The tough thing is going to be, I mean, there's nothing. They're not going to trade Fromber. It's trade deadline.
No, they're in first place. They're yeah.
I know. But I wonder what the offers would be like. I just wonder what the offers might be like. So I don't know. I'll say never say never. 5% chance, depending if somebody just gives a Godfather deal, or just not a God.
Well,
just an absurd deal.
Okay. Well, let's play the hypothetical.
There's not a chance in hell.
No.
Okay.
Well, I'm just like, how do you think fans would react to that? Like, if they were in first place,
right?
But they're not the Tigers or the Yankees. They're in first place in the AL West, but you can tell like they're a cut below the real contenders here, and they got an offer of like 5 prospects.
No, they flip out. Yeah, and they should. Yeah, and I don't think. I shouldn't have even brought it up. I think the only thing, which is rare for it to happen, the only thing that might make sense is if 2 things. Spencer Arrighetti comes back and he's pitching like a Cy Young candidate.
Okay.
Spencer Arrighetti comes back and before the trade deadline, he might have 3 starts, maybe. Maybe that's ambitious if he comes back in early July.
Yeah.
If he comes back in early July, but if he came back and was just fools. It was some kind of a player-for-player trade, Framber for a couple of offensive studs from bad baseball teams.
Yeah.
Then people, and it's not going to happen.
No, it's not going to happen. But you're right. It would have to cure some sort of ill that this team has in terms of needing a left-handed bat or whatever the case may be.
Yeah. Pena, the biggest thing I worry about with Pena, because, you talk about how Pena doesn't have the pelts on the wall yet or what have you. Yeah. But if you look at, similarly, Jacob Wilson, doesn't have the pelts on the wall, and he's a young player.
Yeah.
But he's hitting 372 right now.
Yeah.
And when fans are voting and they see 372, as much as batting average doesn't matter as much as it used to, it's hard to ignore 372.
Well,
so that's a big. And Wilson's a little bit ahead in F WAR as opposed to B WAR.
Yeah.
Like everything is so similar. His OPS plus is higher than Pena's.
Yeah.
But the batting average, as much as you might say it shouldn't matter, these are fans voting, and that's going to tip them over the edge.
They're fans voting. Now, I'm just talking about Pena making the team, period, though, beyond the fan voting, because I think the fans, we haven't seen what the numbers are in the fan voting. I'm going to guess that Bobby Witt Jr. is going to be leading the fan voting when it comes out. The thing that Wilson has going for him is this is where it actually helps him being a rookie, because you see all the speculation and the odds on who's going to win Rookie of the Year. And his name is just in everybody's consciousness. Plus, he might be the only guy that makes it from the A's. Every team's got to have one.
Oh, yeah.
And he's going to make it. He might be the lone representative. I haven't looked at the A's roster. I just know they're a horrible baseball team right now. But 5 All-Stars, man, from weekends after Hader got the save on Friday, I think it was. It was Friday. Saturday was the extra innings game. Friday, my hot take was that by September, Josh Hader will be in the conversation, not the leader, but in the conversation for American League Cy Young Award. He's like 18 for 18 in save opportunities. He's been incredible this year.
When was the last time a reliever won the Cy Young?
It's a good question. It's a really good question. I know Brad
Dennis
Lidge.
Eckersley?
Brad Lidge won it one year, if I'm not mistaken. It's happened. I'll go look. Eckersley's definitely on that list. But I think Brad Lidge won the Cy Young one year, if I'm not mistaken. Texters will let us know on that one, especially if it's Lidge, because he didn't do it here. I think he did it in Philadelphia.
I don't think he won it, but anyway.
Okay, yeah. I'm just spitballing. I may be wrong. And I'm not saying he's going to be the leader. I'm saying he's going to be in the conversation for it. Right now he's not, but he should be. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we head into the 8 o'clock hour. All right, Pettycast time. You guys ready to get petty? I'm ready to get petty. I got a few of my own, and I've got a few that we will play. Get your petties ready. Text them in, 713-572-4610. We will do the Pettycast coming up next. But first, Berkeley Eye Center. And Berkeley Eye Center, they're always so creative with
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yes, happy 610 Day. Celebrate by putting on your 610 Pendergast jersey or your Payne jersey or whatever. We need jerseys.
Then drive all around 610. Drive around the entire loop. In the left lane.
Yes.
At 61 miles per hour.
Blaring our station.
That's what you do. Yes.
Roll down the windows.
Park yourself in the left lane.
They
going
love that.
61 miles per hour.
People love that.
To the Galleria.
Yes.
Maintain 61 miles per hour no matter what.
That's hilarious.
Turn off your adaptive cruise and just cruise 61 miles per hour.
That's funny. That is funny. All right, let's get to the petty cast here. We get petty every Tuesday. Well, we're petty. We've been petty several times this morning, but we make a point of doing it at 8 o'clock every Tuesday. And we're petty. We highlight other people's pettiness, and we want to highlight yours as well. So text in 713-572-4610 if you want to get in and tell us what you're petty about. All right, I have one thing off the top, Seth, and this is with the with respect to something that gets cited very frequently on Astro broadcasts. You know how I feel. I think we've got a really good team here. I think Todd Callis and Jeff Blum and Julia Morales do an excellent job. We're very lucky. That said, the amount to which they lean in to catch percentage in the outfield, catch probability is it verges on annoying a little bit, and here's why. The stat sucks. It's
awful.
It's a horrible stat, and I was all ready to go to grab the audio that illustrated perfectly why it is such a flawed and stupid stat, because I heard Todd Callis talking about Jacob Melton's catch on Friday night. On the Saturday broadcast, he was talking about it. Jacob Melton made a spectacular catch in right field where he was diving forward into the dirt line and to kind of save, Colton Gordon's hide, and it was an amazing catch. And it wasn't so much that I disagreed with the percentage initially or whatever the case may be. It's that the very next day, Todd said on the broadcast, and again, I recorded the replay of the game so I could go get this audio, and for some reason, Space City Home Network took out that half inning of the replay of the game, so I couldn't get it. Maybe it's because
they know.
Yes, they know it's stupid. Todd said that the catch that Jacob Melton made had initially been a 5-star catch because it was only a 15% catch probability. They changed it overnight to a 45% catch probability.
You know what? You know what this is, Sean? You know what they do? This is why it annoys me.
Dude.
Because the vast majority of the time, there will be some incredible catch in the outfield. And usually, so right there, like you said, okay, how good of a stat is it that if in the moment it can be revised and cut in half?
By 30%. It gets moved up by 30 percentage points.
But then also, sometimes they're like, hey, you're just enjoying a great catch in the outfield. Yeah. And they'll say, oh, there's an 85% catch probability on that. And we're like, what the hell, man?
Dude.
You know what it's like? It's like when you get that letter from one of those scam, like, hey, you made Who's Who in America.
Right.
Then you're like, ooh, I must be special.
No.
Like, oh, no, they're just trying to get me to spend $85 for a leather-bound book with my name in it.
My face in it, yeah.
They're hey, everybody. Hey, we've been trying for 2 years, and now we're having a baby. Well, statistically, with all the advances they've made in fertility, it was probably only a this moment.
So the fact that it went overnight from 15% to 45% is dumb. And then there were two other plays along the weekend. Like on Saturday, in the bottom of the ninth, I forget who hit it, but it was that double, that pop fly double that landed just inside the foul line that Altuve was chasing and slid to go get.
Yeah.
And Callis goes, that was a 95% catch probability. And anybody with a set of eyes knows that there was not a 95% chance of that getting caught. And then real quick, one other one. Melton made another great catch, bottom of the eighth on Sunday. Similar catch where he's diving forward and makes it. And this is what you're talking about. Makes the catch, man, what a catch by the young guy. 95% catch probability. My ass, 95% catch probability.
This is what the problem is, that a lot of the great catches, we know this as fans. We don't need them to put a number on it. A lot of great catches are made because they got a bad read initially, or they didn't get a good jump on the ball, or they misread it, or whatever it might be in the air. So it ends up being like the computer looks at it and says, well, the player was here, the ball was in the air this long. How often does somebody make that catch? So it almost it's only saying, yeah, if you do an outfielder is going to make some mistakes early in the ball being put in play. Yeah. But you still got to give him credit for making whatever athletic move they. See, I'm already over-explaining it.
Yeah,
Just let me enjoy something. I don't want to go to an art museum with a neuroscientist next to me the whole time telling me why I enjoy this painting.
Right.
Okay, actually, that is it's sometimes you have to enjoy beautiful things just for the sake of being beautiful.
They're going to keep citing it, and I love them. I think they do a great job. I think it's just it is a silly, stupid metric. It's dumb.
I don't like how much they eagerly anticipate it and are just almost salivating over what the catch.
They're pretty giddy
about it. I feel like
yeah.
it might be something contractual with MLB.
Maybe
because they own the StatCast data and everything. So it's as far as Melton goes, by the way, this is another one big thing as we approach the trade deadline. All right, hey, he's a lefty. Hey, makes these great plays defensively, gives you competitive at bats. Yeah, but the actual getting hits, that's continues to elude him.
Yeah,
3 for 20 with 8 strikeouts.
Yeah,
He's not going up there and flailing around a damn fool.
He's not.
So there's something there, and he's also still recovering from this groin injury. So I just I don't know with Melton yet.
We'll see. All right, I'm going to skip down here, Ben, to Mad Dog because I want to make sure I have a couple others I want to make sure we get in. The Tom Thibodeau firing last week by the Knicks. I just love Mad Dog Russo because he thinks that you need to know players from back in the 50s and 60s to be able to have educated opinions on things in the year 2025. Here's Mad Dog going nuts on Knicks owner James Dolan for firing Tom Thibodeau.
And everybody knows, who follows, who sees, who watches the NBA, knows if Anthony Towns or OG make a free throw, or if God didn't let the ball bounce in with Halliburton at the end game one, the Knicks would have won that series. But this is about Dolan. Don't let anybody hear you. Don't let anybody in America hear you say, this is Leon Rose. Nonsense. Rose and Thibodeau are tight. He's his agent. This has got nothing to do with it. You think Rose wanted to fire Tom Thibodeau after he got to a conference final? But Rose doesn't have any power there. Dolan does. He sits on the baseline with a dopey hat on, thinking that he knows something about, but he wouldn't even know who George Mikan is. He knows nothing. He's there because his old man was a brilliant businessman, and he took over. That's what this is all about. Oh, my God. It's the guy that ran Marv Albert out of the building.
Ran Marv Albert out of the building. This is the second time that Mad Dog has cited an athlete from back in the 50s and 60s. The first one.
No, at least.
That we've played on the show.
Yeah.
The first one was Taylor Swift. Didn't know who Len Dawson was.
And Curly Culp.
Curly Culp doesn't know Len Dawson.
And it wasn't Taylor Swift. I think it was Swifties in general. He was being the grumpy old man that didn't like. And the funniest thing about that was I guarantee you, if you ask the average 22-year-old Chiefs fan, male or female, who Curly Culp, tell me all about Curly Culp and what a horrible trade they made when they traded him to the Oilers and everything. They don't know.
Nope.
Yeah. This is his shtick, though. I think they very much encourage him to sound like the grumpiest old man possible.
It is, but he's a New York guy.
Guys from back when.
Yeah, he's a New York guy, though. I'm guessing some of the anger is real when it comes to that.
I think some of the anger and discontent is real, but especially back in the day, that a lot of young male sports fans, or at least even educated sports fans, don't know. I will support him in this, in that I think if you have an owner who's a wannabe GM, he should know all of those old-time players. Should know the history. I support his pettiness towards James Dolan.
Right.
You're supporting being petty towards him. Yeah. Or you're being petty towards him.
Yeah.
We celebrate all pettiness in all directions here, folks.
We do. All right, let's get to we'll skip back here. Let's do Windhorst here, Ben. Is Adam Silver petty enough to shame NBA players into trying in the All-Star game. This is Brian Windhorst. If you missed the news last week, Adam Silver revealed that it is going to be a USA versus the world format for the NBA All-Star game this year. Here is the motivation behind that, according to ESPN's Brian Windhorst.
Well, let's just be honest about what this is. This is an attempt to shame the players because Adam Silver and the league has tried all kinds of different things to get them to care, right? They tried money. They tried to incentivize their play by giving them more money. That did not work. They tried to incentivize their play by their sense of duty and history. A couple of years ago, Adam Silver brought in these veterans, these legends, to talk to the players, to try to get them to feel the sense of the need to invest in All-Star Weekend. They did it in Indiana, where it's got this big history of basketball. The players didn't care. And so now this is a move to hit them as Americans, to go feel a little bit of a pinch.
I mean, that is a little petty, Adam Silver. Like, all right, I got to do what I can to try to make you try in the NBA All-Star.
I'm going to be petty towards Windhorst here.
Okay.
That basically, he actually, because if anything, those previous attempts were attempts to shame them.
Yeah.
I think in the USA versus the world, that's incentivizing. That's like trying to find out, okay, where can we get something that you guys feel emotionally about? And now on social media, will be shamed if they don't. So that it'll be the 300 million Americans shaming them if they don't put up for their country when they're facing the rest of the world, or in those other respective countries as they're facing the big bad awful USA. Yes. I think it's a prioritization of effective incentivization.
Yeah.
I'm petty towards Windhorst. Windhorst trying to you're going after Adam Silver. Ooh. Nobody's scared of Adam Silver.
No, that's true.
You could go up and slap him in the face, and he'd be like, let's discuss why you did that. And have it,
That's true. That's true. I'm looking forward to the format next year. I think the world team has a really good chance. I mean, they're going to
Windhorst going after Silver is like 50 Cent going after Moby. They're like, oh, ooh, wow, oh no, you're not scared of nothing. Okay.
Well, let's continue with the pettiness, and I'm going to mix my petty in right here. Okay, so this is me. This is my pettiness towards Rich Eisen. Rich Eisen, who we've poked fun at on this show in the day of the Texans drafting Davis Mills, if you recall that. Like, what are they doing? What are they doing? Yeah.
Real quick, it wasn't 50 Cent, obviously, that went after him. I'm thinking about Slim Shady. Not
right.
50 Cent would have no issue going after. He would never lower himself to go after Moby.
There you go. So, Seth, you know how ESPN is now doing a lot of licensing of shows where they don't own the show, but the show brings in so many eyeballs that they get into a licensing partnership with the show. The Pat McAfee show is probably the most famous version of this, where McAfee still owns the show, but it's broadcast on ESPN's platforms. And the concern that a lot of people had about the McAfee show was that, is this going to water it down that it's on ESPN? Is this going to take its rough edges off, its edginess of the show? McAfee still does stuff on YouTube where he's cursing all the time and whatnot, but he's got a couple hours on ESPN that are probably a little more homogenized than the original McAfee product was. So you've got that. You now have Inside the NBA, which is going to be in a similar relationship, the old TNT show with Barkley and Shaq that is very outspoken within the basketball world, right? A little edge to it.
Yeah.
So there's some concern there, like is ESPN going to homogenize Inside the NBA? Rich Eisen's radio show / streaming show is also moving from Roku over to ESPN, over to Disney.
Mm-hmm.
And Rich Eisen did an interview with Shaq. He sat down with Shaq on Shaq's podcast. And Inside the NBA and Pat McAfee, those are shows that have an edge to them that you should be, if you like those shows, should be concerned about ESPN maybe smoothing off and making the show a little less fun. Rich Eisen was asked about it and said, I really haven't spoken about this on my show because I'm in love with the Roku people. I'm trying to be respectful as possible, not talking about this on this program. But this show is moving to Disney, my radio show, and we've been given the same assurance as I'm sure Pat has. And I would be stunned in any way, shape, or form that they try to change our show. There's a reason why you guys are who you are, and I would be surprised. Rich Eisen's show is the most homogenized
it's the most Disney-fied potential. Yeah,
dude,
it's pre-Disney-fied.
If anything, and I were Disney, I'd be like, look, you need to be a little more like McAfee.
Well, no, and you know what? Honestly, I don't mean to stick up for him during the Pettycast here.
Yes,
I think that's where Eisen might be looking at it. Is they're not going to have us all of a sudden turn into a debate show or like he's. For lack of a better word, his show is more boring than a lot of other people. It's more laid back. Let's say laid back.
Okay.
It's just him
boring
with very low energy interviewing people, and a lot of people enjoy that.
Yeah.
I could see ESPN saying, "Hey, we need to jazz this up a little bit."
I hate that you're doing this.
You
got
got to go after Moby.
I hate that you're doing this right now. I hate that you are doing this right now because I choose to believe that this is Rich Eisen being like that episode of Seinfeld where Costanza tried to be the bad boy. Wearing the old Letterman jacket, and, sitting there saying, I'm skipping work. This is Eisen. In my mind, this is Eisen trying to be the bad boy. Yeah,
I think that might be a little bit of it.
It's trying to quell McAfee and inside the NBA. I've been given assurances they're not going to do that with my sit-down, monotone interview show, okay?
We had Eisen on once with Meltzer, and I remember once after it being like, we will never have him on again, Mike. And Mike didn't understand why, because I think Mike really likes that. I like Eisen. I respect what he's done and everything. But I'm like, he could not have sounded more boring to talk to us. Like he was or bored to talk to us.
Yeah.
He just acted like, I was like, dude, this is like this is like when you're talking to somebody who's stoned.
Yeah.
You're like, am I boring? Like, what am I? Why are they not responding to what I'm saying?
I think he's good doing the studio show on NFL Network. I do. I think he's good. I think he does a nice job on their draft show and whatnot. I don't get the allure of his radio show. I'm not saying it's successful. He's I'm sure making a lot of money doing the radio show. I don't understand the allure of it. I just don't.
This last one is if Kirk Minahan,
yeah.
who's on Barstool now, used to be on up in Boston. He's been around forever. Has some just viciously loyal listeners and fans of his.
Yeah.
This is Kirk Minahan berating his underperforming producer.
Yeah.
Like a baby. That's what you are. You're a baby who's never lived a life. You go around in your pool in little circles and let your dad raise you and your grandfather raise you. You won't live a real life. You're a baby. Look, you yelled at me earlier this week, so shut your mouth. You work for me. So you up like that, and I give you a pass. That's way bigger loyalty than something with Mick or something with your pretend girlfriend or any of that bullshit. So you should look at the real stuff and not the fake stuff. Instead of that, and act like a pouty baby all week. You're a complete zero to me. You're dead to me. You can sit there and your fat ass in there until you die and act like, oh, Kirk's to me. But you. That could have us, and you did it on purpose. I don't agree with you. You're a liar, too. You're a liar.
Not a liar.
You're a liar. You did that on purpose to try and me over. And I still kept you on the job. So you should say thank you every time you look at me. Do you understand me?
Look. Here's the thing. I mean, say what you will about me and Seth, but at least we save that for Ben off the air and don't do it on the air. You know.
I know. Poor
Thank
Ben.
you, sir. Yeah.
Poor Ben. How many bleeps he had to add to that?
I know that we had to play that just based on the amount of labor that Ben had to put into that.
That's Minahan, back when they were and probably I'm sure some Boston radio shows are still like that, but his show and some of those shows up in Boston, sometimes you turn it on and you cannot hear what anybody's saying because they're all just
yelling.
Screaming at each other.
There's yelling.
Screaming at each other.
Yep.
He probably, after that show, two things happened. One, Minahan was totally cool with his producer, and I don't know, his producer at least acted like he was totally cool with Minahan.
Yeah.
And if anything, the criticism for the producer was that he didn't yell back enough. That he could just sit there and take it.
Producer was pretty docile in that situation right there. For sure. Yes, with you. That was our Pettycast. We'll read some of your texts in the next segment. We've been petty about Cleveland this morning. Speaking of Cleveland, Jonathan Peterlin, who does the afternoon show on our sister station, 92.3 The Fan, is going to join us, and we'll get the skinny on Nick Chubb from Jonathan Peterlin, who's obviously been covering Nick Chubb for a number of years. That'll be at 8:40, 8:45 on the show in about 25 minutes. So make a note of that. Minicamp gets started in a little over an hour. The 4 big questions for Texans minicamp. We've got that coming up next.
Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, before we get to questions for Texans mandatory minicamp, which starts in about an hour and 20 minutes or so, some quick updates from around the league with respect to mandatory minicamp and other places. These are interesting. Players that have not shown up for mandatory minicamp in 3 different camps. Just interesting ones here, Seth. These are all contractually driven, by the way.
Yeah.
Terry McLaurin in Washington, not at mandatory minicamp. And by the way, you may be wondering, mandatory, well, they're not there. What's the punishment? For guys who have already gotten paid, like the 3 guys I'm about to tell you, the punishment's nothing. It's a 3-day total of $104,000 in fines. The guys I'm going to name are all guys who have made above $15 million a year at some point in their careers.
Which is a lot of money, but when these guys are agitating for new contracts, that's almost like legal fees.
Cost of doing business.
Or whatever you're going to pay. Yeah, it's a business expense.
Yep. Hendrickson, not surprising. He's threatened to sit out the season if he doesn't get a new contract. We'll see.
Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't.
That's exactly
It worked
right.
for Trent Williams. I think he might be the only one that I can remember where it genuinely worked out.
Well, Le'Veon Bell, it worked out. He got paid, but he was never the same player ever again.
It wasn't the same player, and it wasn't even as clear cut. Like with Trent Williams, Trent Williams had he was clearly disgruntled for even non-money reasons with Washington,
Medical
so that was a
reasons,
whole different dynamic.
Yep.
Yeah.
The last one, T.J. Watt, not at Steelers minicamp.
All the scuttlebutt I've seen has been that they're optimistic that they're going to sign him to something and that perhaps Aaron Rodgers coming in has something to do with it. I don't know. I guess some of that comes down to whether TJ believes, however they try to hype up Aaron Rodgers in his mind.
Yeah.
He's getting tired of being on a defense that's playing with the support of a quarterback that's a procession of either aging quarterbacks who aren't any good anymore or late first-round picks or cast-offs from Chicago. Like all these various things they've tried. He's probably getting tired of it, and it might feel like same old for him.
I think the dynamic that can't be ignored with T.J. Watt, too, is he is J.J. Watt's younger brother, and he watched his older brother have a career where he largely did not play in a ton of meaningful games, never played on a team that made it past the divisional round. J.J. Watt seems to be okay in retirement here with all that, and he'll crab walk into the Hall of Fame. He'll be fine. But T.J. Watt has not even been on a team that's won a playoff game. They haven't won a playoff game in Pittsburgh since B-15. I do wonder if there is some element. Now, look, ultimately, T.J. Watt probably just wants to get paid and be the highest paid non-quarterback in football, and he probably loves Pittsburgh. His jersey is everywhere. We went to a game there last year. There's no jersey is more plentiful than T.J. Watt, but I don't think it can be ignored, Seth, that the guy has not played in a playoff win since he got there, and maybe he wants to play on a team where he ultimately has a better chance of winning. Who knows?
I mean, it's similar to the Myles Garrett situation in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And it does. I mean, it's easy. The cynical side of me wants to say, well, Myles Garrett just said he wanted to go to a champion, and then the Browns gave him a boatload of money, and it was as simple as that. I think there was also a sales pitch by the Browns to Myles Garrett to try to explain, hey, how we plan on turning this all around. And I'm guessing with TJ, to try to look at it as realistically as possible, it's probably a combination of those two things. Either a boatload of money and a pitch that, like, no, we figured it out. Yeah. No, we're actually going to win playoff games here real soon, buddy.
Yeah, the closest we ever got to something like this with J.J. Watt here was when he was just agitating for his second contract with, like, little tweaks here and there.
Or when he actually did deftly maneuver his way out of town via getting released.
Well, I'm not saying,
I mean, he got himself released.
Right. I guess I'm talking more about agitating for a new contract than getting up and out of here. Like
I guess with TJ though, doesn't it feel like a combination of it? It's not just the contract. It's probably with JJ, it was very much a feeling about the organization and Jack Easterby.
Yep.
And JJ had the benefit of people hating Easterby so much and everything else that was going on there that he managed the PR side of it brilliantly.
Oh, I don't think anybody was mad at him. Everybody's too busy being mad at
he
the
had built up enough goodwill, and people hated Easterby so much that it was the general feeling was, I get it.
Yeah.
And so I can see why guys don't want to play.
Yeah,
there.
my point I was making was more about trying to get more money than trying to get up and out of here. So I guess the biggest question for the Texans with respect to OTAs is about CJ. Will CJ throw today? That's the biggest question, and I don't think he will. I think if he's sore or whatever, use this as an adjunct to whatever. You got 4 or 5 weeks coming up here. Making sure he's ready to go for training camp is the most. To me, that's more important that he's ready to go for training camp than whatever this 2 days of work represents. Because he's out there, he's plugged in, he's on the headset and all that other stuff.
My biggest thing is that if I heard this from the Texans organization, and I'm not expecting them to divulge anything like this, but it would feel good, is just that magical little phrase that you hear with players, which is, if this were a regular season game, he'd be practicing and playing.
Okay.
That's what I want to hear. And I'm not expecting that I will hear that, but that's what would actually make me feel a lot better about it. That's what I kind of convince myself of, that, man, given all the other context clues, the fact that he's out there running around, that he's shooting baskets, all this, that, man, all right, if it were the regular season, then he'd probably play.
Yeah.
I'd like to tell myself that.
Okay.
But then there's also the other part of me that says, okay, Seth, but if he plays, he's cited for some of his haphazard play last year.
Yeah.
And how much of this tightness in the shoulder is similar to what he was dealing with last year. That's what makes me nervous about it.
Yep. So look, an hour and change from now, we'll know a little bit more. We'll at least know if he's participating out there
Damian
today.
Woody just said that it's a huge red flag that CJ's not throwing during OTAs. We can play that. That was on ESPN.
Oh, he just said it on TV? Okay.
I'll send it to Ben during the break.
Okay, sounds good. So that's the big one. I'm anxious to take attendance here and see if everybody's out there. You know, it seems like the guys that are missing from around the league, Seth, are guys with contractual issues. And I don't know that the Texans have any of those right now that we know of. You pointed out earlier, we didn't know Steven Nelson had an issue until he's tweeting out pictures of Nick Casario's vest and calling him a clown. We didn't know anything about that. I have a hard time imagining. I have a hard time thinking of anybody who would have a glaring contractual issue. They seem to have taken care of everybody that needed taken care of, but I may be wrong on that. Who
I
knows?
think with a lot of people, and like it was with Steven Nelson, I think the feeling when he was agitating, people felt like, okay, why?
Yeah.
And so any of the ones that might come out now, it might feel like if all of a sudden we found out that Tim Settle was agitating for a new contract or something.
That's a random one.
There are a lot of guys. Right. Well, it was kind of random when Steven Nelson did it.
Totally.
It wasn't one that you expected. It was kind of out of the blue, but it was triggered apparently by Malik Collins getting his extension round around minicamp time, and Steven Nelson felt him processes, or that for whatever reason he was agitated. So we didn't expect it. It was out of the blue.
Yep. I'm anxious to find out what the C.J. Gardner-Johnson experience is like. The guy who said that he stayed away from voluntary OTAs because he felt he might be a bit too much for the team. I thought.
Well, he felt like he was coming from a place. It was weirder than that. It felt like he was just coming from a place that had been to the mountaintop, and he came into this and he liked the vibe. And yet they haven't been there yet. So, yeah, maybe they're not ready for him. I still don't understand the explanation, but maybe we'll find out exactly what he meant.
I just don't think he felt like coming to OTAs.
I think that's basically what it was.
That's my hypothesis.
That's what we ultimately decided.
Rookies that will which rookies are going to continue to impress? It seems like the two wide receivers, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knoll, have made a big impact and impression on guys so far there as much as you can. It's easier to do it at that position than it is at some of the trenches positions.
Now it's hard on offensive line, and yet we're getting negative reports about Kenyon Green up in Philadelphia already in non-padded practices.
That's hard to do.
Jalen Carter apparently put him in a blender a couple times in that practice. So I guess glaringly bad offensive line play will catch your eye. But even then, as hard as it is for me to do, Sean, I gotta always give the offensive lineman a partial excuse during non-padded stuff, because there's only so much you can do if a defensive lineman decides to start using power moves against you.
Yep.
It's just you're kind of screwed.
Yep. So those are the four big things. We're getting text on the Petty. I'm petty about the fact the Red Sox can whoop the Yankees' ass, and all the highlights on SportsCenter are Aaron Judge hitting home runs.
I'll tell you what I get petty about is that the Yankees fans, all these Yankees fans who are getting upset in advance about the potential of Aaron Judge not winning the MVP. And it just offends me on so many levels because they'll say, if he doesn't win the MVP, this is a disgrace, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay, first of all, we've seen Aaron Judge we've seen the Yankees themselves look like unstoppable forces in the first half of the season, but you got to play out the whole damn season.
Yep.
Settle the hell down. And then the last people I want to hear about, like, we better not get screwed over, is the team that gets so much extra adulation simply because they're the Yankees.
Yep.
Just shut your skank butts down. Yeah.
We have a skank butts. We have a texter who agrees with our take on the ludicrousness of the catch probability stat on the Astros broadcast and says, and I hate the 4-star and 5-star catches that they label them with. That's all predicated on the catch probabilities, the 4 and 5-star stuff. If it's if it's a catch that's less than a 25% catch probability and you make it, that's a 5-star catch. And if it's less than 50%, that's a 4-star catch.
Yeah, we don't have to attach a number to every damn thing, okay?
Yeah.
We just don't, especially when so many times the number just does not reflect at all what your eyeballs and brain register.
Yeah.
Look, and I understand the value. That's what analytics are good was, hey, it catches your blind spots where you see it. What you see isn't necessarily always what is the case, except that this is just nobody's jobs are riding on this or anything. I just want to enjoy that catch for what it was. I see a guy making a brilliant catch and you got to tell me it's a 10% or a 90% catch probability?
Yes.
Shut up.
Exactly. All right, Jonathan Peterlin does afternoons on 92.3 The Fan up in Cleveland. He has watched, I would assume, most, if not all, of the snaps that Nick Chubb took as a Cleveland Brown. Does a good job on the afternoons up there on 92.3 The Fan. We'll get the inside skinny on Nick Chubb from Jonathan Peterlin, and we'll do that coming up next.
Hey, you want to treat your dad to
Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. Yeah, 610 Day, man. June 10th. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. We go out to the hotline right now. Our next guest does a great job on afternoons on our sister station, 92.3 The Fan, up in Cleveland. Of course, Cleveland, a big topic here because the newest Texan is Nick Chubb. Spent several good years up in Cleveland. And I'm actually anxious to talk about the Browns for a little bit as well. They're one of the more intriguing training camps, I think, with their quarterback situation. Jonathan Peterlin joining us on the show right now. Jonathan, great to talk to you. How you doing this morning?
Yeah, great to talk to you guys. How's it going?
We're doing good, man. We're doing good. So let's start with Nick Chubb. And, look, all the reports, everything I've ever seen out of Cleveland, not just over the last couple days, but since Nick Chubb got there, is that he has been the model Cleveland Brown, big face of the turnaround from back in 2018 up there. From your experience covering Nick Chubb, I guess just give us kind of the thumbnail sketch, your version of what exactly we're getting here as a player, but also as a guy behind the scenes as well.
So it's a little interesting because everyone loves Nick Chubb, and he's the type of person, like routinely callers be like, I want my daughter to date someone like Nick Chubb. Like he's that type of role model, that type of citizen, but he's also not a rah-rah guy either. Like he's not the guy that's going to rally the troops together and get everybody to, go win one for the Gipper. I don't think the Texans necessarily need that. I don't think they're expecting that from him. That's also just players that everyone understands the value that he brings, but then also was like, yeah, he's just not going to be the guy that leads the pep talk. He's not going to be the one that leads that charge, and that's okay. No one's ever really asked that of him. And when he first got in the league, he was around Baker Mayfield, so Baker was doing all that stuff, and he never had a necessary need to be that guy, but no one ever really asked that of him either. So it's an interesting case study because everyone really does love him and loves him as a person, but the other parts of being a superstar, that leader stuff, no one really ever asked of him.
Yeah, and when we hear that same thing from a lot of you guys, and it's kind of, for us, it's like, okay, Andre Johnson, that's cool. We've been through that. Like, we don't expect that of him. I guess the biggest thing that we've been talking about is realistically, because this is what it is. There's a reason he gets a $2.5 million contract plus incentives. It's that a running back who has such a devastating knee injury like that, it's a tough uphill climb to get back to where you used to be. And personally, I'm not expecting him to get back to his old form. What's the best case scenario in your mind based on what you saw last season and given the severity of the injury?
Well, so this is the second major knee surgery for him. And so that obviously the second one obviously just takes a little bit more. Now, what I would give you optimistic viewpoint on is that what Nick's people and what Nick had been telling us the entire time was that it's not with the injury he had, it's not the first year back where he was going to be as explosive as he always was. It was going to be the second year back where he got to be as explosive. So, like I said, we just knew last year, all right, he wasn't going to look normal, wasn't going to be the same. By the way, our offensive line, bunch of tomato cans. I mean, absolutely dreadful. So I don't know anybody that could have ran behind that thing and the mess that it was. But, Nick didn't look good. And he'll be the first one to tell you that, I would imagine. But I would think you'd bank on that idea that year two off this injury was supposed to be much better than year one and getting him back. I think that's why he made and he does this every offseason, but he made such an added emphasis to post all those videos of him doing the jump cuts and him squatting 7 million pounds. I think there was a reason behind that, and I think that's trying to showcase how explosive he can be, especially after this being the second time. I just don't know that that's reality, though, guys. But I would never count out Nick Chubb because anytime anyone's done it, he's bounced back.
Jonathan Peterlin, 92.3 The Fan up in Cleveland, joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Jonathan, how close did it come, do you think, with Nick Chubb staying there? There had been talk of conversations still between the Browns and Chubb. The Browns are a strange team because they're making a bunch of moves that make it look like a rebuild, and yet they're paying Myles Garrett. So I don't know. Kind of give us your version of what's going on up there, and how close do you think it came? Was it more Nick Chubb just wanting to leave, or did it come close to him staying there?
Yeah, Sean, you're right, and that it is a strange situation because you'd think even if it's a mini rebuild, what are you paying Myles Garrett for? But they didn't want to let Myles go. The reality is with Nick Chubb, I think that it was more they were lowballing Nick Chubb. They weren't giving Nick Chubb a fair enough offer, and he took a discount last year in many ways, came back on a very, very team-friendly deal, but he wanted to go ahead and be a Brown. It's like, how many years can you do that? I don't know if you guys looked at like Spot Rack or any of those websites recently.
How much?
36, 37 million. He's in that range.
Wow.
Like, to put it in proper context, Jedrick Wills has made as much money as Nick Chubb. And that just doesn't seem right. Like, no part of that seems fair. And so I think with Nick, I think this is him looking at it. The Browns are very ruthless. Andrew Berry, when it comes to, like, this type of stuff, he can be a little callous. And I think this was just them saying, we drafted 2 running backs. And obviously they had the negotiations and talked to Nick Chubb before that. Mm-hmm. But they drafted 2 running backs. They liked Jerome Ford. He averaged 5.4 yards a carry last year. And they just didn't have the carries for him. And I really do think the other side of that is Nick Chubb saying, I want to showcase that I can have a second act. I don't think he's going to be, Derrick Henry, who ends up 1,900 rushing yards, leads the league in rushing touchdowns last year on a new team. I don't think that's the case for him, but I know him well enough to know that he wants to try to be that guy. And so that's all I think that was.
We're with Jonathan Peterlin from 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. You can follow him on X at jpeterlin. And Jonathan, yesterday we played Ken Carman voicing his disgust with the fact that Chubb is going to Houston, which has been linked to Cleveland in so many ways over the past few years. Do you share Ken Carman's disgust with the Houston Texans that Ken does?
No, not at all. Even though you guys, the Texans have obviously gotten the better of the Browns in all of these transactions. No, that's not the Texans. Why is that the Texans' fault? Now, it's going to be weird, but ultimately, the Texans are I prefer this than him going and playing for, I don't know, Jacksonville or somewhere. Like this at least makes sense. He's trying to be on a competitive football team. I don't know about C.J. Stroud's shoulder injury. You guys know way better than I do about that. But, it's a real quarterback. I'm happy for Nick Chubb.
We actually don't know any more than you do on Deshaun.
Yeah, they're very secretive over there, Jonathan. Yes.
We know that he didn't have surgery, according to Aaron Wilson, that he didn't have surgery. But, since we were bringing up all of those various transactions, and one of those transactions is still in the building on the quarterback depth chart in Deshaun Watson, I'm fascinated by how they even run this quarterback competition up there with 5 different potential quarterbacks. How is that going throughout this time of the year?
Well, we're charting voluntary OTA passing. That's how that's going.
That's the sweet spot.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
It's rough, man. It's I like Shador. I'm a fan of Shador. But what are we getting with Joe Flacco? We're just running it back from 2 years ago. Is that all that is? And then all the way down. I like that you even bring Deshaun in the mix. Deshaun he's not a part of this competition to begin with. And if Deshaun sees the field, I'll be very, very surprised. There will have to be a lot of injuries and a lot of things to go really, really wrong for Deshaun to see the field, despite all the workout videos and how he wants to go ahead and show everyone that he can be all right again. The man's made of glass, though. You guys sold us a bill of goods. Now, forget the lack of quarterback play. The man cannot stay healthy.
You know what, Jonathan? I say 5 quarterbacks. I say 5 just because it sounds better. It's the same way the Texans had gone through a period where they had a bunch of head coaches, but people would include the interim coaches in that, and they would say, the Texans have fired 5 coaches in the last 3 years. You're like, well, Romeo Crennel is 97 years old. Yeah. He wasn't that. Yeah.
So, Jonathan, as far as Deshaun goes, the only stuff we get, obviously, is what we see on social media from him. How strange is it that he's acting more on social media like he's part of the Browns now than when he was actually the quarterback for the Browns?
It's very strange. And the even stranger part is every time we talk to Stefanski, he has to rope him in some way. He'll be like, the 4 quarterbacks, and then and Deshaun Watson, as if he almost forgets about him. He's like, I got to bring him in the conversation. Yeah. I don't want the NFLPA to get mad at me. We'll rope him in. It's very, very weird. I imagine he's just trying to set himself up so that he can get to another team at some point. Yeah. But if you guys look at the contracts, March of 2027 is about as early as they can get out of this thing. So I don't know what he's in a hurry for.
It's crazy.
Jonathan.
Real quick, just do you think Deshaun Watson ever takes a snap in the NFL again?
I could see it. Yeah, okay. I could see it after a couple years. The way that these things go, I could totally see it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, Jonathan, the weird thing for us during the whole Deshaun ordeal was the one training camp where he showed up despite everything going on, and he was out there at training camp not doing anything, and then one day he's out there wearing a penny as a walk-through scout team safety.
Yeah.
And was the weirdest experience. Everything was so weird that year, and I know you guys are going through a lot of the same weirdness with
Who do you – hey, Jonathan, last thing before we cut you loose, and we appreciate your time. Jonathan Peterlin, 92.3 The Fan. Who is the Week 1 starter at quarterback for the Browns, if you had to predict right now?
I think it goes Flacco, and then I think it's Flacco for like 6, 7, 8 weeks, and then it's Shador. And then you go from there. I think that's the one that makes the most sense. They love, at least they tell us they love Kenny Pickett. I'm just not buying it yet. And I know he's like a practice field All-American. I just can't buy into that.
Yeah,
I don't. And now I promise this will be the last question. It seems like from the outside that like Shador has been a model citizen, no distractions, anything like that.
He's been great. Everything advertised and then stuff, like the good advertisements, not the bad advertisements, but everything you'd want. Like he's in the community. As far as like, it's funny too. You just watch the local media and all my different colleagues around here, and like one by one, they just start to turn and be like, you know what? He does throw a really nice football, and you know what? He is really, really nice, and he's really like with it and together, and he's got a good head on his shoulders. And he just does the things the right way. But, yeah, it's kind of been all the people that were talking trash at him before the draft being like, don't take him at number 2, are not turning around and being like, you know what? He just looks leaps and bounds better than Dylan Gabriel and Kenny Pickett and some of these guys. And it's like, yeah, he should. He should.
Yeah, that's Browns camp outside of here, obviously, because we cover the Texans. Browns camp is high up my list, the ones that intrigue me, no doubt about that. Jonathan Peterlin, you can get him, as Seth mentioned, at jpeterlin on X and afternoons. 92.3 Cleveland. Hey, Jonathan, appreciate you making some time, jumping on with us. Have a great show this afternoon, my man.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
All right, you too. That's Jonathan Peterlin joining us here. It was interesting. We'll talk more about this on the other side. The Nick Chubb stuff, the point of view of his just sort of personality and leadership style, I thought was intriguing in the analogy Seth brought up with that. Best case and worst case. You know, we like to break it down this way sometimes. Best case and worst case for the Nick Chubb experience here in Houston. What exactly are they, best case and worst case? Text in 713-572-4610. We'll do that as we head into the 9 o'clock hour coming up next. I want to talk about
Happy 6-10 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Legit curious, like, how excited are people? Are you excited about Nick Chubb? Are you excited about the possibility of a Joe Mixon, Nick Chubb backfield? We're going to do best case and worst case scenarios. People are already sending in their best case and worst case scenarios for the Nick Chubb experience. I think we need to preface everything, Seth, with this is a very low-risk transaction. This is,
right.
This is nothing where the Texans are out over their skis financially of this, where they're having to move money around just to accommodate Nick Chubb. He is making $500,000 more than Daria Gumbawale right now on his base. Can make more, but if he does make more, it would stand to reason you're getting production that justifies that. So best case, worst case scenarios for Nick Chubb. When I say best case scenario, what pops into your head?
I guess, well, best case, and I kind of power ranked these. It slowly goes from best into worst case scenario.
Okay.
Best case scenario was he responds in the same way he did in college. His injury in college was toward the MCL, the LCL, and the PCL, and it's probably one of the reasons that he ended up going in the second round despite being so ethereally gifted. but it was to the same knee. So, but okay, best case scenario, man, you got that injury in 2015, came into the NFL, and he was an incredible running back.
Yeah.
If he gets back to that same form, obviously that's the best case scenario.
That's a home run.
As we just, as we just heard from Jonathan, that this has been viewed in Cleveland as a 2-year process. That the second year back is when you're going to see a much better version of him. It's probably the least likely scenario too. And I'm not sitting here saying that we got to get on a $2.5 million deal. I don't need or expect Nick Chubb to be back to what his peak was. So the second best scenario is he recovers. But he's a solid back. Frank Gore tore both his ACLs in college, ended up having one of the longest careers in the NFL, was never one of the best running backs in the NFL, but had a very long and productive career. Willis McGahee had a devastating injury in college, ended up coming in, having a 10-year career, but not one of the best backs in the NFL. Those are the types I don't want to say it's definitely more likely than the first scenario, but that's where in my mind, that's where I've kind of set, that's a reasonable hope to have, that he can be a really effective and impactful back. But I'm not going to dangle it out there like all of a sudden he's going to rush for 2,000 yards this season.
Yeah, you talking about how it's a 2-year process, citing Jonathan Peterlin, who we just had on in the pre-noon host on our sister station up in Cleveland, 92.3. That it's a 2-year process coming back from something like this, and that Nick Chubb played last year in the first year back. I wish I'd asked Jonathan what was the feeling about him even playing at all last year.
Yeah.
Coming back specifically to play for a team that when he came back was 1-5, a team that was for all intents and purposes we knew was not going to be a playoff team. What the conjecture was there, because I find it incredibly noble that he came back and played, even though I know he's contractually, he's under contract. When you're healthy, you should go do your job, that kind of thing. It's a new NFL, it's a new sports world we live in these days. We live in the world of load management. I don't know. That's what I'd be curious about. Would people have begrudged him up in Cleveland if he decided, given the devastating nature of that second knee injury he sustained, if he had especially considering, too, that he broke his foot once he came back,
Yeah, and he ended up breaking his foot, which obviously it's not the same body part, but you can very easily see how it might have been related.
Maybe.
With the whole anatomical chain being taxed and disrupted and all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, I wonder, maybe we should be retroactively angry at Cleveland for playing him at all. Come on, what the hell, man?
Taking miles off the odometer for us. Yeah.
I wonder if he would have. He might. It's one of those weird situations where just contractually he might have gotten a better contract if he hadn't played at all last year.
That's what I mean.
He wouldn't have this broken foot, and people would say, "All right, we're going to take a swing at him, and we'll see." The workout videos look incredible. All of that. It might have been better for him personally to not have any of the film from last year.
100%. Wouldn't it not be talking about a season in which he rushed for under 5 yards a carry?
3.3 yards.
3.3. That was the only season he was under 5 yards a carry in the NFL. I do think if he was just all workout videos and taking a physical, it might have cost. We should actually be thanking him. It might have cost the Texans more money to get Nick Chubb.
Like Baker Mayfield trying to play through that really severely separated shoulder that he had in Cleveland. It almost was like the death blow for him, is because he courageously tried to play through a really, really bad injury.
Might have cost him his job.
Right,
right.
Yeah,
might have cost him his job.
So in Cleveland, of all places. This would be my third best case scenario, and on his contract, I look at this as a genuinely good scenario.
Okay.
Is if maybe he's not back to his same explosiveness, he doesn't have that breakaway speed, everything else, but if he could be a devastatingly effective short yardage back.
Yeah.
He still has the size, he still has the strength, he still has all of that. He's got the football IQ and the ability to read in his vision. I played against Marcus Allen. That's how old I am.
Yeah.
I played against Marcus Allen in his last year in the league. And Marcus Allen was a strictly short yardage specialist at that time. And what a pain in the ass it was.
Yeah.
He was so good at it that it was like, it was 3rd and 1. You might as well concede the down.
Yep. Yeah. He, that would still be worth $2.5 million probably.
Oh, 100%.
Right. Okay. So these are decreasingly best case scenarios here.
We'll get into worst case scenarios now.
Yeah,
so we had 3 best case scenarios.
Yep.
And this could, there could be a million different things. Like it's the worst case scenario, or it's 4th on my ranking of scenarios. He's just doesn't look like himself. gets injured again in training camp or whatever it might be, and never even touches the field this year. But they know it during training camp.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. So, okay, it didn't work out. You took a swing. It was $2.5 million. Didn't work out. That's actually my most desirable of the bad scenarios, because the worst case scenario is they get into the regular season. Maybe they trade away Dameon Pierce, and I'll credit one of our listeners for bringing this scenario up.
Yeah.
Maybe it looks great during training camp. They trade Dameon Pierce during preseason, and then all of a sudden Nick Chubb just isn't the same guy at all, or gets injured again, and Joe Mixon gets injured at some point. And now you've got undersized guys and either Jawar Jordan or J.J. Taylor. You've got a receiving specialist, a third down type, and Woody Marks, and a rookie at that. And you've got a Gumbawale. That would be my worst case scenario, is that you're using him as a placeholder right now that you're depending on, and then all of a sudden you can't depend on him.
The listener who sent that to us, I'll add one more wrinkle, said that wherever Pierce goes, Pierce turns into 2022 Pierce again.
Oh yeah, that would hurt.
Right. So it's not just that you got rid of Dameon Pierce for whatever you get for him, and you're counting on these two older guys, but they get hurt, and Pierce all of a sudden is rushing for 100 yards a weekend again. He's a viable fantasy football guy again.
I think I'm really, really happy about the signing, but they're almost two separate things. It's okay. Contract is exactly what I hoped it would be. It's actually better than what I hoped it would be. I had set it at $4.5 million thereabouts, around that region. So the fact that it's $2.5 million plus incentives, I feel really, really good about that. So that's the one bucket. My other bucket is, I think I'm cautiously optimistic that he's going to be a lot closer to his best version of himself this year than he was last year.
Yep.
I think, there's a very high ceiling on what he could be.
My Dallas friends, this is a text message. My Dallas friends are trying to compare the Nick Chubb signing to when they re-signed Ezekiel Elliott.
No, they gave Ezekiel Elliott a boatload of money. Or are they talking about when he came back the second time?
He came back the second time.
Oh,
when they re-signed him. Yeah, when he came back the second time. And it could be.
The problem with Ezekiel Elliott is that he just stopped playing good football, injured or not.
Yeah, no, Zeke is a bit of a kook. Like, Nick Chubb seems like a pro's pro.
Zeke, I watched Hard Knocks that year when the Cowboys had it, and I'm like, this guy he's a child. Yeah. He's making stupid, childish jokes on the sideline.
Eating candy at practice.
Skittles all the time, and just, and his play reflected it as he got older. Nick Chubb is the opposite. Nick Chubb is an adult.
Yeah.
Like, he really takes it very, very seriously. And of all the different running backs, you don't want to read too much into Instagram workouts and everything like that, but everything anybody says about Nick Chubb is that he's going to attack this the same way Adrian Peterson attacked his recovery from his ACL, where he ended up coming back in the different scenario. Obviously, it was quote unquote just an ACL. But Adrian Peterson is one of those rare guys that played well as a running back. Like, it's just, they're few and far between the guys that are actually really effective running backs past the age of 30.
Guessing this guy's excited. Larry in Stafford giving us a jingle. What's going on, Larry? How are you?
Well, what's going on, son?
Larry?
Did we lose him?
Did we lose Larry?
Oh,
hang on, Larry. You cut out there for about 5 seconds right after you said, "What's up, Sean?" Yeah, so go ahead.
Hey, that's my bad. I was just saying that, it's always a good thing to wake up in Swarm City with a little Chubb in your life, man. And, this is a good signing, man. And at the price that they paid at 2.5 to get them a decent backup running back, if Dameon Pierce goes somewhere else and become a fantasy superstar, so be it. This is an opportunity for the Houston Texans to do something that we have sat around and watched other teams do, which is load up on veteran players to try to go get a Super Bowl in C.J. Stroud's third year. And I'm excited about it, man, because what Nick and D'Amico have all said is that they believe in competition, and they're putting competition on everybody over there on Kirby. So that makes that running back room something that I'm going to be looking forward to going over there to training camp. And I know Cal and Hannah like it because the objective is to win a Super Bowl for this city, man. So having Nick Chubb in camp, I love it, man, and I'm not worried about it. This is the second year after the ACL, and that's always the time when everything gets right. And we've all said that you'd rather have a broken bone than have something else going on. So I'm sure that foot has healed, and it's going to be fine. But this is the kind of deserve, and this is what we're looking for. So if you boys can't get down with getting y'all some Chubb in y'all life, I don't know what to tell you in our hall.
Yeah, we're good for it, man. We're setting the knock down. We
is
are.
he under? See, again, I warned. I knew this was going to happen.
Yeah.
We did a segment earlier where I did the 7 reasons I love the Nick Chubb signing.
Yeah.
And yet still there are people that came out of it wondering why I was so down on the Nick Chubb signing.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know why you're like what your expectations are of us or human beings in general. I don't think there's any amount of me saying that I really like this signing that is going to keep people from being like, I can't believe Seth is down on this signing. To be clear to Larry, it wasn't the ACL. It was the ACL, the MCL, the meniscus, and the medial capsule.
Yeah.
So it was a classic, triple, quadruple bomber of devastation in his knee, and it is the same knee that he had a really bad knee injury on in college.
That was my question. It's the same knee.
It's the same knee. It's a little bit more complicated than an ACL, but it's still. I love the signing. I love it.
Yeah. No, I do too. And I think, boy, the Larry talks about the competition. As currently constructed, this team, barring trades, there's going to be a guy or two that get cut that figured fairly prominently into the last couple of years at running back, and I think at wide receiver also. Like I think there's a decent chance Dameon Pierce is not on this team this coming season. I think there's a decent chance John Mechie and or Xavier Hutchinson aren't on this team based on what they brought in at wide receiver. I think Justin Watson contributor in Kansas City last year. I think Braxton Berrios can make this football.
Braxton Berrios is also just the special teams dynamic and exactly what they feel about, because Jalen Noel can return kicks as well. They signed Braxton Berrios before they got Jalen Noel.
Yep.
Lots of options there right now. So in trying to predict the final roster, special teams really factors heavily into it, and especially obviously with wide receivers.
Yeah, someone's saying on the text page, Pierce isn't going anywhere. He's too good of a kickoff returner. To Seth's point, they've got other options on the roster to return kicks,
Yeah, and I would question your standards for kickoff returners.
He's good. He's had some big returns, but
it's not like people are. It's not like people are predicting him to be the All-Pro kickoff.
No. And Braxton Berrios has been an actual All-Pro kickoff returner before.
Right. Yeah.
So.
Yes, I agree that he's done well he had some really good moments as a kickoff returner, but not to the point where you say like, well, you can't get rid of him.
Yeah.
He's your kickoff returner.
That's right.
He's just not. They haven't treated him that way.
Yep. The text page weighing in on a lot of this trade value for Dameon Pierce. I would say a mid to late day 3 pick at best. I could see a Dameon Pierce trade being one of those things where the Texans trade Dameon Pierce and a 6th for a 5th round pick. That kind of thing. One of those trades where you're just moving up.
Trade swappage type deal.
Pick swap where you're moving up like 40 spots or however many things.
Unless he comes in, it's hard to really impress in the preseason anymore, except that if he does have if he really puts some really good stuff on film in a couple of those games where he's shown ability to break tackles is the big one for me.
Yeah.
And this is where I've always, Cassera and I disagree on whether or not. I look, sleeker Dameon Pierce, sure, he does look very good and he carries it well and everything, but he doesn't break tackles the way he used to.
Yeah.
Even on his impressive runs last year, it wasn't as impressive physically as some of his really impressive games from his rookie year, where he broke that one play in Jacksonville. He broke. I'm not even exaggerating. I believe it was 7 tackles.
It was crazy
in that one to get 12 yards or however many.
Man.
It was amazing. Yeah.
Angry run of the year. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Tuesday. Texans get going in about 30 minutes out at mandatory minicamp. I'm going to the Astros game tonight. Seth, I saw a video online of a challenge that somebody did at a baseball game. So should I try this at the Astros game tonight? We'll tell you what it is coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic.
Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Text message, Seth, I've not heard you say one time that you want to marry Nick Chubb.
Oh, that's why people think I hate this signing, even though we've done 7 segments talking about how much I love this signing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Larry followed up. Larry wanted to make it clear. He wasn't talking about me and you not liking the Chubb. He was more talking to the general you that is the skeptical part of the audience.
If he had just said, he said something along the lines of, like, if you don't like this signing, except he said, you guys don't like this signing.
Yeah.
If you say if you don't, then it's a kind of the hypothetical you. Yeah.
Yep. Words matter, yes. Shout out to Demi Casario for not just stopping at Slowick. That's from Derwin. I like that. Demi Casario. I like that. I like that. Maybe have to.
What was the Jordacek? Jordan Hudson and Bill Belichick.
Jordacek. Yes, I like it.
There is no name for that power couple yet.
There's not.
Why?
There's not. I don't know.
The disrespect they show our power couples.
Big time. All right, so Seth, I'm going to the Astros game tonight. I saw this video of a young lady actually who attempted this challenge at a baseball game recently. I had not seen this, so if you're somebody who'd seen this before, just know that this is the first time I'd seen it on the interwebs. But it was a short video. She attempted what's called the 999 challenge.
Okay.
And I'm curious if you think you could do this.
Is this something we can talk about on the radio?
Yes, it is. It is, for sure.
It's not like 9 guys from each race or something?
No,
okay.
It's not. It's not. Not this particular one.
Like there's only 3 races. Well, 3 races represented in Major League Baseball by and large.
999. So the challenge is you've got to eat each inning. You've got to eat 1 hot dog and drink 1 12-ounce can of beer.
Each inning?
Each inning, yes, for a 9-inning game, yeah.
What if it goes into extra innings?
I don't know what the bylaws are for this.
But the challenge is 999.
The challenge is 9 hot dogs, 9 12-ounce cans of beer in 9 innings. And I watched the video.
And what's the other 9 thing? Oh, okay,
9 innings.
Just those. Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
9 hot dogs, 9 cans of beer
in
9 innings.
What do you get? Do you get it for free if you do it?
I think it's just one of those internet challenge.
An internet challenge, or it's a special. You get a special, like you got to pay up front.
Yeah.
So it's probably a good deal, but you got to pay up front.
Maybe.
And
yeah.
That seems eminently achievable. I think that's my 4th of July appetizer. I'll be impressed. How big is she?
She not big.
She's less than 140.
Not big. Yeah.
Anything less than 1. That's impressive. Did you pull it off?
She made it through 7 innings of the challenge.
What happened after 7 innings?
She stopped. Yeah, she stopped.
Was she slurring her words or anything?
I couldn't tell if she was slurring her words. I don't know if there was a refunding that went on anywhere at any point.
This feels like a marketing coup because I'm guessing, this pure guess, that they charge a flat fee up front, but it's a really good deal. It's like, $40 or something for 9 hot dogs and 9 beers.
I don't think it's a thing that the venue is organizing. It's like a TikTok challenge.
Yeah, MLB would frown upon that.
Yeah, selling 9 beers to one person.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good TikTok challenge. It feels a little bit, though, like sometimes people do this for engagement. They'll be like, for $1 million, would you eat this amount of fast food? And it's something that's totally it's like 4 Big Macs.
It's very doable.
Couple large fries.
There's a lot of them. I don't know. My eyes are getting too big for my stomach on a lot of those.
No, it's just them getting. It's because they get a lot of replies to people saying, "Of course I could." Yeah, 9 beers. That's not all that impressive to me.
I think the harder part would be the beer than the hot dogs. Honestly, the beer is very filling,
especially with a pitch clock too. We're living in an era of a pitch clock.
Okay, it's true. Like that, you'd have to be strategic about the game that you pick. Like, all right, got to make sure I do a gusto game because the first few innings will be nice and long. Ease into this thing.
Lance has gotten more efficient, but still not totally efficient.
Might be a good night to give it a try tonight.
Lance, if I'm waiting for old Lance, the best version of old Lance was it would be scary as hell in the first inning.
Yeah,
and then all of a sudden he'd rein it in and he'd just mow everybody down. I think I would bet. I think 60% of a Pender poll respondents
Say
would
do
say
this?
that they could do this.
Could do this? Yeah.
Are you going to try this?
I don't know if
You
I'm
should do
gonna
it through 4 innings.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to try this tonight or not. Here's the other thing: it's a weeknight. 9 beers on a weeknight. Really, you're the person I'm most concerned about. Are you concerned about the version of me that you would get tomorrow if I tried the 999 challenge at the game tonight?
It would make for good radio. I'd get really frustrated with you and agitated that you'd, like usually you're steering the ship, and when you're drunk and steering, hey, you know how many clicks? You know how many people tuned into the Valdez? The Exxon Valdez? This would be like people paid attention to that.
Oh,
we could have the Exxon Valdez of radio shows tomorrow morning.
Someone brings up a good point. It's Dollar Dog Night. I didn't even thought about that. It's Dollar Dog Night. Now I'm actually in a suite tonight though, which means it's $0 dog night.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah. So if it's free, I almost have to do this now, probably.
Honestly, in a challenge like that is not eating anything before you go to the game.
Yeah.
Like if I had to sit down and I can't remember the last time I went to a sporting event or a movie and I hadn't eaten pretty much way more than I should have before the first pitch or before the previews were over.
The food is so good.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's so. Yeah, I think you should try it.
I think I could do it.
9 beers for you isn't really like that's.
It's really not.
I don't want to put your business out there, but
no,
yeah.
Beer does
That's not a big deal for you.
Beer fills me up more than it messes me up. So that's the thing.
And if it's let's say it's a 3-hour game, just because the math is easier.
Yeah.
I want to say 3 beers, especially with all the bread and hot dogs sopping up the alcohol in your belly. I'm guessing you're not even necessarily. Let's see, how much do you weigh? About like 175? How much do you?
Thereabouts.
Can I say? I'm just gonna say. Can I say 220 or is that an insult?
No, that's fine. I'm like it's like 210, 215, something
okay,
like that. Yeah.
210.
Yeah.
All right. We're gonna say 3 hours.
Yeah.
And we're gonna say 9 beers.
Okay, so this is like a sobriety measurement here. Is this a blood alcohol content?
Yeah, your BAC would be 0.14%.
Okay, well I'm not driving. I mean, Amy's probably gonna drive. She usually drives.
I'm just saying by way of illustrating like how drunk are you, whatever. What is the limit? I don't even know.
0.08.
Okay. So you're drunk though by
nearly
the law
twice
standards.
the legal limit. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So that is Yeah, I think you should do it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So it is Lance pitching.
Yeah.
Who do we have? Who's he facing tonight?
Somebody from the White Sox. So that's actually good. If it's almost anybody from the White Sox, they're going to suck. So that means the innings are a little longer, So
and also though, but you got to factor in the fact neither of these teams have a good offense.
Yeah.
And Shane Smith, 2.45 ERA. Dude, you're looking at potentially a 2.5-hour window now. That changes things a little bit.
Yeah, that changes the calculus. Probably got
2.45 ERA on 62 innings pitched. It's not
that's not a small sample
whip.
size. That's a good pitcher right there so far.
Yeah, and if Lance keeps pitching the way he's been pitching against one of the worst offenses in the league. Okay, it's a challenge now.
We have a texter who's done it and says it's a fun challenge. It just gets difficult when the innings are 3 up, 3 down. Just when it goes by that fast.
Because you got to go boom, boom, boom.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess
tell you from my experience with wind sprints, Sean.
Yeah.
A lot of times, this is the key. You got to really sprint the first 20 yards, and it allows you to coast the rest of the way.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd approach each inning that way. That like, all right, I'm gonna get this, because then you got to factor in bathroom. Oh, you're in a suite, so the bathroom time's not going to be as big a deal.
Yeah, I don't know. I do the suites. I haven't been in a suite in Daikin very much in my lifetime. Do they have bathrooms up in the suite? At the very
least, if the suite doesn't have a bathroom, it's a lot easier to get to one that the bathrooms don't have lines.
And they're way less
right.
They're way less crowded. Yeah. Someone says 0.14 is teetering on possible blackout if you're a lightweight. Well, sir.
Really?
Oh, man. I'm not a lightweight. I mean, go to my Twitter timeline. I put up a video from a bar yesterday afternoon, all right? Yeah.
I can't remember who was the player that got in trouble for drinking kombucha that had a little bit of alcohol in it.
Was it a football
player? It was up in
player?
Minnesota. Yeah. It was up in Minnesota. It was a player who was in the program, so he's getting tested for alcohol.
Oh, you know who it was? I think it was Michael Floyd.
Yeah.
I think it was Michael Floyd. Notre Dame
so
guy.
He had a sip of kombucha.
Yeah.
And then because there's a minuscule amount of alcohol in it, he had drank the kombucha right before he blew into the breathalyzer.
Yeah.
And then, because it's like still on your breath and in your mouth and everything, he blew positive for alcohol.
Yep.
But I did before we knew that he had drank the kombucha right beforehand, I drank a boatload of kombucha to see how high it would elevate my BAC.
Yeah.
So it was the amount of liquid was rough.
Yeah.
It was really rough. I can't remember how much it was, but that's going to be the challenge. The hot dogs, 9 hot dogs, a lot of hot dogs. But, yeah.
Should I put condiments on the hot dogs or go naked on the hot dogs?
No, you need to dip them in water like the
I'm not doing
do.
it like Joey Chad. It's not a speed thing. It's an endurance thing.
But it makes it go down easier and faster. That gets so you can get more the other. I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm
That's
intrigued by this.
That's big chunks of unchewed hot dog in my gut.
What's the over under on this for you then? Are you think it's 7.5 or
I think 7. Yeah, I don't want to sit here and declare I can do it. I think I could get through 5 easy.
Yeah.
Easy, I could get through 5.
Your blood pressure, the boat of sodium isn't gonna.
I'm not putting
you're not
myself.
Gonna stroke out on me midway through the show tomorrow.
I can't promise anything, but the numbers for me, I get my blood pressure checked every week, and I'm fine right now. Yeah.
As long as you don't stroke, because that would be very selfish on your part. If I was left to have to
leave
finish the show
middle
out,
of the show,
well, kind of peeved at you as well.
Yeah.
For your responsibility after I'm the one who's encouraging you to do it.
Angry Seth getting peeved because I died of a stroke in the middle of the show.
Will Amy be impressed with you or disgusted?
Probably
with you?
Disgusted with me. I think She doesn't. I eat fast. Like when we go out to eat, I eat fast. I don't think she likes it. I don't think it's a turn on.
Are you then kind of like looking for the check immediately?
I typically do have them take my plate, and so then she's left sitting there halfway through eating stuff.
Yeah. Brandy hates me too for that. Kind of like I'm like, all right, I'm done.
Yeah.
What's going on here? What's the holdup? Oh, it's you.
That's exactly what happens. I'm a fast eater, so that happens a lot.
You're ready for this, man. You're ready.
Yeah.
I want to see a training montage today. I need you to do a montage of you doing various exercises, just like in the movies where that exercise actually isn't going to help you for an event that's
running
12 hours away, but somehow,
someone says, "What a loser the lightweight is." I drive back to the convenience store at 0.14. Gotta reload, man. Like those drinks.
It's a safe thing to do. You got to go buy a loaf of everything.
That's it.
I'm just joking, kids. That was a joke. Never do it. Ever.
Kids are on summer break, man.
They don't drive anymore either.
They don't.
I don't get my license. I've got you as my taxi.
It's one of the wildest things, man. Yeah.
And I can, and I've got the whole world on my phone.
Crazy. All right, final segment coming up. How bitter is Cleveland about this Nick Chubb signing? We've got audio to prove just how bitter they are. Not just at this, pretty much everything Houston, they are mad at right now up in Cleveland, which is good. We'll get to that. Final segment coming up next. Oh, West Point Link.
22. Happy 6-10 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast. Happy 6-10 Day to everybody. It's June 10th. Texans on the field right now. I should probably have Twitter open, right, Seth, to make sure we get the earliest reports on whether C.J. Stroud is doing anything besides handoffs and warm-ups here.
Yeah.
Right?
If they're out there on the field right now,
Yeah, they just got out there. Practice officially started 27 seconds ago.
One little tidbit of news from around the NFL that sounds interesting. Has lost his positive glow and shine. He's like, is he surprised it's taken this long to find a trade partner for Jalen Ramsey? Quote, I don't give a bleep how I feel about it. Business is business. And
everything's not a joke anymore, huh? Oh,
but he uses so many buzzwords, and he's so happy-go-lucky.
Yeah,
he's going to be fine in the NFL.
He's really funny. He's not so funny anymore, huh? When they don't win playoff games for the entire century. Okay, gotcha, got it. A lot of advice coming in on the text page about the 999 hot dog beer and 9-inning challenge.
Tonight, Sean Pendergast is going to attempt to drink 9 beers and eat 9 hot dogs over the course of 9 innings. You got to do one of each per inning. You can't try to just do it all at the beginning and then filter it in. It's got to be paced out that way.
Yeah, I love how this just morphed into I'm definitely doing this tonight. Yeah, this is oh boy. So condiments on the hot dog change up the texture, increase the odds for success. So this person's saying this. Maybe put some mustard on it or whatever.
Yeah, maybe mix it up. Yeah. Like make a little bit of novelty after that. Maybe start off the first couple just plain hot dogs, and then you do mustard for a couple. Then maybe you do ketchup or something else like that for another couple.
I'll never do ketchup because I don't like the way it tastes on the hot dog. But the young lady in the video where I first saw this challenge did just that. Just what you're saying. She changed it up, and that
you don't want to load
helped.
up necessarily, but just enough. Put out all refined sugar in my diet, and one of the things that's happened that I didn't expect is so I cut out ketchup because it's got sugar in it.
Yeah, a lot.
And I had some ketchup last night. I was like, I'll have a tablespoon of ketchup.
How'd you
Measured
feel?
it out and everything. It was way too sweet for me.
Yeah.
I didn't like it. I was like, this is too sweet. I never thought of ketchup as sweet before.
Your palate adapts when you do stuff like that. Yeah.
Which is nice because once I made it, it wasn't hard, but after a few weeks now, like I have zero cravings for anything sweet. And when I do try something like sugary, it's way I don't enjoy it. It's way too sweet.
Are you nervous about football season coming up in the press box with all these sweet treats that they've got in the press box?
Because usually, what happens is it's like especially if I'm stressed, my go-to
You do work up there,
is
man.
is to eat a lot.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so, because I think as long as I complete it, like I'm Sam Malone working in a bar.
Yeah.
You know? I know I can't touch it at all. I'm not going to... I'm good. As long as it's complete abstinence, because it's complete abstinence or just complete gluttony for me. There is no in between.
And we all know what's going to happen if you wind up having some sort of spurt where you eat 13 ice cream sandwiches, is you're going to blame me for it. You're going to blame
me. Yeah, exactly, for not putting
for
the brakes
stopping
on me.
you. Yeah.
And I know I just said it that when I say it's complete abstinence for me, like obviously ketchup that's not like eating an ice cream cone.
No,
I was just curious about it. It's not going to.
Not the same thing. So they're mad up in Cleveland because Nick Chubb is a Texan and because the Texans dominated the Browns in the playoffs a couple of years ago and Deshaun Watson trade, etc. I thought this guy, Max Lers, for making us aware of this reel, I thought he laid out really nicely just exactly how Houston has become Cleveland's daddy.
How is this happening again? I can't believe this. The Houston Texans have physically and emotionally dismantled the Cleveland Browns more than any other team in the past decade. Nick Chubb, now a Houston Texan. Not here to talk about if that was a good or a bad move for the Browns to move on from Nick Chubb. The reality is the fan favorite in Cleveland, gone to Houston. Gone to Houston 2 years after they beat you by 31 points in the NFL playoffs. They destroy you. And all of that is after this trade. Will Anderson, Tank Dell, Kamari Lassiter, Caden Bullock for Deshaun Watson. And a pick that got Jerry Jeudy, so maybe there's some positive. No. I'm literally asking you, has there ever been an NFL team that's taken a fan-favorite star player, absolutely dismantled them in the playoffs, and then pulled off the heist of a century in a franchise-altering trade for both sides? No. The answer is no. Now, there's really only so much you can do. You almost have to tip your cap to Nick Caserio and the Houston Texans. But the Houston Texans have physically and emotionally ruined the Browns fan base for the past 5-6 years. And don't forget, they made another trade in this year's draft.
Yeah, that's a shame.
This is where I get it with Cleveland feeling this way about the Chubb trade, because we've seen a lot of people out of Cleveland say, yeah, I'm glad that he went to a good team, a competitive team, a playoff team, except I just wish it wasn't the Texans.
Yeah.
They want to see Chubb have success. They
him.
understand that it was time to move on. It was probably the smart thing for the Browns to do. And yet, and especially, Sean, the part that really smarts is
deep deal, man.
If you're going to keep an emotional fan favorite around, you could afford to do it.
Yep.
And that part probably really hurts. But then also you add on that, man, all of these other trades have not worked out for us, except for the one that did when they bought a second-round pick by trading for Brock Osweiler, which is the way that deal went. It was basically the Browns were just buying a second-round pick by taking Nick Osweiler's salary off the books. They did use that pick to get Nick Chubb.
Nick Chubb, of all people.
Which is
Circle of
the
life.
ultimate irony in all of this.
The one
yes.
good move they made, that guy they used that pick on is now a Houston Texan. Man,
we used Brock Osweiler to trade for Nick Chubb, who, if he goes on to become anything close to what he once was, that'll be yet another coup.
Oh, my God. This is amazing. What other things could we steal from Cleveland if we want to do to make it even worse? Could we, move the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame to Houston? That would be fun, because that's a big part of that city's identity, is that Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Have you ever been?
It's all over the airport.
Have you ever been to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
I've never been, and I've been stuck in Cleveland on 7-hour layovers.
I know
before,
you have.
And I should have gone. It's right. It's close to the airport too, I think.
Is it really? I have no idea. I would love to go.
I think maybe not. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Yeah, but I would have had time to take an Uber to it.
Yeah. So we could steal that. What if LeBron signed here for his twilight years, not that he's not already in them, and they win a championship here with LeBron, who's sort of, he's kind of one of Cleveland's favorite sons, he's from Akron. That would be fun. They did that. Pilfer Indians, the Guardians would be good, Jose Ramirez maybe, stealing one of their baseball players. Myles Garrett coming here at the end of his career, that would be good, on a cheapo deal.
Myles Garrett, if he especially come back to Texas, he would come on a deal going back home and play on a very reasonable contract.
Yeah,
that would be fun.
That would be good.
That would be the real key is that if you win a Super Bowl, because the Browns have been around for a lot longer as well, obviously. If you could actually win a Super Bowl and do it with a couple of their players that they had.
This is when the Marlins.
We really want to put them out of their misery.
Like when you were a Cubs fan and the Marlins are winning 2 World Series in 6 years back in the day. Great, this team that's been around for 20 years is winning a Super Bowl, and we can't get out of our own way. We can't even get to a Super Bowl. Not seeing any reports yet as to whether or not CJ is throwing. It's probably still a little early. They're probably still just in warm-ups right now. We're on shoulder watch, after
the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. A lot of times, it's I don't know. It just depresses me sometimes.
Why?
Because it's all everybody that's getting inducted. They're still trying to look rock and roll, but they're older now and everything. And I don't know. That's what we all age. But I don't know. There's something about a bunch of old badasses all being assembled together.
Yeah.
There's something. It's a little bit depressing.
I get
me.
that.
I don't know why.
I went to a Phil Collins concert a couple of years ago, and it was one of the most depressing events I've ever been to in my life because he's not in good shape right now. He's got issues right now. How about this? This courtesy of Aaron Wilson. Here is who is scheduled to talk to the media: Kalen Bullock, Mario Edwards Jr., C.J. Stroud.
Oh.
C.J. Stroud ready to talk to the media. You know what? I don't even know if he's throwing. I don't even know if he's got both arms working right now. That's a good sign that they're putting him in front of a microphone.
I wonder if do you think he'll divulge anything, or is he going to give us no comments?
Yes, I think we're going to learn something today. I think we're going to learn, and my hope is that we learn that we've all been making a big deal out of nothing. That's what I'm hoping for.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe it could be one of those things where there's so many reports floating around right now, the common sense kicks in. And look, we got to put somebody in front of a microphone, especially if it truly isn't reason to have a 5-alarm fire going on about this. Let's put him in front of a microphone. D'Amico Ryans was more forthcoming about this the second press conference than he was the first press conference. The hope is that they're realizing, like, okay, if we're all truly just making a big deal out of nothing, then there's no reason C.J. Stroud shouldn't be put in front of a microphone. And it sounds like he will be today. So that's good.
Right. Yeah, so good.
Yeah, this is good.
Good for us. Good for sound bites.
Absolutely,
yeah. It's going to help because you come in all hungover from your
my hot dogs and beer,
hot dog and beer orgy that you're having tonight.
That's right. That's right. All right, Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, they're joining us here in the loop, fellas. What do you think? C.J. Stroud meeting with the media.
When you said what do you think, I thought I was going to say absolutely. You eat the 9 hot dogs.
The 9 hot dogs. I think everybody wants me to do it. I don't think there's.
It's because we believe in you, Sean.
Is that why?
100%. It's all belief.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
I think I could do 4 innings.
4. I could do 5. Yeah. So we'll see.
And C.J. Stroud talking means he's probably going to throw.
Yeah, I would think so. Right? That seems logical. If I was betting on it, I would say that.
Otherwise, you're setting him up for like a barrage of why did you not throw?
I mean, he's still going to be asked about that even if he throws. He could throw 3 60-yard bombs today, and people are still going to be like, hey, what's up with that?
This would be nice, though, to send us all off into that 5-week period between minicamp and training camp.
Oh, yeah.
Having seen C.J. Stroud throw a football. I was already at a stage where if he didn't, my angst level wasn't going to go any higher. I had conditioned myself to, all right, we're not going to see him until training camp. That's when I'll freak out next.
Yeah, I was in the exact same place.
Yeah, but if he throws today, like, okay, now I'm going into the summer with a little pep in my step now, right? That's kind of how I feel about that.
Yeah.
So that'll be good. And we get D'Amico today, too. You guys going to be carrying on?
That is correct.
You guys going to be carrying D'Amico?
Yeah.
All right, good.
Absolutely. Did you say no?
I said yeah.
Oh, okay. For some reason I heard no. I was like, that's not the word.
Absolutely
What
not.
else are you looking forward to here? I know you guys won't be able to be there, but like hearing about like if you were to go out to minicamp, what would be like the main thing you'd be looking for in the grocery store there?
I mean, obviously offense, like more on the offensive line, more kind of insight into what it looks like. That's been that's the weak point of this team in general, of what is a largely strong team and what it's the way it's put together. So that's still going to be something I'm interested in, is what does it look like they're really leaning towards. It feels like they've kind of set like an equilibrium point, but I'd like to see if that's actually the case or if that was just, the first iteration of what
set position is the most. Like if I could forecast the other offensive line positions and maybe give a 70% chance of this scenario. With the center, I feel like it's just wide open, and I have no clue who's going to be day one center.
Well, the curveball they threw there was throwing Andrews out there. I think it's Jake Andrews
with the ones,
with
so
the ones
consistently.
Yeah, that was the curveball they kind of threw in OTA. So yeah, I'm with both of you guys on that. What about you, John?
I want to see the 2 badasses, the 2 new guys, Nick Chubb and C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah.
Those 2 guys, what they can do in the secondary, what they can do in the backfield. Yeah, that's going to be it for me.
That'll be fun, man.
Yeah.
So I'll be out there. I'll check in if you want me to. If I see anything out there,
yes, please
with these human eyes, I'll check in with you guys.
Was there any level of solace for you, Seth, that we didn't actually get the Nick Chubb news and what didn't happen until much later in the day?
Thought about that.
Oh, yeah, I guess so. I don't know. As long as it's not me, then I'm pretty much bitter about it.
The afternoon guys got some satisfaction.
They sure did.
Yeah.
The rest of us were just stuck with Chubb watch.
Chubb watch.
I had to, what I had to deal with, you guys probably didn't have as much, as I made the mistake of commenting on a couple things on social media yesterday, because people were people were reporting it as a done deal that he had already signed, and I just gently explained to somebody, well, no, he hasn't signed. There's no reports of him signing yet. It's that he's expected to sign pending a physical. And then immediately after Diana Rossini posts hers, all these people are saying "told you so."
Yeah.
After no, we started this conversation, and I was 100% correct. And I hate people. That's the epilogue to that story.
And Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Someone texted in, disgusting. I hope you all choke on the 9th hot dog. Oh, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Jeez.
Yeah, nothing disgusting about that sentiment.
Right. Thank you. Exactly. All right, question of the day, fellas.
Yeah. So I'm sure you guys know this. It is 6'10" day.
It is 6'10" day.
It is
we were reminded several times throughout the show that it was.
And we have to remind Reggie what he's gotten into.
Yeah. So as the new man in, I want to be baptized in the waters of 6'10" via memory. So the 6'10" day question of the day is, what is your favorite Sports Radio 6'10" moment?
Okay. Mine, I'll come at this. As a listener, back in the late 90s, the Jim Rome tour stops here were amazing.
Oh, yeah.
They were incredible. Like that was
the Sam Houston Race Park?
There was Sam Houston Race Park. The first one ever was at SRO. Remember SRO?
I went to the one at Sam Houston Race Park.
The big one, the big SRO that's no longer in business, but it was a gigantic sports bar, like with 30-foot ceilings and movie screens. He did it there in 97. He did Sam Houston Race Park in 98. And then he did what was Enron Field at the time. He got 25,000 people out to Enron Field. People don't realize how big the Jim Rome show was back here in the late 90s.
And the groupies. Oh, my God.
Well, the groupies for his callers as well. I couldn't keep them off of me. It was crazy. So as a listener, that's mine. Most of mine as a host, a lot of them are Super Bowl related, like interviews with the Super Bowl, stuff like that.
Mine was I missed the Sports Radio 610 Combine, where the listeners would come out and compete in various Combine events. It was a lot of fun. I really missed those. It was also fun too because it was a really cool event for the listeners, and a lot of competitors would act like it was the dumbest thing ever, and it was cool because it was like, no, actually, look at this. Everybody's having a whole lot of fun. This is actually really a genuinely wholesome, fun event. Yeah.
I remember one year that instead of bench press, they did push-ups. I'm sure you remember that. And they paired us off in twos, and I thought I was doing pretty good.
Yeah.
They paired me off with Ted Johnson. And I'm like,
I just drew Duke in the first round.
I was like, holy crap.
I'll tell you one of my least favorite. This is with an old boss that we had here. Do you remember it was like around 2015, 2016. You can still Google and find some of the videos where our boss at the time, our program director at the time, basically turned the entire lineup into like his own version of Fear Factor or Truth or Dare. I mean, we had to do like certain. All I know is I had to get my back waxed.
Oh yeah,
on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
There were some really bad and
there were some bad
things
ones.
that
There's
came out of that.
Video of Laura Reynolds walking around in like just a bra, like through the offices.
And then remember Brian Straw and Paul Gallant had to do something where it was creepy. They had to like wrap their faces in Saran wrap and do something. It looked like something out of a horror movie.
Dude, it was me and Ted.
Yeah,
we had to. He made us and we had a pretzel stick in each end of our mouth, like Lady and the Tramp with the spaghetti. We had to walk around the office, and I'm going like, man, I've been trying so hard to get over to 610. I didn't realize this is just
I got waterboarded.
Like a personal plate.
You guys had to hold the pretzel in your mouth, like between the two of you, right?
Yes. Yeah. While our faces were wrapped in Saran wrap.
It was the most homoerotic thing I've ever seen in my entire life that I didn't pay for. It was weird, man.
It was wild.
It was weird.
It was wild. And I dated Ted for 6 months after that. It was weird. It was really strange.
I'm recognizing that I have not had to undergo any rookie hazing. This is fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Parker has the same.
You're going to carry my bag at training camp.
We're going to go
your
beat
bag
you
will
with
be on the floor.
Well, that's the whole key is they get you comfortable, and then one day Lopez beats you with a sack of
All right, fellas. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend. I'll see you tomorrow.
Antibodies, and God bless you on the 9th hot dog tonight.
Yeah.
Sean's taking 81 inches down his throat tonight. Let's do this.
Hey, yo, that is. Woo, that's a lot. That is a lot.
We are done.
Yeah, you are.
We're out of time.
You want to mention who brought you this opportunity?
Possibly permanently.
Yeah.
You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez.
I am Googling how long is a hot dog.
Figgy Fig. I'm not eating a 9-inch hot dog tonight. I'll tell you that. Nor a foot long. They're in the loop, and they start now.
8 inches or smaller is what Sean says. And I don't blame Sean for not.
By the
that
way,
was the implication.
You only have to take 43.2 inches.
Wow.
It's 4.8 inches long.
I very much understand why Sean did not want to mention the D&M Auto Leasing brought you any of that. Because to be fair, I don't know that they brought you that in particular.
I wanted to. I was so horrified.
I know.
I forgot to
but
do
doesn't that make you feel better? It's only 43.2.
No!
You can do it. I believe in you. Oh, my goodness. Let's start the show on a Tuesday? Upside down question mark? Yeah, I'm very thrown, but you know what? It's Tuesday in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You know the people involved. The OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atula. That is Figgy Fig. And you are also involved in various manners on the text line, 713-572-4610. But then also on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyer live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston from the 979. Best crosstalk. Yeah, man. Those guys do a fantastic job. I do love, like, they're like, hey, let's put on a professional program in these final 5 minutes. Let it all go. I mean, and that's, to be fair, they have a lot of fun in the show ahead of time, but I feel like they're like, oh, we're done for the day? Yeah, let's really let it hang loose. All right, but we have to start in a serious place, Lopez. Let's lock in and be serious, and then we can be nonsensical later in the show. But we got to start because it is the first day of Texans mandatory minicamp. So we got football on the brain. So 713-572-4610. What are you looking for? What are you hoping to see in mandatory minicamp day one, especially after we got through OTAs and everything? We're here. What do we need to see?
Yeah, I'm not going to.
What do you mean?
Obviously,
what do you mean?
We are going to update you. We are going to tell you yay or nay on the big question if he's going to throw or not. But that's not what I'm really, really focused on. And weirdly, this is weird, I know. I started feeling better about him when I saw the videos coming out of their picture day yesterday.
CJ?
Yeah, and he's tossing the ball around, and CJ Gardner's going, that's the best quarterback in the country, or whatever he said. And then you found out that he's going to have availability today.
You say this like I went searching, like I was sleuthing.
You were making calls, texting sources, and found out that he is going to be available for media. So I'm not really worried about him throwing. I'm looking elsewhere, and I mentioned one of the things, during that bizarre crosstalk.
I don't think it was bizarre. I quite enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's always fun. That doesn't mean it's not bizarre. The two new badasses. I want to see the two new badasses. Nick Chubb, man, did you see the videos of him squatting over 500 pounds?
Yep. That
recently,
it's that time of year though. Like, ain't it? Like,
but still.
And that I imagine
he's one of a few people that do that type of stuff.
Oh yeah, no, that is absolutely.
He looked like Derrick Henry. And by the way, on that knee that we were talking about yesterday, I don't know exactly what it was. It was more than 500 pounds. I didn't do the math. Somebody said it was 545 or something like that. Doesn't matter.
What is the threshold for you to stop counting?
500, I'm good.
500, you're like, I don't need to know any other things after this.
If it's over 500, you don't need to be specific. Like, all right, he's here. He's as healthy. That's all I needed to know, by the way. That would have been my physical exam. Though we were talking about the pending physical exam. I would have said, no, he's good. No, he's good. He can go.
Yeah, but I mean, we can understand how. And I know that you're, there's a level of tongue in cheek in the way that you're talking about it. But like, we do understand that. Hey, man, this is the time of year where you get like the workout videos, and then you get into the season and you see like, hey man, what does the football look like? And I feel, am I hating? Am I just off base here? With my concern
hating on Nick Chubb.
I mean, look, it's a possibility. I don't rule out the possibility that I might be a hater at any given time. Sometimes you have to do your self inventories to see, am I hating in this moment? But I think that there's a lot of love and hope on the other side. And I understand this is the hope time of year, right? I just don't know that is like the fair expectation. I understand even coming in off of second year off of the ACL, MCL, all that, right? Usually can be better than the first one, but I just don't know that he's going to remain an explosive player. Like, if you tell me he's going to be a strong player, all right, possibly. Like, is he going to be a dude that obviously the brain part of this doesn't go, the ability to have that vision. So I do think that, look, I'm very much in the place where I don't think it's a bad deal by any means. Right. $2.5 million is what we find out is the 1 year deal, up to $5 million with the incentive laden deal. All that sounds fine and dandy. Like, all that sounds great. Have him in there as obviously during camp to see what you still have and what he's able to do. I just don't know that the expectation needs to be particularly high and that you'll get anything close to what the Nick Chubb was.
What you're saying about am I hating? Because we do need to see him cut. We do need to see him run. What I'm saying is, if you're squatting 500 pounds, my confidence level gets a lot higher about you cutting and running. Because that's a lot of pressure on that knee that was surgically repaired. And then the other one is CJ Gardner-Johnson. He just is a different kind of guy. He's a different kind of guy. And I want to see how he, in the back end of the secondary. Keep in mind, this is the first time he's going to be on the field. He didn't do OTAs.
No, he didn't. I mean, he was working, don't get me wrong, but he was not a part of
But this is the first time we're going to see him in the defensive backfield with Kamari Lassiter, with Jalen Petrie, with Derek Stingley. It's going to be kind of cool to see that. I want to see that. How he meshes is going to be a longer-term thing, but it's going to start today,
Okay, I guess that's fair. That's fair. I don't know how much I could take from the one day of this, but, more than anything, maybe seeing how much he, as you mentioned, meshes, but in kind of an not necessarily off-field way, but how much game is he able to give to these guys in that context? They'll be interesting to see. So 832 said definitely a hater. Okay, on the Nick Chubb thing, but yeah, that just getting him in some of these drills, which obviously you'll get a chance to see some of that cutting, some of that actual on-the-field stuff. It's not going to be the end-all, be-all by any means, but get a little bit idea for the Nick Chubb portion of this. You ready to put this to bed? Does this put this to bed for you? Numerous people at minicamp right now at an NRG park saying and showing video of number 7, CJ Stroud, throwing the football.
Yeah, I'm looking at the video right now.
You see any ducks? Is it wobbling? How's it looking?
It's looking pretty good. A little zip on the ball. Obviously he's – there's several videos now I'm looking at. Yeah, he's full participant, at least as of now.
Are we done? Is it to bed?
Put it to bed.
I think the only thing that will remain in the back.
Incompletion.
Wake
it back up.
Bring it back up.
Wake it back up.
No, I think for me, the only thing that I then wonder about, and it's been the thing that I've been worried about the whole time. I think we've talked about it. I don't think either of us were particularly worried about this for him playing. Just the idea of, is this something that can be something that could pop up at some point during the season that, with some level of, does that soreness return or what have you? I know tendonitis was one of those things that was speculated at one point. If it's that, does it show up at some point later when he has had, continues to have the workload of the season? I don't know. But when it comes to playing, all right, that's fine. Any other things that you're looking forward to as we get to minicamp? Because I think one of the things that I'm starting to, or it's not starting, but I'm feeling again, is that this is a really, really well-built team that I think we have a lot of confidence in many different places. But we were talking about this with the fellas before they handed it off to us, which is this offensive line. I'm still very intrigued to see who the guys are that they trust, or maybe get some indications of who the guys are that they trust, especially as we continue to look, as Seth said, at the center position. That one definitely has felt somewhat like a toss-up, although it feels like Jake Andrews very much is the leader in the clubhouse, because it feels like anytime they throw out the ones, it's him.
Yeah, I was actually on the other side with when Seth brought up that the center position is one of the most intriguing to him. I feel like that might be one of the most established based on the rotations of someone other than Jake Andrews. But notice I didn't say Mark. Jake Andrews.
I'm proud of you. You know what that's called? That's called growth.
It's growth. I'm evolving. I think the other positions outside of Cam Robinson are the ones that we need to be looking at. I think Jake Andrews, at least early on, is getting the most reps, and that's it. That's what I'm looking at the offensive line is, those rotations with the quote unquote first unit, first team, whatever you want to say. But I'm looking somewhere else too that I think is relatively important.
Okay,
we assume, I think safely, Nico, Christian Kirk, Jaden Higgins. Those are probably going to be your top 3, right?
That's interesting because, and how much can you put in on this? But I was looking at Pro Football Focus as they're ranking, weaknesses and strengths in various different rosters, and they have Mechie. And you've seen, obviously, various different places because of the seniority put Mechie in. Even when they put, Woody Marks as the backup running back, obviously, before you get in Nick Chubb. So, that it seems like they are also leaning on the idea that maybe Mechie has some level of resurgence. What does Mechie show you? And obviously Xavier Hutchinson, but Mechie seems like the dude that a lot of people have on the hot seat for this particular offseason.
Exactly. I think the top 3 of those 3, Nico, Kirk, and Jaden Higgins. The other receivers is what I'm going to be looking at.
Yeah.
Because they're so important. We know that. You go 4, 5, 6 deep sometimes, depending on injuries and sets and stuff. Well, there's 5 dudes there, at least 5. There's more in terms of bodies that are going to be on the field. But I think there's 5 dudes there in Jalen Knoll, John Mechie, you mentioned, Xavier Hutchinson. There are some guys out there that I want to see who fills in the blanks, so to speak.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's fair, especially of the guys that you actually will be able to see something in. I think that's also a fair point to note is how much are you going to be able to actually, tell from minicamp on some of these things. Like offensive line, we're not going to be able to see all of the technique or any of these things because, we're not pads. We're not going live with this. I think the wide receiver is one of those places where you'll start to get a little bit of a feel of who maybe might be able to make some headway, make some noise in that regard. I do want to circle back around to running back because obviously we're talking to some degree about Nick Chubb. Yesterday when we were talking about the Nick Chubb, will they, won't they, ultimately they did, obviously, one-year deal, $2.5 million up to $5 million is what it comes out to, wearing the number 21 today, mind you. But what are the, some of the running backs down the depth chart who have not even really gotten any love? Like, do we have any spoilers in here that might find a level up? Because I know I've liked to some degree what Jawar Jordan and J.J. Taylor have brought you at times. But are they just going to continue to be like also-rans in this? Are they going to just sit on the very periphery of this and remain there, or do they have an opportunity to get involved here? And I don't think we'll get anything in the way of fullbacks, but anything that I can glean on that also, like just even in usage, would be very interesting in seeing what this team is doing.
I think the name, maybe you mentioned it, that I didn't hear you mention was Daria Gumbawale.
Yeah,
Daria Gumbawale. Because we keep putting it on, Damian Pierce. Where is he going to fit in? Traded. What is his trade value? All that, and that's all fair. But Daria Gumbawale is one that is going to have to reestablish himself. As he was the pass blocking specialist last year in terms of scrimmage plays and all over special teams. I think he's one to see if that role stays the same or changes. But you mentioned J.J. Taylor and Jawar Jordan. It sounds insulting, and I guess it is. But right now, they got to be just fighting for, their camp bodies. And they have to fight for any run that they get.
I mean, the thing that I ultimately keep coming back to.
That's the reality.
No, I 100% agree, and it feels like more than anything is just, can you be guys that are guys that the team believes in if, things shake up and they need to bring up a body at some point during the season, as opposed to trying to really fight for a, regular position on this team. It does feel like that's the place that those guys have remained in. Jalen Noel not practicing today, does that at all give you any level of pause, or is that, we're just early enough in this where you don't really see too much into that?
No level of pause, but he could use it. I can tell you right now, he's not glad that he's, for whatever reason, not participating. But no, the wide receiver position and it's not just today and tomorrow. It's all the way through camp. Who's filling in the blanks is going to be very, very important. It's impossible not to love John Mechie, but I just keep going back to that. That's a big year for him, man. This is going to be a big, big year.
The thing that I keep coming back to as I look at this roster in general and some of the questions that we have, they all feel, at least the ones that we can get answers to right now. Offensive lines is obviously major, and that's something that we'll get a level of feel when you can actually go live, and that's when we get to training camp, really and truly. At this point, I feel so good about the way that this roster is, organized and constructed, because the defense, I don't know what I would have to see defensively to raise any level of stink or any level of problems.
Right.
You got CJ throwing at this point, and I think, again, we were probably in a place where we felt comfortable with that, but whatever doubts you did have, probably fully assuaged by the idea he's out here throwing, and he will talk to the media later today. We like the weapons that they have. It seems like they have opportunity at competition at most spots. I do feel like ultimately there's not a lot of things that trouble me when it comes to just the way that the roster is largely constructed and the things that we can get a level of insight into right now for minicamp, right?
Yeah, and real quick side note right here, looking at video of Nick Chubb. Man, I shouldn't get this excited about just watching a guy jog onto a field, but he is put together, man. That dude is put together.
You think he's all looks the part?
Well, he's been more than looks the part. I'm saying right now he does.
He's just like the all first team looks the part. All star.
He always been that way, man.
Dude, he is a monster.
Who's all on your first team? All looks the part.
Will Anderson.
Yeah,
off of this squad. Daniil Hunter.
Not mentioning Daniil first feels like a problem.
Well, Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter. Nick Chubb. Good Lord. Good Lord. I probably should stop.
Yeah, I feel like I see you drooling. You might want to
Chubb over there, man.
Yeah, calm down.
Stop.
Yeah. All right. You're in the loop indeed. Happy 610 day to you all. We're going to keep that going all day long. But coming up next, let's talk a little bit about the Astros. ESPN kind of looking towards what the trade deadline looked like, what teams need to do for the trade deadline. Is it really this simple for the Astros. 713-572-4610. I'll talk about that next.
In the loop.
What does it mean?
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Tuesday, happy Texans Minicamp Day, and happy 610 Day to y'all. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you. 713-572-4610 is the number to text if you want to get involved, or you can hop on the YouTube page or the Twitch chat. Both of those available. Is a lot of conversation happening, getting ready, or actually not even just getting ready, watching the various clips and things and news items that are coming out of Texans Minicamp, including obviously out on that football, baby.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something
That's
else.
it. That's all. Like that is the response. John Lopez is like, so
nothing to see here.
No, I thought you were.
So?
I thought you had a really.
Y'all did all that hooting and hollering over him not throwing.
So,
and I was like, yeah.
What else is going on? And throwing to some nice catches too. Jaden Higgins with a one-hander, Nico Collins with a one-hander. Already.
You're not going to mention Dalton Schultz?
Yeah, the one to Dalton Schultz as well. Look,
he sounded so excited about it. Throwing to Dalton Schultz.
Yeah,
we need to see that in the game, buddy.
Yeah, we need to see. We do need to see that.
I mean, that's a dude who has a level of I think expectation on him this off season, or this season rather. Like what do we get from Dalton Schultz? We'll talk about that more as the show goes along as well. So excited to see what else comes out of that, and excited to hear from one DeMeco Ryans around 11 after training in minicamp day 1. Gets wrapped up. We'll hear from him, but then also C.J. Stroud will be speaking to the assembled media.
And he will be asked, nevertheless. So that the answer is going to be interesting to hear. But doesn't seem to be there doesn't seem to be any restrictions at all. I mean, it's just he's right in his place in line. You know.
Yeah. They did tell us. We had to ask the questions. There were problems. There were questions that were worth asking. But now he's out there throwing, and everything is fine. Everything's right with the world. Again, let's talk about these Houston Astros. However, the Astros, I said however, like everything is not fine with them. They're doing they're doing pretty well themselves. Obviously leading the AL West. Although I was reading something that did point out the idea. Also in this place where who was it in the fourth in one of these NL spaces like that actually are have the same record as the Astros. I think it's who is it? It's the is it the Padres? Yeah, the Padres actually have in the NL third in the NL West, but are half game above what the Astros would be as they lead the AL West. Like that is,
by the way,
one of those wild things to consider.
Lead the AL West by 3 games now because the Seattle Mariners got walked off with a grand slam.
Yes, they did. They sure did. In fact,
grand slam.
Fantastic space when you talk about point differential, at least in the division. It's just not a great division. We know that. But the Astros are atop it. And, I mean, we're barreling through the season. We're, headed towards the dog days of the season, and which means, obviously, headed towards the All-Star game, headed also towards the trade deadline, which obviously is at the end of next month. And as you move towards the trade deadline, these next few weeks become very important to see who's going to be buyers, who's going to be sellers, who needs some, to set themselves up. And ESPN put together an article where, what every MLB team must do before the trade deadline. I was very intrigued as to what their answer would be for the Houston Astros here. And I got there, and I'm going to admit, I felt a little lackluster. I felt a little disappointed. Now, first and foremost, they did set this up with tiers where they had like teams that will be arming for October in the first tier, the secondary tier being positioning for a push, and the Astros were the very first team there. So first and foremost, how do you like the Astros being like very much considered a team that's positioning to the playoffs and then also like just right on the cusp of being like, arming themselves up for their October push to possibly go and win pennants and maybe the World Series?
No, I think that's fair. And, especially considering what we thought they would be. We mentioned it yesterday. But I think it's fair because of where they are now in the division. They've won some important games, especially against the Mariners. No, I think that's more than fair.
All right, so they went this far when they were talking about what the Astros need to do before the deadline, and I take you to a segment I like to call Reading.
Mm-hmm.
The Astros have pitched their way back onto familiar perch atop the AL West, though that might not say much more about the division than them. Obviously, the expanding spate of rotation injuries will test Houston. Arrighetti should be back in a few weeks, of course. We'll see what that looks like.
Yeah.
He is, throwing or what have you. The offense is at its lowest ebb since the rebuilding days than more than a decade ago. All pretty fair.
That's accurate.
Houston will have to hope for positive regression in some cases. That might be enough to keep Houston alive into October once again. Still, any kind of roster reconfiguration that gets Altuve out of left field might not be the worst idea. So there's two things happening there. We'll leave the Altuve left field thing for a little bit. Basically, what ESPN is looking at here, what Bradford Doolittle of ESPN is looking at here, what the Astros have to do before the trade deadline, just keep on keeping on and hope that you regress to the mean. I was like, is it really that? Is that it when it comes to the possibility of finding a way to make the Astros better?
No, that's weak. Basically, what he said was what the Astros have as they try to, sort of angle themselves toward the postseason is hope. I mean,
the guys that he's pointing on, hoping on, is Jose Altuve, Christian Walker, Yordan Alvarez's health.
Regressing is kind of a weird word because the connotation means you're going backwards.
Yeah.
But he means going forward in terms of numbers and production.
Yeah, everybody will say regress to the positive regression.
Right.
And I'm like, wouldn't that be progression?
Yeah.
Like, isn't that how the language works? But everybody I know would say positive regression. So I'm like, all right, I guess I'll say positive regression.
Yeah.
But ultimately, your point.
No, and so I think there's much more that they feel like they would have to do, in order to position themselves, as he put, to make that run. This is not a team that can stand pat and hope. It's not. He's not wrong. If Christian Walker does find a way to become the Christian Walker that they acquired, that helps. If Jose Altuve, really Jose Altuve just needs to do the things that he's done for his entire career. And what was the other one he mentioned?
I mean, Yordan being healthy.
Yordan being healthy. Those are obvious. But I don't know if I like to, bank on hope. I don't think you can bank on hope and be perceived as aggressively trying to get to a better place.
No, but I also look at it and I go, is there anything other than that? Because as much as I'm like, is that all that you possibly have for you?
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily have the answers on what else you do to try and put your best foot forward for the Astros in making that push towards there. And again, I mean, the Astros are well above 500 at this point. They've got themselves a nice little lead in the division. But the idea, I keep coming back to the real is, get healthy, especially if you can when it comes to pitching wise. But Jose Altuve give you more than what he's giving you, which is, a decidedly average OPS where, he is supposed to be more than decidedly average right now. Christian Walker not look like Jose Abreu, right? And then Yordan Alvarez actually swing the bat. One, swing the bat at all, obviously coming off of injury, but two, swing the bat in a way that is befitting of the dude that we look at as one of the most feared hitters in baseball. Outside of that, I actually don't really have the great answers as to what else they do in order to put their best foot forward.
I have one.
Okay, please.
And
I'm interested.
I think it might be a little bit daring, but not too crazy in my opinion. They have to fix their catching position. They have to.
How?
Well, I mean, that's the $1 million question, because then you would have to make a move for a catcher.
And again,
because their defensive catching is bad. And bad is being generous.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen them throw a couple of guys out in the last week or so, but I mean, it's still not going to be comparable across the majors. But again, that's another thing where I go, how do you actually fix that? And then also, if you do that, are you abandoning one or both of those guys when you talk about Diaz and Caratini? Caratini actually has been pretty damn solid for you swinging the bat. Diaz, I mean, it's fluctuated, but it feels like it's come around to some degree at least, or like that it's starting to look a little bit more viable than it had looked a little bit earlier in the season.
Well, what I'm saying though is, first of all, when you say how do you get that, you can say that at every position, every move that they potentially could make, because their farm system. Because they're in a bad spot.
But that's ultimately the point here, right?
I understand that, but they're in a bad spot in terms of making any kind of deal. If they make a deal, is what my point is. I feel like it needs to be catcher, because let's be very, very honest. As many good feelings as we have about the Astros right now, as much as we feel pretty good about where they are, et cetera, they have lost games and they're going to lose games because teams running on them, flat out. They've lost games this year because of that. Because they have the worst percentage, last I checked anyway, in terms of stolen base percentage against. And once you get to the nitty gritty of the end of the season, once you get to the postseason, if you get there, teams are going to continue to challenge that catcher, and you are going to lose games because of them running on you.
Come on back, Marty.
Well, not Maldi.
Come on back, man. Come on back home.
I don't think anybody could really argue that point. We're already seeing every single team challenging them. And in the postseason, when it comes down to late innings and one run and all that, you give up bases and stolen bases, and they're running all over you on your catcher, you're going to lose.
Yeah, okay. I hear your thought process here. I wonder, how marginal is that ultimately? And obviously, getting guys on the base paths and feeling comfortable running on you is probably not a good thing that you have here. But is that really the place where you get your maximum bang for your buck if you did have one move, right? Like, is that what you necessarily?
What would be more important? They're running all over you.
Yeah, no, I hear you, and you're not wrong. But some of that also, as Joe Espada has mentioned, is we've had people text in pitchers into themselves. I'm not saying you're wrong. The catchers have played their role. But if you make a move, what does that do for you when it comes to Yainer Diaz and Caratini, where you go forward with those guys? Are you sending those guys away in a move of that sort? Which does not feel
potentially.
Trading catchers would be kind of funny in that space. But is that what you're doing there?
All I'm saying is this is a net negative. You have a lot of net positives. Obviously, starting pitching, obviously bullpen, obviously the back end of the bullpen, obviously third base. You have a lot of net positives out here. Center field, just go down the list. You are a net negative at catcher. Flat out.
Just, considering offense and defense, the way that the bats have been coming along. If it says anything to you over the last 7 days, Yainer Diaz is, 750 OPS over the last 14 days is 793 OPS. Obviously, he's an offensive catcher. He's always been that. Would you feel better about this if the offense comes around and he's back to being a better offensive?
For sure. If you're just mashing, up and down the lineup, then you can give up some stolen bases here and there. But
for you, it would have to be like the entirety of the lineup hitting again,
or
as opposed
the majority
to just kind of Yainer getting
this. This is something that's just a very little thing that just irritates me.
That is very apparent.
Yeah, that just irritates the hell out of me. And you talk about it a lot too. Sometimes you love the small ball.
100%.
Teams are going to small ball you into oblivion with the stolen bases.
No, you're not wrong. Again, I think that's interesting to kind of parse out what would be the best place for them to actually make an addition, make a move if they had one place, which is to do anything major. But then you look at hopefully getting guys back healthy. That's another thing that they need to do in these next few weeks. Not that there's something that they can actively do to figure out if they have starters for the stretch run. And offensively, it probably is just hope that guys return to what you expected of them, and hope that the big guns do what they're supposed to do, whether that's Yordan getting healthy or Altuve hitting better. It feels, I don't know, I feel so helpless being that is the major way that you probably get your Astros back to the place that they need to be in order to really make a strong run. They're holding on. That is something I can give them credit for, but the idea that there's not really much that they can do in the ways of making this more aerodynamic, so to say, is kind of wild to consider. But you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, if you didn't realize, it's 610, which means a 610 day. Happy 610 day to you. And with that being the case, I kind of wanted to be baptized in the memories of 610. So question of the day, what is your favorite Sports Radio 610 memory? What's the memory that makes you a 610 listener? 713-572-4610. Text those in, and we'll talk about that next. But right now, I wanted to talk to you.
touched upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be on third-party delivery platforms.
Exclusive furniture, where low prices live.
Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You heard Mr. Big Voice Guy. Happy 610 Day to you on this Tuesday. Question of the day. What is your favorite Sports Radio 610 moment? What's the reason why you are a 610 fan? 713-572-4610. I want to be, like, I've used this phrasing and I mean this. I want to be bathed in the mythology and in all of the love that you guys have for 610.
We got to educate you.
Yeah, I need it.
What are you getting into? What have you gotten into?
What do you mean?
Like, what have you gotten into?
Oh, yeah. See, I've already, like, talking with Sean and Seth, found out some more that I did not realize, that y'all was out here just being pure. Y'all were doing a lot of shenanigans in ways that I did not anticipate in various ways. So, yeah, 713-572-4610. I'm very interested for you, OG, who's been here, what is it, like over a decade?
17 years.
Okay, that is definitely over a decade.
Going on 17.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, what I'm very intrigued as to what your favorite or one of your favorites. Obviously, you don't have to, like, have the absolute favorite here necessarily, but what is your favorite 610 memory?
Look, Sean pointed this out, and for the life of me, I cannot remember what they had me do, but we had a former program director that was real into they had to do really weird stuff to kind of personalize us and do kooky things, like Laura Reynolds walking around in a bra.
Which I feel like we can't do no more. Like, I feel like we really and truly
I think that was still on the YouTube page.
It might well be.
You just look for the old video.
Yeah, and Sean and Ted Johnson, basically sucking on each end of a pretzel straw.
That is,
yeah. And so something like that. And I can't remember. They did make me do something, and I cannot remember.
It was that bad? You blocked it out of your memory?
It must have been that bad. But in terms of, like, moments and on-air moments, the other one was we had, and this is, they talked about Seth brought up the combine. We right around that draft time, combine time,
which I needed. I need to do the combine because I want to establish dominance.
That's
one thing I really
everybody
want to
says
do.
it.
Yeah.
Everybody. Oh, I'm going to run a 4.7. Oh, look, it says 5.1 because they electronically time it. And that was good. But we had and some of our longtime listeners will remember this, one of the best events we ever did. We had literally thousands of people show up at the University of Houston at their practice facility, and we had just legends come in and a meet and greet and events and all that. We had Earl Campbell there. We had, I want to say, Robert Horry and Mario Ellie was there. We had just guests coming in that were not even really associated with Houston per se. We had Jose Canseco show up. It was just like an event, and it was all kinds of awesome. It had panels and discussions and autographs and memorabilia, and we had thousands of people show up. It was fantastic. Now, on air, the ones that I remember, and people have kind of forgotten about this, and I'm the first partner I had in the mornings was Mark Vandermeer. And Vandermeer has become one of my absolute best friends. We were best friends back then, but I was talking about something, and he got really upset. And he threw a pencil.
Yeah, threw a pen. Actually, Josh Ennis told that story when I think it was around this time last year. Yeah. Last year for 610
Yeah, we
Day.
had Josh on. And I got him.
He said Mark Vandermeer threw a pen during the something.
Yeah. I remember what it was. We were talking about there was big fights between the Cowboys fans and the Texans fans at the tailgate. And at tailgating, and that's back when they let anybody come in to tailgate. You didn't have to go to a game,
right?
You didn't have to have a parking. Well, you had to have a park pass, but people were just coming in and tailgating, and there was like some bad fights, man, and it was like a big controversial thing. And I said, it looks like gang warfare out there. And he just got so upset. He threw his pen, and I was just
about the gang warfare, about the comment,
about the comment.
Ah, yeah, very good.
And I was like, what did I do? It does.
What about the time you tipped off? Was it Andre Ware?
But Andre, that was good, and I was right.
He was talking smack.
He said, and I was right.
He was talking smack about Third Ward.
Yeah. No, I said, the Third Ward, but they have a great thing going at U of H, but Third Ward has a reputation in terms of fans coming just to go catch a game. In the suburbs, it has a reputation. It does. Am I wrong? It absolutely does.
I got to hear the conversation, but I heard he wasn't too pleased with that.
He was not. But again, Andre, he's a great friend, and we've talked about all that. But, yeah, that was another one.
What about that moment when I think you and Nick Wright had a bet, and he had to lick all the Cheeto dust off of your fingers?
Okay.
What?
You just hit on two fantastic ones.
So Nick Wright lost the bet. I don't know you probably know what the bet was, but
we made like 6 or 7 bets, Nick and I, and he lost every one. He lost every bet. I'm not saying I was a soothsayer or super smart or anything. It just so happened I won every one. So one was I ate some Cheetos, and he had to lick the Cheeto dust off my fingers.
And that was you winning, huh?
I think that was on video.
That
might be on video, too.
But the best one is he was so sure, God, what was it, that some team was going to win. He said, if they lose, I will dip my boys in hot coffee.
Oh, yeah. I remember that, yeah.
So, sure enough, they lost. I went and made a hot cup of coffee.
Ain't no way.
On air. Everybody turned their head. He dropped his drawers right next to me.
Oh, God.
And hand to God, he dipped them in.
How you know?
I know.
He sizzled.
That scream was not fake. That scream that he made was not fake.
OG says he can tell which screams are fake or not. No, I'm just.
Yeah, I can actually.
I never understood the bets that people make where there's nothing to gain on the other side. I'm like, so I'm just staking collateral for no reason.
Yeah.
But shout out to the people that have done that. Many people coming in with their 610 moments here on a 610 day. Obviously, some people talking about Showens Jim Nance. Somebody said Seth going psycho. I imagine you're talking about Super Bowl, but I can't necessarily say.
He got a couple moments.
Yeah, I was about to say, I can't say, Lopez from the 713, they say when Lopez slapped Nick Wright. You slapped Nick Wright?
I never slapped Nick Wright. I think he's talking about the coffee thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Somebody else mentioned the time Josh Ennis's father called in and chewed him out on air for a solid 10 minutes was fun.
Remember when Josh and Frank Caliendo got into it?
That someone texted that as well. What's happening there? I mean, I understand Josh can be a little bit of instigator.
Him unfunny.
Oh, what are you doing? Why would you do that?
Calling somebody unfunny is hilarious.
And actually, we had Caliendo in studio. You know he was remembering that. He thought about that. He's
you should have brought it up.
I should have. Now that I think about it.
Somebody said, if we give you $5, can you slap Nick Wright?
Yeah, they wanted me to slap Nick Wright.
How about Sean the Dawn on the text line saying, Show and Larry having an argument on air. That was fun. Somebody said they were in that brawl. They said they slid a Cowboys fan.
They were in that brawl.
Just for the Texans to lose that game.
No, this show.
Yeah, right.
And then all of a sudden he wasn't.
And then he was not.
Oh, you want to talk about that then? All right, you go for it. You got it, dog.
This is another one. I was talking about Brock Osweiler. I think the record on my take on Brock Osweiler speaks for itself. And he started saying, it's not Brock. It's not Brock. It's the receivers. And I'm like, Brock is not getting the ball where he needs to get it. And he got mad and stopped talking. Stop talking.
Behind Brock Osweiler, huh?
He fought on Brock Osweiler.
That is, look, there are some hills that I'm willing to die on. Don't get me wrong. Shout out to Dante Hull, too. Love watching your football game.
Oh, yeah.
Brock Osweiler, brother.
See, it was a weird time, though, man, because that was his first year there and all that other stuff. So it was a weird time, man.
No, he wasn't really all. I think he'd tell you that. He called me afterwards and apologized, said I was never really into this. He thought he'd give it a shot. This is a good one. Another Nick Wright moment. So Nick Wright's mom used to always hug me and hold the hug a little long.
Oh, no.
So I use that.
Did Nick Wright did Nick Wright grow up as the dude with the fine mama?
Yep.
Oh, man. I didn't realize Nick Wright could fight. My bad, Nick.
No, he never fought. But
he wanted to.
He had to fight if he had to find mama.
That's how it works.
I would always use that. Yeah, she held me real long again. A little extra.
All right, so now I know Nick Wright can fight. And from the 281, when Lopez called out Tom Herman about his interview, oh yeah, we'll see if we can.
How come I'm in a lot of these?
I wonder. I wonder.
As Ennis on my crazy moments,
which maybe is an opportunity for reflection. I imagine that's probably something. Okay, fair enough. Touche. And then 346. This is nice. Best 610 moment. The growth of Figgy Fig.
There we go.
There we go. Appreciate that. Fig. All right. So yeah, man. Appreciate you guys on a 610 day. Appreciating and enjoying what 610 has meant to you. Keep those rolling in. I'll try and pepper them in all day long, as it's going to be 610 day. All day long, obviously. But yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Seth Payne went off on John McClain. Oh man, I need to go.
Yes.
I need to go look.
He
at
had a bunch of moments too. Remember when he found out he had a 32-inch TV?
Oh, God.
Yeah. He like, what?
You have one 32-inch TV.
All right, we'll try and roll through more of those as the show goes on. But coming up next, we got to go around the NFL, where we're supposed to be welcoming in B. Scott. But more importantly, I imagine D'Amico Ryans is supposed to be talking after day one of mandatory minicamp. We'll talk about all that next.
Should we be concerned about C.J. Stroud? AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, we're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Mind you, we are waiting to hear from D'Amico Ryans, the head coach of the Texans, after day one of mandatory minicamp. Where I imagine he will be having a big smile on his face, one, because that's what D'Amico do, and two, because I feel like he's going to be on that I told y'all it was general soreness. Before we get there, though, I'd like to welcome into the program the man who is frequently here on a Tuesday. He is B. Scott from Hiram Clark. Brandon, what's happening, brother?
Hey, I'm smiling too. I would say that even if it is an I told you so situation, it's still a file it away for later. Like, he out there throwing and looks good and all of that, and then everything can work out well in the season. But I'm still not going to forget that the quarterback was sore 6 months. Yeah, and not his fault getting his ass kicked.
No, not by any means.
But getting his ass kicked nonetheless. So, like, all of that still matters to me, whether he's throwing or not.
No, you're right. Many of our listeners, many of us in this room have experienced tendinitis before. So that's an injury that people can relate to.
Assuming it's tendinitis.
Yeah, assuming it's tendinitis, which has been reported.
Hypothetically speaking.
Speculated. It's been speculated. I don't know that we can say that it's reported.
Oh, it was Chris Sims. That's right.
Yeah.
Chris Sims. But, yeah, had all the markings of tendinitis. If it is that's something that we can all relate to, or a lot of us can relate to. And you know that it tends to maybe pop back up.
Yeah, and it's not like this is the first time that he's ever dealt with this. Back when he was in college, he had the AC joint sprain, I believe it was.
That's what it was.
It was an AC joint injury nonetheless. And again, even when we first got this story, I know we're going to go around the NFL, but even when we first got this story,
don't worry, I already got the segue.
A couple of weeks ago, it was still about, to me, the importance of protecting this guy and making sure that he's not on his ass again the way that he was the last time we saw him play.
Yeah.
So it was in the beginning, until we started getting the kind of the non-answers, when we were getting no answers at all.
Yeah.
It was really about the long-term ramifications of not protecting your quarterback, which obviously you want to do. Any team wants to do.
100%, absolutely. But one thing I have learned today, as OTAs really starting in earnest all the way across the league, is, did you know the general soreness is contagious? Seems like the AFC South got a rash of them going on.
Let me add Lawrence.
Correct. That's
Trevor,
right.
Trevor Lawrence, who did, by the way, throw during voluntary practices, is now dealing with some general soreness. But I do wonder, what y'all think they just got at the league meetings, whenever that was, several weeks ago, and they were like, you know what, this is going to be the intentionally vague term that we're going to use no matter how bad or not bad a situation is for a quarterback or for a player, period.
Yeah.
If they hurt, injured, or otherwise, it's just general soreness.
Or they heard the D'Amico news and said, hey, we could use that.
Yeah.
We could say that too.
But general soreness is just such a generic and non-creative way of explaining things, of a term. It feels like any old body could have thought of that.
But that's the beauty of it, right? It's generic, and so it don't say too much,
right?
Which is exactly the intent, right? To make it abundantly clear what we were talking about, Trevor Lawrence, obviously the quarterback of the Jacksonville Jaguars, he is wearing a sleeve today, day one of OTAs, and Liam Cohen, who is now the head coach, and obviously he'll still be the offensive play caller out there for the Jaguars, said that he's dealing with general soreness. It's a lot of the same type of feeling that generally they are cool with it. They don't feel like this is going to be something major. I'll give you the direct quote. He just had a little bit of general soreness. We threw a lot of balls last week. He feels good. He said it wasn't really an issue. Close quote.
I mean, if somebody doesn't have something broken, to use proper English, but y'all understand what I mean. If it ain't broke, there's no reason to be out here setting off the alarm bells in June, right?
Yeah.
So, like, to me, it doesn't mean that it is or isn't a big deal. It just means that now it's not like an obvious catastrophic injury that's going to keep him out for the season or keep him out for 6 to 8 weeks or something like that. Like, if they have time to figure it out, have time to let whatever it is heal or rest or whatever is the proper word, then they're going to do that and understandably not set the alarm bells.
Absolutely. All right, so Lopez, I bring this up obviously just to talk about what's happening around the division. However, I also, because when we talk about quarterbacks in the division, we have the two General Soreness brothers in Houston and Jacksonville. But then also don't forget you have your AC
Anthony
joint
Richardson.
with Anthony Richardson, which actually I'm starting to come around. That might be the better circumstance because I think it'll put Daniel Jones in the driver's seat, and he might be better to actually build an offense around for them. That's neither here nor there. Your stance on the Jaguars, where at first you were like, they're nothing to worry about, and then you started looking around and you're like, hey, maybe they might have something. Where does this additional news of General Soreness visiting Trevor Lawrence put you with them?
It doesn't change my uneasiness. You know this, B. Scott. From the very start, I'm like, don't worry about them. They ain't good. They're Jacksonville. I don't have any confidence in Liam Cohen. No confidence in Gladstone. And just a tiny bit, with the news going out there and Travis Hunter, I'm like, yeah, I hope I'm not wrong on that. I hope I'm not wrong on that.
Didn't y'all do the segment a couple of weeks ago? Of course, this is part of my job to monitor the segments that y'all do. Didn't y'all do the segment of "Are we sleeping on the AFC South"?
Yeah,
or was that
along those lines.
one of the other?
Well, we talked about the AFC South in those terms.
I feel like they're the ones, and I'm just going to speak for myself here. They are the ones that when we say, "Are we sleeping on the AFC South?" That's who I'm, because I've never been able to take them seriously, even when they've been good. I have struggled to take them seriously. But they do have some talent
like
on
a
that
little
team.
bit, right in the back of your mind. You're like,
Like I like to poke fun at Trevor Lawrence not necessarily living up to the can't miss prospect hype, not living up to, hey, this is the number 1 overall pick back when he was a true freshman type of hype. But he's not garbage, right? Like we talk about him because we make fun of it and it's a division rival and all of that. And he hasn't lived up to the expectations. But he is still just good enough to beat you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And could beat you once, could beat you twice. He hasn't done that yet, or at least as of late. So we will see. But that is something that I'm also filing away for later.
So you're kind of in there too.
Yeah, I feel like I've got an unhealthy bias against Jacksonville that could be one of my blind sides going into the season.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that works out. Again, mandatory minicamp. We're starting to get a little bit of insight. Actually, speaking of mandatory minicamp, it's time to do head count. Like who all made it in, who didn't. Like who was upset with what's happening here with various things. And of course, I'd like to start in Cincinnati, Ohio, as it feels like the city of Houston has just been either laughing at things happening in Ohio just generally, or actively upsetting people in Ohio by signing Nick Chubb. And Cincinnati, there are two guys that would look like they might not make it, and neither of them showed up. Obviously, Trey Hendrickson and Shamar Stewart. Trey Hendrickson, who is, been long their best, pass rusher, 17.5 sacks last year, and he won his money along like the other guys that are, top of the class when it comes to pass rusher money this offseason. Talking Max Crosby, talking Myles Garrett.
Myles Garrett got extra money. More money. He was already paid and got paid again.
And he's out here like, where's mine? And they haven't come up with it. He said that he has vowed to not play until he gets that money. He's not showed up to mandatory minicamp. The interesting thing is Shamar Stewart, the first-round pick, correct?
Yeah.
First-round pick for the Bengals, also missed OTAs, which is voluntary. Now he's missing the mandatory stuff.
Yeah.
And so both of those guys with Cincinnati not showing up to mandatory minicamp.
Yeah, so this is a all-encompassing Bengals thing that you're talking about, but I view the situation so separately and differently.
Okay.
And this is why. I understand Trey Hendrickson's beef.
Yeah.
Because there are stats. I don't know if it's exact sacks or if there's another pass rushing stat out there, but there are pass rushing stats that'll tell you he's been the best guy out there over the last several years, not named Myles. Like Myles Garrett is the standard, but after that, it's basically this guy. So, I understand, especially once you see Myles Garrett get paid the second time, force his hand a little bit, force the Browns' hand, so to speak. But then Shamar Stewart, this one I do not understand.
You know how I feel about that.
Good luck to you, buddy, but I don't understand exactly what's going on.
It pains me because he's an Aggie, but before the draft, I told Figgy and Reggie, I'd stay away from that cat.
Okay.
I'd stay away from that cat. And you're right. It's two totally different things. Trey Hendrickson deserves to be paid. He needs to play hardball with an organization that doesn't normally pay. So he is in a position where he should be doing what he's doing. Shamar Stewart, what are you doing?
Yeah, I don't even feel like at the same time he doesn't really have an angle on this, and maybe the angle is just that I don't trust the Bengals, and that would be that would be justified and irrational at the same time.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, this is not the greatest look of how to debut in the NFL.
Yeah, no,
holding out before you know what to drop. I mean,
no, for sure.
You know what I mean?
No, for sure, and that's going to be interesting to see because you're right. Like you probably need to show up. However, if it was most any other organization, I'd have that stance. I just don't give the Cincinnati Bengals the benefit of the doubt. Like, I don't necessarily know that you can give them the benefit of the doubt.
They haven't earned it
on that side of it. Yeah, they absolutely haven't. All right, I was going to get more of the head count. However, let's take a break real quick and come back and hear from the head coach of the Texans, D'Amico Ryans, after day one of mandatory minicamp. You're listening in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610.
Our guy Clint is a big fan of the Nick Chubb signing.
Texans play here.
Happy 6-10 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We take you now to NRG Park, where D'Amico Ryans, the head coach of the Texans, is talking after day one of mandatory minicamp.
Him battle back, work in the right way to put himself in position to have another opportunity here in Houston. Couldn't be more excited to add him to our team and see what value he can provide to us. And just on the same note, I would just like to, just thank Nick Caserio for just with him, and couldn't be more pleased to work with Nick with the job that he's done.
Nick Chubb is pretty renowned as a blocker. Is that something that's important for you in your running backs?
The most important thing right now is for Nick to just get acclimated to how we do things. We all know the caliber of player that Nick can be when he's healthy and when he's at the top of his game. He's a dynamic player. He's a game changer. So we're just easing him in. We'll see how far he gets. Come back training camp, ready to go. Oh, CJ threw today, right? No, just CJ's a competitor, and last week CJ, he was adamant about going out and practicing. It just shows the type of person that CJ is. But for me, as a head coach, it's important for me to just make sure we're protecting him, making sure we're doing what's best for CJ, and not really worried about the outside opinions or other people. Nobody knows the information about our players more than me. And so I'm going to make sure I always do what's in the best interest of our players, first and foremost with their health and wellness. That's always on the forefront of my mind. And so that's why the decision was made about CJ. I think you guys saw him out throwing today. I think he looked pretty fine to me.
Is there any concern about the last 2 years he's had with the knee injury and with the broken foot he sustained 6 months ago?
With the Nick and the injury history, we understand his history, but we don't dwell on that. We're giving him an opportunity, and we'll see, how it turns out for us here in Houston. One thing I can say from a guy who's come back from injury, it's just about the work you put in. You're really not the same, few months out after injury. It takes time to get back when you can work out and not be worried about rehabbing and working out. Sometimes when you're rehabbing, you're just getting yourself to the starting line, and you're not really ready to win the race. So I think when you take the time to recover and you can truly work out and put the work in and dedicate to your craft on playing the position really well, that's what helps you to have a good year that following year. And I think Nick has put himself in position to do that.
You're going to was flashed again today. Had a great one-hand catch. Kind of show you about a rookie when he's willing to step forward this early into the process and step up and make plays.
It's been really exciting to see this Jaden's growth process in the short amount of time that he's been here. I've seen a guy who's steadily got better every single week. You've seen him make even more plays, and seeing him today, this is the most plays that he's made, and in our last week of camp, to see a rookie who's come in and showing right now that he could be an impact player for us, I think it means a lot. And we saw it as coaches watching this film from the college game, but I think it just means a lot to the entire team, the players, defensive players, other offensive players, actually seeing him thrive in practice, because I truly believe if you take practice the right way, deliberately, you work at it, it'll show up in the games. And so it's really awesome to see the work that he's doing and the plays that he's making.
You get these guys for a couple more days, then they break. What do you want to see out of these specific workouts in this minicamp, and what's your message going to be when they do leave here and come back for the game?
Yeah, as we leave here, this last week is really, it's just coming to an end of the things we've been harping on since really our phase one, right? And it's been a steady build up to how can we find ways to just get incrementally better at the small, minute details of your job. So it may not show up all the time as a highlight. It may not show up, as a wild play that I'm showing in a team meeting. It may be as simple as, Nick Neiman, his footwork, just getting straight back on a punt team, or EJ Speed working his eye. Working, or K Stover. He's a guy who I think has grown to time, and just on one small detail for him is just, his separation at the top of the routes. So seeing Cade a second-year player take the steps to get better at the one thing, just his route definition at the top of his route, and seeing him make play after play like that. That's what excites me about the offseason. That's why I think it's really important these 8-9 weeks that we have with the players. If you attack it with the right mindset, you can actually get better, enhance your game, and you don't see as big of a jump in a lot of guys. It really is that first and second year. That's where you see a jump, and that's where I think Stover is taking a jump, and also Kalen Bullock. Kalen has done an outstanding job, this offseason of, we know Kalen for tracking the football, making interceptions, but the thing that I'm very pleased with the way Coach Adegoke has worked with him just on his tracking, putting himself in really good body position to make tackles. We're not tackling or being physical, but he's doing those small things that's going to set him up to make those tackles when we put the pads on. So those small highlights are really huge for me, and we have multiple guys who are getting a lot better in their craft.
They still
having some issues with the video stuff.
No.
Yeah, it was getting good, man.
It was getting good. Let me know if there's more there from D'Amico Ryans, the head coach of the Texans.
All right, we got him back.
Okay, my bad.
The morale shift from the offensive side by them having their leader backing up.
Today, the big throw on a corner route, and you saw the energy, you saw the competitiveness of CJ talking a little smack to the defense. Like, I love the back and forth that happens, and CJ definitely added some energy to our practice, added some energy to the offense. Guys are doing well, but I think you see when you have game changers, and that's what CJ is, and he instantly changed I think just the vibe of the entire practice changed, having CJ out there and seeing him make the plays that he was able to make.
Got time for a few more.
Ursery, he's done a great job. The biggest thing with Ursery is for him is getting acclimated to learning, like, what does it take to be a pro, right? And it's those small things of how are you handling yourself in the meetings, like taking the meetings to the field, the weight room, right? Nutrition, all those small things that really compound upon rookies, and it's a lot to handle for them finding their routines. And I see Ursery, he's steadily gotten better at the things off the field of finding his routine, and also on the field, just seeing his footwork, his pad leverage is getting better. It's improving. So I can't wait to see him actually put pads on and have to block Hunter Anderson. That's going to be a really good challenge for me. He gets to go up against, two of the best pass rushers in the NFL, so he's only going to get better by going against those guys.
Collectively, having all of the secondary here now, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, all of the guys, what did it look like to you on the field, just the potential of that group?
Our guy here, CJ, he hasn't been with us. I mean, he has a ways to go in picking up what the other guys have done over this time. So it's good having the guys back. And CJ he's one piece, right? He's a foundational piece to what we're doing, but it's going to take a collective effort of building that puzzle, putting the work together, everybody collectively coming together to make that puzzle a beautiful finished product. So he's one piece of it. We all work together the right way. We can have a really good secondary.
It seems like Trent Brown, he's not on the field, but he's very active, engaged. Was that part of the appeal of bringing him in, even though maybe he had the injury last year?
Yeah, adding Trent, the one thing for Trent is just about him getting healthy. So Trent is doing his work on the side, but you just see the type of guys that we like to bring in. Like, it's important to Trent as a vet to help out the young guys. So whatever he sees from a technique perspective, nobody's asking Trent to stand behind and talk to the young guys. It's just what he does on his own. He finished his work. It's important to him to pour into the young guys. That's what the league is all about, man. We stand on the shoulders of the guys who came before us and paved the way. Trent is just paying it forward, helping out the young guys. Just shows the type of guy that Trent is.
Is there extra value because he is familiar with the new OC and Popovich? Is there extra value?
It always helps when you have familiarity with the play caller or position coach when you're stepping into a new scheme. No different than adding Aziz. Aziz, a guy, I was his position coach. So adding him, we know each other. He knows what I like. He knows what I'm about. So he can easily deliver the message that I would say he can easily deliver to the locker room, no different on the offensive side, right? Adding Trent, who's been in this system, worked with Coach Cole, worked with Kaylee before, it really helps, I think, deliver that message to the guys in the locker room. So that message is just, it's echoing, right? And that's what you want. You want the message coming from the players, not so much from the coach all the time.
How do you like where we are?
You know, the hard thing about offseason program is the offense and D-line. Offensive line, defensive line. There's a lot of give and take that goes with that territory there. You want to be as safe as possible in how we're working. So it's nothing to really stand out about the O-line, D-line, because we got to put pads on, right? For the big guys up front, they play a physical game. We won't know truly what we have until we put pads on, until we see these guys in training camp, see them in game action, actually get their job done.
What kind of impact has Gerard had on CJ over these last couple of years?
Yeah, Gerard has done a great job. Gerard has grown as a coach, first-time position coach a couple years ago. I think him getting a rookie quarterback, they're both growing together, and Gerard is headed in the right direction as a coach.
Last one, DJ.
Yeah, with our roster where we are now, I feel really strong about our roster. I think every year, like every player that's on our team, right? So some people have the adage of, oh, you guys are going all in because you make a certain move here or there. Well, to me, what year aren't you going all in? Because if you're not trying to go all in, whatever that move is, then it's just a disrespect to the organization, a disrespect to all the players who are putting their bodies through a ton of pain, a ton of suffering to go out and play this game. So for me, just respecting the game and what it means to me, every year we're trying to accomplish the goal of winning it all, doing our absolute best to put our team in position to do that. And it starts with Nick Caserio and the job that he does just with scouting talent, being able to acquire guys, getting deals done. There's nobody that cares more about the people in this building than Nick Caserio. So it's just, for me, it's easy when you're working with a guy like Nick. He makes it easy on me. We see the game the right way. We're both very competitive in what we're doing. So it's a great match, and the roster isn't the way it is without Nick's help. So credit to him for that.
Thank you, Coach.
All right, thank you, guys.
All right, there you go. That's the head coach of the Houston Texans, D'Amico Ryans, talking to the assembled media, and it's typically when we do B. Scott's thoughts. B. Scott, thoughts on what the head coach had to say?
No, I would just circle back to the C.J. Stroud news. I feel like him not throwing was bad news, and him throwing is good news, and so we can celebrate. I did mention that I'm going to file it away for later because I just cannot get it in me to apologize for being concerned about the health of the quarterback. Forgive me. Forgive me for back being healthy 6 months after he played. Last play was not a big deal, but to see him out there, to see him making plays, making throws, Jaden Higgins I thought was a big one, and obviously him making plays with C.J. Stroud, watching them make plays together, and of course the Nick Chubb addition. I think that it was very clear that D'Amico Ryans ain't putting all his eggs in no Nick Chubb basket.
Yes.
But they talk about this guy different, as they should, right? Like, I think his resume speaks for itself. 4-time Pro Bowler, 1-time All-Pro. So, like, you bring in a guy like that, he kind of commands this certain level of respect and reverence to begin with. And so it'll be interesting to see what that actually looks like when they start playing football for real.
I think the big thing with Nick Chubb, well, a couple things stood out, but the big thing with Nick Chubb, you're right.
Oh, we're not going to get it all right here. We'll have to circle back on a little bit.
They're not putting all their eggs in one basket, but he made it very, very clear at the end of his comments there. He said, sometimes when you're rehabbing, you're just getting to the starting line.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think they feel as if Nick Chubb is finally at the starting line after those injuries. And so as much as they have to say, hey, we're taking it easy, I think they have some expectations.
Yeah, like it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if Nick Chubb wasn't really, really ready until week 8, week 9, and they're able to kind of stay above board up until that point. Like, I think that could be like an underrated bonus addition, not just getting Nick Chubb, because obviously they got him in the offseason, but getting a healthy Nick Chubb or Nick Chubb hitting his stride right as the season is starting to develop.
I mean, that's an interesting thought process, the idea of like Nick Chubb not being in there till midway through the season or what have you, because then how are you making the decision on your cut down on that running back room, at the end of camp? Like, what are you then basing that on? Is it just we forecast where it'll be, and thus we can make that decision on whether it's Dameon Pierce or Dare or whoever that ultimately, is the odd man out in that room? Like that thought process gets a lot more interesting if you think about the idea of like what is the continued growth through the season and where is a reasonable place for the growth to kind of settle.
But how great would it be? And Lopez, like we've been watching this. It's been a long time. Honestly, Joe Mixon was God sent last year.
Yes.
It's been a while since they had a running back to that caliber. Obviously, Dameon Pierce had the rookie season that he had. But wouldn't it be dope if they had like 2-3 running backs that they could rely on, that they can hand the ball off to like that? And that's kind of speaking to your point here. What if they kept? You remember 2021 when they kept 5 running backs?
Yeah.
And we weren't sure if any of them were any good. Okay, what if you had 3 that you could rely on? And I'm not saying I know exactly who those 3 are. Obviously, you have Joe Mixon.
Agreed.
But between Nick Chubb, Dameon Pierce, the rookie Woody Marks that they just drafted, and obviously we know Dario Gumbawale. They drafted some guys last year. Jawar Jordan, J.J. Taylor was somebody that was in the mix. Somewhere within that hodgepodge of guys, if you can just get enough to where you can spell Joe Mixon and you don't have to run him into the ground, and then, here comes week 8, or maybe it's even week 7 after we come back from the bye week, and now Nick Chubb has finally hit his stride. I mean, it would be like Christmas coming early for the Texans.
To your point, Reggie, about how they're going to play this, basically change a whole lot because of Woody Marks. Because depending on what they see in him, clearly they're not going to move on from a drafted rookie.
No.
And then you have Nick Chubb sort of on the sideline. I mean, he's going to be on the roster at some level.
Yeah.
You would suspect. I don't know how much it changes behind those 3 guys. Mixon, Chubb, and Woody Marks.
No, just a thought with the way that you were laying it out, B. Scott, which I don't think you're wrong in that regard.
I mean, and I want to point, I know it was a different regime, different coaching staff, and all of that, but we did see them keep 5 running backs on the active roster one time.
Yeah, but where's the give at that point? Because you got a lot of wide receivers that it feels like you can keep. And
I get it. I'm just saying, and with the wide receivers, we don't know how good they are after the 4th or 5th guy. So it could be. I mean, they could go literally either way there. And I do
5 wide receiver, huh? I hear B. Scott, 5 wide receivers for your Texans.
They'll obviously have 6 wide receivers, but I do think that Nick Chubb does change the calculus a little bit. Like if you got to let go of John Mechie or Xavier Hutchinson or somebody because you believe that Nick Chubb is going to be a contributor or however the math or the numbers work, I think you'll be able to live with that.
That would be very interesting to actually get to that point and see that happen, right? Especially if you feel confident in the ability for your wide receivers to like be there, because I think obviously health ends up also being an issue when you start talking about like having relatively narrow numbers there. But nah, man, that I could very vaguely, as we sketch this out, very far away from when they actually have to make those roster cuts.
It could be tight end where they cut the corners because we don't believe none of them are any good anyway. So I mean, it could be they could figure out a way to max again.
Very intriguing. All right, so there's more stuff to dive into with D'Amico Ryans, and we will. But coming up next, we got to get into what's popping. Where I want to get some of B. Scott's thoughts here, but we'll talk about just generally what's popping on the day. We'll do that next.
In the Loop.
What does
in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, this is going to be interesting, What's Poppin', because I don't think that the coach, D'Amico Ryans, I feel like there's probably still some more insight there. I kind of want to get to B. Scott's thoughts, but I want to start off in a little bit more light way because this tends to be a little bit lighter of a segment. It is 610 Day. I did want to, hey, if you did not remember with all of the hoopla with the Texans going on, it is 610 Day. And the question of the day earlier was, what's your favorite Sports Radio 610 moment? And B. Scott, you are both a veteran of Sports Radio 610, but also you are a fan of Sports Radio 610. I wanted to get involved. What is your favorite 610 moment?
Yeah, man, I was a listener for a long time before I ever worked here. Probably close to a decade, about a decade of listening before I actually started working here.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, so I got a lot of different ones that I could probably choose from, but I'd be lying if I put anything above the Tom Herman moment. And day ones will remember this, but a different iteration of In the Loop. Y'all were in the mornings at that point,
yeah,
right?
Me and Nick, yeah.
So it was Nick Wright and John Lopez doing In the Loop, but in the morning as our morning show at Sports Radio 610. And that was one of those where I think a misunderstanding and some actually trying on some technicalities morphed into something much greater. Like y'all, I feel like y'all were nitpicking in words, but the fight or argument that ensued based on that, and Lopez sticking to his guns and standing 10 toes down on what his report was, and then Nick Wright coming in as the ultimate, like, I am my brother's keeper type of energy, and he was not about to let Tom Herman come up on the air and charge up Lopez without him having something to say. At the end of it, it was very clear that Tom Herman was even more annoyed by just the presence and idea of Nick Wright, which talk about file away for later. Yeah. That ended up becoming a theme in Nick's, kind of his shtick a little bit nationally later on. But it went from Tom Herman having this objection to a very small and technical and ancillary part of Lopez's original report to man, I just don't like this guy, Nick. I don't like this guy. And I said this to you guys off the air. It's one of the few moments in 610 history where I can remember being so, like, I listened, okay, but being so enthralled by whatever was going on that I didn't do whatever it was that I was supposed to be doing at that moment. I was living in Beaumont covering courts as like a legitimate news reporter. And there was a case that didn't get covered that day because I was in my car on the edge of my seat. And I mean, no disrespect to Beaumont, but I mean, it's a lot of court cases out there. Yeah. There will be another day to speak on this trial, but I don't know if we're gonna have a moment like this again. So that's got to be it for me.
Hey, shout out to Nick Wright, shout out to in a way Tom Herman, and I guess Lopez for creating the moment.
And the best part was at the end, Nick was like, "All right, let's try to talk this out. You want to go to lunch?
Can we have lunch?
Yeah.
Who is this?
Yeah,
this is Nick." Absolutely not.
Which is hilarious because you would imagine the dude that he would actually have beef with in that moment was Lope. Like, if he had said, actually, this is John, would that have changed the answer?
No, God, no.
So then why would you ask Tom?
Well, because even more annoying than Lopez was, like, just very, very clearly. And y'all know kind of Nick's pestering sort of personality. He could have easily been like a standout lawyer. It's probably what he would have done if he didn't go into broadcasting. And so he will argue you to the death.
Yeah, you look who you're talking to.
Right, exactly. So like that part of it was clear. Now I will say this because I want to be honest. I didn't feel like that was any of y'all's finest moment. If I'm gonna be honest, Lopez.
Yeah.
Like out of the three of y'all, I didn't feel like any of y'all were like basking in glory necessarily, except for the fact that it was must listen. And if that be the goal, it was certainly accomplished. Yeah. I didn't feel like it was any of the three's finest moment, but it was certainly the most compelling.
Yeah.
Has anybody mentioned Nick asking Matt Schaub if he deserved to be benched?
Oh, I remember that. That's a good one. And didn't he stop coming on or didn't come on a week or something like that? I forget what it was. But around the pick six time.
I don't know if he may have missed one. Now that I think about it, he may have missed one.
Because I remember that being kind of a curious. Oh, he ain't showing up now. Yeah. It ain't all it ain't all gravy no more.
That texter seemed to remember it in the same way. 713 said Rich Lord and Les Miles. Is there a story there? Can you guys fill me in?
Yeah. That's a good one. That's a good one. He asked Les a question. Les didn't want to answer it, and it was a very awkward moment. I forget what the context of what the question was.
Did you and Show get into one?
Somebody said when Chubb was he was throwing that B word around.
Yeah. That's probably one of my favorite ones since I've been on the air. Is so Show starts a segment. It was something about Donovan Mitchell, and he started the segment with, "Y'all need to stop." And I'm the only one. Like, we're at a remote, by the way.
Yeah.
So it's just he and I, and we don't even have a producer on the other side. We don't even have Tyler with us. Y'all need to stop acting like a bunch of scary assholes.
What?
And I looked around, and Show has to go through his monologue or whatever. And by the time it got back to me, somehow I had turned scary assholes into bitches. And I had to just start off my comments. Well, first of all, I don't see no bitches around here. And that's the drop that we play in the afternoon show. That's how that came to be.
That is a fantastic drop. Somebody said you got to talk about Josh Ennis, guys. I imagine there's a lot of these.
There is.
Josh Ennis had some moments.
There's a lot of these that you could bring up. Keep those coming in. Again, I want to enjoy. I want to bask in the 610 of it all because I'm the new guy, and I guess inevitably there might be a moment or two where my name is involved there. If I do an okay job, we'll see. What guy that I want to do more than okay tonight, Lance McCullers Jr., he's on the bump for the Astros as they start a 3-game set versus the Chicago White Sox. White Sox have been a little scrappy of late. They've been a little scrappy, so excited to see what Lance does. Who I guess pick to click is not quite, but who are you looking for to have a great game tonight, fellas?
Yeah, it's Lance McCullers for me. Like I feel like I'm beating a dead horse, or like not at the risk of repeating myself, but just the importance of Lance McCullers is just really twofold. His importance, but also what we've seen from him like matches the importance. Does that make sense? So like, he's super important, but he's also pitching in a way that
I'd put it is not just his importance, but his importance now.
You're right.
His importance now because of the problems with the pitching staff, the starting pitching staff, some issues that have maybe come up a little bit in the bullpen. About a week ago, when they're giving up 13 and 11 runs. Yeah, not just his importance, but his importance right now.
Yeah, and I didn't get to speak on Brandon Walter from the other day. I think that they have found maybe something. I don't want to oversell this, but I feel like they have found something to add to that rotation. Because, look, here's my thing. After, obviously, Hunter Brown, Fromber, and Lance McCullers, it clearly gets skittish a little bit. If he can be a fourth option or just another option for them, I think that can be huge. But obviously, that hinges on them having the third in Lance McCullers, right? And I think it is cool that he gets to kind of figure things out, like this soft spot and part of their schedule going up against the White Sox. They've had some other teams. Obviously, they just finished up against the Guardians, but they had somebody that was terrible. Not the Pirates, so like they're going up against teams that are not really good, and it's a good opportunity.
It's a great opportunity,
for Lance McCullers to kind of hit his stride, if you will.
Agreed. Very much agreed. I think the interesting part is that you feel like Walter's going to be involved in that. We're going to the 6-man rotation here as they have another one of these kind of stretches of a number of games. I think it's 13. If he can give you another one of those, give you those quality starts whenever you ask for him, I think that's going to be huge, especially in preserving your bullpen at this time. Yeah. Sorry, the reason why I kind of chuckled was from the 832. They said Reggie realizing that he's part of the 5-foot club with us is one of my favorite moments. Don't do that to me.
Oh, that did happen.
Except the doctor says you are.
I gotta say that you a better man than me, Reggie.
Telling everybody.
Telling everybody, because if somebody,
it's called confessions.
Well, because I also am under the impression that I am 6 feet tall, but I am exactly your height, Reggie.
Oh wow!
And so if let a doctor or a medical professional come to me talking about they 5'11", I'm taking it that I'm 5'11". I'm taking that secret.
Come on over to my table.
I'm taking it to the grave. I'm gonna straighten my back out a little bit.
All right,
I'll straighten my back out.
Yeah. I do want to get this in.
I got that long neck too, so I feel like I might help.
It helps. You at the very least, also you're slim, so you give the image very much shows up. To 6 foot,
but also
even if it's a lie.
If I don't hit the 6 foot, I don't have no excuses. Because I'm straight up and down, just a beanpole, no muscle, no nothing.
We're gonna have to start marking the door like when you're a kid, and measuring it.
Or like in stores where when you walk out, so they'll know how tall you are. If you rob
Reggie, B. Scott,
I'll do the test.
I'm no 5'11", 3/4. Get out of here.
Hey, there's one way to figure it out.
Actually, speaking of walls, this does actually come through here. There is a young man named what's my guy's name? Denzel Clark.
Oh my gosh.
Who plays for the A's. And apparently, in addition to Jacob Wilson, this is a man to watch for, because for the third time in 3 weeks, he did something incredible. This week, it sounded a little something like this.
And
This one to center field. Denzel Clark on the move back after he stepped towards home plate and makes another catch.
Oh, my God.
Back-to-back weeks where he wins the electric.
Go ahead and book it. I've heard the list. I've seen the list of the greatest catches you're ever going to see in your life. If you don't have room for this one on your list, we're watching two different sports.
Hey, a lot of jokes that you can make about the A's, them being displaced, like who plays baseball in Sacramento, even where they were at the Oakland Coliseum. The thing that you do have to give them credit for is the young talent. Like, they're not good right now, but they got some guys over there that, you look up the next couple of years and the A's could replace what the Mariners and the Rangers have been in the division as of late.
A couple things on that. First of all, I love when in real time a color commentator nails it.
Yeah.
Like he absolutely nailed describing that catch.
He went further, and we have the additional audio. We might play more of it later.
We'll play more of it later because I was like, that dude deserves a raise because that was perfect in real time. Secondly, you're truly, and you hate to get caught up in the moment like you just said about something else, but you're not going to find a better catch than that. That's going to be very difficult to find a better catch than what he did. And to do three of them, as you mentioned, Reggie, whew, they're onto something there.
It feels like a star is emerging.
Yeah.
I can't tell if that was Chris Carey or Dallas Braden, but on with Jenny Cavanaugh. I thought she had a fantastic call. I know some people were giving her hell, but I thought she played the energy of it properly. But yeah, man, he's robbed somebody in the 3 weeks ago. Last week, he
into the wall,
just smashes into the wall, and some of that's because they have a unreasonably large warning track, which is weird, and that's probably why you shouldn't play at a AAA ballpark and measure in the break. I will measure. I don't care.
Man, I'm taking my secret to the grave.
I know exactly how tall I am.
Come on over to my table.
You just admitted it.
But anyway,
come on over you said my secret.
Denzel Clark, he had to have reached like 3 feet out of like over the wall. Like that.
Oh, yeah.
I'd throw that up there with Bo Jackson.
Yeah.
No, I would actually throw that particular catch up with Bo Jackson.
You're going to have a hard time convincing me. And again, caught up in the moment, but what he did and you just described, you can't find a better catch than that.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's got to go. What was the Cardinals outfielder I'm blanking on. They used to make really great catches.
But he contrived them.
But what I'm saying is you can put it up there with any of your favorite web gems, and it will take a backseat to none. That's how good this guy's been.
Yeah. So now I have a reason to be excited for when the Astros catch the A's. But tonight,
Jim Edmonds.
That was the one. I don't know why it was.
He faked a lot of dives though.
Wow.
No, he did. His teammates would talk about it. Yeah. Like he'd slow down so he could dive.
But I respect it. He's a showman. Yeah, as long as you still make the play. Yeah. I mean, he made it a little harder on himself, but hey, entertain me. And that's what I'm here for.
Speaking of being a showman, like this is the stuff that makes me a fan of a player. Like obviously being great at the plate is all, but man, it feels like baseball used to have more of these. And so like having to do it's like I'm just going to do the incredible catch in this moment, not like he planned it that way, but the idea that he's doing it, that's the stuff that gets me really, really excited. Appreciation to the text line for jumping in and giving you Jim Edmonds, a couple people, but also to very many of the other people that are mentioning the various other instances that they enjoyed moments on 610. We really appreciate you guys rock with us and much appreciation to you. I know you got business to handle.
Yes.
So feel free if you want to text in more of your thoughts. We will read them on the air because we appreciate having you this much and looking forward to when you do your Texas report on Thursday.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna get some Texans thoughts or do some B. Scott's thoughts into the text line. Then also I'll jump into this YouTube chat.
Very good. Very good. That's another reason to tap into the YouTube and catch the B Block podcast as well if you just need to hear more of your Brandon Scott. But appreciate him jumping on. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk a little bit more about D'Amico Ryans, him talking after the practice, because I thought he had some nuggets. But also, we should probably hear from C.J. Stroud, who has also talked after mandatory minicamp, after throwing for the first time in a good long time. We'll talk about all that next.
Nick Caley expects physicality from the new-look Texans offensive line.
Everybody will block. We're going to be committed to that in the run game. That's part of who we are. That's toughness. That's physicality. I think that's a non-negotiable, period.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. If you're looking for a random June bandwagon to jump on, try Murray State Baseball. The Racers beat Duke last night to advance to the program's first College World Series. You might know its basketball program because of Ja Morant. Now they have a chance to make some real noise as a baseball program in the College World Series. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or at all-time highs? Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-515-4402. 800-515-4402. 800-515-4402.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast for the Men's Tea Clinic. Hey, did you know June is Men's Health Awareness Month? What better month to make your appointment for your initial consultation at the Men's Tea Clinic? Just like I did 5.5 years ago, and I've been going there for my testosterone replacement therapy every Friday. One of the best decisions I've made for myself. But they've got a long menu of male wellness treatments, so why not make June the month that you do it? Get to the Men's Tea Clinic nearest you and get your quality of life back. You can find one online right now. 5 locations around town, mensteaclinic.com.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth. Create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 346-371-3330. That's 346-371-3330.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Wait, something feels different at Sterling McCall Chevrolet.
Yeah, there's a new energy, fresh faces, and a stronger commitment to putting you first.
That's right. At Sterling McCall Chevrolet, we're entering a fresh chapter of customer service excellence. Experience the difference today with refreshed inventory, reimagined customer service, and renewed dedication to finding your perfect Chevrolet.
They even streamlined the paperwork process.
Visit us today at Sterling McCall Chevrolet. Same trusted location, fresh new approach.
Want the truth about shopping for new floors? Big box stores might have flooring departments, but Empire Today has flooring experts. There's a huge difference. At a big box store, you might be getting help from someone who's in flooring today, but was stocking toilets yesterday. With Empire, you'll work with a dedicated flooring expert. We bring the store to your home, help find the right floors for your lifestyle, and answer 100 samples with your own furniture, decor, and lighting. You'll get an all-inclusive price estimate and can schedule installation as soon as the next day for in-stock styles. That's Empire's home floor advantage, working with experts who specialize in one thing: flooring. For a limited time, use code RADIO to get $500 off your contract of $3,500 or more when you call or visit EmpireToday.com. That's $500 off with code RADIO. You know the number.
800-588-2300
Today. Offer may not be applied to sales or combined with other coupons, discounts, or savings. Terms apply.
Storm damage? Get a lawyer. Call Dick Law Firm right now at 832-LAWYERS. Look, your home insurance company, they're in the business of making money, not paying out your claims. That's why you get a home insurance lawyer like me, Eric Dick. That's why you call me at 832-LAWYERS. That's 832-LAWYERS, and I will hound them and pound them to get you the money you deserve. Don't delay. Call me today. Call me right away at 832-LAWYERS. If you have damage at your home from the recent storms and your insurance company doesn't want to pay you correctly on your claim, Call me right now at 832-LAWYERS. That's 832-LAWYERS. I'm Eric Dick, and I'm happy to stand up for you. I've been representing people in the Houston area for over 15 years, and I look forward to helping you. My principal office is in Houston, Texas. Storm damage? Call Dick Law Firm at 832-LAWYERS. We're here to help.
This is the story. He does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Uber Eats has deals all summer long. Get Burger King, Subway, Popeyes, and hundreds more local favorites and savor every last bite. That sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
That's right, big voice guy. It is In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We'll get you what the quarterback of the Houston Texans said here in a moment. But because it's 610 Day, we got to give you an extra portion of the man himself, a man who wants what did he come in, 10th when it came to a kolache eating contest? His name is Sean Pendergast, and he joins us on the hotline. Sean, what's happening, brother?
You said I just ate 2 kolaches while I was on hold with you guys from
That's
the
right.
Kolache Factory.
It's just because you got to keep it, right? If you don't use it, you lose it. And I imagine that periodically you just do this to keep it in tow.
Yeah. Got to stay in shape, Reggie. You know what I mean? You never know when you're going to get called out of the bullpen for the Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
Well, and especially for tonight. Especially for tonight.
That's right.
Kolaches are in the same ballpark.
I don't know. I just realized that, like, as soon as I started eating these, I'm like, oh crap, I committed to something. So yeah, I gotta watch myself. No, the reason I'm calling in was one, I was at some of practice today. I got there at about 10:15 or so, but also 610 Day. 2 things. One, I have a much better answer now than I did when we were doing the toss earlier today. For me and our show, definitely the Rusty Harden interview a couple of years ago.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the most surreal thing about the Rusty Harden interview, other than the cut that he gave us that'll live on forever about happy endings, was right. It's not a crime, he said. So
it's not a crime.
Thank you, Rusty. The most surreal thing about that was that interview ended at like 8:45 in the morning. Like, that quote came at like 8:42. And by then I look at Seth, I'm like, we got everything we need. We're good. And by 9 o'clock, there was a ticker going across the bottom of the screen on ESPN with Rusty Harden, happy endings are not a crime. Like, go ESPN. Like, that was the most surreal thing. Like, something that happened in our interview was being quoted on the Sports Center ticker like 15 minutes while the show was still going on. That was wild. So that was for our show. You guys mentioned the Rich Lord, Les Miles thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, somebody texted in.
Yeah.
That was me and Rich. We were interviewing Les Miles for the bowl game. LSU was playing in the Texas Bowl one year, like 2015 or 2016, something like that. And they had Rich and I do a pre-recorded interview with Les Miles. So it was a recorded interview right around the time that Les's name was being rumored for the Michigan job. And Rich asked Les a question. I'll find the audio and send it to you guys. I can't do it justice. Like, Rich asked about how, it must be kind of a distraction for your name to come up with the Michigan job so often. That was back when the Michigan job opened like every 2 or 3 years because they couldn't find a good person. And Les's name would always come up. And Rich asked the question, and there's this long pause. And Rich looks at me, he goes, did he hang up? Is he here? And Les goes, "Oh, no, I'm here." And Rich is like, "Oh, yeah, sorry, Coach. So what I was saying was," and Les cuts him off and says, "Look, I've got a bowl game to prepare for with an outstanding team and an outstanding bowl game. You should have checked with me." Like, Les was – you always remember, like, Les's persona was one of, like, this goofy, happy-go-lucky guy. He was not goofy. He was not happy. He was not rich. He had fangs, man. That cat had claws. And he was, dude, and so we resumed the interview, but he's like, "We're recording this, right?" After he went off on Rich.
Yeah.
Rich is like, "Yes." He's like, "All right, well, let's start. Let's go." I'm like, holy crap. Yeah. So it was wild. I got to find the audio of that. It wasn't on air. It wasn't on air live, but Rich and I played it like once we were outside the window of where it would be us poking the bear at all with Les Miles, like probably like, he probably I think he got fired by LSU. So then we're like, well, we can go ahead and play this now,
Yeah.
So we played it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyways,
so a reminder that on 610, we probably should stop asking coaches about their next stop. But we got to get to the CJ Stroud audio. So I do want to ask, what was your view from the field? Like, what did he look like? What was your main takeaway? I know you'll talk about it tomorrow on the show, but what was kind of the main takeaway that you had there at minicamp?
He looked great. He looked fine. I got there, the first throw that I saw was about a 15-yard out route that hit Christian Kirk in the hands. And I guess I would have been like, I wish Christian Kirk could come up with it, but it was a good throw. The throw of the day was CJ throwing just like a 40-yard drop in the bucket to Jaden Higgins, and Higgins made an outstanding, like, kind of one-handed basket catch going to the ground in the end zone. CJ looked fine, man. He looked fine. He said he felt fine afterwards, kind of laughed off all the hullabaloo over his shoulder and was kind of giving us you guys need some percent. Yeah. So it was, he looked good. From what I was seeing he was not, I felt like Davis Mills and Keaton Slovis were getting more reps than CJ. Like maybe they were easing him back in to some degree. But the reps that he had, he looked fine. There were a few throws that he missed and he was off target on, but nothing that was alarming to the point where, like, oh yeah, this is a guy who hasn't thrown a ball in a practice competitive situation in a while. Yeah, it was fine. It was good.
Sean Pendergast of Payne and Pendergast. Sean, I really just want to talk to you, but we got to hear from the quarterback of the Houston Texans.
Yes.
So appreciate you giving us a little bit of your time, brother.
You got it. I will make way for CJ.
Yes, sir. And let's do that. With no further ado, here is what the quarterback of the Texans said after day one of mandatory minicamp 2025.
Being out there again throwing the football, and then how good did it feel to be back out there?
Yeah.
With your teammates. Nico said he loved when you talk smack to the defense.
Yeah. I felt great, man. I'm very grateful to be back out on the field. A little rusty, made some throws, missed some throws, but just very grateful to be out there with the guys and have a time to compete. Before we go a couple days away until camp. So I'm very excited to be back, but, just iron sharpen iron, trying to talk a little smack, but it was great.
How much of the general soreness was due to your off-season workout program?
A little bit, I took this off-season very serious. I'm just working hard. I'm trying to get my body right, so I was here like pretty early. Strength guy, so I've been working really hard on getting my body right, losing body fat, trying to be faster, stronger, and it really went really well. But there's always risk and reward, so there's always risk to working hard. So, it was a great off season. I think I got that done, but also, I wouldn't say that was the reason why. Just a lot of everything, so.
Decided, but they want to make sure they were taking care of you. That was a priority. How much do you appreciate that the organization's not, okay, we've got to have this practice, you're sore, go through it, that they wanted you to get right before they put you back out there?
Yeah, I'm very, grateful for how they approach the process. I wanted to approach it that way as well. I didn't want to force anything, but also they were listening and trying their best to, accommodate me and what I needed. Our training staff did amazing. I've been working with them every day, sun up, sun down. So just trying to fight to get back to practice. I've been, feeling to come back, but, in due time. And now, I see, I'm able to throw it how I want, wherever I can, and have some accuracy also. So, I'm very grateful that they approach it that way, but, I'm happy to be back.
throw-in program through the rest of the offseason? Any setbacks?
Yeah, I mean, I was already throwing, before you guys see me out there pretty normally. I think y'all don't have much to talk about, so y'all just, everything is blown up in the off season, so I'm fine, man. I'm really okay. Just because I was a rookie 2 years ago, I understand how hard it is, how much time, how much effort you have to put in, so, I try to be a leaning hand for him. And I think Luke has done a great job, Woody, and they're all doing really well, so, proud of them.
CJ, what excites you most about what Nick Chubb could bring, if healthy, to his backfield?
Yeah, he's a great player. I met him today for the first time, and I told him, man, I've been respecting his game since he was in college, and I think he's a great back, and I think he did some great things for us, and I'm excited to have him as a teammate. So, I actually didn't recognize him when I walked in. He's very quiet, so it was. I was like, "Damn, what's up, Nick?" I kind of got nervous because he been a baller since I've been a kid. So, but I'm very excited to have him.
You talked about making early in the year, and what do you hope that they do or add to your game?
As in.
You said you came in early to try to, lose some body fat.
Oh, okay.
What were some of the results of that?
Yeah.
What do you hope it adds to your game?
Yeah, the goal was just to be bigger, faster, stronger, like every offseason, but be more intentional about it. So have more fluidity in my hits, lose a couple pounds, run faster, and I got all those done. I think I PR'd on almost everything this offseason, which has been really dope. So, shout out to Mike Clint. Clint's been with me every day, and he does a lot of. He had a track background, but has bought in and done a lot of things with us as quarterbacks. So I'm very, very grateful that we got these things done. But now it's ball time, and this off season will be very important on getting back with my throwing regimen and with my guys in LA. So I got those things done.
More fluidity in your hips. Is that to throw the ball further, or do you want to be faster to get out of the pocket faster, move around? Just how does that translate into the ground?
Just everything, yeah. Pocket, mobility, running out the pocket, throwing the rock. Everything kind of works hand in hand, so a little bit of everything.
But what excites you the most about this Nick Caley offense?
Him as a person. I think for me, I buy into people. I really don't buy into system. I kind of have that thing about life. It's the people and the relationships that kind of take things and make it rocket ship to the stars. So just him as a person, man, he has probably the most juice I've ever seen in my life, just naturally. I'm a very laid back, chill guy, except for when I'm in between the lines, but he's 6 a.m, he's up, he's at it. So that kind of gets me motivated. And just, how he buys into his players, and, he calls me a lot. I don't always answer because he always yelling and stuff, but, I appreciate it though. And it's, it's been great. He's implementing a lot of things he's done in the past, which is important as well. The system is important, and he's doing a great job, as you guys have seen, we've been able to, have a pretty good OTA off-season program from what you guys can see, and even things that y'all can't see, building that foundation so we can rocket ship once we snap that ball, against LA. So, I love Nick, and he's doing a great.
Talk about your relationship with Gerard and kind of what he's meant to your growth.
Yeah, Gerard has been, in my corner since I've been 16 years old. Since I was a, young kid in high school. He fed a lot of confidence into me then, and it's kind of cool that we kind of came back now, and he does a great job of trying to give his twist on things and how he likes to coach. I think Nick has done a great job by giving him a lot more ownership of the offense and how to coach the quarterbacks. So I think he's doing a great job of taking the ownership and running with it and doing a lot of things that he believes in, and but also not putting a leash on us and letting us have fun. So I think he's doing a great job.
Expect from this year's offense, and how comfortable do you feel with the playbook?
They should. They should show up and expect a lot of points, a lot of fun plays like we've always done, and it's not always going to be perfect. So let's get that out of our mind. It's ups and downs of football, just like ups and downs when y'all go to work. Y'all have good days and off days. But the goal is to be great, but also when those times are happening, to be fluid offense, to, control what we can control. And I think we'll do that. We're working on that now. So, but yeah, I think I'm doing well in the playbook. Been working hard at it, and we'll continue to do such.
What is the process of getting everybody on the same page, making sure y'all are much improved from last year?
Yeah, I think it starts here in the weight room. Big Pimo, he's done a good job of, sure that, they're working hard, and the mindset of the guys that we brought in, they had a mindset that they wanted to dominate up there. So I just think that relationship between, Big Pimo and them and the strength program, I've seen them, majority of them here all offseason, and they've done a great job of getting stronger. And I've seen that, but also, just what they brought out to the field. And I feel comfortable back there. And, I still miss my guys from last year, but I think they're doing a great job, and, we'll be fine in that area this year.
Dealing with shoulder injuries in the past, does that help you when stuff like this comes up? And how was this one in relation to some of the past issues you had with the shoulder?
Yeah, it teaches you not to panic. It's part of the game. Just like how pitchers, they take relief weeks and nights off. The same thing for all throwing athletes. You just got to be precautionate, and those things are bound to happen. It's not about if, it's about when, and you're just doing the right things to come back. So I never thought too much of it. It's not that big of a deal, and I did not get surgery or anything like that. I was fine. So yeah, I'm fine. I'm not. It's not as bad as people are making it seem.
But you can control. Do you want more of that at the offense? How much is too much? Is that something that you want under this new system?
Yeah, that would be between me and Kels, and that was something that I did want, and I'm gotten that now. So, but that takes ownership. We've been able to watch a lot of Brady, and there was clips back in like 2003 or 4 when him and Josh McDaniels, first started, and so like it took him time to master it. So it'll take time for me to master it fully, but I am buying into it and trying my best to be as great as, but it's something that I wanted and I'm getting.
There you go, C.J. Stroud, the quarterback of the Texans. Man, a lot of stuff in there as well, just like with D'Amico today. There's some really interesting things, and obviously he very much laughed at the lot of us making a big deal of the shoulder thing. However, in the vacuum of information, we are going to speculate and ponder. And I do appreciate him flatly say he did not have surgery.
Yeah, that was the best, flat out statement that he made. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So we'll dig more into that as we continue on the program here as well. But you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 on a 610 day. It wouldn't be in the loop if we did not go around the NFL. We did that. But if we did not give you a little bit of your lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic, we will do that next.
Should we be concerned about C.J. Stroud not throwing? Every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so we were talking about one of the greatest, if not maybe even in the discussion of the greatest catches that you'll ever see, that anyone has ever seen in Major League Baseball. My confession has to do with Willie Mays, the Willie Mays catch. But you got to hear this this call from who was the color commentator?
Who was the color commentator?
I thought you had it.
I had it, and
you said it earlier.
Denzel Clark, anyway,
is the center fielder.
Yeah, with one of the greatest catches.
I've heard the list. I've seen the list of the greatest catches you ever going. You don't have room for this one on your list. We're watching two different sports. I mean, Denzel Clark climbs the ladder and then hangs out. You want to talk about playing above the rim, folks. This ball is out of the ballpark by 5-6 feet, and Denzel says, nay, nay. Give me that back.
What a great, I mean, that's in real time. I was impressed with that. And he described the catch. It was that good. But here's
I think that was Chris Carey or Carey. I don't know how to pronounce his name properly. Apologies to that.
Well, shout out to him and apologies. But
at the same time.
Both. But people always talk about, the greatest catch in history, Willie Mays. And people are starting to question it. You know, the over the back, over the
basket catch.
Over the head basket catch.
Yeah, man.
Running toward center field and all that. And believe it or not, that was 10 years before I was born. It was when he made
it was in the 1800s?
That's right.
That's crazy, bro.
But I've seen it multiple times, talked to a bunch of baseball people over the years. As great as a catch as we saw last night, and I would highly recommend you see Denzel Clark's catch, I still put Willie Mays number one for one reason that most people have long forgotten. And the one reason is this. Willie Mays made that catch at the Polo Grounds. Center field at the Polo Grounds was 500 feet.
Yeah.
That ball, they estimated, was hit 430 feet. He was playing the guy in. I forget who hit the ball, but he was playing the guy in. Turned around, sprint for like 60, 70 yards before catching it over his head. Like full sprint going with the ball, under the ball, and then caught it over. So for me, that's the one thing. Like if you say, well, Willie Mays, a lot of people have made an over-the-shoulder catch or an not like that. Not when you're sprinting 400 to 430 feet.
Apparently it was Vic Wirtz.
Oh, yeah. It was
of Cleveland at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was in the World Series, too.
It was, 54.
Yeah.
It was the World Series, and I just, of course I knew that off the top of my head, and I definitely did not read that off of the internet or the Wikipedia article entitled The Catch, baseball.
So that's why, like I said, it was before I was born, but every time I've talked to somebody, they're like, no. That was the Polo Grounds. You don't understand. That's like
he was running
forever and caught it over his head.
Yeah. So shout out. Willie Mays. He always gonna get some love from me. Like that's why my outfielders are easy to get to my heart because I love seeing dudes run and be athletic. And so shout out to Denzel Clark. You are now one of Reggie's favorite baseball players.
Yeah.
He's made like 3 catches in the last 3 weeks that have just been absolutely insane.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I'm going to make this relatively simple. Actually, before I do this, I do want to shout out because it is 610 Day and people are shouting out their various 610 memories. Like someone mentioning that back in the day when the Rockets were on 610 and Gene Peterson was cussing his ass off at the refs.
Oh, yeah.
That's funny. And then someone else said they love 610 Day because it's their mom's birthday. So happy birthday to Rosie. They said it's their work anniversary.
Happy born day.
And they also listen to 610 exclusively. So we appreciate that. But year where, it's less sports things going on. There's still sports things. I was watching the hockey recently. Was that yesterday?
Yesterday.
Yes, that was yesterday. Watching the hockey yesterday, watching Florida go up, watching basketball, all these things. But I'm like, I want to do like something like a book club for the summer, except I don't feel like everybody want to read books.
Yeah.
So do y'all want to do like a movie club?
Let's do it.
You know what I mean?
I'm down for it.
You've been trying to get Lopez to watch the movies anyway.
He don't be watching nothing.
So I feel like the accountability of the masses.
He watching YouTube with his grandbaby. He ain't trying to watch no
Well, I do that.
Exclusively Miss Rachel in the Lopez household.
Miss Rachel is throwing a little bit of a fly in the ointment there, but no, I watch a lot of movies, man. I mean, at home.
So I was like,
at home, I watch them.
I feel like it'd be fun to do like a in the loop movie club.
Well, this is where the studio audience comes into play. We need to come up with a movie that we're going to watch. When do you want to start it?
I mean, why not next week when we're out in minicamp? As we're
starting next week.
Now, what kind of movie though? Are we watching a
movies,
like a classic movie we never seen before, or
I think it's one that either only one of us or none of us have ever seen. 713-572-4610. Movie watching club, and we'll give our little brief reviews and all that. I'm in.
If you're in. If you're in. This was a thought that I had. I'm like, I kind of, like, I'm going to be honest. I kind of want to do this. Let me know if you think it's stupid or if you want to do it. And if you want to do this and you want a particular movie be involved.
Yeah.
Let us know. Because I'm kind of, my
I'm
confession
trying to
is,
think what movie.
I kind of want to do this.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. 713. The Fire may be most overrated play.
Yeah, but that guy's probably
in all of sports.
I heard that a lot.
That was my confession. That there is a lot of growing sentiment about that, and it's bull crap. Did you not hear the explanation? Did you not hear the explanation?
They don't care.
Maybe he's saying that's overrated.
He said it's overrated.
80 yards, 70 yards, straight into the wall.
These are my confessions.
So it's 610 day, and we were talking before the show on if we had any audio, all the moments, all the crazy moments in 610 history. And I ran across one, but I got to confess, I'm a little nervous to play it.
You're
man.
nervous?
Yeah, I'm trying to debate. I probably need some help from the text line.
Yeah.
Should I play it or not? So I ran across the audio of Seth Payne and Mike Meltzer, the whole Unbearable thing. And
people have already heard it.
And
There's
no
reason not to.
No, it's not because people didn't hear it, or if they did hear it. I don't want to tick off Seth Payne a little bit, man, because I felt like that one was a little. I felt like that one hit him the most.
It hurt him.
Yeah,
it hurt him.
because I actually listened to. I laughed a little bit while listening to it, but I could see where that kind of hurt a little bit, and I want to replay that trauma. Am I tripping? Should I play it? I could play it in the mixtape if everybody is fine with it.
Well, I feel like
let's take a poll.
we're trying to do a poll, but it feels like this should be a poll of one, right? This feels like we should add it.
Yeah, I ain't want to just come out of nowhere and play that, and I don't want him to relive that trauma or nothing. But
we'll find out. YouTube, Twitch, text line 713-572.
yeah, should I play it or should I just respect Seth Payne and not?
Yeah.
We got
kind of leave it alone.
We got a lot of audience participation irons in the fire. Do you want a movie club? Should we play the Seth Payne Unbearable audio?
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of things that we're asking
you.
other people.
It's a big day for the people. Paid in full. I don't know if I've seen that. Anyway,
you got to see that then.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
Big week for me. Big week.
Y'all are not serious people. Bleep Seth Payne's feelings. Play that.
All right, well, there's one vote. One man, one vote.
By the way, you wouldn't say that if Seth was in front of you.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that for damn sure.
All right, it's a major week.
Mike Meltzer would.
It's a major week. U.S. Open this weekend starting Thursday. So you know what I did last night?
Cameron Payne?
You
gave us the Cameron Payne write-up? Well, how's Cameron Payne looking for this one? The original campaign.
Cam Smith.
Smith, whatever his name is.
So I made my...
You think about campaign with the ugly ass shot?
Yeah. I did all my work. I did all my research. Obviously, I watch golf a lot. So it goes in tiers. Tier 1 is like the top-ranked players. Tier 2, etc. So here's my team right there.
You put together a team?
Yeah, you got to put together 6 tiers. Look who I have in the 5th tier right there.
Is this fantasy golf that's happening right now? Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't even know what I'm looking at. I need you to explain things to me. All right, so we got Scotty Scheffler. That feels like a good place.
That's tier 1.
I mean he is me versus the field happening right now. Type stuff.
That should be a different
tier. Sepp Straka is in tier 2. Harris English, Matthew Fitzpatrick.
These are definitely names. I can be very certain that these are names.
Tier 5. Who's my pick?
The man who has the same name as
Cam
a
Smith.
notorious baseball player.
He's been hot. He's been hot lately. my golf people will know he's been pretty hot. And then for the record, Michael Kim is my last sixth tier. So Cam Smith, if he wins the U.S. Open, there will be no discussion, right? About
there's going to be discussion. Ain't nobody conceding to you on that.
Like the most famous worldwide, nationwide Cam Smith.
Yeah, nobody's conceding to you.
but they should.
So if he don't win it, then what?
Well, no.
That's what you're setting up here.
Even if it's going to be hard for him to win it. He's a fifth tier pick. But let's say he's on the leaderboard on Sunday.
Fifth tier golfer, huh?
He's on the that's because where he's ranked worldwide. But he's really hot the last couple of weeks.
Our Cam Smith ain't no fifth tier anything.
If he's on the main page on Sunday, discussion over, right?
No. I like how you're trying to get us to say yes or no. You're not kidding. You're not getting that. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
No, we're going to have this discussion for a very long time. In fact, I'm not giving up the discussion until I'm right. That's basically how it's going to work.
Okay, well, that makes sense.
You're getting wife level logic over here. I'm not going to give up until I win.
Okay.
Is what's going to happen here.
I'm experienced with that too.
So if the Astros Cam Smith win Rookie of the Year,
then we can talk. Then we can talk.
Ain't no more talking for.
See, y'all aren't golf fans. Like in the golf world, in the international world, Cam Smith, the golfer, is more popular, more well known.
Yeah, to people that like golf.
That's millions of people. That's millions.
All right, so it feels like we're very decisive in the response to playing the unbearable clip. I think leaning at least towards the idea of actually, yes, do movie club. We'll see if more respondents chime in on the text line 713-572-4610 and on the Mo Cameron Injury Lawyer live streams, both on the YouTube page and the Twitch page. But those are your lunchtime confessions brought to you by the Men's Clinic right here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, we'll return back to the Texans at 1, but I did want to talk a little bit about what's happening Rockets-wise because, obviously we know that Raffles Stone seemed to open up the door a little bit to the idea of them being interested in making one of these big-time deals if it was there to make them better. The deals are the players that it feels like they would be acquiring. There's some more news. There's some updates today. What do those updates maybe say about the possibility of the Rockets making a big move? We'll talk about that next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing.
6-10 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you. I feel like you got an answer there, Figgy, by from the general people, if that's what you were looking for.
Yeah.
I hope it's satisfactory to you or what have you, and you go with God as you decide to operate or whatever you decide.
I'll let y'all know during the mixtape.
Okay.
I might play it during the mixtape.
All right, still not settled here. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know that I got a decisive answer on the idea of a movie club. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if anybody more wants to let us know if they're interested in that. Otherwise, we don't do it, right?
They're going to watch it too.
Yeah, of course.
And critique our critiques.
That's always the point, right?
Yeah,
The point of you don't go to a book club and just have one person reading and everybody like, all right, so tell me what the story about. Like, I think that's not a book club at that point.
Yeah.
That is like a meeting of this for dummies.
It's
You know what I mean? Like a Cliff's Notes meeting or what have you. Anyways, obviously not really much popping with the Rockets at this moment, but obviously they're one of the names that gets bandied about in the idea of maybe making a big-time move. In fact, I think ESPN had them in the top 10 teams to watch for this offseason. And it's because this is a team that looks like they have all the things in the war chest to possibly make their team better, but then also they were second in the West this year. It felt like they have a lot of growing to do and a lot of opportunity to be one of these teams, the Thunder, making a deep run and really challenging for the top of the top of the league. I was going to say top of the West, really the top of the league. And so this is one of the reasons why I think us on the show have been really excited in the idea of being aggressive, making this team better. But there's two players that it feels like have been the front and center of that particular kind of push, which is Kevin Durant and Giannis Antetokounmpo, right? And there's a couple of updates on both of them happening today that I think are interesting and obviously are important for the Rockets. And I want to start with Giannis because that's the one that you prefer more, right?
Yeah, I've been very intrigued by that for quite a while now.
Right. So obviously, that's a guy who has been an MVP relatively recently. He's won a championship as the lead dog. Like, he is still very much in his prime. And so he's very intriguing, especially now that feels like he's been relatively open to the possibility of maybe not being with Milwaukee anymore. Well, this is Brian Windhorst. Take that for whatever you will, if you believe his reporting or not, who's, obviously a lead reporter or a senior reporter for ESPN. This was him talking on Get Up this morning about, he started from the angle of the New York Knicks as they've become one of the teams that you would think are invested in the Giannis Antetokounmpo sweepstakes. This is what he says about Giannis's market as of right now.
But right now, there is no Giannis Antetokounmpo trade market. There is no Giannis Antetokounmpo trade discussions. He has not asked for it. The Bucks are not looking to trade him. And I just want to point something out about Karl Towns. While everybody in New York may want to trade him, he is an in his prime all NBA player that contributed significantly. Just point that out.
Just point that out. Here's where it's interesting.
Thank you for that, buddy.
Yeah.
I appreciate you pointing that out.
Here's where you just, you got to ask these questions, if nothing else, just in your mind. Well, then why is there mutual interest in Jason Kidd going to New York? If Giannis is not, the key element there is he said right now. So, is this just sort of playing the game and trying to see how the head coaching thing plays out?
That's a good question. I feel like I thought that obviously this is more of the Knicks-centric portion of this, but I thought that the Knicks would be interested in Jason Kidd because of
Giannis.
The tie with Giannis, but maybe they just like Jason Kidd as a coach who has seemed to, kind of get the most out of some teams that felt like they were ragtag before they came together and made some deep runs for the Mavericks. So maybe they're just like, this is a guy that we want regardless, or actually, let me amend that to one of your favorite words, irregardless of whatever, the market is on Giannis, and they just want that to go forward there. That's quite a possibility.
And maybe they're trying to get Jason Kidd, and then let's see.
Maybe that creates the market, right?
Yeah, let's see what Giannis does.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But I think the idea that, and of course, if we are to take Brian Windhorst at face value, the idea there, it did not seem like what he was saying is that there's no conversations with the Knicks. No market, period, and that the Bucks are not in a place where they're ready to trade him, which it felt like that we had started moving towards, if you were to believe the other reporting that was out there. The idea of no market makes it seem like also the Rockets have not been in there actively trying to do things, which I could see to some degree as to what it would cost. But if the Bucks are in a place where they're not going to trade him, as of right now, that would say that Giannis is not on the table as a potential move. Does that change at all for you, the perspective for the Rockets when it comes to making any move at all in this offseason?
If that's the case, and again, it's always right now. Everything changes or could change.
Things change real fast.
And they could do it
real fast.
They could happen real quick. But in terms of if this is what it is and this is what it stays, I would kind of lean toward the Rockets or what Rafael Stone said. It has to be a very high bar. It has to be a high bar. I would kind of think they're leaning like, hey, man, we might just have to run this back, because the other piece of news that you're going to talk about is Kevin Durant.
Correct.
And
it's not the Kevin Durant NBA Central has really been trying to draw people off sides. I saw someone saying that the NBA filed a restraining order against Kevin Durant. There was people. NBA Central also had a picture of a Kevin Durant Spurs jersey in a locker, trying to indicate that somebody spotted a Spurs jersey in a locker room.
They must be a Spurs fan.
They are trying real hard to draw people off sides on this Kevin Durant to the Spurs. None of those things can't be substantiated at this point. But the one thing that you can point to is that supposedly, according to, and I forget who it was, and I apologize for that, but the idea is there's a lot of feeling that in the coming weeks, actually I think that was Windhorst himself as well, in the coming weeks, the Kevin Durant trade is expected. And I know that Bill Simmons seems to believe, and now this isn't reporting, this is just kind of the thought from somebody who is somewhat tied in, but I wouldn't call a reporter. Bill Simmons seems to believe you'll kind of consummated between Kevin Durant and the Spurs. But if you take that idea of in the coming weeks, how many days is it, Lopez, till June 29th?
That would be 20 days, 19 days?
That is when the Rockets have to make their decision now on Fred VanVleet, who could be a possible piece in something that they do. Obviously, they want to maintain him. Not saying that those things are inherently linked, but in my mind, I was like, okay, that feels like around the time where it feels like if they wanted to start making moves, they've set that as kind of the deadline there. I'm kind of intrigued in the idea of if there is that is the dateline for a move to be made. Like how comfortable do you feel, or how much do you feel like that maybe speaks to, especially with Giannis off the table, the possibility of the Rockets being involved there?
I think the Rockets are always going to be involved. I do think the Knicks have been mentioned with Durant. I believe Horst said that as well. Spurs have been mentioned.
Correct.
Now the Spurs have a similar amount of revenue they could or whatever assets that they could use, but the Rockets have to be involved. They have to be involved at that. And we could be all wrong. Maybe they're like, we're good. We can run it back with these guys.
No, they're not in that place.
I don't know.
They're not in that place, but I think again, leaning on the reporting of Brian Windhorst, one of the things that he has talked about recently is the idea that the cost of Kevin Durant is not nearly going to be as high as some people think, especially because the Suns need flexibility more than anything, and that's one of the things they're getting out of it, as opposed to just like a whole bunch of talent or what have you on the get back.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm interested on, and in that then can leverage the idea of if Giannis is not actually out there, the desperation that maybe pops up from like a Spurs team that wants to give jumpstart what's happening there, or a Knicks team that feels like you came up short and you need to do anything to push yourself further. Like, how much do those kind of situations maybe drive up a potential cost?
Huge.
And then what does that then do for a Rockets team that seems like they very much want to be in a place where they don't have to overpay?
No, that would be huge. If, in fact, it is not just right now, it is the Bucks are not going to trade him and he's not really looking. By default, Durant is the next big chip, that's out there, and so the price is going to go up,
Yeah, so, I feel like those updates maybe point you – really, the big one is the Giannis update. The idea that, Kevin Durant seems like in the next couple of weeks, but I did find it interesting, the idea that, hey, man, that freedom is probably what it is, and maybe that even pushes us further towards what we've kind of thought, which is the KD deal is not going to be all that exorbitant. I feel like I'm now leaning more to the idea. It feels like the Rockets are going to be pretty comfortable in a space where if they have to run it back, that's likely where I'm leaning if I had to choose the options.
But you do think they're going to be aggressive? Or looking.
Oh, yeah. Like, again,
I do too.
ESPN cited this week something that Rafael Stone said, and I think was quoted by the Chronicle last week, which was that, they're going to be, well, let me make sure I get the wording on this right, because I don't want to misquote Mr. Rafael Stone either. But the idea is generally about the fact that they are going to, if there's an opportunity to be made, they're not going to just fall back.
Right.
Yeah. So, and I think that acknowledges that, hey, there are things that they need to get better at. They do want to see if they can build that up at home, but still, that also means that what they want to do is just make sure that they have a better team, and that very well. And I think you can absolutely get there from adding a piece like Kevin Durant.
And then then you start to have the discussion of what are the other options, if any, that could make that big of an impact.
Yeah, and I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what that necessarily what that other option ends up looking like. But yeah, those are the updates, and it feels like, again, from my perspective, and I don't know if you fully agree with this, in my perspective, it feels like as there's less options out there, maybe a less robust market, and for a Rockets team that I don't think wants to give up a whole ton, it makes it feel like, hey, this might be a little bit closer to run back and see what you can develop internally.
Yeah, I agree.
And especially with a more involved Reed Shepherd, another year under the belt of Amen Thompson towards his progress and being a consistent starter. Like, those are the things that it feels like, as of right now, they might be leaning on. But, of course, we'll continue to watch that space because, as you mentioned, things can change real quick, especially in NBA offseason. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I want to circle back around to the Texans. We heard from D'Amico Ryans. We heard from C.J. Stroud. A lot of interesting notes in there. What are some of the takeaways? What are some of the larger takeaways that you can cobble together from the things that were said after day one of mandatory minicamp? Let's talk about all that next.
In the loop.
What does it mean?
FM 82 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, happy 610 Day to you. Indeed, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 as I continue to eat the apple that I've been eating in the break. I don't know why I told you that. I feel like we're on that kind of basis where I can tell you what my lunch is if you really
can
need
talk.
to know.
We can talk.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Always talk back to
Let's
us
talk.
as well. 713-572-4610 is the text line. That's how you talk back. Also, you can do that via the Minicamp Injury Lawyer live streams, both on Twitch and on YouTube. And, people keep sending in the various 610 moments that make them smile, that make them happy. And also, I guess I should mention this. We were just talking about the Rockets and kind of some updates. No Giannis market, supposedly. KD, maybe that deal gets made in the next couple of weeks is what the reporting seems like. And I thought this was interesting from the 409. They said that they don't think they think it's more than a coincidence that the Rockets front office hired a former University of Texas teammate of Kevin Durant. Obviously, DJ Augustin jumping in the front office capacity. I feel like that can't be it.
Yeah, that's not
however,
it, but it doesn't hurt.
That's definitely not it.
That
we
is
talk,
interesting.
We talk about Kevin Durant too.
Yeah,
it seems like he have no shame of going anywhere. I don't think he need all of that to get Kevin Durant.
And the other thing is, what if you hire DJ Augustin with that purpose, and then he doesn't come here? It's like now we got.
So when you want him to be like a player development coach, which is honestly where I thought that particular where if he was coming in and you just told me he's joining the Rockets, I would think okay, like player development coach opportunity kind of work. Nope, front office. But honestly, still congratulations to DJ Augustin. Excited. Plus, I guess the Ime Udoka thing is probably the bigger part.
I think so. Yeah.
All right. So that's there. But also remember 610 Day, all these things. It's also day one of Texans mandatory minicamp that happened today. We saw C.J. Stroud throw the darn ball, which was cool. So after that, we got to hear from D'Amico Ryans. We also heard from C.J. Stroud, and we didn't really get a chance to really break down some of the things that we thought were really intriguing with all of those. And I kind of wanted to throw it up to you, Lopez, because I felt like there was definitely some things that I wanted to revisit from what the fella said.
Well, sometimes, so there were several things that were, very interesting to me, and we'll talk about them. I'm sure we'll talk about them tomorrow as well, and moving down the road. But three things in particular stood out.
Oh, these three things.
Yes, two from D'Amico, one from C.J. Stroud. Tell me about what you're hearing here when D'Amico was talking about two high-profile rookies. How did he sound when he was talking about Jaden Higgins?
I mean,
over the top.
Yeah,
you've seen him make more plays. To see a rookie show he can be an impact player, it means a lot. Just really very complimentary of what Higgins is doing.
Are you about to compliment or compare this to Ariante Ursary?
How did he sound when he was talking about Tay Ursary?
Some of the words that he used better at off the field stuff was kind of what he was talking about.
It's improving. It's going to be a really good challenge for him. Now, this is one of those things where it may not mean a dang thing, but those are two rookies, both rookies, both high-profile picks. One of them, he sounded like he said you saw him make even more plays today. Like he's been making plays. He's come in, he's fit right in. I'm paraphrasing, but to see a rookie do that, pretty good, pretty cool. Ursary, it's going to be a real challenge. It's improving. The meeting in the weight room. He talked about the things off the field.
Yeah.
Not down on him by any stretch.
I think very much setting the tone for the ways for him to be discussed, right? Obviously not trying to put him in a place where you should expect to see him. Although he did say one thing that I thought was very intriguing because we as we all know, Ariante Ursary, big dude.
Yeah.
Big dude. 6'5", 330, something to that effect, like big dude. One of the things that you could talk about in the pre-draft evaluation of him, get very straight up, very up and down when he
talked about his hand placement too.
Talked about his hand placement, but D'Amico also talked about his pad level has gotten better, and that's something in very short order. That already getting better to the point where that's something that D'Amico made note of early.
Yeah.
It got my intrigue because, I mean, not to say that means that now he will start at right tackle or what have you, but the idea that he has already addressed one of the very first things that you talk about when, like, big, I guess issue is not the right word, but one of the big things that he needed to work on as an off to the right place so that he's able to, find leverage and power. The idea that very early that is one of those things that showed up. I was like, all right, cool. I do love that. Because this is a guy that you're anticipating being one of the big pieces on your offensive line in the future, if not, depending on how things go early on this year.
Yeah, so I don't mean this, and please don't interpret it as, okay, he's down on Ursary. No, not even in the least bit.
But he did temper expectations.
I think he's talking about him the way you talk about most rookies. But what I am saying is, when you compare it to how he spoke about Jaden Higgins, I think they're loving what they're seeing from Jaden Higgins. I think Higgins has come in because one of the things that he talked about is, what it takes to be a pro. Hasn't had to really work with him too much on that. So this is more, I think, what D'Amico said is more a commentary on Higgins than on anything about Ursary. So that's the first thing that I took away. Like, okay, they think they've got something there. You know?
Yeah, no, I can feel that with Higgins. I mean, I think there's just a level generally of excitement. And I think also it is fair that the tone and tenor of the questions probably helps because, I mean, with Higgins, I think the question was literally in phrased in such a way where it was like just talking about how Higgins has stepped up in these mandatory minicamp type things, which with no shade to the person who asked the question, I was like, I mean, we're talking about mandatory minicamps. I don't know. I genuinely don't even know what the opportunity to step up is, but he has been really good when he has the opportunities to run some of these routes.
And then the other one is the ever-important tight end position, flat out. I mean, he talked a lot about Cade Stover, but flat out said, that's a direct quote.
Speed, route definition were a couple of things. Those were not the only guys. And Stover wasn't the only guy he mentioned in that run.
He mentioned Kalen Bullock.
He mentioned Nick Neiman getting better with his feet, which I was like, oh, that's fun. Like, obviously, that's defense, that his linebacker, where it's his specialty. But Nick Neiman, a guy who was kind of looked at as, really a special teamer right now, him getting that love was kind of interesting. But you mentioned Cade Stover. You're right. You mentioned Kalen Bullock and his body position for tackling. Like, obviously, they're not actually out here hitting nobody. They don't got pads on. But the idea that he's getting better, we know that he can be a ball hawk, but the idea that the body position to get ready to be able to tackle is fun because at that point, if he ends up being a tackler, again, I come back to a question I asked, was it yesterday or earlier last week? The idea is just, where are you supposed to try and attack in this defense if you get Kalen Bullock out here tackling well as well?
No, I mean, and I think that was huge, and you're right, he did it. But let me just give you 3 direct quotes. I made sure to get them right that he said about Cade Stover. He's a guy that's grown. Seeing Cade takes the steps to get better with route definition and seeing him make play after play, Cade Stover has taken a jump. They're liking what they're seeing from Cade Stover, at least for now.
I think so. Yeah. I think so as well. Excited to see where that goes. And then you said your third was a CJ thing.
The third was a CJ thing, and this is just sort of a feel, and I want to know if you guys felt the same way. He just sounded more like a veteran. He was kind of introspective about his body and the things he wanted to do in the offseason. He's always been in a mature, more comfortable in his role. Talking about from everything from why he wasn't throwing to hey, I thought I might lose a couple of pounds and put on a couple of more, some more muscle.
And you could see it.
I buy into people, not
systems with Nick Haley.
And again, perhaps reading too much, but he just sounded more like a veteran, more comfortable in his role.
I can maybe see that. He talked about being just a little bit rusty, which did make me ask how long was he not throwing? And he did clear up, where the soreness came from. He gave us some level of insight, saying that he went really hard. He went maybe a bit too hard in the offseason work, talking about lifting. Obviously, when he was mentioning kind of changing a little bit of the body composition, trying to get less body fat and more muscle, and being very intentional in that way. He said he PR'd in damn near everything this offseason.
See, that's the stuff, cool. Just doing things like that. And then there was, to me, I'd make it the headline if I were writing a headline or writing a column.
All right, Mr. Newspaper Man.
About C.J. Stroud's media availability. They asked him about, taking more control of the offense. This is a direct quote, too. It's something that I wanted and I'm getting. So he is they've been watching Tom Brady film, all this other stuff. He is going to run the offense much more, if not a lot more, on the field.
Yeah, there's that. And then let me know if you feel like these are ultimately full or hints that point to even more. You mentioned he was talking about Kaylee and how they talk a lot. In fact, he said that he doesn't answer Kaylee sometimes because Kaylee calls a lot, which speaks to the level of input and level of comfort that they are seeming to build. But he said that expect a lot of points, and then he mentioned that the offense, what it will actually look like, he'll keep close to the vest. But then he talked about watching a lot of Tom Brady. And if you're watching Tom Brady, obviously there's some things about the way that he handles and manages the game, which I think is going to be very important. But that's kind of speaks to the idea that it's going to be a similar offense. And I will bring you back to D'Amico Ryans when he was talking. He was asked about Trent Brown, which I thought was a very good question. And D'Amico kind of seemed to keep this in the realm of Trent Brown still has an opportunity to participate.
Yes.
I think it was Landry asked specifically about the idea of was Trent Brown here to kind of be a mentor, because that's what it seems like he's been doing with Ariante Ursary, is just giving him a whole bunch of game. He was like, no, that's more of a factor of him just not being fully healthy right now.
Right.
And he's not been asked to be a mentor. That's just something that Trent Brown is doing. Cool thing that you get, which is great. But that kind of puts it in a place where Trent Brown, that he could probably still be a factor, as you've talked about, if he is healthy. Big dude as well. But the words that I think was also utilized by D'Amico was he knows this system. Not he knows the system that Nick Haley is used to, and maybe one that could factor in. No hedging, nothing. He knows this system, which seems to point very much again to the idea this is going to be a New England, very heavily New England-based offense. I think that those two things can give us to the place where, okay, the idea of this is going to mesh, and of course there will be a general mesh in any offense. This is a copycat league. People steal foundation. More and more we're getting all these nuggets, these crumbs that point to the idea that, hey, that New England based Josh McDaniels, I think CJ even specifically mentioned that offense is what it's going to look like.
Yeah, and the other thing that is very, very interesting here, you mentioned Trent Brown. I got the impression, just reading it, as you mentioned, D'Amico kind of feels strongly about, hey, don't write off Trent Brown as a starter now.
Right.
Yeah, that's kind of what he's saying, which kind of explains the rotation that we're seeing too. A lot of Ursary and Cam Robinson at left tackle, almost exclusively Laken Tomlinson, then Jake Andrews at center.
Yeah.
Right guard Titus Howard, and then Blake Fisher at right tackle. Since from the very beginning, I've been kind of like, okay, maybe he's taking that leap. I thought there might be a little bit more of a push there for either Ursary, but maybe that's the Trent Brown spot right there.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Like we'll have to see. I imagine that, and you've got to hope also that like he's healthy and ready to go for training camp, so that we actually get an opportunity to really see him in that space, and if that's the place that they want to go with it. But it does feel like, hey, we're getting a more clarity with the opportunity to talk to these guys about these things. How about this? Can I talk about another thing that I noticed and I picked out? I put a little star beside. When C.J. Stroud was talking about some of the rookies, he mentioned first, and I don't know if him mentioning this guy first means anything here. You tell me. He mentioned Luke Lachey, tight end. He mentioned him first, then he mentioned Woody Marks, and then he just said, and all the other rookies. And I don't think that he
dismissive.
Right.
Yeah, just.
I think he was just like, oh, I need to make sure. And I think that is with him being a leader, realizing anybody that I don't mention ends up being like, we end up doing the thing that I'm actively doing right now. But, you know what I mean? But like, I think that was acknowledgement. But just the idea that front of mind for him, talking about the rookies who are doing a good job, Luke Lachey pops up, tight end, 7th rounder, where, I mean, that we've been looking at that tight end spot. I am very intrigued, especially just off of, again, the minor videos I've been able to see, not being out there at practice, being here, but getting video of other media members out there. It did feel like I've seen some things that make me go, when it comes to Luke Lachey. And then the quarterback saying that he's been doing well out there. I'm going to be watching that space, is what I would say.
And we would no matter what, and it's just nice to see that maybe there's another name in the mix, because the tight end position is so important. We know the story with Dalton Schultz, maybe not. We know what the head coach said about Cade Stover, and there's another mix in there. Brevin Jordan's in the mix, but now we got Lachey as well. So no, that's one for sure. Once they get the pads on. And speaking of which, once you get the pads on, then we'll start, and D'Amico alluded to this as well, then we'll start to get a better feel for the offensive line. Yeah,
certainly. Something that a good catch by Mellow Mike on the YouTube page for me that, I may have overstepped talking about the idea of Trent Brown knowing this system, because Zach Taylor, right, is the head coach there in Cincinnati, a disciple of Sean McVay, another one of those guys that touched the helm of his garment and ultimately got a job that is with the bank recently. Well, so that could be also another opportunity to speak to that offense. So that is a fair point. Thank you for pointing that out. Generally, it feels like we're getting a little bit more of both of these guys feeling very comfortable in front of the microphones. Not like they don't do it frequently, but it felt like they were very comfortable. And, of course, I will again acknowledge D'Amico. Very, very, very confident in giving us a little bit of I told y'all so when it came to the shoulder. And, I mean,
having some fun.
CJ had a decent amount of fun with that, too. So just glad that it's going well, that these guys are doing that. Really, CJ is, and the shoulder is good enough to throw and throw some really good footballs. I'm not going to lie. I'm still going to, as B. Scott said earlier, I'm still going to be watching that space when it comes to later in the season if this could be a thing that pops up. But for the time being, I'm very happy with the day one of mandatory minicamp. Was there anything that popped up for you before we close this? All hearts clear.
Well, Gerard Johnson seems to be having a bigger role in the passing game, and CJ seems to really like him some Nick Caley.
He sure does.
Yeah,
he sure does. Everybody seems to like them some Nick Caley, and so that thankfully or hopefully will be some level of good omen to what this offense will be going further. But all right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us on 610 Day. I feel like I haven't mentioned it a little bit. Hope you're enjoying your 610 Day. And I wonder if that at all factors in to Figgy's mixtape, which is what time it is here in a second. It is Figgy Fig. We turn this thing over to Figgy Fig from Figgy's mixtape. What you got for
Yeah, so you mentioned it. It is 610 Day, and I mentioned in Confessions that played the Seth Payne Unbearable clip. And honestly, I'm still thinking about it. I'm still thinking if I should play it or not.
Okay.
I might play it at the beginning. I'm not sure yet. I'm all over the place, but yeah, man.
We'll find out.
All right, we will find out what Figgy wants to do next.
Nick Caley expects
Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy 610 day as well. 713-572-4610. Keep texting them in, man. Text in your favorite moments, man. It's a bunch of moments I forgot about, but yeah, happy 610 day to everyone. Started. I gotta do this, man. Rest in peace to one of my favorite people, my favorite musicians, Sly Stone.
Absolutely.
Sly and the Family Stone. So he passed away yesterday at the age of 82, and still to this day, like that's like one of my go-to people to listen to, man.
Shelf life.
Yeah. Like we talked about the other day, who you can listen to for 3 hours straight.
Yeah.
Sly and the Family, I can listen to that group 3 hours straight without turning anything.
Yeah, and the thing about Sly is that Sly also was the genesis for a lot of other people. Like there's a lot of other artists that follow very much in line as like Sonic children of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
From his sound. And then you talk, that's before you even go back to the fact that he was a DJ before, like an actual radio DJ that broke a decent amount of artists in that space as well. And then also not just broke them, like became a producer and went and like got those folks making records. Like Sly in the music industry is a absolute giant.
Funky, man. Just his music was just funk.
You darn right it was.
Yeah.
You darn right
so
it was.
in honor of him, man, throughout the mixtape, I'm gonna just play some Sly and the Family Stone.
Oh, cool.
I'm gonna replace this music right here.
I think we'll all approve.
There we go. Get a little funky right here, man. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Rest in peace to the legend right here. As I continue on the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. So I think I'm gonna play it, man.
All right.
I'm gonna play.
We have a decision.
The clip. Yeah, I'm gonna just do it. I'm
speak overwhelmingly and wanting to hear.
You know what? I'm gonna take this on the chin. I know
good for you.
The people spoke, and the people said they want to hear it. If Seth get mad at me, I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna take that for y'all. I ain't gonna throw y'all under the bus.
Yeah.
Man. I'm a man up to it.
Man, it'd be real sad when they have to wire your jaw shut, but I appreciate it though.
Yeah, I'll be back here doing the mixtape still on some Kanye West type, speaking through the wire. But so one of the moments that a lot of people love for some reason was Seth Payne and Mike Meltzer, who was on the morning show here. And the funny thing about this, man, this show you how long ago it was. They were arguing about Osuna. Remember Osuna?
Roberto
Osuna.
My brain immediately goes to Marcelo Osuna.
I was not his biggest fan either.
Yeah, and I think that was the big conversation because, he had some issues going on with DV and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And this is how the conversation went. And remember, it was Paul Gallant was in here too, man. So he was kind of the third wheel. And so you'll hear his voice a little bit, and then you'll hear him at the very end. So here's the clip that everybody want to hear, including me. Mad Radio, Unbearable.
Mike, if Roberto Osuna has to go back and get a job in somewhere other than professional athletics, then so be it. Then the public policy of losing, oh no, don't punish him too harshly because then other athletes won't report.
Again, that's not what I'm saying, and we talked about this exact topic on the air.
I forgot we talked about.
God, make it freaking unbearable to talk about this stuff. You make it unbearable. God,
because
you make this stuff unbearable. Yes, because the way you do this, it makes it unfreaking bearable. God.
All right, well, to state your point.
It makes it unbearable.
I understand it's unbearable. State your point.
It's unbearable. Because my point is, if you don't give anybody a second chance for domestic violence, you know what's going to happen? Then stuff like Ray Rice will never get out there. Why were those women ever reported if Ray Rice never plays in the NFL?
Did she report that?
Yes, she did.
It was on camera.
God,
Mike,
well,
it
you
was
make
on
it
camera.
unfreaking bearable. God, you make it unbearable to talk with you every day. It's crazy. Yes,
go ahead,
it's
Mike.
unbearable, man.
I'll
it's
go be
unbearable.
elsewhere.
Yes, like.
You're in law school, man. Figure it out.
It's Mad Radio, Sports Radio 6.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's one of those where you should not be laughing.
Yeah.
But it's so funny.
When I first played it before the show, I'm thinking like, let me just hear. Man, I was like man,
uncomfortable.
Yes.
You know what my favorite part of it is? Like, it's not actually the strife of any of this, because I mean, I don't really like that necessarily.
But I'm saying, yeah.
The part that I absolutely love is how hard Mike Meltzer hits the bearable part. It's not that it's unbearable; it's unbearable.
Yeah.
It really hits that B real strong.
Yeah.
That it is a quaint kind of little I don't know, just a little twitch in his delivery there that became funny to me as he kept saying it over and over again.
And how many times did he say it?
I forgot. Somebody actually took count of how many times he said it. Definitely over. It had to be like over 10. I'm like, oh my goodness. And then Paul Galline at the end. Sports Radio 610. We'll be back.
Been there. Have you been there where you just like, oh,
yeah.
Whether it's like disconnected from your talent or whatever, where you just like, oh, this is me now.
Yeah.
I'm the person that has to talk now.
Or have you been there when two people were sitting there arguing and you
it's the worst.
Literally in the middle.
Yeah.
Like you not in the argument, but you standing there.
Yeah.
And it's like,
yeah.
I'm gonna be honest here. I have one. I can do you one better. I was in the place, and I think I might have told you guys this story, where one of my homeboys got whooped by his mom's in my house.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? And you just stare like, what am I supposed to do? Walk away from this?
Yeah, you can't.
But also, I'm here in the same room. What am I supposed to do? Like, if I move, she'll see me. Does that mean I'm now in the whooping too? Like, it was just very uncomfortable. So like, no. I have a small understanding of the way that feels.
And now we go to break. That's all you can do. It's like,
salute to Seth Payne. Man.
Wow.
I think,
Sorry, I should not. Should I read? I shouldn't. But I'm going to read it anyways. Irresponsible, 832. Ozuna hit the B real strong, too. Okay, all right.
Oh, man. Oh, come on, man.
Yeah.
Where is he at, by the way? His career just over, ain't it?
I would have to believe so.
Yeah.
That's it? Yeah. Well, that brought out a crazy, legendary disagreement.
610 moments.
Legendary.
Yep. So happy 610 day. I think this is going to tick off Reggie a little bit right here.
Oh.
So, a legendary, he's launching a new AI entertainment company called Stage Zero.
Ooh, this man.
And you know what else he's doing? He has an AI artist.
Oh, I think I've seen people doing this.
Yeah. He has a AI artist by the name of Tata. T-A-T-A, Tata. And a lot of people are very upset with this, especially people that are actually working in the music industry.
Yes, and they should be.
Yeah.
They absolutely should be. How do you feel about this?
I'm a little upset with it, but I think I'm at a point where AI is here. And I don't think there's anything you can really do about it. And I think as far as fans, I think if they make a hit song, I don't think people going to give a damn. It's not like people
This is a tough one because I am all about what AI can bring. This is the proverbial slippery slope. People,
when it comes to creativity,
people bleed for their art. You know, they sweat and bleed for their art. And you're going to press a button?
Yeah.
I am going to this is where it's very easy for me. Like, no.
Yeah, this is one where I'm with you on this. I'm with you on this.
But see, the thing, if this artist come up with a hit song and it's popular everywhere,
be popular.
Like, I think it's nothing we can really do about that because the average listener ain't going to give a damn what it is as long as it's a slap.
Yeah. But here's the thing, and inherently because of the way that it's going to be generated, this is exactly what it's going to be. Derivative.
No, sure.
It's going to be derivative, and I don't think. I mean, look, there have been things that have been derivative all through lineage. What have you. It's still going to be there, and there's songs that go up. I don't think you're going to find like the truest, highest quality of art or the things that really become like masterpieces through derivative AI generated music.
And this is why
it has to be based off of something else.
This is not going to be something new. It's going to be made from something else. It's not going to be some ingenious new production or idea or voice. It's going to be made up of, as you say, derived from others.
But see,
that's the slippery slope.
But see, it's one thing if it's somebody like me that's just doing this. But if you have somebody like Timberland, who's a legendary music producer who is going to be behind all of this too, So he's putting his input on what AI should do too. So it's gonna be a little tricky, man. It's gonna be a little tricky.
It is.
The 402 texted, "Can the AI be any worse than Magoo?"
Ah, come on, man.
You didn't have to do that to Magoo.
First of all, rest in peace to Magoo.
Yes. Oh, that's right. He passed.
Yeah. Hey, man, we can't do that to him. He wasn't that bad, man.
Well, he wasn't that good neither. I just want to be honest.
He had a couple things, man. I would not take no Magoo slander.
Not in the mixtape.
On this here program. It's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. Happy 610 day.
Yes, sir.
Lopez, you kind of travel around the country a lot.
Yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, are you a sandwich guy?
Big time. Yeah, always.
So a guy by the name of David Chang, he actually ranked his top 5 sandwiches in NFL cities.
Oh, I am listening.
David Chang is such a great restaurateur.
I am listening.
Yeah, so I want to see if you agree with some of this.
I'm type this down. You got my interest.
All right, take notes, man.
I am.
So here's David Chang on NFL Network giving us his top 5 sandwich cities.
Coming in at number 5 is New York City. Yeah.
Oh, wow, that feels low, don't it?
Listen, I love New York. It is always going to be my home. But outside of a pastrami sandwich, can you say New York really has a sandwich? Ooh. Right?
Yeah.
Number 4.
That's it.
Listen, The Beef, great TV show.
Okay, Chicago.
Great sandwich. It's you can almost like dip it in the jus if you want to. It's like the best of both worlds. Yeah. Chicago, number 4, and I will say hot dog is not a sandwich. 3 is one of my favorite places to eat in general. New Orleans. You have mufaladas. You have po' boys.
I think I know where we're going here.
One of the richest, most diverse food cities in America, one of the oldest, and you can never go wrong in that city. Just one of the great dining destinations in America. Number 2, and it doesn't this pains me to talk about because I'm no fan of Philadelphia Eagles, but Philadelphia is truly a wonderland of sandwiches. Really. And as much as I love the cheesesteak, I think it's the roast pork that is the true sandwich of Philadelphia. It's got so much going on. The number 1 sandwich in America in terms of depth and diversity would be Los Angeles. Because you have semitas, you got tortas, you also have the pastrami, you have cantors, you got langers, you have all kinds of things. So by the sheer sort of amount of kinds of sandwiches, I'm going to say Los Angeles.
Once we got past 3, I was like, never mind, because I was hoping he might put Houston up there. Because there was a point in time, I think the Chronicle had like a question of what would Houston's like signature sandwich be, and the banh mi came up, and I was like, if you consider the banh mi, you could probably have a level of claim to some po' boys here as well, and then the torta as well. You could get in. Like, this is a very diverse food city.
Yeah.
I was like, could Houston be knocking in that top 5 as well?
I respect the thought he put into this. L.A. is very much in the mix. Very much in the mix, underrated because of the tortas and the pastrami and everything that he talked about. I wouldn't put it 1, though.
I was kind of shocked that was number 1.
I still think New Orleans might be 1. New York 2.
Well, New Orleans is a great food city. I think when he makes this a sandwich city, I think that's what hurts.
But muffaletta and po' boys.
Yeah, the po' boy's huge though.
Yeah, and various kinds of po'. We've been there. We've talked about it.
Yeah,
I'd go
po' boy is a sandwich, by the way.
Well, yeah, it's a sandwich. Yeah.
This might be blasphemous. I'm not huge on a muffaletta.
I like them, but I know people that are not crazy. I put New Orleans 1, New York 2. Probably LA 3, and then Philadelphia and Chicago 4th. Because I mean it's a good sandwich, but I don't know if I'd make it that high. I respect that he explained himself very well.
I mean, he does this for real. Like I wouldn't blame him.
I think he's way up there because of the same reason you're doing LA
for sandwiches.
Yeah.
Okay.
The same reason you're doing LA, and the other thing that Houston has that you might even put above LA, barbecue sandwiches. I mean, that you've got to mix pulled pork, obviously brisket, chopped brisket. You know what? I think it'd be up 2 or 3. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Someone said Mexican burger.
Yeah.
New Orleans is the best, but French dip is from New Orleans. I mean, I guess they could claim that. I didn't know LA owned the torta. Yeah, that was the thing that was a little uncomfortable about. Like, okay, so we're going to put the...
No, that's good, though. That's a good pull by him.
I mean, very much heavy Mexican influence, but I was like, Us too.
But you got that here.
Us as well.
You got that here, and the barbecue sandwiches, and the Cajun influence or New Orleans influence, whatever you want. Houston is way up there.
I think the diversity puts Houston up there too, because it's not like they just taking one little side or something. They putting a Texas spin to it. Like same thing with like Tex-Mex.
Yeah,
they just putting their own spin to it.
I will say, I love David. Like I legitimately really, really like David Chang and his work. I was very disappointed in hearing him say that a hot dog is a sandwich. It almost made me invalidate all the things.
I think, like I said, the guy clearly knows his stuff.
Yeah,
You don't know that one.
He wrong on that one. But that's because hot dogs aren't fine dining. You know what I mean? Hot dogs are meant for a 999 challenge, which our guy Sean Pendergast, we have bullied him adequately into that space, and I think he's going to complete it because I believe in his will to win. So I hope he does that on a. That would be the Astros win. Lance McCullers Jr. gives you a quality start, and Sean Pendergast completes the 999 challenge. 9 hot dogs, 9 beers, 9 innings.
A lot of Mike Tyson opponents had the will to win. They thought they really had the will to win. Then they got punched in the mouth.
And where's the mouth punch is hot dog number 5?
Yeah,
is what
I think
you're saying?
5's the limit. Yeah.
Honestly, I think it really is the beer that's the tough part.
Yeah,
right? Your stomach gets
I don't see how people drink that much beer, man.
It's crazy.
I get full. One glass of beer or bottle of beer, I'm full.
Yeah, just 9 beers by themselves would be tough for me in a 9-inning game. So, excited to see what our guy is able to do. And now that we've said it again on the air, I think that makes it legally
he's got to
binding.
do it.
I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Again, Figgy's Mixtape every weekday, 1:20 p.m. right
Hot
here
time
on
in the
Sports Radio
summertime.
610.
This is everyday people.
Well, but earlier you played the other
song.
I did.
Rest in peace to Sly Stallone, and obviously very much appreciation to Figgy for the mixtape at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see anything that you believe to be mixtape worthy, all right. Coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 610, we'll talk with the fellas of the Drive, and also let's just have some more fun on 610 Day with some more of your moments. We'll talk about that next.
Should we be concerned about
Thank you, Figgy.
Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. 610 Day indeed here on June 10th. Appreciate you guys rocking with us as a staff, record label, and a crew all the way around, making us Houston sports leaders. Not us that does it, it's you. So thank you for doing that, and thank you for rocking with us in the loop here on a Tuesday. Appreciation to B. Scott for jumping on with us earlier. I guess an appreciation to D'Amico Ryans and CJ Stroud for talking, because it was fun to be able to hear them and kind of hear some of the things that they had from day one of mandatory minicamp. Thank you, Figgy. Thank you, John Lopez. I don't think I ever thank y'all.
And thank
enough,
you too, fine sir.
Thanks for.
Thank you, Figgy.
Yeah, thanks, John. Appreciate all the people that make this go on a regular basis. And I guess again, I'll appreciate you, dear listener, because no matter where you're listening, and no matter how you're listening, you being a part of the day is what makes this thing go. All right. I did want to. I think I saw this, and I think we both found it interesting, so I'll circle back around to it. Did you see that Major League Baseball has, operated, they've I guess seen fit to buy a portion of ownership into John Boy Media, which I'm sure a lot of Astros fans hear that the antennas go up. But if you're unfamiliar, John Boy Media, kind of like a digital media I guess group that they do a lot of kind of social media videos often as well.
They do podcasts too.
Podcasts, multiple of them.
Yeah.
Largely
how he
around
got
baseball,
started.
but around some other sports.
Well,
how did people get to know him?
Yeah, he got started doing things that are happening, seemed pretty damn good at it, and so that kind of garnered a level of attention. But obviously, there was a lot of hubbub when it came to the Astros in the 2017 World Series win the Astros had. And obviously the scandal that was around it. John Boy did a lot of that, including, making some assumptions and making some accusations that people around these parts don't take too kindly to. Yeah. And now they're going to be like somewhat official within the MLB. I guess what's the right word to use here?
They purchased a minority interest.
Yeah,
within his company.
Right,
is a come up for him, man.
Yeah.
How did that hit you? Because I mean, for
I'm
me,
so glad you asked that question.
I was like, obviously that thing is there that is never going to go away, and it very much leaves a bad taste in Astros fans' mouths. I do think that though that this represents MLB being a little bit more in tune with where their audience is in some ways, and the ways that I'm not saying the NBA is perfect product by any means, but the NBA has seemed to have a good grasp on like social media with their product, and it seems like John Boy has a good idea of how to get like social media, people in the social media space more active with the game of baseball. That feels like it's probably progressive in the way that they go about things.
This is not something you can say very loud in this city. And I wasn't, no one was real happy with it. You were shocked, but I kind of like stories like that. I love stories like this. This was a hobby. This was flat out, he said it, just a hobby. Baseball freak, did the lip reading thing, really kind of vaulted him to a pretty high level, but then it was the cans pouring over MLB videos one after another, and putting it all together, and figuring out that the Astros had created this system of sign stealing, and then of course we all know what happened after that. It's not something that you can necessarily say, oh yeah, good for him, good for the Astros, but I like stories like this. Because of what one of the things you just mentioned for sure, but also this dude just was piddling around at home with a hobby, and now Major League Baseball has purchased an undisclosed minority stake in it and has guaranteed him that they're going to have no control over the content. This is going to be his content. So what they're doing is saying we got to get into, and this word is used a lot, but it's very accurate. We got to get into that space. That younger, more contemporary, certainly more used, whether it's, social media or podcast or all the things that you mentioned, they are getting into that space with a guy who's now going to be, I'm guessing, pretty independently wealthy. because of it.
That is a come up for him, man.
400 million views.
Yeah, I mean, it is also worth remembering. Like, it's not just him. It's not just one dude in front of a camera, right? Like, he's built a pretty robust media thing that they have going there. But
but that's a hell of a story, though.
Yes,
man.
that's what I'm saying. You don't want to say it too loud, but I love stories.
Just imagine you starting an independent company. Yeah. You and some boys or something like that, and now you the ML League is investing in your product.
Yeah, it really is a great story. It's but how it came about, there might be a couple of sore spots.
Yeah, no, there's definitely, and that's what I'm very.
I feel like we need a little credit for this too, man.
That's right. We played all that.
They need to break the Astros a little something.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's because I'm like, I imagine that there's going to be a large amount of baseball fans who I think might get. Obviously, this is not going to be a thing that's very visible to the baseball fan just inherently, but like the idea that there's going to be more of these types of things. There's baseball fans, I imagine, that are really tapped in to this kind of like bringing them different and interesting looks at their favorite sport. But I feel like there's going to be a lot of Astros fans that it's not easy to see it that way, and I cannot blame them. And that's why I was like, I'm interested to see what the Astro fan reaction is to it. The hardcore Astro fan that remembers like all the buzzer talk that was largely generated by John Boy and people around John Boy.
And I've already seen, he owes money to the Astros, Altuve, he needs to give Altuve. Look, I don't think people understand the number of videos that he had to pour through to finally get it all together and figure it out and put it together and do the videos and create this media company.
Okay, I thought you were talking about the Altuve thing in particular. I was like,
no.
That's quite the hill to try and die on there, Frank.
He did work.
Yeah.
Big time work, and now he's getting the benefit of it.
Yeah, I guess so. There you
go.
Do
you feel like it'd be kind of awkward if like John Boy Media had to do some work with the Astros?
Yes.
Like if it was like just imagine some of the employees from the Astros.
Yeah.
Man,
yep. And I imagine, I don't think that's like the reason why, but I imagine it probably helps that the arrangement is as it is, right? You keep doing things the way that you want, but here's like an influx of cash for you to kind of keep doing this at a certain level and keep, in a way, promoting the game and making it find its way to various different people. But that's. I thought that was an interesting thing. I'll say the Tom Brady thing for tomorrow because I still find that.
You're probably gonna do an interview with Jose Altuve.
That would be something. That would be something.
Oh, the coming together. I have a feeling that Jose might not be all too invested in that particular sit down
Alex
interview.
Bregman.
Bregman feels like he'd be more invested than Jose Altuve, but I don't know how well that goes over.
Maybe
you tell me.
Yeah, probably. Carlos Correa.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's very invested. He's very invested in it. But the vast majority of Major League Baseball fans probably like this.
Yeah.
Just not here. For obvious reasons.
That'd be the way.
But I do love stories like that. That guy made himself something, man.
Somebody said MLB now has a spy without having a spy. I would feel like if MLB really wanted to try and get on the inside of things, I don't know that John Boy is the first avenue that they would go to. But, I mean, maybe that ultimately works to some ways in their advantage. All right. Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for what they allow us to do every day, but particularly on a 610 day, which is Crosstalk with the fellas of the drive. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, what's happening on the 610 day?
Not much, baby. Happy 610 day.
Yeah. What's your favorite memory? Put you on the spot.
Yeah, you really just you were just like, hey.
Kind of guy he was talking about.
Yeah, I heard that earlier. He was mixing in two different.
Okay, yeah. Please clarify.
Two different ones. Yeah, no, it was the Houston Astros were playing the Minnesota Twins in the divisional or the wild card round, divisional round of the playoffs. I think they lost game one, and people were acting like they weren't fans of a team who had been to, at that point, six straight ALCSs and won multiple championships at that time, and people were falling apart over the Minnesota Twins. And I just said, man, what is going on? That's some scary.
Shouldn't surprise you, though.
And then that's when Brandon went and did his thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. The other time we had an argument about me saying, no, I think the Rockets should entertain bringing in a Donovan Mitchell. I think it would, like that. That's a guy that would really help this group going, and he was on the other side of it. And we were going at it. I think we are both folks that have a argumentative style. That my debate tactic at times is, I may not let you get in.
Oh yeah. I learned that at the bar one time.
I may not let you get in. But he tries to match it. So we had a bunch of two guys maybe not trying to let people get in. It was a good one. If you were there, I think it was a lot better than you heard.
If you were there in person.
If you were there in person, hearing some people losing their minds. But no, what's your favorite memory? You're the one who's been here forever.
I went through so many of them, man.
He talked about the time that Nick Wright dunked his boys in some hot coffee.
Yeah. He lost a bet to me, and he had to drop them in a cup of hot coffee that I made. And it was legit. He was in pain.
I remember listening to you.
Right. Clint is just, if you could see a look on Clint's face, which obviously if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, but
I mean, that's just, what are we doing?
Stupid things, man.
I don't know.
Some people dye their hair blonde. Some people.
You gonna pretend like those are the same?
I'm just saying, I've shaved my head right here, sitting down with a razor, non-looking.
I mean, I got questions. Did you watch? I mean, he got a couple.
Well, we made everybody turn around, and I was kind of like side-eyeing it.
I bet you were.
That means you watch less, you know. Yeah. But I gave him the cup of coffee in a big cup, and he put him in.
I'd have watched dead. If it's going to hang down in a cup, I got to see it. I got to see it.
It was
I
real.
would have done it.
It was real, and he screamed like a woman. Probably.
Yeah, I mean, hell.
He should, man. Balls and coffee. I just remember.
I look at him different now. Right now, I think less of him. I'll be honest. I think less.
Before
I can make you think even less, because I learned that apparently at one point he licked Cheeto dust off of John's fingers.
My fingers, yeah.
Who did?
Nick
Wright.
He kept losing bets to me.
FS1's Nick Wright.
He kept losing bets to me, and it getting worse and worse. What were you going to say?
Did it turn you on, John?
Yeah, man. I make some bets. I just say
that thing, man.
I can't get to lick. Before I even not only worked here, but before I was even in the business, I used to work at a children's mental health hospital, and I would periodically just be sitting there, trying to listen to stuff. And I, of course, followed Nick from Kansas City. And I would listen to you you guys would do these drafts.
Oh, yeah.
All the time.
Yeah,
there was a cereal one that really stuck out.
Oh, yeah,
in my
we
head.
drafted cereal.
Yeah. The draft. It was so serious.
I'd be so bad at the cereal draft, because the cereals I like, people think, like my number one seed.
You look like you like some Raisin Bran.
Yeah. You diagnosed it. I love this brand.
You ought to be.
I'm regular as hell, brother, though. I'll tell you that for sure. Real regular.
At least you're probably regular.
Yes, sir.
I think I had Fruit Loops #1.
Oh, that's a bad pick.
I think I had Fruit Loops.
That's a bad pick.
Yeah.
Cinnamon Toast Crunches.
There we go.
I'm in that.
The floor is yours.
That Captain Crunch peanut butter.
That's good.
That's a good pick.
Yeah.
That's a solid pick.
I'm cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
All right.
I knew you liked that chocolate.
Honeycomb was controversial. I'm a big honeycomb guy.
I don't think that's. I think
honeycomb
that's
big. Yeah.
We're not relitigating the segment right now. Hold on. Let's cut that out right now.
The floor is yours.
We're not doing that.
It's not small. No.
All right, Clint. Two things. Favorite Sports Radio 610 memory, and then obviously, we're going to ask you what you got for us on the show today.
I think my memory, my favorite memory is probably just skull dragging Rich Lord in bowling, because I mean,
how could I forget that?
I mean, that was completely unexpected. Like I was not. It was ridiculous. I literally turkey legged him at the end of the. I didn't have. I mean, I've bowled maybe legitimately 5 times in my life, and this guy claimed to be a league bowler, had his own ball, everything.
You embarrassed him.
And his own, well, yeah, I mean, I didn't mean to.
Yeah, no, I
literally
remember that.
I felt bad.
You were just slinging it.
I felt bad about it, but it was so much fun in the moment that I literally was like, "This is too good to be true." Strike, too good to be true. Strike, no way. That's when I found out what a turkey leg was when I was turkey legging his ass. Yeah. That was that's no question, and I can't even feel good about it, to be completely honest.
Yeah, you can feel a little.
I think
I enjoyed it because winning is fun, but I mean, he's an older gentleman. He was an older gentleman. I had no idea
what. Did you know how
I had no idea what was coming.
The approach,
the hunt.
Oh, yeah.
He was doing all that. He was like,
I had no idea what was coming down the pike
was
either.
just going,
just firing it as hard as he could.
looking
down
over the top of the ball.
I mean, it was about a month later.
Yeah, all I could see Clint walking back and
Canned him, and I had no idea that I was ever going to do. I had no idea that at that point that I was ever going to do full-time radio.
Right.
And I damn sure didn't think I was going to be, take his seat.
So you beat him in bowling and
so
then took his
yeah, that's what it looked. I mean, it was one of those
Damn,
like,
that did make it worse, didn't it?
It's awful, man.
Yikes.
Sorry, Richie Rich. But yeah, that was it, man. I have nothing from you guys today because we were actually at practice. We're getting a workout in.
Right.
We got a little work. Me and Ryan got a little workout in afterwards. But I do have something on y'all's crosstalk. I heard y'all's crosstalk.
Okay.
Sean Pendergast, y'all had this little conversation about this TikTok challenge or whatever that Sean Pendergast wants to do. Y'all had a little conversation like any of that is remotely easy. Did I hear it right? 9 beers and 9 hot dogs?
Correct.
A beer and a hot dog per inning. There ain't no way in hell.
I agree, but we can't tell him that while we're trying to get him to do it.
9 of them? He's over there going, oh, yeah, I think the beers will be 9 hot dogs, bro?
The beers are going to get you.
I think I can do it.
Yeah, the beer's
You could do
9. Ain't no way.
I think I can
Ain't no way.
I can do
I don't
4.
believe you.
I'd be 4.
I'm not going to.
Yeah, I think I can do 4.
I can do 4.
I can do 4 and be extremely uncomfortable. 9?
I don't believe you.
I
don't believe you. All right, fellas. Y'all have.
I don't think you could do it right now with your stomach shrunk. I don't think you could do it right now, unless
my stomach can easily. We haven't reached a point where it's adjusted. My stomach can go back. I could do 9 in 9 innings.
Eventually,
9 hot dogs, 9 beers.
Even with
we ain't talking about them little shorties that Tyler
next
drinks.
day baseball game. I feel like that's something that's got to be.
Even with the pitch clock. Well, I'm on a mission right now. So
9.
Hey, bump that mission, baby. We trying to make history.
Yes, 9 hot dogs.
9 hot dogs and 9
hot
beers.
dogs. I could get done by the
Ron's
third.
got
All right, fellas. I just realized I'm not doing my job right now.
Sorry,
Happy
man.
Sports Radio 610 day today. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Right now, the drive is live.
Hey, Ron, I'm listening to that crosstalk and I'm like, Sean's crazy. He is seriously sitting on these airways going, oh yeah, 9 hot dogs. I think the hot dogs be easier than the beer. I'm like, 9?
I honest to God, I'm confident I could get it done by the 6th.
Ron, 9 hot dogs and 9 beers.
I don't know. You can keep saying it. It's not.
You got to do one. You got to do one an inning though. That time is necessary.
I can and a good 2 beers in the first inning.
Oh my God!
Hughley has came in the game.
Especially them dollar dogs, because it's dollar dog night tonight. Especially those. Oh, yeah.
Would you be uncomfortable in the 9th inning?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I would do it and keep on moving like normal, but yeah, yes. God, dog, I mean,
9 beers, I'd be blitzed.
9 beers, really?
Right now, I've not been drinking that much. Yes, 9
over the course of 9 innings.
If we went to a baseball game and I drank 9 beers, yes, I'd be drunk. I wouldn't stumble and stutter, but I would be.
Yeah, but
I would be drunk when I
lightweight.
And then, but then you're eating the hot dogs, and that would offset some of it
maybe
as well.
I ain't eating 9 hot dogs.
I'm not saying I want to do it. I'm just saying if you're saying, oh, we're going to do a challenge, you tell me I got 9. Yeah. I got 9 innings. Shoot, man, I go up there and order. Hey, let me get 2 hot dogs. Let me bang this beer out. That's easily done by the first, unless we're some sort of a 5-pitch inning. Text line. That's why your back is stretching out now, Ron. Your mom. I'm just simply saying.
Fat back mom.
I'm just saying. I'm just simply saying. I mean, I think it's a challenge. I believe
in you.
Listen, I watch a little Food Network. There are some of those challenges that I don't think I could attain. Like, hey, what was it? 45 minutes. Eat this big ass loaded burrito with everything in it, and you got to eat the rice and the beans, and you can't.
Your colon's not going to appreciate that.
But 9 hot dogs,
slight work.
9 beers,
easy.
I'm not saying it's light work. It's upper mid. Upper mid work.
I've seen you go after a glizzy. I believe in you.
Oh man, shoot, that dollar dog night, man. Shoot, boy, I had a hot dog down before I got to my seat. I ordered 2 hot dogs, Clint, at the register. One of them was gone by the time I got to my seat.
I can see banging out a couple hot dogs.
You think it's the combination?
I mean, it's the constant stuff in your face and drinking. I mean, it is the first few. I could probably get to 3 pretty easy. 3 beers, three hot dogs. But them next 6 are going to hurt, man.
I'm not going to say it's not. I'm not going to say it just be easy. I bet Will can do it. Will Kunkel, who's going to join us here in a bit. But Will could go in 9 innings, Will. You could do 9 hot dogs and 9 beers. In 9 innings. Absolutely.
I have faith in that.
Yeah.
I just don't feel like it's as easy
People are
as
texting
now
in.
y'all are making it out.
People are texting in. I'm not saying people are texting in, Ron, just trying to get a hot dog and beer free out of it. No, I don't want to do the challenge. I'm not going to do the challenge. I'm trying to go heads up.
That would be awesome if somebody with the Astros was sitting there going, "Hey guys, SportsRadio 16, y'all come on here. We'll feed and drink y'all all day long."
Ron's like, I'm in.
Game.
No, I'm not. I don't want to do it. I got a mission to get here. I'm trying to get back down here 295. But I'm just telling you, I could waltz my ass right in there and bang it out. Good luck to you, Sean. How many you think Sean gets? You think he gets to 7?
Man, he said the girl that did it on TikTok got to 7. He said,
Well, Sean, you done stepped
somebody
off
did make a great point of, don't they stop selling beer at the Astros games after the 7th inning?
Not anymore.
Not anymore. They go all the way through, huh?
No,
Found that out last game.
Jim said we ain't gonna stop making that money.
Too much money to be made in the 8th and 9th inning, huh?
Yeah,
Hell, I don't blame you, man. Make that money,
do
Jim.
that now. All right, here we go. Day 1, mandatory minicamp, and we talked about it when we left yesterday. What's going to be the big story, the big thing that we're going to be looking at, that everybody's going to be looking at? Clint, you made a great comment about it yesterday. This isn't just a local thing. This is a national thing. It was one of the top things that ESPN's NFL Live talked about was C.J. Stroud throwing the football. And, Clint, what we saw today was he was throwing the football. We found out he was speaking after practice, so that was probably a good sign that he may throw the football, because that would have been an interesting.
No way Nick would have let that happen if he wasn't throwing.
If he wasn't throwing the football, but he was throwing the football. And Clint, to me, he looked normal. I don't know about how you viewed him. We saw him. He did everything, warm-ups, through the running backs, all of their individual drill stuff, and then he did all the team stuff. He looked like his normal self. He was a bit rusty. He even made the comment himself, but he looked like his normal self to me, and I think now the story is over.
Yeah, look, I think there's nothing to it. We move on right now. We saw CJ throw. I didn't think there was any limitations on his day. We saw him throwing corner routes where he was throwing the ball, I don't know, probably 25, 30 yards, air travel. And then all of a sudden, there's a couple of times at the red zone where they were sitting down and really kind of ripping it in there on the chest of a tight end. And then we saw they start, I don't know if it was 7, I can't remember if it was 7-on-7 or team, but they start one of the drills with a go route to Higgins down the sideline, which was good to see. They started one with a Christian Kirk corner route again, where the ball air travel was probably 30 to 40 yards because it's a wide side of the field on a corner. And we even saw one play where Will Anderson again would as a fan, I love Will Anderson, by the way. As a quarterback, I would have a little bit of a problem with him. I'd say it's time to settle it down. At one point, we saw Will Anderson and get his paw on push Fisher back into C.J. Stroud and get his paw on C.J.'s shoulder and arm, which could be a bad situation if CJ was in the throwing motion. So
yeah, he's got to reel that in.
Yeah, he's got no doubt about it. I mean, not only is it disruptive as hell, you can't get anything done when you can't practice in sweats if Will's on the field. Ultimately, he's going to disrupt everything. So, but all joking aside, from a safety perspective with C.J. Stroud, that's letting him get that close and get a hand on C.J. Stroud, along with C.J. stretching the field with the ball. There were no limitations whatsoever. So not only did he throw today, but it appeared to be full go to a point where they got zero concerns about C.J. Stroud. So that was good to see.
Yeah, story is over. I do want to address this a little bit because I'm seeing some, how can I put it, non-listening idiots text in.
Oh.
We're the Chicken Little now. Squawk. The sky is falling. CJ has general soreness. Oh, my God. Just like creating drama where there is none.
God bless, brother.
If you have actually opened up your ears and listened, and if you're talking to us, if you're not, then this isn't for you. But if you've opened up your ears and listened to us, I know we have repeatedly, and I know I have repeatedly said, I don't think it is serious. I don't think they would have him out there even handing things off if it was serious. I said if he doesn't throw today, now we're looking at 4 weeks, and there's a wonder, okay, what's the deal? Repeatedly said it wasn't serious. But the quarterback the most important athlete in the fourth biggest city in the country, the number one athlete over anybody else, Altuve, anybody else, is C.J. Stroud. He's not throwing the football. We're not just going to say, hey, C.J.'s not throwing. 2 days, 3 days, 2 weeks in a row, he's not throwing. All right? We didn't over make a deal out of it. We didn't overdo it. We didn't, no. We reported what happened, and we both said it's not a big deal right now. We start going a month, now we got to look at a different thing. So open up your ears and listen for yourself and stop just making up stuff. Get on my damn nerves. Sky is falling. Nobody over here said the sky was damn falling.
Yeah,
you just hear what the hell you want to hear.
Look, I don't. It doesn't matter.
Love you.
I'm thankful back throw day, but for C.J.
Clint
Stroud,
B. Scott was kind of doing the most.
Yeah, that's fine. I appreciate you listening.
I'm set right here.
I greatly appreciate you listening. And here's the deal: C.J. Stroud not throwing for a 10-day stretch is a big ass deal. I don't care if it is June. That's the biggest news. I mean, hell, it was on national news. It hit the headlines on national news. It's a big deal. If he misses another 10 days plus, I'm assuming it was 10 days. I think that was the stretch of days between practices that we witnessed where he wasn't throwing. It'll be a big deal again. So I'm glad he's back. For C.J. Stroud to again, I want to encourage. I want to remind the texter. D'Amico Ryans has been 2 or 3 times. We'll get the audio today if you didn't hear it. D'Amico Ryans several times has been on air talking about how important these reps are in attending and getting these reps. For a guy to miss those reps physically, it's a big-ass deal. If you don't think it is, hey, man, keep it moving. No big deal. But the reality of it is, for me, having been through some similar training, it's a big deal. Glad he's back, though. Glad he's recovered. Glad whatever is about gone by the wayside, and we can move on.
Yes, glad to see that he was throwing the football today and doing everything in practice, and it's good that thing is over for the Texans. But yes, he's not throwing. He's not participating in stuff we're going to talk about.
Well, the beautiful thing about CJ coming back too, and D'Amico talked about it. We may bring this audio to you. The thing of CJ coming back, y'all, is the vibe on the field is totally different with CJ out there. Now it helps when you throw a dime to Christian Kirk, who nearly makes the catch, and then you throw a ball to start a drill to Higgins, and he goes up and makes a one-handed catch on a go ball. That kind of helps get the momentum rolling and get the energy flowing kind of thing. But there's no doubt about it. There is a different vibe in the huddle. There's a different pep in the step. There's a different expectation and standard at practice when seven's in the huddle. And I think that was blatantly obvious today. And again, the production was there. Guys were making plays. Guys were making catches. But that's what you want from your face of your franchises. You want to see a noticeable difference from when he's on the field and when he's not. No offense to Davis Mills, no offense to Keaton Slovis, but the truth of the matter is when C.J. Stroud steps in that huddle, the vibe and around the whole practice field changes completely. And that's how practice gets taken to the next level with seven out there. It was obvious today.
You mentioned Jalen Higgins. He had a day today.
Oh, did he?
For me, Tyler, listeners, Jalen Higgins, to me, was the standout of practice. Like, if you were to tell me who was the number one player that stood out to you in practice, it was Jalen Higgins. At some point, we'll let you hear what D'Amico had to say about him. But he gets a one-handed catch where he goes past Kamari Lassiter, helped out probably Stroud on a throw that CJ makes usually an easier catch, runs by him, and then he has a cross, and this wasn't just a, hey, we can't tackle because we missed the tackle. They just weren't going to get him. He has a real Mike Evans like stride and feel to him. I'm not saying Clint and Tyler that he's going to be Mike Evans. I'm just saying like when you watch him move, he looks like he's not moving as fast as he actually is. That stride, the long steps.
Yeah.
So he looked really, really good, especially compared to how he looked at OTAs where he just kind of seemed background-like.
Yeah.
This one was like, whoa, okay.
Yeah.
That's why they made him their first
I thought the go route, the fade that he caught early on, it's all over social media right now. The fade that he caught showed it perfectly. I mean, you saw him, the body contact, using his body, keeping his body between the ball and the defender, and then which was Kamari Lassiter, by the way. And all of a sudden, boom, this go-go gadget arm sticks out there about 5 feet out in front of him and catches it. That's the length I've been talking about. And today was a Higgins day, no doubt. He jumped off the field.
Yep. All right, coming up is we got a special guest. Will Conkle, the type of guy that, when you go out with him, at least for me at my stage, when you go out with a guy like Will Conkle, all right, man, let's get the extras. let's get the extras. Will's gonna bring over a crew. Now what can you do with the extras? That's the Will back now. Will, that's in his old days, not now. But Will's the guy. Like, all right, come on, Will. Come on, where's
you got no grenade jumper in here.
Here you go. I'm ready to bring it. Well, I bet you Will and Clint together. That'd be a fun. It'd be a fun host.
It'd be some pretty grenades, huh?
To pick up those extras.
It's a lot of championship hair.
Pick up those extras. But Will Conkle, a guy from Fox 26, Texans Insider, also covers the Astros. He'll join us for the next couple of segments. You're going to have a lot of fun with Will. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. Advanced hair restoration is
On Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress. Handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we continue rolling here on The Drive. And with us, our guy, Will Conkle. And you've known him. He's an insider. He's covered all Houston sports. We've got some people here from YouTube and Twitch. Frank or
It sure as hell ain't me.
I'm about to say, and then he corrected himself, most Southern. I was going to say, I don't get like Will's got a
I got an American accent. I've lived everywhere, man.
I didn't get that. I didn't quite get that from Will. I mean, I get it from Clint, but I didn't quite get that.
You said that with some a little bit of.
I just said it's hard. It's hard. It's hard not to.
You picked up on that, huh?
It's hard. It's hard. It's beautiful. Sure.
Oh shoot!
I bet you throw a lady off, man. If you get him and like a Frenchman or something with their accents, like who's gonna win?
Well,
I don't know which one.
Before my married days, it worked well in Paris. It worked well in Scotland and Amsterdam, and so yeah.
Where are you?
Yeah,
he's had some. Where are you?
Solid moves.
Is that your real voice? Oh my!
Hey, most of them guessed.
All right, Will. I know you were out there today checking out mandatory minicamp day one, and for me, it always intrigues me when I'm out there and I'm looking. All right, where who's not there? Who's not out there? Who's not out there? And you know, it was like, hey, Nick Chubb. We'll get to him in a second. He was out there first to heli. 5 o'clock fire. He still hadn't signed with the team yet. He was already out there. Saw a report here from Aaron Wilson. Joe Mixon and Damian Pierce were out again. Mixon was with a walking boot. Now, sources say he's in an ankle brace. So that one is injury-wise that we understand tracking well. But there was no Pierce. There was no Harris. A couple of others we didn't see out there. Danico Autry was on the field. Braxton Berrios was on the field but didn't practice. But some guys we didn't see. What are you hearing on that? Because this is mandatory minicamp. This is different than OTAs, and there were several guys we just didn't see out there.
And that's it. Just didn't see him. So I talked to someone with the Texans. They said they have 100% attendance. Everybody's in the building. Everybody's in meetings. Everybody's doing what their schedule says they need to be doing, including Joe Mixon.
That old schedule, huh?
Yeah, you get it.
Their schedule. Random schedules.
He's on a schedule. He's on a schedule. It's the biggest cop-out,
Like,
right?
is it supposed to be safe to assume if you're not out there, it's an injury? That's got to be the schedule thing.
Man, that's interesting. Unless it's like you just don't want to be out there.
Because I just, for me, I don't understand how Dameon Pierce is not the first one on the practice field.
Well, we
like
were
that, unless there's an injury.
And look, I'm 100% speculating here, but to me, the way that you remember how they handled, what was that, 2023? You remember how when it came to be, it was more of he had some off the field issues that he needed to handle, and it wasn't, hey, he's not a fit. Remember, everybody was like, it's not a fit for the system. It's this new system. He's not a fit. No, well, he just had some deals, some stuff he needed to handle off the field, and they led you to believe that it was more him personally, mentally, emotionally. And so with Dameon Pierce, I wonder if again, we're in that neighborhood, right? Because we don't know of any injuries. That's the scary part of it is I hope my man's some deal where he stepped away from the game or something like that, and they're protecting him.
Yeah, because
always right.
Because the two guys to me that stick out, Will, is him and Christian Harris, and the Christian Harris thing is just very odd. I know D'Amico, while I was out, spoke a little bit about it, but from what I heard, it still wasn't like real clear. It was very vague. But those two guys really jump out when you look at it. It seems like they have brought in replacements for them in free agency, and EJ Speed and now Nick Chubb. It is just, if they're not injured, that's a weird thing to see those guys out.
I'd be more concerned with Christian Harris because he's got a role in this defense. Like last time we saw him, he was good. You want him healthy. With all due respect to Dameon, we're good now. So if you're healthy, great. And if you think you can provide something cool, but probably not, he'll probably be elsewhere in the NFL. Like it is what it is, man. Like you want Christian Harris out there. Christian is good and will provide a service for you. So that would make me nervous.
Yeah, I want to get to the C.J. Stroud throwing and some different things, but we'll save that for the next segment. But I do, Will. I want just your thoughts on the Nick Chubb while we're talking about the running back situation. Nick Chubb being here. The fact that he was at practice, Ron went and ran down the list there. Just your thoughts on Chubb and what he brings to the Texans.
With that number, let's go. Yeah. For sure, man. And who knows what numbers he puts up. Let's pump those brakes. Yeah. Fans, they see this, he's back. He's good. All right, maybe, hopefully. I'm thinking if he puts up 400 to 600 yards, it's a success. And then if it's anything past that, if you want to keep him, he'll get a deal elsewhere. But for that type of money, $2.5 million, that's awesome. Yeah. And then it goes up to $5 million. And if it goes up to $5 million, great, because that means he produced.
Yep.
So I love it. I love it because he's the backup. You're not relying on him to be your running back.
Yep.
If he produces, that means he's doing it to spell Joe.
Yeah.
And you got to get Joe some more breathing because, damn, does that kid work.
I know that was big. That was big for you is Joe Mixon needs to get some relief. That was a big thing for him. Late in the season.
The thing is, there's no sense in having a Joe Mixon if you can't use them, as as coaches always say in today's football. If you can't use these guys to their strengths, like if you can't use if Joe Mixon can't be on the field on third down, and it's Dare Ogunbowale, something's not right. If Joe Mixon has to come back from injury on a bum ankle and try to make it work because you don't trust Dameon Pierce, something's not right, right? And if you can't plan in training camp moving forward of, hey, we want to have Joe Mixon in those 2-minute situations in the fourth quarter. We want to have at least the option to have Joe Mixon on the field, in week 10 and him be healthy, not be banged up, to all kinds. This could potentially be the answer for that right there. That's what you hope for anyway. At the very least, to your point, Nick Chubb can a little bit of relief on Joe Mixon, and I think you got something.
And it's not this lightning thunder BS. It's thunder with some lightning. Like those defenses, you want to talk about getting leaned on for 3.5 quarters, then in the fourth quarter you run the clock out and you seal the win. That's the type of offense that you have because who knows what this offensive line is going to do. I think they're going to be a better run blocking team than they were last off for every yard. That Green Bay game, I'm still exhausted from watching 9 cutbacks for 12 yards just to gain a couple.
Yeah.
Like, it was tiresome to watch. I think they're going to be better run blocking at the very least, and hopefully they're better pass blocking, because I think there's certainly a run-first offense, despite what we all wish they were because of the talent they had, how bad they were last year.
You kind of hit it towards this with Dameon Pierce. The numbers aren't adding up for somebody. I mean, we know Joe and Nick's going to be there. Hard to see Woody Marks not making this team after you trade up in the 4th round. The numbers aren't adding up, I would imagine, for either Dare or Dameon Pierce. And I would probably give the edge to Dare Ogunbowale with everything he does on special teams. The numbers aren't adding up for somebody.
Yeah, like Damien's all but gone, sans an injury. But like, good for him. Like, he's put good things on tape. If I were him, it's hard to leave a place that's the only place you've ever known. I get that. That's scary. But at the same time, he'll get burned somewhere else. He'll get some carries elsewhere. He's put enough out there. He's aggressive enough. It could light another fire under his tail. Like, I think it would be the best thing for him if he were no longer here, because he ain't going to get the touches here. Right. And so therefore the contract won't follow that he probably would want.
We got to, and I know not when Will's in the building. I want to give Will his time and flowers, if you will. But in that 3 o'clock hour today show, we got to talk about it. We got to talk about this. We got to talk about this with Dameon Pierce.
Okay.
I heard some stuff this morning with the boys, and Will just brought that memory back to me. We got to.
Right, we'll talk about it. That's
yeah. That's, what do they call that? A vertical tease, horizontal tease, whatever it is. Stay in that 3 o'clock hour. Stay now for Will. Stay in that 3 o'clock hour. I got something for you.
Texans insider, reporter, Astros is really everything. Will Conkle will continue with us. We'll get his thoughts on the CJ throwing situation. That story finally, I think, comes to an end. And little Astros and this surge they're going through, a lot to get to. And Lance McCullers goes tonight. What is Lance McCullers? What do they have in him right now with the way he's pitched lately? We'll continue right here live on The Drive.
Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about the most assertive pro painters. Y'all, look, I have done flipped some homes. I've had several projects in my own.
TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm always good raw dog in the drive.
Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive. We're joined by our guy, Will Conk, who covers the Texans, covers the Astros. Big Conk in the building.
You know it's UNK, right? It's not conch shell.
I was just going to say, it makes me think of a giant conch shell.
Yeah, big conch. Yeah, that's the way that I have to. That's the way I have to make the.
Hey man, he's been in Aruba, man. He's been.
That's
been
the way
hunting,
I have to. No, I did it before. That's how I have to.
You've been in Aruba.
Make it work. Yeah.
That's the tan I see.
Yeah. Well, yep.
Told you.
Had it prior to it as well, but no. We were talking about mandatory minicamp day one. And the biggest story, regardless of what some of our listeners would say, is C.J. Stroud. That's me thinking through this.
It's good radio.
Yeah, C.J. Stroud finally throwing. We went through multiple weeks of OTAs. He hadn't thrown. The team, when they said it was not anything that they were concerned about. D'Amico said it. Nick Caley said it. To me, I was with that. If he had not thrown this week, to me, we would have been rolling up on a month here of him not throwing the football, and that to me is a different ball game. Something happened, right? And so he came out, threw the ball, looked normal today, and it seems like that's put to bed. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it is put to bed. Like, we're good. All things are go. We're ready for training camp, but I was at a 2 out of 10. Like, there was something to be concerned about. Every quarterback that's healthy during this time, especially with a new OC, is throwing. He's out there with his team taking first-team reps. To not be doing that isn't doing your job. It's not getting ready. Like, you want him out there. That's the goal. Every single time you want QB1 with the number one offense. So for everyone that was like, I'm not worried, you're just playing the long game of saying that nothing's going to be wrong in the end. Like, fine, but in the moment, you need to be worried because you weren't doing what you should have been doing. So I was a 2 out of 10. I'm now at a 0, and he's throwing, and we're all good. Now there goes 40 days worth of content we could have had.
I'm glad it's
the big part about it was, too, we talked about a little bit in the first segment, Will, he was clearly full go today.
Yeah.
You know, there was no restrictions. I mean, Will Anderson got his paw on him at one point, and everybody kind of gasped on the sideline. I mean, it's just, look, he's good right now, but I can only speak from my experience, right? And I never played at this level. I never started for a team that won 10 games and the expectations were to go win a Super Bowl. If there were ever a time when I didn't throw a football for 10 days, I'm telling you it was a big ass deal.
Mm-hmm.
There was something that put some fear in somebody of, hey man, that pec ain't right. Hey, that shoulder's not right. If it was an AC, slight AC separation in the shoulder, I had that, and it wasn't until a year later that I realized, hey man, I didn't rehab that thing right. I lost a bunch of arm strength. I had to go back in and rehab it. I mean, I know it's CJ, and obviously people are watching him a lot closer than they were watching my ass, and I understand that. But it is a big deal when a guy's not throwing for 10 days. It takes a lot for, especially a guy that's wired the way CJ is, especially a guy that's got a new offensive coordinator, especially a guy that's got 2 new wide receivers that they got to make work.
Of
3
course.
if you count Christian Kirk.
It's all bad in that moment. And for everybody that says, well, D'Amico said it's no big deal, and everyone's not worried. You want to play that game of how many times we've heard so-and-so's on schedule to come back, so-and-so, no big deal? Like, it's not their job to tell us that somebody's hurt. That's fine. Yeah. But you don't have to take them at their word all the time and always. I don't think they're lying to us, but I also don't think they have to tell us everything.
Sure.
Like, they're not trying to mislead us necessarily. Like, D'Amico said to me when I asked him last week, did he get any work done on his shoulder? He said, we're moving on. We're done with D'Amico.
Oh, we heard.
And we were like, damn. Like, now what?
Yeah, we heard.
CJ put that to rest today. Didn't get any work done. So you just try to parse through it, know as much information as you can find out. Mm-hmm. But to think that him not throwing is nothing is stupid.
Yeah, no, it was definitely something. But now it's dead. Now it's over.
It is.
It's over.
Now what do we do?
Now we can go on about, hey, man, Stay tuned for that later on as CJ really loves to use the term rocket ships. We'll let you hear that a little bit later. All right, the Astros are rolling right now. Got a 3-game lead with the loss Seattle had in extras to Arizona last night. 3-game lead. There's no Jordan. Christian Walker is still kind of struggling and not swinging the bat at the rate of what they thought they were going to be getting. You got injuries all over the pitching staff. Are you shocked that this Astros team is at this point?
I'm shocked their record is what it is. I'm not shocked that they're in first place because those are two different things, right?
Okay.
Like the Texans only got to win their division. The Astros only got to win their division. Just winning your division doesn't make you, just because you're in the playoffs, a good team, even though you're a, quote, playoff team. I am shocked at their record because the pitching just never stops. No matter who's in there, no matter what. Like Lance has missed 3 years. Everyone's hated him for 3 years because he hasn't produced. Now here he is, a saving grace as an arm, throwing the way he's throwing. And we'll see tonight how he does. But he's had some favorable matchups. I understand that, and that's reasonable and that's fair. But what they've done and how good Hunter Brown is, that dude is unbelievable.
How good do you think? The interesting thing to me, Will, is that I'm sure there's years where guys like yourself or Tyler or Pendergast or B. Scott can go, nope, this year was better. But like I just remember since I've been here covering the Astros, it's been, man, there's just a surplus of arms. I mean, we can get through 162 games, no problem. And then they started bring up. It got the ability to come start the Hunter Browns and Spencer Arrighettis and Ronel Blancos, and it just never stops. To your point, but to me, this is the first time that I can remember in a long time for the Astros where you look up and you go, I don't know if we have enough. I don't know how Gusto and Gordo. I don't know how long they're going to last in terms of giving us games that a chance to win. Big C. There you go. But I do know that I feel like Lance McCullers is back to a degree where he can be a third starter in his rotation. And Hunter Brown's rolling. Framber Valdez is rolling. Where I'm going with all that, it seems like the top 3 guys with the Astros right now are big time if you can get there. And it looks like they're going to get there because of the way they're playing right now. But if you can get there, those 3 starters in the playoffs are going to be nailed.
If they can get there.
Yeah, and
all 3 of them can make it there too.
That's my concern is if they get there.
Yeah.
If they're in the playoffs, like watch out. Nobody wants to see the Astros.
Yes, that's what
they've been there. They've done that. They've got those dudes, and you have arguably the 2 best pitchers at the top of your rotation in the playoffs. And you only need 2 guys to really power your way through the playoffs. If you get a third, awesome. That's great. But, I mean, we've seen endless amounts of teams that weren't great.
The Tigers had 1 starter last year.
Yeah.
Almost got to the ALCS.
Forget about it. Like, I'm worried about them getting through 162. How long is Lance going to be able to do this? And I'm not there yet that he's a 3 guy. Like, I'm not there quite yet. I need to see a little bit more from him. Sure. Obviously, the outings are going in the right direction, and we're seeing that. Like, let's just pump the brakes on that.
Ryan Gusto and Colton Gordon and the rest of them. He is a 3.
Ginger Nation.
Damn it, he is a 3.
Yeah, look good. But I'm worried about 162 with the lack of arms because of no Ronell.
Tell me this, big picture, what are you worried about more, the pitching and what you talked about plus the lack of depth, or the fact that the Astros are doing what they're doing, getting carried by guys like Jake Myers? Do we really know if that's Jake Myers? Pena is Pena. I know he's good, but damn, is he this good? You look down and you got a lot of Cam Smith is swinging it well. You got, who am I forgetting? Paredes obviously swinging it well. New face at third base. Like, you got a lot of guys not named Jordan really that are carrying us offensively, not named Walker as well. Which one are you more worried about? Those 2 superstars coming back and swinging the bat better, or that depth at pitching being a problem?
I'm more worried about the pitching just because, like, 4 and 5 are a question mark already. 3 could be a question mark, and going the rest of the season to fill in those gaps is a lot to ask for. You can piecemeal your offense together night in and night out. It's a little tougher as you kind of extrapolate it for 162, obviously, but you're getting Jake's been doing this for a minute now this season. Yeah. And we asked Joe, like, when do we see Jake be like, is this Jake now?
Yeah.
And it looks like Jake's doing what Jake does well, really well. Something to keep an eye on. I'm interested is Chas McCormick. Like, do you keep him here or do you trade him?
Just let him go.
But you say that, but why? He's so valuable if there's one injury.
Just let him go.
And as a spell guy, we just did the Dameon Pierce and the Nick Chubb deal. Like, if anybody gets hurt, who's your next outfielder?
I mean, you got Jacob Milton. You got
the list just as long into
Dubon can play everywhere.
Yeah, but
Dubon can play everywhere.
Yeah.
Just let him go.
If I'm Chaz, I demand a trade though because you're not getting your ABs, and I think he can produce somewhere.
He's not getting any more banana pudding from Dusty, and he's not getting any playing time, man. He's got.
It's
a
tough watch, man.
Hard for me to watch white boy Chaz walk out the door and not reclaim his name. Or reclaim it.
It's just Chaz.
It is right now. That's for damn sure.
Crazy to think he was a 70 state guy 2 years ago.
Come on,
it is. Isn't that wild?
And couldn't get the love.
You ever?
He's got a reason to be really frustrated, right?
For sure. Like you're not getting any ops.
Will was almost disgusted with my question.
Oh, he's having a lot of sex. All right.
Well, there you go. There you go.
I really do. Right, just really driving. You got to get that frustration out somewhere, man. Will, we appreciate you joining us. Hopefully, we do this again.
I'm all yours, big cat.
There you go. The way he said, big guy. I like that. It's all right. You ever? Is there anybody ever too big that you look at the pool or the beach and you say that guy needs to put on a shirt?
Ever? Have you ever been to the pool or beach? Always, bro. Like the tank top guy? Yeah, man. Always.
Tank top
bro,
guy.
there's a lot of like that whole body positivity movement. It really caught on with some people in a real strong way.
Will's looking over there, man. Look at this freaking guy.
That shirt ain't for you.
Will, I had my shirt off all day in Aruba.
All right, what?
All day.
But see, I'd rather that than you be in the ocean with a shirt on.
Yeah, I don't respect those guys.
Like, bro, just take the shirt off.
Take it off, man.
You just shirtless in Aruba?
Man, I don't care, man. What you talking about? Man,
if you're in Aruba,
another reason why you only gained 6.
I got a wife and 3 kids, man. Who am I impressing?
Nah, man. Hey,
I'm taking, baby.
I'm taking.
You can't have all this juice.
I'd rather you be shirtless than a shirt too small.
Coming up.
Baby teasing.
Hey, shirt size denial is real in this world. Clint had a thought on Dameon Pierce. We'll revisit coming up here as the drive continues right here on 610 Day on Sports Radio 610.
Look out now. Let's talk about protecting your family, man. Let's talk about having that peace of mind, huh? Clint Stoerner here for Generator Supercenter. Look, around these parts, it's not if, it's when. At some point, we're going to have another power outage. Happens all the damn time, whether it's a freeze or it's a drought or it's construction or it's a hurricane, which it's hurricane season, by the way.
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Happy 6-10 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as one of their mandatory minicamp. A lot going on around the city. The Astros, they get ready to take on the White Sox in a series where they may have a chance to really continue to stretch out this lead in the AL West because the White Sox are one of the worst teams in baseball, so they got a chance to continue to stack up some wins right here as they currently have a 3-game lead over Seattle in the West. But, Clint, you talked about this. This hit you in your mind while we were talking with Will a little bit earlier about Dameon Pierce. What circulated? What brought this back up?
Can we please stop with the Dameon Pierce stuff? I almost cussed. Just let's stop with the Dameon Pierce ain't pissed a drop in 2 years. Dameon Pierce has been a running back that the organization time and time again has shown and told us we don't trust Dameon Pierce. We don't trust Dameon Pierce enough to be a third down back in pass protection, so much so we got a guy that's a special teams guru and a kicker in Dare Ogunbowale that we'll put in there in a critical situation because we don't trust a real running back that we have enough. Can we please stop with the Dameon Pierce stuff as it pertains to the Nick Chubb, Joe Mixon conversation? You got a chance with Nick Chubb, and look, I understand there's some risks there that with the knee. Okay, I totally get that, and the downside of this is Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb proves in training camp that, hey man, out of here, you spent $2.5 million on him, right? I mean, $2.5 million. You get this potential. A guy that could potentially come back and be an absolute workhorse for you, and at the very worst be a really good number 2 option. A guy you can trust, a guy that can pass protect, a guy that can run downhill and get you 1 or 2 yards in short yardage situations. Can we please stop with the what if Dameon Pierce goes on and does something big in Miami or San Francisco?
Oh, is that what you've been hearing?
Yeah, man. Like, who gives a rip? I like Dameon Pierce, so I hope Dameon Pierce goes on and does something good somewhere else. It is 100% irrelevant to what's going on in Houston. I mean, the thought of, like, we get a chance to get a guy like Nick Chubb in the building, and the first thing we do is, oh, well, man, Dameon Pierce, he's going to compete. No, he's not competing with Dameon Pierce. If Nick Chubb is healthy, this isn't a competition with Dameon Pierce. If Nick Chubb, whoever, I don't care if it's Nick Chubb or somebody else, if the Texans brought a free agent in here right now and paid him $2.5 million, if they brought a veteran in here right now and the thought was he's going to compete with the guy that we don't trust, he's going to compete with the guy that can't pass protect according to the way we've played him, he's going to compete with a guy that Dare Ogunbowale plays over on third down, what are we talking about? Like, if that's the goal, that guy's not even going to help us win games. That guy's not going to help us take the next step. That guy's not going to help the Texans become a true contender in the AFC and hopefully for a Super Bowl. Dameon Pierce, and I know he's in the running back room. I get it. But Dameon Pierce is a non-factor in the Nick Chubb situation. Nick Chubb is your number 2 back and potentially is your 1B back.
713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch.
Ron, Dameon Pierce shouldn't even be in the conversation with Woody Marks.
How many people have been concerned about what this means for Dameon Pierce? Since Nick Chubb has gotten signed and he is now a Texan, how many people have had concerns on what this could mean for Dameon Pierce and the potential of him going somewhere and blowing up? I'd like to see some of the thoughts because I hadn't really seen a lot of that. I've seen a lot of good riddance on Dameon Pierce.
Well, I don't look at the text line. I don't know. I'm just basing off. I mean, I listened to Sean and him this morning. I listened to In the Loop. I listened to all of our shows along here, and it just seems like callers and texters questions that they were bringing up all revolved around Dameon Pierce. And I'm like, guys, Dameon Pierce is a non-factor in this Nick Chubb thing. I mean, an absolute non-factor.
Yeah, someone texted in, how can you say he hasn't pissed a drop when the last time they let him play, he had a career day?
He has not pissed a drop. I'm not saying he's not a good running back. I'm saying he's got a chance. He could go somewhere else in a similar system. There's going to be 6 different teams in the NFL that are running a Nick Caley type of offense, and he's going to have those teams tend to go through running backs like mess through a goose. They go through 3, 4, 5 of them a year. So he's going to get opportunities, and he might play well. I'm just telling you right now, it's over in Houston. Like it's there. There's no. He is not the only time with this. What the texter's referring to is Joe Mixon. Was he hurt or was it just late in the season?
That's the last game of the year. They set people.
And he played well. Okay, that's fine. When it comes down to you bring Nick Chubb in here, and the thought is he's competing with Dameon Pierce. I mean, it just I don't know. Yeah, I'm driving around this morning. I'm thinking, what are we talking about?
Yeah, I hadn't heard of that. I think that's crazy talk.
And they say no.
Yeah, so you're telling me I'm worked up for no reason?
Well, I no, hell, you heard what you heard. I'm telling you, I just hadn't heard it or seen many people say, damn, no, wow, they signed Nick Chubb, but man, what's this going to mess up for Dameon Pierce? Now, I've had thoughts of what will this mean for Woody Marks? Will Woody Marks lose potential, snaps that he was going to get, but it doesn't jump in the way of signing a Nick Chubb. To me, I looked at Dameon Pierce as his days are numbered. Yeah, the way Will was talking, his days, it's over.
It's over, and he may go somewhere and play well, but it's like, oh, well, what if Nick Chubb doesn't pan out and Dameon Pierce goes somewhere? So what? So what? Yeah. I mean, we're talking about a guy that, for whatever reason, this organization clearly does not trust with carries or protecting the. Who cares what he goes on and does? The reality of it is he is not going to help Houston, and Nick Chubb has a chance. God willing, Nick Chubb has a chance to help us in a major, major way.
Yeah, I mean, the big part is, as you just said, and we've talked about it, is they just do not have any faith or belief in him. They, as you said, they have taken him off and just said, hey, man, the faith and belief we have in you right now is returning kickoffs.
Like that, we got enough of them too.
Yeah, and for whatever reason, I don't know if he's injured. We're getting the reports of Joe Mixon has an injury, and an explanation of why he's not out there. We're not getting any reports about what's up with Dameon Pierce, but he's out there, which at the very least you would think he's fighting for his football life in Houston here, and he's not out there right now, which is, and I think so. No, I see some people coming in. Clint is completely right. I love DP, but he's just not good with us. We are in a win now mode. As someone texted, tell the texter DP played well against Tennessee. Yeah, he played well against Tennessee and New England. Those were the two games, but outside of that, he really didn't do much.
Worst case scenario for the Texans, like I said, Nick Chubb doesn't work out. Dameon Pierce goes somewhere and plays well. So what? Like, if you don't want to, this is a decision that the organization absolutely has to make, and it's one that I absolutely love. And I'm not even talking about how much I like Nick Chubb. I'm just talking, it's time to move on, man. I mean, it's time to move on from a guy that's eating up a roster spot that you clearly don't trust, and it's detrimental to Joe Mixon. It's detrimental to this offense. When you get in critical situations, you've got Dare Ogunbowale in the backfield. Like that's not, at least plan-wise, that can't be the plan. If you get to the end of the season and you've had 4 or 5 guys get injured and Dare Ogunbowale, Mr. Reliables, they're cool. But you can't go into the season with that being the mindset. Yeah, right? We got to move on. We got to move on from this Dameon Pierce, Ogunbowale, no trust.
And I think the Texans will make the move on period more easier for people, because I think they're going to move on from Dameon Pierce. Like, the thing is, for those who are in that space, whoever you've heard from, and some of the people texting in on YouTube and Twitch and on the text line, Boss, Dameon Pierce, had they not signed Nick Chubb, was not going to get the carries. I don't know that he was going to be the number 2. I think Woody Marks would have got those. I think it is clear they have potentially moved on. And I'll be honest with you, I will say I have no inside information. I don't know anything. I heard what Will just had to say, and he's plugged in. I don't think it's a coincidence that he has not shown up on the practice field for OTAs or mandatory minicamp at this point. I said they got 100% attendance. Maybe I don't think it is just like I don't think it's a coincidence that we haven't seen because those guys have not shown up on the practice field. Could be dead wrong, but no, I mean, I don't think he's in the plans. And I think they had made a point of moving on when they went after, aggressively going after Nick Chubb. We heard J.K. Dobbins, by the way, he just signed a 1-year deal with the Denver Broncos. We heard those names connected with them. They moved up in the draft to get Woody Marks. They have been moving past Dameon Pierce. And like you said, I hope he goes and balls out somewhere.
Yeah. There's a sleeper there, too, who was pretty good last preseason, was British Brooks. If you want to talk about a young guy that you can kind of bounce around and maybe he's something, maybe he's not, they got plenty of those young guys. Yeah. And you see him getting run in OTAs. You see him getting run with the absence of Dameon Pierce and Joe Mixon. But, yeah,
Next line coming through. DP wasn't good with Slowick. Slowick is gone. Let him have a shot, one last shot with Nick Caley's offense. Why? You got Nick Chubb.
But this another shot thing it's run its course, man. I think John Mechie's run his course. I think Dameon Pierce has run his course. I don't think it was just Bobby Slowick that felt like the trust of Dameon Pierce was gone from.
Anybody else's fingers hurt?
Yeah.
I don't know. They said he was a tyrant. So I don't.
Now your back's going to hurt because you just pulled landscaping duty.
By the way, again, I hope Al's doing all right in Miami. It seems like his head coach is a little annoyed the way he's going off and cussing during press conferences.
Who?
Mike McDaniel. He's going off a little bit in these press conferences. But real quick, the offensive line, day 1 of mandatory minicamp, starting offensive line. Left tackle, Cam Robinson. Left guard, Laken Tomlinson. Center, Jake Andrews again. Right guard, Titus Howard. Right tackle, Blake Fisher. The Cam Robinson thing is interesting because the first round when they did team, it was Cam Robinson. But then the second time they did team, everybody was the same with Tomlinson, Andrews, Howard, and Fisher. Ariante Ursary, the rookie, stepped in as the left tackle, and Cam moved down to the second spot. So the only place right now we look at it and it looks like a competition is only the Cam Robinson, Ariante Ursary, just because those are switching out. At least today. It could be different tomorrow. But Juice Scruggs was playing maybe second-team guard and third-team center with Patterson as second-team center. But this right here, these 6, if you look at Cam Robinson and Ariante Ursary, seems like the 6 that have a chance to be the first team.
Boy, you talk about best case scenario in Houston is if Ariante Ursary can push Cam Robinson for the starting left tackle job. I mean, D'Amico Ryans is still talking about him learning how to be a professional, take care of his body kind of thing. We'll see how he matures there and how that develops. And it's definitely something at this point. I don't think it's even yet. It is something to keep an eye on because, like you said, Cam goes with the one set, and then when CJ rolls back around, Ariante Ursary's over there getting that work in. So
he's big as hell.
Yeah, he's a big dude. It's awfully talented, and he's out there, and they are in pads, and like I said, they are in sweats, and these defensive ends are just pinning their ears back. And it's not one of those deals where it's like, man, what the hell, Ursary's over there getting his ass whooped. You know what I mean? They're just speed rushing the hell out of him. He doesn't stand out, and they hadn't had pads on. We don't know. We'll find out more about these guys when it gets real in camp, but. Yeah, I mean, if that is a reality where he's competing with Cam Robinson, that's even on the radar, boy, that was a hell of a pick.
Yeah, it is. It is, and it looks like both of them look good now.
Mm-hmm.
Look like strong looking left tackles at least. So that there also is the big story of the offseason, the offensive line. And it looks like we're starting to see some continuity of what the first team is going to look like. All right, it is Tuesday. We'll do a little real or fake. I say a statement. You say if it's real or fake. You can join in with this as well on the text line and YouTube and Twitch as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, I got to take a minute like I do every day to tell you about them cold Coors Light, man. If
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life.
We got a Woody and a Chubb in the building.
We got a Woody and a Chubb in that backfield.
Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That is 610 Day, isn't it? Well, it is. Tyler, before we get to real or fake, Tyler, you have probably been listening to 610 more than anybody on the show. What was the first shows? I just want to get the age. I want to get, and maybe other listeners can understand the age of Tyler Milner. What was the first show or shows you remember listening to on Sports Radio 610? 'Cause you've been listening to it most of your life.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool story I like to share with folks. Went from being a listener to working here. But do you mean more so like listening on my own time, like really into it, like P1?
What do you remember the first shows? But assume you're listening with your dad,
right?
Or whatever.
Yeah.
What were the first shows? Who was on?
First show I can remember listening to in Dad's truck was probably the morning show that paired Vandermeer with Granado. Is that right?
Mark Vandermeer was a host?
Yes, before he was the voice of the Texans.
I think I heard, like, Sean. Did him and Sean work together?
Johnny Harris worked with Sean.
Yeah.
John Harris worked with Sean, that's right.
That was before my time.
Ooh, Mark Vandermeer.
But the
I thought you were going to say Clinton Camlin.
Oh, God, no. No, man, my dad raised me on these airwaves, but I would
CNC.
I would say the first show on these airwaves that I remember, like, as myself, like as a young teenager, like tuning into all by myself, like P1 couldn't miss, was the very show we were discussing a lot earlier within the Loop, and that was the In the Loop days of Nick Wright, Lopez, and Jim Mudd.
Oh, so that's your strong wheelhouse listening time.
Yeah, that's the show that really, I guess, kind of made me fall in love with this radio thing.
Yeah. Someone said Lopez was with Mark. That's right. Okay, I think I've heard that.
Maybe that was it.
Yeah, Lopez was with Mark. All right. Well, there you go. You go back. Mark Vandermeer, the host.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to get some of the archives to hear some of that.
Hear Vandy go? Hear him riff a bit?
I want to hear. Was he a hot take artist? I don't think he was. He seems measured.
But it would be rare, but from what I remember, when he would get angry or fired up.
Yeah, I've heard him get a little fired up.
Was he the voice of the Texans at the time?
No, he wasn't.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
I believe he left.
He's been the voice of the Texans from the jump, hadn't he?
Yeah, I believe he was working here at this station as a radio host until 2002 when they came into existence, and then he got that gig. I
thought he was in Miami as the play-by-play.
I know he was doing that at one point, but
I'll be damned.
I could be wrong.
He got some pipes now. He got some pipes.
No, he did. I want to hear him get good and mad.
Oh, Brooke Pryor with the Steelers. She gets a lot of run, doesn't she?
Well,
rock and roll,
meow. In Kansas City. Yeah, remember Brooke.
I tell you what, Aaron Rodgers is getting a lot of run in this day's news cycle, isn't he?
She's covering a good crew. Right there, get a little Mike Tomlin, little Aaron Rodgers.
Is she just Cleveland? I mean, just Pittsburgh, or she did Cleveland too?
No, just Pittsburgh.
It's Mary Kay something in Cleveland.
Mary Kay Cabot.
Yeah, there we go.
When I came out of the darkness.
Yeah, someone said Mudd's influence on your producer style is apparent.
And I would 110% co-sign that and agree. That is a strong ear you have right there, my friend. I definitely cannot deny Jim Mudd's impact on especially some of the humor.
Yeah. All right, let's do a little real or fake. I say a statement, text line, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in with your thoughts if it's real or fake. The Texans have a top 5 skills group in the AFC. The Texans have a top 5 skills group in the AFC. Joe Mixon, Nick Chubb, and for many of you, Dameon Pierce.
None.
I can see the anger shark swimming in Clint's
Nick
head
Caserio, right now. Jalen Higgins, the rookie, Christian Kirk, Dalton Schultz, Cade Stover, Is this a top 5?
Are you talking about offensive skill?
Offensive skill players.
No, absolutely not.
Is
you don't
this
think
real?
So? It might be. I don't. Obviously, the rookie Higgins we don't know about, but I mean, like Baltimore is a lot closer than you think. They've got Derrick Henry, obviously, but like I don't like their receivers aren't that great. I think the Texans have the best receiver. I mean, the Texans may arguably have one of the best receivers at top.
I think the Texans would win. Offensive skill, I think the Texans would win most battles in the AFC with Nico Collins as that number one. The problem is you're going to lose every single tight end battle.
Not every single.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about the top ones. I'm talking about the top ones.
So, I think the Bengals are probably up there with that. I mean, I think the Texans' running game is probably better than theirs. Their receivers are better, but I don't know. Like they've got Chase and Higgins, but outside of that, they don't have. Those are two really good. They don't have great ones. I think it's on the table. I think the Bengals, the Chiefs, the Ravens, Buffalo are probably in there with that, but everybody else, I feel like Creighton Kirk and Nico Collins, and then the combo in the backfield is pretty strong. I'm gonna say it's true. I'm gonna say it's true. I don't know about them big boys up front, but I'm gonna say it's true. Top 5, just skilled guys. I'll put the Texans in there. Top 5. Ain't
no chance. ain't no chance. You done lost your mind.
Someone said the Dolphins. No, I forget about the Dolphins sometimes. They're probably pretty good skills, good receivers. I think it's at least the conversation. I feel like they might run into that 5 range. All right, real or fake? If the Pacers win the championship, Tyrese Halliburton is officially a superstar.
Fake again. We did have this is Halliburton a superstar conversation on Friday with Chris Pardee. And I tried to get there, but I can't. I mean, you can't be averaging what we average about 17.5 points, something like that, in the playoffs. Now clutch, ain't no doubt about that. But I don't like. I need more out of him on a night in, night out basis for him to be a superstar of any sort.
See,
star, clutch, yeah. Some of that conversation, yeah, sure. Superstar, nah, I'm out.
If they win it, I gotta believe he's gonna play a major part in it. And I think he is most definitely a superstar. I do think, and you said it, you did it, I do think a lot of times we incorporate like a superstar impacting the game just via scoring. And their scoring has to be at a certain level. As I've said this before with him, I think Steve Nash is a superstar. This was a 2-time MVP in the league. Him and Chris Paul, I think Chris Paul is a superstar. I know for a fact Chris Paul has never averaged more than 20 points in a season. And Steve Nash has won MVPs with Shaq and Kobe in the league and not doing it from that point. His impact is all of it. Scoring, in assists, rebounds, getting people, even the hockey assists. So I just, to me, if he were just a scorer, that's one thing, but his whole impact to me is bigger than just him not averaging 20 or 25 points a game. So he feels like the superstar in the Steve Nash, Chris Paul range of things.
You view him as a true point guard?
Yeah. I think he is, and I think it's what gets him in trouble because his mindset at the beginning of games is to get everybody else involved. And tonight I think he may be selfish, right? Tonight I think he may be selfish, but I just think it's just the scoring thing that we throw on there. Someone texted Halliburton's an all-star, not superstar status. Yeah, right now, if he leads the Indiana Pacers to a championship and you combine his clutch thing where he's like 13 for 15 with shots under 5 seconds in one possession games in the postseason, like you combine that wins for team. Like that's like that one game he had against the Knicks where he's like 31, 12, and 15 with no turnovers in the game. Like he's He's something else. All right, coming up as we continue here on the drive. This is interesting. C.J. Stroud was asked by the media today what excites him about the Nick Caley offense. We'll let you hear what he had to say, but there's another C.J. in Houston who has thoughts on answering that question as well. We'll let you hear his thoughts too. Coming up next, right here live on the drive.
All right, y'all. Breathing is one of the most essential parts of living now. You got to breathe well.
Eagle.com at 773 Network. 773 Network.
We're going to give you your flowers for sure.
Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. C.J. Stroud, yes, he was throwing today and looked normal, as he even said himself. A bit rusty, had some throws that you could tell by his reaction and what he said afterwards he wished he could have back, but he looked normal, and as D'Amico said today, he looked pretty good today. And that was good to see. That was the big story rolling into things. But Tyler, I think we should have a CJ off.
I'm very curious to find out what that means.
A little CJ off.
Well, that
a little
could get interesting.
A little
could get real sexual.
CJ can? A CJ.
Well, I'm not thinking CJ Stroud. I'm wondering what CJ stands for. I don't know where your mind's going right now.
If the B,
did you see my tweet this morning? I mean, I don't think I tweeted it. Damn, gosh dang!
Come on, man, get your head in the game.
My man hit us with it. Did you see that tweet today? And then in a second later,
it was specifically, it was specifically on Tyler's pervertedness. Well, I thought it was really creative here.
Loving sexual nature.
I thought this was really creative, and it's very fitting. Tyler tweeted, a picture of Woody Marks and a picture of Nick Chubb, and said it would appear that GM Nick Caserio and head coach D'Amico Ryans are aiming to erect
in all caps.
Erect, by the way, all caps, a better running game for these Texans next season by adding Woody and Chubb.
Do you disagree?
Running back. No, I thought it was very creative.
Man, I was just trying to put out a Texans take for the folks.
I just wish I could have been there to see the chuckle he had when he caps
when he did that, right? So my tweet, which I didn't hit send because I caught myself. I was driving, fiddling around with it, but
got him. Hey, we've all been there, man.
I said my guy Tyler's at the age where he's towing the line of one of two categories, right? The young horny pervert or the old weird creepy perv.
Well, I'm not old, so.
And this tweet is on which side? You're getting older.
Yeah, but I'm not old. I'm just sexual, man. It's just me, dude. It's just who I am, you know? It's just built into me.
I said, damn it, I'm just sexual.
Like, even if I wanted to, I can't fight this.
I'm just sexual.
Hey,
it comes bubbling up out of me.
This dude's talking about pictures of Woody Marks and Nick Chubb and says, dead face. I'm just sexual,
damn it,
man.
Just who I am.
Hey, we might have one of the hardest running back rooms in the damn league now. You know what I mean?
Capital H, right?
Hardest, yeah.
It's my blood flowing.
It's just the way I'm built.
Well played.
Can't help it that the Lord built you that horny, can you?
It's just me, man. Take it or leave it. I'm gonna be who I am.
I love it.
You're gonna say take it or take it.
There's horny pervs all over America, right? But there's at some point you cross over from that young.
Oh, sure.
That young, let's go party, let's have a good time perv to okay, now we're just now
become John Lopez.
Tyler,
hey, I didn't say that. I didn't bring Lopez into it.
Sorry, OG.
I didn't do it.
I think there was some point there where Tyler maybe tried to fight it. Fight like, oh man, I don't like this is probably not normal. People probably think I'm a little weird with how sexual and horny I can get. And then at some point he just let his hair down and just embraced it. And now he's completely embraced it for himself. He doesn't try to hide it.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
He just he knows who he is, and he ain't afraid to show it. Big horny T. I love it.
Big horny T. Oh, King Ding-a-ling in there.
Now that we've turned CJ versus CJ sexual. So it's only the way.
Take it or leave it, baby.
The baby at the end is what I.
Arms in the air.
Yeah, arms extended. Still extended currently. Those are on YouTube and Twitch just dropped. But so CJ Stroud was asked what excites him most about the Nick Caley offense. This is really one of the first times we've talked to him, or we've heard from him since Nick K offense on the field in front of the media. And before we hear his answer, let's go to another CJ. Clinton Jacob.
Oh.
CJ.
Before you hear, you going to me first?
Yeah, CJ versus CJ battle. CJ Stroud was asked what excites him most about the Nick Caley offense. And we'll let you hear his answer after Clint goes, our CJ. You, CJ, Clinton Jacob, what for you? If you've watched this offense play, now you got to see CJ today. What excites you the most?
Well, I tell you guys, it's a really good question, by the way. But what excites me the most has to be just the control at the line of scrimmage. We've talked about, I had more control in college, and having more control with Nick Caley's kind of been the plan since we got here. I'm looking forward to being able to get us out of a bad play and into a good play. I'm looking forward to having the ability at the line of scrimmage to protect myself, and when I don't protect myself, when I don't get the call just right, I at least know where the pressure's coming from. So then we can be a more efficient offense, and I can take less hits. My offensive line can take less criticism, and overall offensively we can move the ball and score more points. That would be where I would start. Look, the other part of that is I've mentioned it multiple times, but this approach with Nick Caley is a much more collaborative effort. We can start with my quarterback coach, Gerard Johnson. I mean, he's taken a little bit more of a role in the passing game coordinator, and I'm obviously in the room with him every single day, and him having a little bit more control, a little bit more say-so, and a little bit more of an impact on what we're doing offensively helps, given our relationship. And so those are the two big things for me, but the list goes on and on. How long do you guys have?
Oh, it's a solid answer.
Okay.
So basically for you, it was the control and the say-so, what's happening on the field, in game, in snap, that you maybe didn't have last year.
Yeah, it's a responsibility that I look forward to. I want the responsibility. I'm ready to embrace it. And I've been in the league long enough now to where this is the next step for me, and I'm excited about it. Yeah.
All right, that was Clint's answer to it. Anybody got any guesses on what CJ's answer was?
Doesn't matter if you do. You ain't gonna get this one. Nobody knows.
We got CJ versus CJ. We heard Clint Stoerner, Clinton Jacob, our CJ. Here's Coleridge Bernard, CJ Stroud. Here is his answer to what he is excited most about Nick Caley's offense.
Him as a person. I think for me, I buy into people. I really don't buy into system. I kind of have that thing about life. It's the people and the relationships that kind of take things and make it rocket ship to the stars. So just him as a person, the most I've ever seen in my life, just naturally. I'm a very laid-back, chill guy, except for when I'm in between the lines. But he's 6 a.m, he's up, he's at it. So that kind of gets me motivated. And just how he buys into his players, and he calls me a lot. I don't always answer because he always yelling and stuff. But I appreciate it though, and it's been great. He's implementing a lot of things he's done in the past, which is important as well. The system is important, and he's doing a great job. As you guys have seen, we've been able to have a pretty good OTA off-season program from what you guys can see, and even things that y'all can't see, building that foundation so we can rocket ship once we snap that ball against LA. So I love Nick, and he's doing a great job.
What?
So a little different. His is just him. He just likes Nick. He said it was interesting. He said he more buys into people than systems. Yeah. And rocket ships.
Yeah, that was tough.
Rocket ships to the top. Rocket ships. So it
sounded like he just started reading a kid's story, like a kid's book, mid press conference. This is how we take the rocket ship where we want to go above and beyond.
Well, I think, to be fair, I think I'd bet you a good amount of money that there's a lot of rocket ship conversations going on.
They're not. They're not at a talking point in that locker room.
CJ mentioned rocket ships. He mentioned taking off.
He turned into a toddler before our eyes at the podium.
That is.
And I mean, he was lighting up. He was ecstatic. He was violent.
I think somewhere in CJ's world, whether that's through D'Amico or it's JJ Gerard Johnson or it's I don't know who his mentors or who his mentors and guidance counselors or whatever you call it are. I don't know. Somebody in his world is rocket shipping, and it's time in your career, man. It's time in your career, man. You sat there on the launch pad with these big engines, just sparks going everywhere, and that revving your engine, and that power, and it's time to just take off like
flight,
a rocket
baby.
ship. I'm telling you,
rocket ship.
I'm telling you, there's somebody in CJ's world rocket shipping him
to the stars.
Yeah,
to the stars.
To the stars.
That was special. I'll be honest. Where I get from this is so clearly like, hey man, it's about him. So immediately it makes me wonder. Damn, Bobby Slowick again, old Bobo.
Hey man,
again, Bobo. Hell with the scheme, man. I just said it was hard for me. It was hard just to get past just him. The difference, like
that energy, man,
like
that juice, man,
that juice. That the difference is him. Like when you hear that, naturally, it's like him. That's what excites me the most. As opposed to the person that, like what.
You know what, Ron, and I draw this parallel quite a bit, right? Noise that we hear, and I'm gonna bring it back to myself just so people know that it's just a reality. You make every time you ask about somebody about Nick Caley, it's never, hey man, this dude's got like next level offensive mind, man. Like this is gonna be special, man. There's no doubt about it. We got energy. It's energy and vibe, right?
Make it rocket ship.
That's like when folks up in I run into folks that watched or was a scout or something when I was playing ball. And they said, man, hey, you was a tough son of a gun, boy.
To the stars.
Of course, I say thank you.
They didn't talk about your out route.
Right? That's where, hey, man, you was you're the toughest quarterback I ever seen. Tough this, tough that, tough this. It's like, what you're really saying is, wasn't big, arm wasn't big enough, couldn't really make plays with my feet. That's how you there ain't no doubt. I mean, when somebody really leans hard, like you got to, especially in today's world, man, the quarterback arena, man, there's terminology and phrases you could use for any quarterback. I get tough. Like clearly they were not real impressed with my game.
That's not what they said. That's not what they said about Darren McFadden.
Oh no, that's not what that ain't what they said about Ryan Mallett. No, that Taylor Green kid up there right now, that ain't what they're saying about him. No sir.
Make it rocket ship.
Yeah, man. That's what scares me about this Caley deal. It is a lot of smoke and mirrors so far.
Man.
Hey man, calls me so much and he's so loud I don't even answer.
It says Nick.
No, it says Kales.
It's got Kales. That's right. Because you gotta on the Knicks, you gotta spell them out. There could be a Nick C. There could be Casario.
Knicks are stacking up.
Yeah, man.
What you got going?
To the stars.
Damn, little more Texans mandatory mini, man. A little mandatory mini camp talk. Just all the takeaways for today. Today was a good day, y'all. Today was a really, really good day. Not for rocket ships and not for CJ at the podium, but definitely what we saw on the field. We'll talk all about that and catch up on everything that went on at NRG Stadium today in mandatory minicamp day 1. Houston Texans. That's next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Academy Sports and Outdoors, y'all. Check it out, man. Academy Sports and Outdoors has been around these parts for a long, long time, right? My boy Ron.
Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We got a Woody and a Chubb in the building.
We got a Woody and a Chubb in that backfield.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily. Presented by Minicamp Injury Lawyers.
Minicamp Injury Lawyers, baby. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. Injured in any kind of accident, you know who to call. And folks over at Minicamp Injury Lawyers is where it's at, man. 281-222-2222. Now, Texans mandatory minicamp started today, boys, and you can tell the energy, the feel at NRG is turned up a notch, right? This ain't going through the motions. I know they're in sweats, but you know the real players are there now, and it means something. They're all together. That those competitive juices get to flowing. Little different vibe at NRG Stadium than it was during OTAs. They took the field at 9:30 this morning. It was a little bit after 9:30, actually, by the time that we got in there. But they go again tomorrow morning for the final mandatory practice before training camp, I believe, before training camp cracks off. So we're close. But T, can I get my music?
I reckon.
Can I get my damn music?
I didn't know you had music.
Let me get my music one time, T.
What is this? What is this going to be? Oh.
Turn that thing up one time. Remember that hit right there?
I think I do.
You remember that hit right there? Today was what?
Good day, Q.
Just waking up. Hey, I eased over to NRG Stadium. We walked in there. It was a good. Yeah. You might want to pipe that down a little bit because I think at some point O-Cube gets vulgar.
Should be the clean version.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
I'm a professional, boys.
Yeah, I should have known. Damn
to
it,
the stars.
Damn it, man.
Rockets.
Walked out there. And first thing I see, I said, Ron, has he thrown a ball yet? Ron said, oh, yeah. That too.
I texted out.
I looked over there, and he's spinning it. And my first thought was, is C.J. Stroud out here just kind of flipping it around the screen game, maybe doing a little screen period? Or is today really a good day? And is C.J. Stroud like spinning it? I ease over a little where I got a good view of the field, Ron, and it's
pump sling at 7.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was, Johnny. It's a corner route. They moved down to the red zone, couple little back shoulder fade routes, both sides, left and right. And then I see C.J. Stroud take it, and not a big deal, but more of a one where if you're a quarterback, you got to speed up that release a little bit. You got to tighten up that release a little bit and drive the football on the tight end's chest right there on the 5-yard line before that linebacker swats it out. C.J., money. C.J. Stroud today, y'all. No limitations. C.J. Stroud today, little rust. I mean, a little bit of rust. I don't think there was anything rust-wise that I would attribute to the injury. It's more rust-wise that I would attribute to new wide receiver, full go, the whole team kind of deal. Because he was on point early, threw a back shoulder to Nico Collins in just some one-on-one. It wasn't one-on-one. It was just some routes on air type situation. That's when I knew Nico is in play in tip-top shape, and that's when I knew C.J. Stroud was spinning it, Ron. Well, we go over to 7-on-7, and C.J. Stroud throws a corner route to Christian Kirk to the right, throws a go route to Higgins to the left, throws a little dig route over the middle to Higgins, a couple of plays later. And Houston, there is zero worry about C.J. Stroud moving forward. He was spinning around the park. Again, he was doing it with no limitations. And Ron, barring some kind of report coming out of NRG Stadium like, hey, man, there's some soreness going on. Again, the shoulder flared up a little bit. Barring any of that coming out of C.J., based on what we could see, today was a really, really good day. The quarterback in Houston was full go.
He looked normal. He looked like his normal self, and Clint, it didn't appear that they kind of slowed anything up on him. It appeared that they let him run every drill, everything he did. He did multiple team periods. They didn't even try to put him on a pitch count, so to speak, in that practice. That is the big thing. And to me, as we talked about it with Will earlier, we talked about it earlier today. I think it was a fair thing to just we on this show, despite what people hear, we on this show discussed that we didn't think it was a point to be concerned yet. We did think this week was a big week because this would make it a month that he wasn't throwing at practices, and that's either for the injury and him getting to know the system and do it out on the field. But he practiced today, and it's a dead deal, I think, right now. Like you said, unless we roll through and he takes off some more time with soreness again, and then it would be a different conversation.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that. But if that were going to be the case and it wasn't something freakish, you would have been, like you said, pitch count, some kind of, hey, we're not going to throw deep balls. But he was doing it all. Now here's another part of C.J. Stroud that I thought was very telling. It's something that happened to C.J. Stroud, and I'm dead ass serious when I say this, by the way. Somebody needs to slow Will Anderson down.
I said it at OTAs when he took over the practice when they were in pads, but was rolling through that bad boy.
Yeah,
and there's not a lot you can do to him when he's not on pads. Yeah, you also don't want to hurt him. But yeah,
well, he comes through and just bends the corner on Fisher one time, which Fisher, the offensive line, is to see. D'Amico said it multiple times. You can't. There's nothing you can really tell from the O-line, D-line because nobody has pads on, right? Well, Will Anderson's taking full advantage of it, and at one point he gets all the way back to C.J. Stroud and puts hands on C.J.'s shoulder, kind of throwing arm kind of deal, and it wasn't a big deal.
I'm ready to start seeing somebody get a little bit more physical with it.
No pads or not, I don't care. I mean, this is ridiculous, man. I mean, not only are you making me look bad, now you're back here hitting my quarterback's arm. Like at some point, if I'm C.J. Stroud, I'm all joking aside. If I'm C.J. Stroud, I'm one shoulder tap away from going, hey, Will, man, why don't you chill the hell out, man? I don't know how good of friends they are, but I'm one tap on the shoulder or tap on my head. Because the thing is, it's real cute when it's just a shoulder like it was today. But if CJ, whether he's hurt or not, if CJ is in a full throwing motion and his elbow or his arm catches Will's hand or elbow or helmet, there's going to be a stupid mistake made that could potentially hurt the quarterback. And so if I'm C.J. Stroud, I mean, I don't know how good of friends they are, but I'm one of them shoulder taps away from, hey, man, we're in sweats, man. Can you chill the hell out for a minute and let us get some work in here?
He is bringing it.
There ain't no doubt. You mentioned it the first time about him bending the corner. The next thing you know, he's ripping, but hell, it's a real rip. He ain't even slowing down on that. He's ripping the hell out of it.
I'd rather the rip, though. Rip, we can maybe get some work in.
Well, he needs
that bending the corner, like, I can't do nothing. I can't shove you down in the ground.
Get whatever work you want to do for the first 4 steps and then get the hell out of the way. I mean, to keep running. Run the tackle back into the quarterback when he takes a drop and sitting in the pocket is silly at this point.
I don't care. Will's got 15 sacks in his
there ain't
these
no doubt.
OTAs.
There's no doubt, man. There's no doubt. Most disruptive guy ever in walkthrough. I mean, we got to chill out a little bit, Will.
The good thing is he's pretty disruptive in the game too.
We got to chill out a little bit, Will. But that on a serious note, when Will reached around Fisher and tapped CJ's right arm, I knew at that point. Like, hey, nothing wrong or something really worried about with that right arm, they'd have went nuts at that point in time. Now, moving on from C.J. Stroud and Will's crazy ass, I want to go to Jaden Higgins. I said coming into the mandatory minicamp, Ron, one thing I wanted to see. Jalen Noel had jumped off the field in the handful of OTAs that I'd seen, right? You don't need to just watch the ball, and it was finding Jalen Noel consistently, right? So then you see the switch, the twitch, the ability to separate, yada, 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 right? Hadn't seen much from Higgins. Well, today was a Higgins day. There's no doubt about it. As I mentioned, early in practice, C.J. Stroud throws a dime down the sideline to the left with Kamari Lassiter trying to cover Jaden Higgins, and Higgins uses his body really well, kind of shields Lassiter from the ball and reaches go gadget arm, reaches one of them long arms out and catches a go route that would have it'd been a touchdown or it had him inside the 5-yard line. I didn't see exactly where they went down. Then he catches one over the middle and just long strides to the end zone. Then he catches a dig route where you can see from our perspective, man, that is a big target with a big catch window. And I'll be honest, I've said this before. Nico doesn't play 6'4", and that's not taking anything away from Nico Collins. Nico plays big, but when I watch Nico play, I don't look and go, boy, that's 6'4" and long. I mean, Nico's superpower is that he's 6'4", but he can play the game like a lot of 6'1" guys can, and he plays violent. When I look at Jaden Higgins, he plays 6'4". The most, it jumps out immediately, and that catch today was one. The catch over the middle, where from our angle you could see him running across the middle. It's just like, I mean, it's like you're throwing to a 10-foot being in there with those long arms. And so
big as hell.
Higgins stood out today in a big way with the Texans, and it was a day that I was looking for. Here's D'Amico Ryans on rookie wide receiver Jaden Higgins.
It's been really exciting to see this Jaden's growth process in the short amount of time that he's been here. I've seen a guy who's steadily got better every single week. You've seen him make even more plays, and seeing him today, I mean, this is the most plays that he's made. And in our last week of camp, to see a rookie who's come in and showing right now that he could be an impact player for us, I think it means a lot. And we saw it as coaches watching this film from the college game, but I think it just means a lot to the entire team, the players, defensive players, other offensive players, actually seeing him thrive in practice, because I truly believe if you take practice the right way, deliberately, and you work at it, it'll show up in the games. And so it's really awesome to see the work that he's doing and the plays that he's making.
Guys, I just think, just listen to what D'Amico's saying. He's asked about Ariante Ursery, and it's, hey, man, he's still working on being a professional, and he's got to, he's got to come along, he's got to do this, got to do that. And it's not, and that's, each guy's in there at their own place, right? But when he's asked about these wide receivers, Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins, when he's asked about those two guys, there is zero hesitation to put them in D'Amico talks about. There's no hesitation to say, did you see Lassiter and Bullock last year? That's the blueprint for these guys. We need these guys to make plays. Now he's talking about Higgins being an impact player. Now, it was an impressive day, but it is interesting. It's very telling. If you listen to what D'Amico Ryan says about rookies in particular, he'll let you know the ones that, hey, man, they ain't quite there yet. They got a lot of work to do. And then the ones that are like, hey, no, these guys are pros. These guys are ready. They're going to help us win. Just listen to D'Amico. He'll give you that, and he gave you that today on Jaden Higgins.
Listen, you kind of talked about it. He was the number one player that stood out in the entire practice to me. And that's with CJ out there doing his thing. Kamari Lassiter made some plays. Now, he got Kamari Lassiter as well. With all those players, great players that the Texans have out there, he stood out the most. And the thing I loved was he did it multiple ways. The fade, that wasn't a surprise. That feels like a new element. And he went up one hand at that piece right over Kamari Lassiter. You know how physical Kamari Lassiter is. I think he had to one hand that piece because Kamari had the other arm. And he went and made the catch and bam, put it down. And then he comes back and runs a completely different route and scores on that. He runs that little that little crosser that they like to run, and he takes it to the house with those long strides. As I said earlier, he's got a kind of a Mike Evans feel when you watch him, the way he moves. I'm not saying he's going to be that type of player, but the way he moves, and you look up and he's covering 20 yards a lot faster than it looks like he's actually moving. And so, I loved what you saw from, because it's the first time where you've been able to just say, oh, there it is. That's why they selected him. That's why they wanted to get him in that second round. And he did stuff today where you're like, okay, yes, I know it's just the first day of mandatory minicamp, but what he did today, we've got some players here, and I won't name names. I'm sure you will. We got some players here today that have been in our program as receivers that have never done anything that he just did in like 2 plays the entire time they've been here. So those guys should never, ever be on the field ahead of them.
Yeah, there's clearly an extremely high ceiling there with Jaden Higgins. Can he do it when the pads go on, and can he do it when it's hotter than hell and he's a week into training camp and all the things that the NFL requires out of players? Can he keep on keeping on and be consistent? Because if he can, it's gonna be impressive from jump. We're not gonna have to wait till mid-season, if you know what I mean. So the other thing, real quick, the other note I think from training camp that the folks will be interested in is Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb was there. He's wearing number 21. He looks just like the rest of the team. He's not in sweats. He's not standing off to the side. He's not in the weight room. He's not in the trainer room. He was there on the sideline. He was there back behind the offensive huddle. I'm assuming getting mental reps. But that's I think that's a statement by Nick Chubb of kind of where he believes your vets should be, no matter what the situation is. So it was good to see him out there as well. Nick Chubb, 21, running back for the Houston Texans.
The Astros, as they got a day off yesterday, much needed, and they will take on the White Sox. The lineup is out. We'll share that with you, and we got to talk about the man on the mound. We've seen Lance, what he's done the last couple of starts. What is this Lance McCullers right now? What type of pitcher, what type of impact player is he right now? We'll discuss that next.
I'm not real sure exactly what kind of impact player or pitcher Lance McCullers is gonna be, but I do know what Orchard is all about.
Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life.
Bury me in the H.
Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the Astros back at it tonight. As they are, as we've said, they've been surging here as they got added a half a game lead to their AL West lead, with the Mariners losing last night in extras to the Diamondbacks. And I'm sitting there watching it on FS1 last night, and I had to stop myself. I said, "What am I doing here? Just watching Diamondbacks and Mariners here?" like, I did that for about an inning. I said, "Let me get up out of here." But no, they've got a 3-game lead. They face the lowly White Sox, one of the worst teams in baseball. The lineup tonight is Jeremy Pena, who is continuing to be the leadoff hitter and play at an all-star level, is leading off. Paredes behind him. Altuve and Diaz is the DH tonight. Christian Walker in that 5 spot behind him. Jake Myers in center again tonight. Victor Caratini is behind the plate. He's hitting behind Jake in the 7th spot. And then Cam Smith and Jacob Milton are the corner outfielders hitting 8 and 9 tonight as they look to kind of add to this thing. That's the lineup tonight. Lance McCullers, of course, gets the ball. And look, man, he has pitched his ass off here. His last 2 starts have been really good. I'll be honest with you, if he didn't have the 7-run in 1 out in a third of an inning, if he didn't have that outing, really outside of that game, he has not given up more than 3 runs in any of his starts. Now, a couple of those were 3 2/3 innings, or he didn't have a lot of length. His last 2 starts, Clint, he has been of a rotation type of starter, right? Against the A's a couple of weeks ago, we watched him, go 6 innings, 3 earned, 12 Ks and 1 walk, and then his last start against Pittsburgh, 6 innings, no earned runs, 7 Ks and 1 walk. Now, these aren't great offenses, and the White Sox aren't either, but Clint, this is, as I said, man, I don't know if this is Lance. Like, if this is the expectation you should start to have, and not necessarily these numbers, but the expectations the last time Lance pitched on a regular basis 3 years ago was Lance McCullers is the top of the rotation guy. That was the expectation. I don't believe that is the case right now, but he's pitching in his last 2 starts like that. So I throw the question to everybody. I see Ocho on here going in about Lance. YouTube and Twitch, those of you on the text line, what is Lance McCullers right now? What type of impact expectation player is he right now? I've read off his last 2 starts. What is he? Are you getting front of the rotation expectation type thoughts for him?
Well, I mean, front being what, top 3? Yeah. I mean, I think him and with Spencer Arrighetti coming back, Spencer's going to have to pitch his ass off, and Lance is going to have to backslide a bit for him to for Spencer to be the number 3 starter. I think you couple Lance's experience with his ability, obviously, and what he's done of late, and it's going to, if he doesn't backslide, it's going to be, that's a rotation guy. Then the answer is yes. I look at Lance McCullers. For me, it's I don't know if Lance is going to be a 12 strikeout guy. I don't know what Lance is going to look like as the competition gets better and the schedule toughens up and where he falls, we're playing better teams. I don't know about that, but I'm not even there yet with Lance, if I'm being completely honest. What where I'm at with Lance is, can Lance go out there? Don't care who the opponent is. Can Lance go out there and consistently have good command, the velocity be there down the stretch? Can he work his way into it being fair for all of us to go, okay, Lance can start a game against a playoff contending team, and we should expect a quality start. Like right now, I mean, we don't.
He hasn't done that. That hasn't done that yet.
Right. But that's my point. It's like I'm not even there yet. It's so early in this comeback for Lance McCullers that it's like, hey man, let's just. I don't care who the opponent is. Let's just not get into so deep. Let's not get 40 pitches in midway through the second inning. Like let's have better control. And he's voiced this. He's got to have better control, better command of his pitches early in games, so he doesn't get deep in the pitch count and not be able to go long in games. And so he's done that the last 2 games. The more and more he does it, the more a believer I am. The more he controls all of his pitches, or the majority of his pitches. Hell, I think he's throwing 5 or 6 different pitches. If he can just every outing have 2 or 3 of them working, and he has control of them, how active versus the best that the Major League Baseball has to offer, I'm not there yet. That's not my expectations. I just want him to navigate whatever opponents are on the schedule with impressively, and he's done that so far.
Yeah, and I think that's the big point, because I'm gonna tell you what, I'm getting close.
Absolutely,
I'm getting close to at least changing my expectations for him. Like right now, my thought is, hey Lance, hey rookie, you just be somebody that they can depend on to give the ball to every 5th day. That gives them a chance. Yeah. Right, like that. Like that's it. Like Hunter and Framber in a different space, right? Can you just give them a chance, right? Can you be up there? And it's the same thing that I'm saying with Gordo or Big C. The same thing I'm saying with Ryan Gusto. Can you do that? But I mean, I can't ignore 19 strikeouts and 2 walks in the last 2 games. Like I can't.
He had 8 the previous game. There's 27
strikeouts. And strikeouts, swing and misses are a big thing to me, because that means your stuff is playing.
Yeah.
And that means, like, it's not just – like, there's some guys that have 6-7 innings and, under 2 runs, and they've been, either giving up soft contact or they've been allowing people to hit the ball, and their defense has made plays to where if that ball was maybe hit maybe a little bit further over to the right or to the left, that's a double or something like that. Right. No, he's not allowing the ball to be put in play.
Yeah.
And he's getting guys. That's kind of stuff that Hunter Brown is getting. That's the kind of stuff that Framber's getting. So that is eye-opening to me. I am close. I think it is very fair. The A's and the Pirates and even the White Sox are not great offense. His next start, if it holds right, would be against the Twins. The Twins are a above 500 playoff level team that I think is probably going to be in it all year. He probably is going to run into the Phillies in his next start. So those are he'll get the Angels in between that, but those are better competition. If we start to see him do that against teams like the Twins, he starts to do that against teams like the Phillies, I think we got no choice but to change the way we view Lance McCullers.
Well, I mean, look, the injuries have given us a really very few options, if we're being honest. I mean, I think this thing comes down for me is can he continue to pitch well enough to kind of hold off Spencer Arrighetti, assuming Spencer Arrighetti comes back and is pitching as well as he was before he decided to play long toss in left field. Like that's the question for me. I think he's gone from me saying, hey, look, I think he can be a starter in a 5-man rotation that can chew some innings up throughout a regular season, to, hey, I think he's a legit top three starter and has a chance to fend off Arrighetti when he comes back.
Yeah, text line coming through. 9 of the 12 strikeouts against the A's were check swings. Stuff is nasty. Yeah, like he had, and he talked about it. His first couple of starts, he didn't have a great feel for his off-speed pitches. Well, he definitely has. Again, like he comes out like he's doing, and again, I cannot, to me, downplay this enough at all. Like the swagger and confidence that he has, in these starts, coming off the mound. I mean, he's walking away on some of these strikeouts that he knows.
Yeah.
Right, and he looks like he's starting to to get him.
Look, Ron, we've talked about this a million times with the Astros. Like the star players just don't bring much juice to the game. So I mean, it's you're relying on Lance McCullers and Spencer Aggetti and now Jeremy Pena coming around, and we've seen Cam Smith bring a little bit of extra personality to the field, and I think this team needs that. So yeah, if Lance can keep rolling, I would definitely think that'd be contagious.
All right, coming up, as we attended ourselves, we were there, boots on the ground at mandatory minicamp day 1. We've talked a lot about the guys who made plays, who were there, who wasn't on the field. We'll talk to you about that. And Clint, he had to get something off his chest about Damian Pierce. We'll let you hear what that is coming up next.
Well, I'm gonna get.
Squibb, and Pfizer.
Happy 6-10 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You missed it earlier. We had our guy Will Conkle on with us as he was with us for 2 segments in the 2 o'clock hour. Good conversation with Will as he was at Texans mandatory minicamp day 1. Also covering the Astros. I'm sure he'll be doing his thing out there tonight. But something Will said earlier, he said he heard that from the Texans, from him, participation thus far in mandatory minicamp, just maybe everyone wasn't out there or on the field, which is good. As I said, I expressed to you who wasn't practicing and or who we didn't even see out there, right? And this according to Aaron Wilson, working on the side field today, not in the regular practice, but on the side. Braxton Berrios, he was doing that during OTAs as well. Danico Autry was working on the side field, not practicing. Joe Mixon and Damian Pierce. Also, Christian Harris. I didn't even see Christian Harris at all out there. Maybe he was inside getting work in. Did you see? I didn't see Henry Toa either.
I did not, no.
And maybe he was inside getting work or something as well. Damian Pierce, as we said, out there, didn't see him out there either. With Joe Mixon, according to Aaron Wilson, Mixon is out of his walking boot, per sources, and now in an ankle brace. Mobility much better, and he's tracking well for training camp. So that one there makes some sense, Clint, that he would be out there. We saw Trent Brown doing the same thing as he was doing at OTAs, still in street clothes, but out there, as D'Amico said earlier, pouring into a lot of his teammates, coming off the field and helping guys like Ariante Ursary and Blake Fisher. So there are several guys that weren't there out there on the practice. I don't know about you. There are 2 that really jump out to me. I get Joe Mixon, fine. But the Damian Pierce and Christian Harris thing to me is interesting. Those are 2 players that I would say are players that probably need to prove themselves. Players that probably, I don't want to say fighting for roster spots, but maybe in that ballpark. I think Damian Pierce definitely is now when they sign Nick Chubb. And we haven't seen them at OTAs or at today's mandatory minicamp. And we've heard other guys' injuries, and we've not heard this from those 2. Those guys clearly jump out. Again, as we said during OTAs, not sure of what the reason that they aren't out there. But those 2 seem like those are guys that really need to be out there competing for their jobs, because all of a sudden you look up, those were 2 guys coming into year 1 or year 2 of this thing that you thought could be major players. Hell, Damian Pierce, when D'Amico got here, was the best option on offense they had, right? He was another guy they thought that would be a part of their offense. He said that Christian Harris was the most talented linebacker he's ever coached and had a great second half of that first year and into the playoffs. And those guys are in different places. Jay Speed, you could see as somebody that could be a replacement, and now obviously Nick Chubb is here. Those 2 really jump out that haven't been there.
Yeah, look, there's no question about it. I mean, both of those guys are at positions where that position room specifically is full, and there's some really good players, and they've brought in better players. So just the position in general is extremely competitive. The linebacker crew probably at the starters, and the and the running back room definitely from the 2 down, or let's call it from the 3 down, because I don't think Nick Chubb's competing with anybody in that room. But the reality of it is, yes, I mean, new offense, mandatory camp, position room being stacked. These guys should be out there. Now, look, I don't know what's going on with their injuries, so I don't know. I don't want to put put the cart before the horse here. But I know whatever's going on with them better be serious to keep them away from not just being there but participating.
Yeah, that's it's an interesting thing, man. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if it's a coincidence, Clint, that that those 2 guys in particular aren't out there. I don't know what it means. I think it's or that we haven't heard in reports injury-wise or why they're not out there. Like, those are 2 guys that you would almost want, if you're the team, you want to get out reasonings if there are logical reasons that they're not out there, because there are players that people kind of have a feel about.
Well, the Christian Harris thing is the one that I want to see, that I don't understand. Dameon Pierce, of course, at the time to move on. The Christian Harris thing to me is I guess fascinating is the right word, because you mentioned earlier D'Amico's comments. We've had him on the post-game show multiple times. He seems to be a guy that is cut from the Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans cloth, without a doubt. You just look at his playmaking ability. On the field with the speed, he is today's linebacker. He is what you want your linebacker first and foremost to be, is a guy that with that kind of speed, that kind of open field tackler with that kind of ability to cover. I don't care who's here. I mean, there's not a linebacker here that if Christian Harris is playing at his peak, he's not better than. There's just not. Look, it's a totally different player than Henry To'oTo'o, totally different player than Azeez Al-Shaair. So you're not talking about those guys. It's not. Those are different linebackers. You're talking about your speed linebackers. And look, I just think this from a talent perspective, he's elite. And so that's the one that's fascinating. Look, if the injury's still holding him out, then so be it. But whatever's going on there seems to be real trivial, and I'm fascinated with what what the fallout could be, or what the end game here is, whether it's for Christian Harris or D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah. With Dameon Pierce, are you at all a little disappointed that it seems like he's not going to get a? Now with Nick Chubb here, right? The writing's on the wall. You're a little disappointed.
No.
To kind of show the Texans that he could be at least a viable threat.
No. He's had 2 years, man. I mean, Devin Singletary ended up getting all the run. They trusted him more than they did you in a time when you could have been the bell cow kind of deal, and they clearly didn't trust or want you in those scenarios. You fast forward, and now all you got to do is be a backup for Joe Mixon. They didn't trust you to be that guy. That there's an opportunity to be a third down back. They don't trust you to be that guy. Really, the only time that they trusted you and played you in a way that it benefited Joe Mixon is when Joe Mixon was out at the end of the season and not playing. So he played against the Tennessee Titans. No, look, I think the Dameon Pierce, he's ran his course here in Houston. It's time to move on. I like the kid. I wish him well. It wouldn't surprise me if he didn't go somewhere. This system, the system, Bobby Slowick's system that he was in for 2 years, I think is it's being ran all over the league to some degree. Maybe not the exact system, but the more successful ones. Terminology-wise, I think he'll be fine. He'll probably get another shake somewhere, and that's great. But I think here in Houston, it's ran its course. I don't think the Texans should plan on going into another season, allowing a guy to even compete and potentially win a job that you clearly don't trust, that you clearly don't believe is the guy. So, yeah, no, I think they've moved on.
They've made every move in the offseason to show it. They move up to go get Woody Marks in.
Yeah.
And obviously, Nick Chubb wasn't the only person he was rumored with. And listen, man, I know there's a feel that the natural thing is Bobby. Just to kind of blame Bobby Slowick for things with everything concerning the offense. I'll just say I don't think it was just on Bobby Slowick that didn't have the belief in Dameon Pierce. I don't think the deal was, all right, now that we've got him out of there, now Dameon Pierce is going to be. I don't think it was just Bobby. I think a lot of people had feelings, these similar feelings, and that's why they're making the moves past him. All right, coming up as we continue a little 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you caught up to hear from D'Amico. D'Amico spoke about what he wants to get out of minicamp, and C.J. Stroud spoke about his shoulder soreness. You do not want to miss that. And news coming in here in the last couple of minutes from the captain, Joe Espada, concerning some of his injured players, including Yordan Alvarez. We'll let you hear the latest on that as we continue right here live. A little 5 o'clock fire coming up next right here on The Drive. But before we get there, guys, let me tell you about Clayton Homes Sign and Save sales event. It's going on right now. And let me tell you, it's going on right now, and it is going on through August 31st. Now, so you might want to reach out to your realtor for more details. But here are the details on what can happen when with this amazing Sign and Save sales event. You can save up to $5,000 instantly on your home purchase at Clayton Homes in this deal. Also, you can save up to $2,500 on a single section home or
Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old Dirty and Show and a.k.a. Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill have the latest. And the latest is the Texans had a mandatory minicamp. We heard from C.J. Stroud. We heard from D'Amico Ryans. Let's start with the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, as he kind of laid it very clear of what he is looking for and expecting to get out of Texans minicamp.
As we leave here, this last week is really, it's just coming to an end of the things we've been harping on since really our phase one, right? And it's been a steady build-up to how can we find ways to just get incrementally better at the small, minute details of your job. That's what excites me about the offseason. That's why I think it's really important. These 8-9, you attack it with the right mindset, you can actually get better.
Yeah, these things with D'Amico, I think he is always great and right on the money. With Clint, I never have any doubt that the Texans are going to get in and have a plan of what they want to accomplish and what they want to achieve, and that everybody understands what the expectation is of what they need to do, and that they are going to get work done and get better every day. I never ever have any doubt that D'Amico Ryans is putting that type of thing together.
Yeah, no. Look, I mean, there's a lot you can agree or disagree with D'Amico Ryans, but getting that work in, whether it's mandatory or voluntary, getting that work in, and you know, putting whichever guys are in position from a health perspective as well as in town, ready to participate. D'Amico Ryans is gonna grind with those guys, and so yeah, no, this has got to be as good an off-season situation as there is in the NFL.
Yeah, and we saw him bring in a new player in Nick Chubb, and Nick Chubb joined them today, and it looked like he was kind of getting acclimated to what they do there, and I'm certain that's a guy that works hard that won't have any problems doing that. So the Texans looked good, looked organized as always in practice, but the big story today, what was his participation going to be? I think when you ride, we talked, and it was a kind of a tip-off that he was going to be one of the guys meeting with the media after practice. Clint, it would be hard to believe that he would talk to the media after not throwing like he had been the previous times in OTAs. Well, he did throw and had no restrictions through in all of the team periods, through in all of the individual periods, and looked like his normal self. This was C.J. Stroud himself speaking earlier to the media about the shoulder soreness and the impact that it's had to keep him out.
A little bit, just I took this offseason very serious. I'm just working hard. I'm trying to get my body right. So I was here like pretty early with Clint, our strength guy. So I've been working really hard on getting my body right, losing body fat, trying to be faster, stronger, and it really went really well. But there's always risk and reward, So there's always risk to working hard. So it was a great offseason. I think I got that done. But also, I wouldn't say that was the reason why. Just a lot of everything, So.
Said a lot of everything there with the arm soreness. Is that something that quarterbacks frequently go through, and is that generally the move, kind of shutting guys down a little bit?
It's as you said, it's the most important athlete in the city of Houston. It's one of the most important athletes in all of the NFL. It's obviously the face of the franchise moving forward, and willing to bet you a house note that he hurt his arm in some kind of weightlifting or some kind of workout that didn't involve a football. It's hard to sprain an ACL or strain a pec or it's hard to do that throwing a football. So I would be willing to bet you that there was med balls involved. There was some kind of workout involved. Like you said, he was trying to shed body fat and get leaned up and get right. I would be willing to bet you that this happened somewhere in a weight room or in a gym where he was doing something other than throwing a football. And throwing a football it hurt when he threw the football. Probably hurt when he did anything over the top. That would be my bet. And I never fault the guy for getting that grind in. When you grind, he's right. When you grind the way that I believe CJ grinds typically, when you grind that way, sometimes accidents happen, and I'd be willing to bet you that's what he's dealing with.
Yeah, is this something you think will be the end of it? Like something you think, all right, we should expect to see C.J. Stroud practicing and participating as normal?
Well, look, I'm looking.
Obviously, you don't know completely what's going on.
Well, I'm waiting to hear. I think the natural next step here is to wait and see. Today he threw quite a bit. He clearly there were no limitations today. He was letting it rip. Is there any level of soreness that sets in tonight or tomorrow that affects his ability? I think it's the normal, natural progression of, okay, does that happen? But once that doesn't happen, no, I think it's wide open. I don't expect CJ to have any problems moving forward. The way he was throwing today, the way he was moving around today, told me that he's A-okay.
Yeah, he looked good to you.
Zero limitations, stretching the field, throwing the corners, throwing the go routes, throwing the routes where he's got to really shorten his stroke and be more compact and have more control. Puts a lot of strain on that shoulder and that pec. He was doing it, had no problem with it. I don't see any issues.
Tyler, we were sitting there watching it. He was still pushing that puppy down the field.
Yeah, man, ain't no doubt.
He pushing that baby. We'll get them big plays. Pushing that sucker down the field. Glenn would whisper, "Look over there. Look at Dalton Schultz over there, butt naked over there."
Yeah, Dalton Schultz. Old check down Schultz. He was there a few times and didn't look like he's getting that love he needed.
Just keep your soft ass out of the conversation.
Yeah, there you go.
yeah.
Probably the best bet.
He was over there. He was over there wide open. No, man, CJ just works on some things, baby. Trying to get it up that seam, baby. Make big plays.
It's really about the 69.
5 o'clock fire.
Good Lord, lovely. All right, I hadn't run into Coach
Cully.
Coach Cully in a hot second. Maybe I'll go up and show up tomorrow, see if I run into Coach. Coach, I'll be in there around. Oh, no, never mind. Sorry, Coach, I got to go to mandatory minicamp.
You got minicamp tomorrow, bro.
Football playing Jesse.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up in that. But, all right, the Astros, they're back at it after a day off. They are at the Daikin Park for a 6-game homestand as they will start things off as they play two AL Central teams. They'll start things off against the White Sox, a team that is not a great team. Before we get to that, I want to get to the news, and we'll get you the lineups and everything. The news here from Joe Espada, according to the media in Chandler Rome. Updates on some injured players. None of Yordan Alvarez, Chaz McCormick, or Zach DeZenzo are swinging any bats yet.
What is going on?
According to Joe Espada. So none of the three have swung bats yet, still haven't reached that point. Spencer Arrighetti could start throwing off the mound by the time the Astros leave for their next West Coast road trip, according to Joe Espada. So
you're telling me there's a chance?
Maybe getting closer with Spencer Arrighetti. Seemed to be in the same spot with Yordan, Chaz, and Zach DeZenzo.
Yeah, man, it's been a rough year in these injuries, man. Been a rough year with these injuries. It'd be nice to get Arrighetti and Yordan Alvarez back at some point in time and get them worked into the mix here.
Those are the two, right?
Yeah, well, those are the two that to me, those are the two that you feel like, boy, when you plug those two guys back in, this team that's already leading the division and really hot right now could take another step and really take off like a rocket ship. I mean, that would be a good thing. Right, Rocket's going to to the moon. Yeah, man.
Yeah. Shout out to CJ on that. Yeah, Chaz. I feel bad for this. What was Chaz's injury? He hurt himself on the check swing. I don't remember exactly what he did, what the injury was, but I know he hurt himself on a check swing. The Jordan thing is interesting because they said he was 60% healed when I left Monday. So I don't know what percentage they got to get to before he gets to swing a bat again. But that's the one. You weren't here when I did that, man. Somebody's got to lose their job over that one, right? The Jordan one, somebody's got to lose their job over that one. So it's got to.
I find it hard to believe they didn't know.
And they just kept letting me swing.
I mean,
that's what I'm talking about. Like, however you spin it, like somebody, we got to change it up. We got to do something different, man. You just can't miss him with a fractured hand and just let him keep swinging. Now look how long this is going to take.
Yeah. I don't know.
Crazy,
none of it makes sense. I mean, I heard Lopez of In the Loop talking about it the other day and talking about whether it's, whether it's incompetence or just, I'm paraphrasing here, just like legitimate, misdirection or whatever. Either way it goes, it's awful.
Yeah, it's not being handled great at all. By the way, tonight, Lance McCullers will get the ball, and the lineup in front of him: Jeremy Pena, Paredes is batting second, Altuve back in there at second base tonight. Diaz is the DH. Walker in at first base behind Diaz, batting fifth. Jake Myers, see if he can continue to do what he's done all year long, is in center field behind Walker, batting sixth. Caratini's behind the plate tonight, catching, and then Smith and Jacob Melton are on the corners, hitting eighth and ninth today. And then Lance McCullers, that's the big story. And Clint, to me, as we talked about this a bit earlier, I don't know about you, I'm getting really close to kind of viewing. Right now, I have Lance more closer to the, Colton Gordon. Courtney Gordon, the Ryan Gusto.
We're going to try that again.
Let me try this. Colton Gordon, the Ryan Gusto. I've got him closer to that than I do have him closer to the Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez thing. Although the last two times he's pitched like those guys have. I know it's the White Sox, but if he comes out here dominant again and these strikeout numbers are hot, would you say, like his last couple of starts, 8, 12, and 7?
Mm-hmm.
And he's not walking guys, and he's making folks look silly at the plate on swing and misses. I made the old Gordo and Ryan Gusto spot.
Well, I've got him separated from them. I got him in the Arrighetti range. I got him, obviously, again, he decided to play long toss in left field, so it's been out. But I got him right there squarely in that better than Gordo and Gusto and not even. I mean, he's not on the same planet right now as Jordan. I mean, not Jordan, but Framber and Hunter. He's squarely in the middle right there, which is a good place for him to live right now.
Yeah, no, he's been big time, and they've needed him to be that way. So Lance tonight, as they look to try to win a series against the White Sox, it's a team they should at the very least take 2 out of 3, and that should be the expectation with how they're playing and how bad that team is.
Oh, you like that one, huh?
5 o'clock fire.
Tommy Dang on the YouTube and Twitch said fractures need to heal to 100%. Yeah, no.
Should have drank more milk.
If he was at 60 when they called it, I just wonder what the fracture was when they allowed him to continue
that 60 number is.
That's what they said, isn't it? They said 60% healed.
You're right.
And I'm just saying,
bunch of BS.
We were having him swing off the tee from 0% to 60. And as Tommy says, fractures need to be 100% healed. All right. Elsewhere in the NFL, the Browns, their quarterback situation is one of the most fascinating, and it may be the worst, but it may be one of the most fascinating quarterback situations. In Browns quarterback Shedeur Sanders says no excuses despite fewer reps. As the Cleveland Browns quarterback competition progresses into mandatory minicamp, rookie quarterback Shedeur Sanders has often, Clint, found himself with a crew of backups while the team's other passers, Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, have all received first-team reps. Sanders, though, said he is unbothered by his practice reps and is instead looking to take advantage of every opportunity he gets. He said, life is just based on how you view different things, Sanders said after their practice. So this is kind of playing out how we thought. I know he has looked good in OTAs, but once we start to break things out depth chart-wise and everything like that, mandatory minicamp and training camp, he is the fourth dude, right? They signed Kenny Pickett and Flacco in free agency. They drafted Dylan Gabriel in the third round. They drafted him in the fifth round. So it's going to be a really, really difficult climb for him to make the team, to be honest with you.
Yeah, look, when I look at Shedeur Sanders, like this is what young quarterbacks, it's what backup quarterbacks and young quarterbacks in the league deal with. You have to prove that you can do more with less. You have to prove that you can handle adverse situations. You got to prove that you can make the guys around you better. And look, I think if you want to drill down even deeper, when I look at Sanders, I mean, I can't believe he fell as far as he did. But if there's a knock on him, it's, hey man, you've always been under Daddy's wing. You've always been anointed. You've always been praised. Now, hey, let's put you at the back of the line. Let's put you with some guys that probably aren't going to be on the team, and let's see how you handle that kind of situation. That's what young quarterbacks have to go through. And
they let my man Dylan Gabriel get some snaps with the Warriors.
Yeah, look, they drafted him earlier than him. Yeah, so I mean, at the end of the day, it's hey, he's handling it the right way. And of course, I didn't doubt it. I mean, I think he's wired the right way to handle things the right way. But that's
what I was to say, Clint. You've been there, and you've played for real. Let me test you mentally, guys.
Yeah.
Bill Parcells and company. Is some of this you think test?
Absolutely.
Some of this you think?
Look, I think they got four quarterbacks, and they sit there and go, okay, somebody's got to be the odd man out and get these second team reps, and who do we think could benefit from it? Now, I'm just putting a scenario out there, right? Dylan Gabriel's been to 3 different universities. He's been in college for 42 years. There's really not. I don't think there's much you can learn from Dylan Gabriel at this point in time. You look at Shedeur Sanders on the other hand, young, came out early. Again, has been under whether it's fair or foul. He's been under his dad's watch for the majority of his all of his college career, hell, and his high school career for a good chunk of that. But that whole thing is like, okay, we got to give somebody these reps. Somebody's got to quarterback these reps. How do we benefit the most? We'll give them to Shedeur, and let's see how he responds from him. I think handling it the right way, I think it'll be a huge plus for him.
Yeah. All right, coming up, I just see this on the text line, Clint. Who was the first group of O-line for us today at minicamp? Interesting. Let's have a discussion. We'll talk about what I still believe is the number one story going into this season is what does the offensive line look like? Day one of mandatory minicamp, we will tell you what we saw. That's coming up next. But before we get there, guys, as America's leading business lender, Bank of America, and that is who I bank with, is on your corner, and they're also in your corner. And let me tell you this, with over $6 billion in business loans and more than 120 business specialists right here in Houston, they help businesses thrive so communities can prosper. What would you like to have the power to do? Well, you can learn more at bankofamerica.com/local businesses. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Our guy Clint is a big fan of the Nick Chubb signing for the Texans. Ready?
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress. Handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That'd be 610 Day. I think I want to continue it tomorrow.
But that'll be 611.
Yep. It's not the numbers for me. It's
Seems like the key element.
Not for me.
All
okay?
right.
You can do your own. Hey, not for me, okay? You're sexual. It's just not for me, okay? I supported you.
That's for sure. Not everybody can handle this sex pot.
Sex pot. I ain't heard that in a minute.
You're staring at one for 4 hours a day in here, Dirty.
I mean, there's a lot of things.
It's the trail off.
There's a lot of things I'd have labeled you, but sex pot's not one of them. But
really,
yeah, I mean,
it's the trail off dirty for me.
Yeah.
Dirty.
I'll take it to the stars.
All right. You know what you sound like? Have you seen?
Spaceship.
Have you seen
Rocky Ship?
The weird, like the crazy one-on-one thing between Michael Beasley and Lance Stevenson?
No.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Have you seen
on YouTube? Yeah.
Did you see Michael Beasley get almost sexual and sensual the way he was talking, but was really trash talking Lance Stevenson?
Okay, maybe I didn't see this.
It'll shake you up. I think it shook up Lance Stevenson, and Lance Stevenson's the guy who kept blowing in LeBron's ear. Michael Beasley took it to a place where, sometimes you think, man, like I think Draymond. Well, he's really trying to get in that guy's head.
Yeah.
And then he gets done with the game, and he goes back, and I got him. Michael Beasley kind of had a Mike Tyson feel to him, to where when Mike Tyson does those things, he doesn't go home and turn it off. Like
right.
he gets out of the ring and gets his gloves off, and he's still the same guy who says that
he goes to the bar and does the same thing.
That I'll eat your children. I'll F you till you love me. To reporters, that wasn't just a. Michael Beasley had that feel to him.
I'm the greatest.
He said, I'm going to put it on you. I'm going to make you dance.
Make you dance.
Were they playing at the time?
I wouldn't be mad if someone made me dance.
It was almost like a face-to-face press conference to get hyped up for it. And all Lance was like, nah, man, it ain't gonna happen. He said, oh, it is. He said, I'm gonna do it real, sensual, and easy. And I'm gonna dance all over you. That's what I'm gonna do. It's gonna be quick. It's like it was some creepy game we're gonna play.
Oh, they got a one-on-one game.
And they played for like an hour, and he won. But I think he was in Lance's head.
Who ended up winning?
Oh, Michael. He was in his head. He said, I'm gonna bring my dancing shoes, and we're gonna dance. Like it was like you gotta watch. You in the break, you gotta watch it. If anybody see that, it was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I was left uncomfortable.
Yeah, sounds like I'm uncomfortable just hearing you talk
about it. And Lance was like, all right, man, no, okay, man. It's like, man, Lance was like, damn, I thought I was a little crazy. But I don't think Michael Beasley turned it off. I think Michael Beasley went on about his day and just creeped anybody else out that was around him. Yeah, you had to check that thing out. Yeah, it was crazy. All right, Clint, the biggest story still, obviously, C.J. Stroud throwing. That was a mini story that was at the top of mind. But the biggest story throughout in this offseason is going to be the offensive line and what it is that the Texans are going to do with their offensive line. And what we saw today, Clint, from the Texans offensive line, the first group that came out, and it was very similar to what we saw at OTAs. The first group, Cam Robinson was at left tackle, Laken Tomlinson was at left guard, Andrews, again, was at center. So that looks like we're seeing that pretty Jake Andrews being at center. Titus Howard, again. Second time they did team Ariante Ursery, the rookie out of Minnesota. He was in at left tackle, and then everybody else remained the same with Tomlinson, Andrews, Howard, and Fisher. That appears, Clint, to be at least right now, the ones. Juice Scruggs was not involved. He was, I think, playing a guard with the twos, but at center with the threes. Patterson was the center with the twos. Trent Brown was injured, so he wasn't out there. But this appears, and maybe there's a competition between Robinson and Ursery, but this appears the top 6 right now.
Yeah, the beautiful thing about everything you just laid out for me is that the only guy playing multiple positions that we can see right now is Juice Scruggs, and I'm okay with it. One guy that you may bank on to play right guard, left guard, or center, and looks like he's probably going to be a backup. The more he can do, the more valuable he is to stay on his team. Everybody else seems to be out of position, which I like. I was afraid we were going to have musical chairs all the way across the board, but we don't. And so I like what I'm seeing, man. The thing with Cam Robinson, Ariante Ursery is I think on the surface, you at the very least you want Ariante Ursery to be a swing tackle. You want him to be able to play left tackle or right tackle. You want to get him all the reps you can in the off season as well as in training camp right now. Cam Robinson being the older vet, he's the one that could give up some reps for Ariante Ursery. That's really where I'm looking at this. They got to give him a lot of reps in OTAs and a lot of reps in minicamp and see, are we safe, with him being a swing tackle. Now you still also have what's my man's name that was with New England all those years? Trent Brown. I have Trent Brown out there who hadn't been in uniform yet, but I tip my cap to him. He's out there helping these young cats as much as he possibly can. I don't know if he's going to be a factor in this, or is he really just a guy that's there to be the mentor that knows the offense, to kind of help set the tone in the room and hold guys accountable, and is going to be a future coach, or he's on his way out the door, or is he legitimately going to play? I have no idea. But I look at the Cam Robinson, Ariante Ursery rotation more as can Ursery right now be a swing tackle? And the other side of that is, if Ursery is a guy that legitimately, by the time we get to training camp and in training camp, is pushing Cam Robinson for the job, then as a Texans fan, you got to be stoked out of your mind. I mean, this is a guy that is immediately relevant in a competition at the left tackle position for a guy that's making $14 million this year. So either way you look at this left tackle rotation, it's a good thing.
Yeah, and Blake, all the other 4, Clint, have pretty much been in those spots.
Yeah,
that we've watched. There's maybe been a little bit of Juice Scruggs at that left guard spot, but here it really seems like this is the group. And to me, I understand what you're saying with the left tackle spot, but for me, it is important. To this case, sure, there's a competition, so there's 6. To get a 5 or 6 where these guys are getting as many reps as they can together, right? Because Blake Fisher has never played in an NFL game beside Titus Howard.
Right.
And Titus Howard, I don't know, has ever played an NFL game at right guard. He's played a lot of left guard, right? Obviously, Titus Howard and Jake Andrews hasn't played together. Cam Robinson, Laken Tomlinson, Cam Robinson, Ariante Ursery haven't played together, right? These are guys that have not played alongside with each other, so you do need them to build that up. So I think that is important to at least get to a point of, all right, we've got 6 guys that we're seeing, and these guys are going to get as many reps. And I'm glad the earlier they got to that point, the better it would make sense. The earlier they got to the point, and it doesn't, as much as it did in OTAs, feel like a experiment. Let's try here. Let's try here. Let's try there. And we could come in tomorrow and they got Juice Scruggs, at the one.
It could change at any point in time, but again, the method to the madness to me is a beautiful thing. It looks like they're really focusing on having guys play specific positions It looks like they're building specific depth, but like for instance, they've got 2 centers. They got 3 if you count Juice Scruggs. They got 2 centers. They got multiple guards. They got tackles. They don't have. Well, we don't have any interior guards at depth. So if somebody you don't right now, you don't have that, and that's ideal depth. I would imagine that's by design. So again, it's good to see what's going on the offensive line where you really only have one guy in the second and third depths of the O-line that's moving around. Everybody else is playing the same position.
Yep. Coming up as we continue, who was the star of the day? We'll talk about that and who maybe we're looking for to really kind of step through and shine tomorrow in day 2 of mandatory minicamp. Also, we're gonna try to improve these Team Mills best bets. 0 for 5, Clint.
Oh my God! One of them got me.
Yeah, 0 for 5. Hopefully, it's time to make some more money. We'll do all of that coming up next, right here live on the Drive.
All right, y'all. Mokaram Injury Lawyers. It's hard as hell to say, easy to dial, man. Look, if you've been injured in an accident, any kind of accident, you're sitting there right now, you're possibly in pain, not knowing what to do. I'm telling you right now, call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222. They'll get you the representation that you need, and they'll get you the compensation that you deserve. Don't just sit there not knowing in no man's land. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, y'all. Here's the other deal. If you or a loved one's ever injured in an accident, any kind of accident, you're going to be
Thanks, Tyler. Let's roll.
Happy 610 Day, H-Town. Celebrating another year as Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, Tyler. This 0 for 5 thing, I mean, we may have to put something on the line or something, man.
I don't even disagree with you. This is embarrassing.
I
mean, I'm a professional and I am losing my ass.
Like, I'm thinking if you go,
it's bad.
If you go 0 for 5 again tomorrow, like I think you get it. I don't know, man. Do the 4-hour show with your shirt off. I think we like something. We've
and
got
the banana hammock.
No, I didn't know. I don't care what you wear in the lowers. I'm just saying.
Sorry,
like,
I'm sexual, man.
I know. We know. Calm down, Tiger. Like hat backwards, the headphones, and just whatever Nair has done.
Oh God, I haven't thought of that in a while. My nipples just started hurting as soon as you said Nair.
Yeah. Getting very sexual, folks.
Y'all be careful out there. That stuff. Well,
y'all be careful out there.
Changed my life, that Nair on the nips.
But I don't know, man. It's got to get better than this. 0 for 5, man. This is,
it's like Chernobyl on my
good
nipples.
Hell, man. You went 1 for 5, 1 for 5, 2 for 5 last week. Good gracious, 0 for 5 tonight.
If I go 0 for,
we got to. Something, man.
If I go 0 for again this week, 1, it's unacceptable. 2, I'll wax my chest. Like in 40-Year-Old Virgin. I've never gotten a wax before.
No.
Y'all know how hairy I am.
Wax my chin. No.
And if you don't like it, that's fine.
I'll be honest.
I thought it was something painful y'all to enjoy.
I'll be honest, Tyler. I've done it, and I think it's on YouTube somewhere. I lost a bet.
Do you have a hairy chest?
Yeah, I can. I lost a bet, and laying on the old staff room table and ripped it off. It's probably somewhere still on YouTube. This is one of my first bets.
Kelly Clarkson
lost bets. So
is that my boy Ron?
We'll see, man. Hopefully we don't have to deal with offers anymore. But coming up after T-Mill's best bets, a little Texans All Access, John Vandermeer, Mark Harris. I saw Vandermeer out there today. I called him John and Mark.
Combined their entities.
Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. I saw Mark out there earlier, taking in practice. So I know they were out there and have some good insight on what they saw tonight. No.
No, I got some sort of soccer.
There was some sort of soccer coming up.
Football.
No Area 45, but Texans All Access is they'll give you the sounds, sights, and their thoughts from day one of Texans Minicamp. So stay tuned for that after Tyler hopefully makes you a winner. I wonder, do we agree? I've said this today, Clint. Do you agree that Higgins was the the top person that you saw, the one at least that stuck out to you the most? Jalen Higgins, their second-round pick from Iowa State. That he's Jaden. Did I call him Jalen?
Yeah.
Him and Noel. That's gonna get me. Jaden Higgins.
A lot
and
of
I have it,
Jalens.
and I have it typed in as Jaden.
Casario's 2025 draft class of 10,000 Jalens and Jadens didn't do you any favors.
I typed it into Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. Jalen Higgins, to me, stuck out the most of any player, and not just with the rookies, but any player on the field.
Without a doubt. There's no doubt about it. Nico Collins made a couple of big catches today that was really, really impressive. But with the exception of that, I mean, there's no question about it. Jaden Higgins had the day that I've been looking for. I said it after the last OTAs that we saw. I said, look, Jalen Noel has stood out more than any other receiver out there, but definitely more than Higgins. Higgins I haven't seen have a catch. I need to see something from Higgins, and I'll be damned, it didn't take long. He catches the fade down the sideline. He can't that plays with that I've been talking about on that particular play, along with the playmaking ability and the ability to win over the top on the straight fade route. Great throw by C.J. Stroud. And then he catches the ball over the middle, and I didn't even see the kind of route it was. I just looked up, and he was splitting the defense down the middle, and it didn't look like anybody was catching him. Now, somebody may have caught him over the top, but nobody was catching him from underneath. And then we were behind the offense one time, and he's running a dig route, which is a 16 to 18-yard crossing route right over the middle of the ball. We saw Nico run a bunch of them last year. And, we had plain as day, C.J. throws the ball, and Higgins is on the other end of it, and it was a great snapshot for all of us there watching. If you were watching, it was a great snapshot of Jaden Higgins and his actual catch window, right? He's every bit of 6'4". He's long, so he don't even have to jump, and he's going to catch a ball in stride that you throw 9 feet off the ground, 8-9 feet off the ground. Now, if you were to throw it higher, he could climb the ladder and go get it. I mean, literally, if he's open, especially across the middle of the field like that, his catch window is 10 foot wide by 10 foot high, probably higher than that. It was impressive. So, yeah, I would say that today, without a doubt, this was a Jaden Higgins day. If you were wondering whether what was going on with Jaden Higgins, why is he not the guy that's attracting more footballs? Why is he not jumping off the field? All you had to do was show up today early because he was getting it done.
Yeah, it was sexy. There it is. There it is.
He found it.
Is that you? Is that you laid up on that table?
We're on the show, Hughley getting waxed. We got to bring this to the show tomorrow. We are not let it be lost forever. We are doing this tomorrow.
Yeah, that was.
The show gets waxed.
We are talking about this tomorrow.
Yeah, that got bad. Yeah, that was that burned, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, man.
There will be audio, folks.
I don't remember what I screamed. I think I had to have it done a couple of times.
Nipple left.
I'm telling you, man. We got to do something, man. This. I
agree.
This is just ridiculous where you're at. All right, let's win a little money here, hopefully, or let's go 0 for 5. But like if you're gonna lose. You're gonna win
bad,
big,
man. I need a Green Day. I need it.
I know it, man. I mean, you need an American Idiot bad, don't you? All right, what's I'm sorry, man.
That was not your best one.
That was there for the taking, man. I'm sorry, man. It was right there. All right, what's your
when I come
tonight?
along, let me give you these best bets here.
All right, there you go.
Giants. This is baseball, by the way.
Hey,
not
guys,
a whole lot of the balls with the sports and the fellas out on the fields going on.
And listen, if you need to Dookie, we understand.
What?
Said Green Day. Said Dookie.
Oh, I got you.
Oh, man.
That one was.
I didn't get it.
Yeah, no, it's the first album. Go ahead.
You spent your one cultural reference of the week already dirty. It's all right. All right, here we go.
He nailed it, though.
6.
He nailed it. David Arquette.
We need a profitable night. 6 best bets, all baseball, because scared money to far the worst stretch of best bets in the history of this little segment we do.
I mean, the worst.
We're bumping it up from 5 to 6 picks. First, Giants minus 1.5 runs tonight at the Colorado Rockies. Next, I got the Detroit Tigers. Hinch's Tigers plus 1 run at minus 135 as they travel to face off with the Orioles. Then Rangers at Twins. I'm on the under in that game. I got it at under 9. Next, an over for you. White Sox, Astros, tonight, Daikin Park, right down the road. Over 7.5 runs in that game. And then 2 Astro player props. I like both of these, actually, a ton. Jeremy Pena. Been very reliable, and we need it bad. Jeremy Pena over 1.5 total bases for the Stros tonight, and then Victor Sip of the Caratini to get a single base hit. I got that and those odds at -150 for Victor Caratini tonight. Those are your best bets. Any of those y'all love? Hey, people, I'm not going to tell you to tell these because this is rough. But
hey, listen, you got to take advantage of the Jeremy Pena 1.5 bases every chance you get against the White Sox. I'll be honest with you.
I need panties dropping.
I'm nervous about the